My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 1842 to chapter 2017. Which normal person would be willing to take out a strand of divine sense so easily, but this young master Mo didn't even blink. He took out several strands of divine sense in a row and sent them in several directions. They didn't know what he was anxiously looking for. Fairy Ginkgo pursed her lips and didn't care that young master Mo ignored her. She swayed her slender waist and asked in a delicate voice, Mo. Lian ignored her and walked past her. With a light leap, he jumped onto the back of 7th Yen, who was transforming into a dragon and ascending to heaven. Hey, boss! You can't leave us behind, Dao Wuji hurriedly waved his hand and shouted. Keep up. Keep up, he just wanted to ask, who the hell could keep up with the sacred beast golden dragon's speed? Unless, Dao Wuji looked anxiously at little Taisui. Little Taisui snorted at him and angrily waved his hand to summon a beast with 4 hooves like a horse, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, and a dragon's head and antlers. With a kick of its 4 hooves, the beast rushed into the air. Little Taisui jumped up and landed steadily on its back. Dao Wuji hurriedly jumped up with a smile. Thin Tuchuo, the Luo brothers, Fairy Ginkgo, and the Peony Fairy all asked little Taisui to give them a ride. The beast beside little Taisui was a rare sacred beast, the Qilin. Its dark blue body emitted a strange light and looked gorgeous at first glance. Only the Qilin, which was also a sacred beast, could keep up with Prince Mo's golden dragon. Thank you, little Taisui, they all thanked little Taisui. There was nothing he could do about it. This little guy was petty. If he didn't first greet him properly and thank him, perhaps this black-hearted guy would kick him down from the Qilin's back halfway through the journey. For the time being, leaving aside the group that followed the Crown Prince, Arbor's group rode Instructor Wei Wei's flying centipede all the way to Mount Daizong. After 4 hours, they decided to rest. The flying centipede had flown with hundreds of people for an entire night, and it was already exhausted. It was already quite good that it was able to fly for 4 hours. When Arbor saw the big fellow lying on the side listlessly, he frowned and walked over. From a few steps away, he threw a pill to it. To be honest, she really didn't like animals with so many legs. The little fellow, whose face was filled with disdain, tossed a pill to Xianxia and sat down beside her to rest. Wei Wei glanced at everyone and said, "It can't fly anymore today. Looking at the situation, it's getting late. Let's rest here for the night and leave for Daizong Mountain tomorrow morning." Naturally, no one had any objections. They each took out some dry rations from their inner worlds and ate a few mouthfuls. They felt that the dry rations were not very tasty. Mata looked at Arbor and said, "Jojo, let's make a fire and make some mushroom soup." To be honest, after eating all kinds of things with Jojo, they really couldn't swallow dry rations all of a sudden. Arbor nodded and planned to go to the nearby forest to pick up some twigs and other things. Everyone cheered and hurriedly got up to pick up the twigs and branches with her. They would make a fire and let Jojo make some delicious mushroom soup and reward them with some. Just thinking about their simple life made them happy. Arbor shook his head helplessly. It was just a little mushroom soup. Was it enough to make them this happy? In addition, ever since Instructor Zhou ate that sumptuous breakfast, Arbor always felt that the way he looked at her was a little creepy every time it was mealtime. It was now nearing the end of November. Once night fell, the weather would turn slightly cooler. Arbor, Xianxia, and the others entered the forest. Everyone spread out and picked up branches in all directions. However, after Qiaomu bent down to pick up 2 sticks, she stopped and cast a sidelong glance behind her before coldly saying, "Since you've come, why are you still hiding? Come out." There was a rustle at the back of the forest. Then, 2 men with decent looks walked out. 2 pairs of cold eyes swept mercilessly towards Arbor. One of them laughed coldly and raised a thumb. "The little girl is quite sensitive. It's a pity that just relying on the sensitivity of your spiritual sense is completely insufficient." As he spoke, that person quickly arrived in front of Arbor. A dagger appeared in his hand and he slashed horizontally towards Arbor's neck. This was a savage and ruthless knife that wanted to buy her life. Arbor naturally didn't know who was so vicious as to chase her here and buy her life. However, she was very clear about one thing. She wouldn't let any of these people go. They were already here to take her life. Why would she be polite to them? Arbor's eyes narrowed. Dozens of talismans flew up and landed on her body. After the mystic guiding talisman array was activated, Arbor immediately rushed towards one of the people without hesitation. She even slashed her dagger at his throat. What kind of joke was this? Someone was already pointing a dagger at her throat. How could she be polite and hesitate? That person was clearly stunned. It was as if he didn't react. He didn't expect Arbor to act so quickly. In a daze, he nimbly retreated backwards. However, his shoulder was unexpectedly crushed by a leopard claw. That person's expression didn't change. He quickly took out something from his pocket and threw it in Arbor's direction without hesitation. If this hit, even if Arbor didn't lose a life, he would probably lose half of his life. Arbor was not alarmed. He coldly glanced at the other party, then turned around and shot back like lightning. In his hand was clearly a spiritual energy ball. Moreover, it was a spiritual energy ball that was around level 13 or 14. Naturally, it was very powerful. Arbor threw out a series of defensive talismans to surround himself and immediately activated his eggshell defensive barrier. Although she managed to dodge it at the first moment, the explosion of the spiritual energy ball still affected her. However, she had added several layers of defense, so she wasn't affected too much. These two men looked extremely ferocious, and they seemed to be fighting without regard for their own lives. After one of them threw a spiritual energy ball at him, the other immediately took his place. He stepped forward and took out a long sword. As he waved it, a thick water spirit condensed into 7 or 8 palm-sized balls of water spirit. They flew towards Arbor. However, those water balls were really insignificant in Arbor's eyes. With the holy water she controlled, she only needed to release a slight pressure to cover the power of those water balls. Arbor's gaze turned sharp. The water in her hand was like 5 thin snakes that suddenly drilled out from between her fingers. They directly collided with the 7 or 8 small water balls thrown by the other person. After a few bangs, the 7 or 8 water balls were completely swallowed up by Arbor's water spirit power. Cough, cough, cough. That person looked up at Arbor in shock and coughed a few times. The other man was clearly stunned as well. Then, he raised his hand and clenched his fist as he stared at Arbor with an indignant expression. Arbor didn't care. Since they were already mortal enemies, why should she care about the disrespect of 2 dead people? Arbor reached out and grabbed the ferrule in her hand. She looked at the two coldly and said, "Before you die, do you have any last words?" Tui. The two spat on the ground at the same time. Very good, these 2 bastards succeeded in provoking the anger in her heart. In the next second, Arbor used the wood spirit to form a vine whip full of thorns and barbs. Without hesitation, she slapped the left side of the 2 men's faces. Ah! The 2 men took a step back, anger flashing in their eyes. Without a second word, they simultaneously took out level 13 and level 14 spiritual energy balls and smashed them at Xiao Mu. After throwing the spiritual energy balls, they didn't look at Arbor again. It was as if they were certain that Arbor wouldn't survive the attack of the 2 spiritual energy balls. The 2 men retreated a few hundred steps before stopping. They coldly glanced at the deep hole in the forest ground. One of them covered the wound on his shoulder from the snow leopard's claw and looked at the snow leopard that was quickly leaping toward them. His expression changed slightly and he said, "Let's go." Go? Do you think you can go? Arbor covered her small hand with a layer of Vajra talisman. She punched one of the men's back. The man stumbled forward a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Arbor looked at her coldly. The ferrule in her hand turned into a line of fire as she continued to attack the man without hesitation. She didn't care about Jianghu morals. Naturally, she followed the principle of take your life when you're sick and didn't give him any chance to counterattack. A purple flame ignited on the man's body. The man rolled back and forth in the purple flame and howled as he hurriedly extinguished the purple flame on his body. But was that even possible? Even though there was another person beside him helping him extinguish the flames, there was still nothing he could do. The snow leopard pounced forward and flipped the other person to the ground. Its claws stepped on his chest and stomped down hard. Roar! At this moment, there was another burst of noise in the woods. Xiaomu turned her head and saw a dozen masked men in black clothes abruptly appear in front of her. One of them looked at Arbor's actions and his eyes couldn't help but sharpen. Everyone, let's go. Kill this woman and bring her head back. When Qiaomu heard this, her slightly cold brows creased slightly. Who are you? This group of people looked like men of sacrifice who were carrying out a mission in the family, not like the disciples of the Clear Sky sect. The leader of the masked men didn't say anything more to her. Instead, he waved his hand and ordered all the masked men in black to surround and kill her. It wasn't that Arbor couldn't handle all of them. In fact, the strongest among them was a level 10 spiritual master. Arbor was confident that she could beat him. But after all, 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands, right? Arbor frowned and was about to summon Qi Shui and the other beasts to help when the little water baby suddenly jumped onto her head and danced with joy. Master, watch me. As soon as it finished speaking, a loud bang sounded in everyone's ears. The dozen or so masked men in black who heard the loud noise looked down at the same time and were horrified to find that the soil under their feet seemed to be suddenly manipulated by something. Not only did it all crack open, but there was even a terrifying huge water flow that crashed onto their bodies. The group of masked men in black who were caught off guard were swept left and right by the water flow that rushed out from the ground and fell to the ground, unable to get up. As soon as the leader opened his mouth, he felt the underground water mixed with a large mouthful of sand rush into his mouth and pour into the depths of his throat. He immediately shut his mouth tightly and was so scared that he didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. Master, use your spiritual sense to look at your inner world. Little Water danced happily on top of her head. It's very strange, Master. What's so strange about it? Who has the time to look at the inner world during such a tense battle? However, seeing Little Water's urging look, Arbor was too embarrassed to say no. Thus, she used her spiritual sense to enter her inner world and opened the door to her inner world to take a look. She was immediately stunned. In this more than 500 cubic meters of inner world, the 3,000 stone sculptures revealed their true faces. To be precise, one of the stone sculptures actually peeled off its outer shell and revealed a golden statue inside. It started to walk around in her inner world in a daze. This was simply a ghost. She looked carefully at the walking golden statue. It looked familiar no matter how she looked at it. Heaven-defying Uncle Master? An inexplicable thought suddenly arose in her mind. The 10-meter-tall martial uncle paced back and forth among the group of statues, his steps slow and leisurely. Arbor's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. These stone sculptures couldn't all transform into Master and Uncle Master, right? Little Water, why did the sculpture suddenly move? I don't know. Could it be a benefit after Master's advancement? Little Water asked innocently. Arbor, she didn't quite believe it. She raised her hand and tapped her chin. Could it really be a benefit after advancement? Why were these sculptures of Master and Uncle Master in her inner world? And they could even run and move. There were as many as 3,000 sculptures. Could they all transform into Master and Uncle Master? What the hell? Arbor pinched her little face and felt that this was a bit unreal. Master, why don't you take this walking statue out and see if it works? Arbor tried using her spiritual sense and found that it was barely enough. With her current level 3 spiritual sense, she could barely take out the huge martial uncle statue. Arbor took a deep breath. He wrapped his spiritual sense around the sculpture and pulled with all his might. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang. The masked black-clothed people, who had finally straightened up from the water flow with great difficulty and were about to counterattack, instantly looked at the giant golden figure towering in front of Qiaomu in bewilderment. What was going on? Where did this golden man come from? Several black-clothed masked men disregarded everything and raised their swords to slash at the golden man's thighs. Clang! Bang! Their swords and sabers were beheaded at the same time. Of course, it was broken by the hardness of the golden man. One of the black-clothed men looked in horror at the golden statue that was looking down at him in a daze. Ah! He finally couldn't help but scream. What the hell was this? Why was it that no matter how many swords they slashed, they couldn't cut it? Arbor panicked. Uncle Master, don't let them slash you. Slash them. These words were like an order. At the end of the 6th watch. As soon as she said this, it was as if she had given an order. The huge golden man, who was originally at a loss, suddenly lifted her leg and kicked at the masked man in black in front of her. This kick was like kicking a ball. In an instant, the unlucky masked man in black was kicked several feet away. He rolled on the ground and cried out in pain, unable to get up on the spot. Arbor secretly clenched her small fists and looked up at the golden man, who had suddenly exploded with power. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and made an open space for them to fight. It was very obvious that the masked men in black were no match for the golden man. It was too easy for the golden man to deal with them. Basically, she only needed to lift her leg and kick or raise her large palm to get rid of 1 or 2 little mice. She did not need to waste any effort at all. Looking at the menacing group of masked men in black being beaten to a pulp by the golden man, Arbor was in a rather good mood. She simply hopped onto a branch in the forest and watched the scene of them being beaten up with great interest. The masked men in black had originally wanted to escape. Unfortunately, as long as any of them had this thought and tried in vain to get away from the golden man, they would be hit by a ray of golden light from the golden man's hand. Arbor looked carefully and realized that what flew out of the golden man's hand were actually golden needles. They were as thin as gadflies and as fast as lightning. In just a moment, 7 or 8 masked men in black were knocked down. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it did not take more than 10 minutes. Looking at the wailing masked men in black rolling back and forth on the ground, Arbor nodded in satisfaction. She ran down from the tree and hopped to the golden man's side. She hugged her thigh and climbed up a little. In a flash, she climbed onto the golden man's shoulder and sat down. Xiaomu propped up her chin with one hand as she mused. Why did it seem like climbing up while hugging the gold figurine and sitting on her shoulder was a habitual action? She did it almost without thinking. Casting aside this strange thought, Arbor lowered her head and glanced at the dozen masked men in black who had completely lost their ability to fight. At this time, Duan Muqing, Xianxia, and the others who had rushed over after hearing the sounds of fighting were all calling out her name nervously. Arbor quickly regained his senses and waved at them. "I'm here." Duan Muqing and the others quickly ran over and raised their heads to look at Arbor, who was sitting on the golden man's shoulder. Fatty was the first to call out, "Jojo. What are you doing? Where did this golden man come from?" Arbor waved at them and raised his hand to pat golden man's slippery head. He slid down from her shoulder and ran to the crowd. "Come and greet my martial uncle." "What?" Xianxia and the others stared at her in confusion. Then, they raised their heads to look at the golden man. Although the golden figure was very beautiful, it was just a golden figure. Why did Jojo call her martial aunt? Everyone looked at her in confusion. "Jojo?" Arbor looked at them sternly. "Come and greet my martial uncle. Be careful that she doesn't beat you up when she's unhappy." Her large eyes swept across the masked men in black on the ground. "Do you see? These were all beaten up by my martial uncle." Hearing this, little Fatty was the first to take a few steps forward and solemnly bowed to the golden statue. "Greetings, Xiaoxia's martial uncle." Everyone instantly fell silent. This damned Fatty, he immediately became listless when he heard that he was going to be beaten up. He even went up to the golden statue in such a serious manner and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. He looked like he was trying to suck up to the golden statue. Arbor nodded and looked at the others. Everyone stepped forward and followed little Fatty's example, cupping their hands at the golden statue. "Greetings, Jojo's uncle master." Arbor nodded her little head in satisfaction, then stepped forward and kicked one of the men in black. "Tie them all up." A few seconds later, all the men in black hung their heads and were tied to a few trees. Arbor held a vine whip with barbs in her hand and walked in front of them. She lifted one of the men's chin with the vine whip and asked coldly, "Who sent you to kill me?" "I don't know." That man gritted his teeth and snorted angrily. Arbor looked at him coldly and swung the vine whip with barbs heavily onto that man's body. The black-clothed man screamed in pain. In an instant, he felt that a pill had been flicked into his mouth. He immediately roared, trying his best to spit out the pill. Arbor had already moved to the side. Seeing him spit it out a few times and his expression changed greatly, she couldn't help but sneer. "Don't waste your energy. This pill melts in your mouth and melts in water. Want to vomit? In your next life?" That man in black looked up at her angrily and shouted hatefully, "You, what do you want?" Arbor didn't waste time with him. She turned and walked to another man in black beside him. Who sent you to kill me? No, I don't know. Yo, you're quite stubborn. The little fatty kicked the black-clothed man in the stomach and opened his mouth. Chow chow, feed him one too. They swallowed the poison that Arbor rewarded them. Their bodies trembled and they were drenched in sweat. Soon, the other men in black saw that their companions who swallowed the poison were starting to take effect. Seeing each and every one of them screaming miserably as they leaned against the trees on their last breaths, it was as if they were going through the trials of the sea of hellfire. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Arbor kicked one of them. How's that? After that person swallowed the medicine, he felt as if his insides were burning, as if there was a real flame burning his internal organs. However, this was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that after being burned by the fire, he felt as if his internal organs were being cut by a sharp weapon. That kind of pain and fear was really uncomfortable. Arbor glanced at them coldly and walked up to a trembling boy. He gently patted the boy's face with his vine whip. Do you know what they will do next? Don't worry, you won't die within a month. It's just that the pain you'll experience will make you wish you were dead. Of course. You men of sacrifice are not even afraid of death. Of course, you are not afraid of pain, right? No. The man in black who was treated so gently by her turned pale with fright. His entire body trembled like a sieve. Who sent you to kill me? Arbor asked gently. Although his voice was gentle, when it entered the ears of the men in black, it was like a touch of ice under the tip of a knife, penetrating into the depths of their bones and blood. Scary. It's Master Yu. The man in black said. Arbor's vine whip landed on his face. You don't even know how to make up a lie? Do you know what happens to people who lie to me? The rest of the update would probably be done at noon. The update time was adjusted to the day. Updating past midnight every day, it was dog-tired. That person's entire body trembled, almost falling limp on the tree. I'll talk. Yes, yow. Ugh. An arrow mercilessly pierced that person's heart, killing him on the spot. Following that, the black-clothed men tied to the tree were also shot to death by a flurry of arrows. Arbor and the rest retreated a few steps, drawing their weapons one after another. Their expressions were cold as they swept the arrows in front of them. After a round of arrow rain, everyone felt an oppressive aura envelop the sky above them. Xianxia, Duan Muqing, Little Fatty, and Ma Ta's expressions tensed up at the same time. They subconsciously moved closer to Arbor and looked up at the sky not far away. The incoming person was extremely fast. In a short moment, the person had already flown above them. A heavy pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. More than 200 archers, 40 of them stood on the back of a large flying beast. They were ready for battle, and their arrows were aimed at Arbor's 8 people below. More than 200 people summoned their mystical beasts at the same time. The entire forest rumbled as the beasts ran and the eagles cried. Not far away, the instructors who were waiting for their students to return with branches to make mushroom soup heard the sound and hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound. On the other side, Arbor's 8 people had also summoned their mystical beasts. Tigers roared and phoenixes cried, and in a short moment, they were engaged in battle with hundreds of mystical beasts. Due to the large number of opponents, the outcome of the battle might not be decided in a short time. When the 5 instructors arrived, the arrow rain was at its densest. Their expressions changed as they hurriedly deflected dozens of arrows in front of them. Where's Jojo? Zhou Danjin anxiously asked Xianxia beside him. Jojo went to deal with an old man. Duanmu followed him. Zhou Danjin frowned. With a sweep of his palm, he sent a wolf that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws flying. He hurriedly turned around and said, I'll go take a look. At the edge of the forest, Duan Muqing was forced back a dozen steps by the elder. He barely managed to stabilize himself and raise his head. He saw that the white-haired elder was already closing in on him. A cluster of flames in his palm was aimed at Duan Muqing's heart. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. His hands moved faster than his brain. He pushed Duan Muqing to the side and hid behind the golden man. The old man's fire spirit shield landed on the golden man's body, causing the flames to soar high into the sky. The old man's eyes narrowed, and he rushed toward Arbor again in annoyance. How infuriating, from a moment ago until now, the sly girl had been hiding behind the golden man. He didn't know what this golden man was. It didn't hurt when he hit it, and it didn't burn it. If this continued, he would be the one being besieged by the mythical beasts summoned by Gue Yatu and the others after they dealt with the 200 beasts and archers. I can't let this continue, the old man's brows furrowed. He suddenly raised his hand, and flames rose from the ground. They burned fiercely and circled around Arbor, trapping her inside. Duan Muqing was furious. His vines grew wildly from the ground and extended toward the old man's feet. The elder harumphed and flew into the air with a whoosh. Flames appeared between his hands as he furiously roared, "Take this!" A huge fire descended from the sky. The entire forest seemed to have been set ablaze. Clusters of flames fell from the sky like a rain of fire. Arbor's gaze turned cold. A circle of defensive talismans fell on her and Duan Muqing. Arbor flicked his finger, and hundreds of attack talismans flew toward the old man. Boom! Boom! After hearing a series of loud bangs, the bearded elder smashed away the attack talismans that Xiao Mu threw at him with fireballs with a sullen face. He then cast an unsightly glance at Xiao Mu. Although Xiao Mu was enveloped by the fire, she was completely unscathed. The water spiritual barrier that appeared on her skin also kept the flames outside very well. The old man's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but be amazed. This little girl from the lower star zone was not only equipped with all kinds of magical treasures, spiritual artifacts, and holy beasts, but also had such a high level of comprehension and cultivation. Even in the upper 3 provinces, she could be called a peerless genius at such a young age. In the sky, Prince Mo, who was standing on the back of the golden dragon, took out a vine and looked at it carefully with a frown. The sapling didn't react at all. Did something happen, or did he see it wrong? Logically speaking, if Jojo was really near him, he should be able to contact her through the sapling and even enter the paradise planet. But now, the sapling didn't react at all. Mo Lian pondered and put away the vine. Then, he looked up. 8 flying horses with their hooves treading on the snow could be seen approaching from the horizon. Accompanied by the celestial music that seemed to have descended from the heavens, a somewhat delicate voice rang out clearly, "Your Highness, please wait. Princess Jing of the Pangu clan from the Aurora Sandland is here to see you." Holding his saber, Dao Wuji raised his eyebrows and touched his chin. The princess of the Pangu clan from the Aurora Sandland? Isn't that the genius princess of the largest clan in the desert zone outside the 3 provinces? I heard that she's a great beauty. When I left the Divine Land, she was only 13 years old. At that time, Princess Jing was already famous. Everyone knew her. Everyone calculated Princess Jing's age in their hearts. She should be at least 27 or 28 years old now. Dao Wuji had spent more than 10 years in the tower, so he was probably 27 or 28 years old. This Princess Jing is a legend. It is said that she went to the battlefield at the age of 9, and at the age of 12, when she fought against the giant demon clan, she defeated an army of 300,000. She is a legend that does not lose out to men. Little 7. The crown prince's cold voice rang out, interrupting endless blades rambling. Yan Qi swung his dragon tail and immediately increased his speed. With a whoosh, he circled around from the side. With a dragon roar, he swung his dragon tail heavily, causing a strong wind to blow. The 8 Pegasi cried out in alarm and almost fell from the sky. The coachman's face paled as he hastily reached out to pull on the reins. After pacifying the horse for a while, he finally calmed it down. The face of the round-faced maid who had invited the princess was slightly pale. She stared blankly at the dragon's body as it disappeared into the distance. She secretly gritted her teeth and said, "Princess." The crown prince left without a word. A faint voice came from inside the carriage. "It's fine. Just follow them." The maidservant was stunned for a moment before she instructed the coachman, "The princess has ordered us to follow her." The coachman nodded. With a wave of his whip, he immediately followed. Dao Wuji stood behind Mo Lian. He looked back and coughed softly. "The Pangu clanspeople are following us." Mo Lian was unmoved. She did not even lift her eyelids. Dao Wuji raised his hand and touched his nose. He was asking for a snub. 3:30 in the afternoon. The voice that had stopped Mo Lian earlier rang out again. Princess of the Panga clan of the Aurora Sandland requests an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince of the Divine Land. Mo Lian did not even turn her head. 7th Yan's speed was also very fast. In a moment, the carriage was far behind them. The corner of Dao Wuji's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly and said, "Boss, she's chasing after us." Fairy Ginkgo glared at him and snorted. "What? You fancy her? We haven't even met yet. You haven't even seen her face yet. You're already thinking about her?" Dao Wuji rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, "What are you talking about? Although I want to marry a few more wives after I come out, do you think I can fancy someone like Princess Jing? She's so fierce. I might kill her before I even marry her. Between a woman and my life, I'd rather choose my own life." Fairy Ginkgo glanced at him disdainfully. "She's just a little girl. Look at how scared you are. Useless guy. How can she be so powerful?" Dao Wuji was a spiritual paragon. A little girl who could reach the 7th level of the divine realm at such a young age was already very impressive. Dao Wuji rubbed his chin. "TCH, only a little girl is interesting? Do you think I'll find a 100-year-old man like you?" Fairy Ginkgo flew into a rage and threw a punch at Dao Wuji's face. "Who are you calling a 100-year-old man?" Dao Wuji pursed his lips and looked at Fairy Ginkgo and Fairy Maiden pitifully. "Can you two stop pretending to be young? The two of you are over 300 years old. What, you won't allow me to call you old men? On the divine land, even a useless ordinary person's average age could reach over 200 years old, let alone cultivators. Naturally, their lifespans were even longer. Princess Jing was only 27 or 28 years old. She could only be called a little girl. Compared to Fairy Peony and Fairy Ginkgo who were over 100 years old, there was a big difference in age." Fairy Ginkgo spat at Dao Wuji's face. "Watch your words. Are you asking for a beating?" She hated it when people talked about her age. Of course, which woman in the world liked it when people called her old? With Dao Wuji's despicable appearance, he would be beaten up no matter where he went. Limitless Blade could only snort, looking like he was at his wit's end. He shrugged at Fairy Ginkgo. All right, just take it that I said something wrong. You're as beautiful as a flower, and you're still young." "Of course." Fairy Ginkgo glanced at him, twirling her small orchid fingers and snorting, "That Princess Jing, who goes in and out of the battlefield with a group of men, killing enemies everywhere. How gentle and demure can she be? She's obviously a tigress." Dao Wuji felt as if the girl he admired had been destroyed. He couldn't help but argue with her. "How can you do that? You haven't even seen Princess Jing's face. How can you slander her like this? That's not very good." The Ginkgo fairy touched her own face. "Can that kind of little girl be more beautiful than me?" Dao Wuji was helpless. He turned to look at the silent little Taisui and asked curiously, "Little Taisui, why aren't you saying anything?" Little Taisui didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just threw him a cold look. Dao Wuji couldn't help but feel aggrieved. He sighed softly and looked away. Every time he talked to little Taisui, he would get angry after a few sentences. "Why? Your Highness, please wait." A cold voice came into everyone's ears. He saw a few flying white horses spread their wings and swept across the sky, quickly chasing after them. Of course, the flying horses were not as fast as the golden dragon, but the woman on the flying horses used her divine power to speed up and caught up in just a few minutes. Fairy Ginkgo turned her head to look and saw a woman in a red dress with delicate features. She was riding on the wind and clouds. Under the red cloak, her black hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were like stars, and her eyebrows were like crescent moons. Her face was cold and elegant. Her otherworldly temperament made people gasp in admiration. How could there be such an otherworldly woman in the world? She was like a piece of jade made by the heavens. Behind her, there were 4 or 5 flying horses. On each flying horse, there was a beautiful maid. They seemed to be the personal maids of Princess Jing. Compared to the maids of ordinary families, these women had a more valiant and formidable aura. They looked extraordinarily valiant and intimidating. These maids were all dressed gorgeously and had swords on their waists. The hilts of the swords were inlaid with all kinds of gems and agates. They would make Princess Jing proud if she brought them out. People might even believe that they were ladies of noble families. Princess Jing took the lead. She activated her divine power and quickly approached the golden dragon. She saluted the crown prince from afar. "Your Highness, Your Highness." However, the crown prince ignored her. The back of his head was facing her. He didn't even turn around. Princess Jing didn't get angry. Instead, she leaped into the sky and landed in front of the golden dragon, blocking its path. "Your Highness, please wait." Dao Wuji and the Luo brothers beside him looked at each other. Prince Mo treated her so coldly, but Princess Jing still followed him. She was indeed a heroine. Mo Lian frowned. He looked very impatient. He glanced at Princess Jing coldly and said, "Jing Linyao of the Panga clan in the Aurora Sandland." This sentence was said without any emotion. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Just like Princess Jing and most of the other people in the world, they were all cats and dogs that were not worthy of being remembered by Prince Mo. That's right. Princess Jing was calm. Even if she heard the sarcasm in the crown prince's voice, she didn't care. She nodded slightly, raised her hand, and threw a thin piece of paper in Mo Lian's direction. However, Mo Lian didn't reach out to take it, nor did he even glance at it. A purple flame directly landed on that piece of paper, burning it to ashes on the spot. Princess Jing was stunned. The maids behind her were also stunned. They all looked at the crown prince with an ugly expression. "Your Highness actually burned His Majesty's imperial edict," Princess Jing said calmly, as if what Mo Lian burned was not an imperial edict, but a piece of paper. Prince Mo turned on his mocking mode and said nonchalantly, "It's just a random thing, I don't want to see it." Princess Jing smiled faintly. "Perhaps the crown prince should find a place to talk with me." Prince Mo glanced at her and said coldly, "Little Seven." Little Seven immediately understood. She could tell that her master was in a bad mood. She didn't dare to wait any longer. She immediately flew out. Princess Jing frowned. She looked at the direction where the crown prince left and remained silent for a long time. Until a maid came up and whispered in her ear, "Your Highness, it's a failure. Tomorrow at 12:30, there's no need to rush. Let's meet tomorrow or the day after." Wanlu town. It was the most prosperous town near Mount Daizong. The population of the town had almost exceeded 10,000 people. Usually, people from the surrounding villages would come to Wanlu town when they needed to trade or buy things. Mount Daizong was basically the hunting garden of the Heavenly Academy before it became a place to nurture corpses. The Heavenly Bestowing Academy was the #1 academy in the Poland prefecture. There were at least 30 to 50,000 students, if not 80,000. From the outside, the entire Heaven Bestow Academy seemed to be stationed in a large city near Mount Dai. Wanlu town was so close to the Heavenly Academy. Usually, the students of the Heavenly Academy could only go to Wanlu town to play during the holidays. It was not hard to imagine why Wanlu town was so prosperous in recent years. It was getting late. The people in Wanlu town were busy packing up their stalls and hurrying home. Jing Linyao walked past in a hurry with 4 or 5 maids in gorgeous clothes. This group of people, from Princess Jing to the maids beside her, were all dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Wherever they passed by, they would attract the attention of others. Jing Linyao seemed to be immersed in her own thoughts. She did not pay attention to how the people nearby looked at her. "Your Highness, we can only stay in Shuntian Prefecture for less than a month. When the time comes, we must go back immediately. Otherwise, if we are noticed by the heavenly law, we will all be in trouble." A personal maid followed behind Princess Jing and said softly. "Where are they?" Jing Linyao asked in a low voice. "They are in the Shun Lion not far ahead." They hurriedly turned a corner and saw the signboard of the Shun Lion in front of them. Because Princess Jing and her group of 6 were moving too fast, they almost collided with a group coming from the side. Both parties were going to enter the Shun Lion. Princess Jing stopped and frowned at the girl who had entered the inn with her. The girl was about 24 years old. She was wearing a clean blue dress. Her face was not outstanding, but she gave people a good impression of her. Behind her were 5 young girls in the same dress. They all looked at her. Sorry. Princess Jing and the woman leading the group spoke at the same time. They nodded at each other and exchanged some pleasantries before inviting each other to enter. The two groups each took a few steps back. Then, Princess Jing nodded at the leader of the other group with a smile and quickly led the maids inside. Princess, they are in the sky room on the 2nd floor. The ordinary-looking woman in her mid-20s glanced at the direction where Jing Linyao went. Then, she called the other 5 women and walked toward a quiet place in the corner of the lobby that was covered by several bonsai plants. Master. Second Martial Uncle. Second Martial Uncle. Auntie. The group of people called out to each other. Then, the 2 women smiled and gestured for them to sit down. How have you been in the academy recently? The instructors in the academy are all pretty good. The leading girl nodded and said, Master, the 6 of us will fight for a place to go to Daizong Mountain this time. If everything goes well, we should be able to pass the preliminary selection. You must be careful. Auntie looked at the children lovingly and said softly, where there is life, there is hope. We still need to put safety first. Don't worry, Auntie. Our lives won't be sacrificed so easily. Right, we still need to preserve our lives and plan slowly, a round-faced little girl around 19 years old said through clenched fists and gritted teeth. Auntie sighed. 3 years had passed, but the seeds of hatred buried in these young children's hearts were growing stronger and stronger. The past was already in the past, but the grief was even more intense. Even she was unable to let go of the enmity and hatred in her heart, let alone these disciples who were brooding. Yang Shirong looked up and looked outside the window. Under the setting sun, pedestrians hurriedly passed by Wanlu town, which was enveloped in a hazy yellow. 3 years ago, only 200 of the Holy Water sect's 800 disciples survived the massacre, and they fled here like stray dogs. The most important thing was that the Holy Water sect had lost their backbone. The sect master was dead, and eldest senior sister and third junior sister were all dead. Yang Shirong's heart couldn't help but clench every time she thought of how her youngest disciple would feel when she saw the Holy Water sect's former residence covered in ruins. The biggest mistake of all was not to bring the child along with them. She didn't know how she was doing now, but she should be safe, Master. The woman in the lead was Second Peak senior sister, Yu Goei. In that battle 3 years ago, countless disciples from the 3 peaks had died, and there were only a few disciples left. Yang Shirong laughed bitterly and downed a cup of tea. She nodded faintly and said, Master is fine. So many years had passed, but every time she thought of the fireworks and wine from that day, she couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. She never would have expected that the joyous gathering that night was the prelude to the death god's music. Second Aunt Master, are the others all right? Third Peak's disciple, Chen Hanzi, couldn't resist asking softly. They're all fine. Yang Shirong nodded and looked at the 6 people apologetically. Back then, I sent the 6 of you to Heavenly Bestow Academy to study in order to gather information. These years, we've been apart more than we've been together. Do you blame me for finding it difficult to see each other? The 6 people all shook their heads. They were very clear about their mission. Even in the academy, the 6 people only nodded faintly when they met occasionally and didn't show much intimacy. It was as if they were just the most ordinary students in the academy. Second Martial Uncle, don't worry. Most of the other students in the academy are doing well. There are 6 other people who are going to Daizong Mountain with us. There will be mentors leading the team. When you encounter danger, you can leave Daizong Mountain as soon as possible without risking your life. The disciple who spoke was Xianxia, a disciple of the First Peak. In reality, most of the First Peak's disciples stayed behind. Xianxia was only 14 years old back then, so he and several other younger senior and junior sisters were knocked unconscious by Murong Sun and forced to be taken away by Yang Shirong and the others. Among the 3 peaks, other than Xianxia and Lu Ling, who was sitting next to her, the number of disciples from the First Peak who survived was definitely less than 10. At that time, all the First Peak disciples followed Master Murong Sun and eldest senior sister Su Shanshan and stayed behind. Thinking about it now, Xianxia couldn't help but cry silently. She probably wouldn't be able to find a master like Murong Sun even if she walked to the end of her life. Come, let's have a cup of tea instead of wine. Although we've only been together for a short time, it's fine as long as we know that we're doing well. Auntie raised her teacup with a smile. Everyone followed suit and drained their cups in one gulp before smiling at each other. The Holy Water Sect's 800 disciples were of one mind and one life. As long as they were alive, the Holy Water Sect would be alive. Tap, 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 tap. The group of valiant maidservants followed Princess Jing to the second floor and arrived at the door of Heavenly Room number 1. Just as they reached the door, they heard smashing cups and screaming curses coming from inside. Princess Jing's footsteps paused, and she frowned slightly. The maidservants also revealed disdainful expressions, as if they were already used to the people inside acting like this. When Jing Linyao pushed open the door and entered, the 3 women inside the room all turned to look at her. A slightly older woman, who was dressed very gracefully and elegantly, was currently sitting on an armchair. She couldn't help but frown when she saw Jing Linyao. 2 young women were standing and sitting on either side of her. One of them had a green silk sash around her waist and a jasper hanging from it. She was no more than 20 years old and had arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, and rosy cheeks. However, her angry expression ruined her pretty face. The other woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She held a round fan in her hand and wore a camellia gray dress with golden threads. Her face paled in comparison to the other 2 women in the room, and she could only be considered a delicate beauty. "Why did you come in without knocking?" the older woman asked in a low voice. Her stern eyes landed on Jing Linyao, and her expression contained some dissatisfaction. "Greetings, mother." Jing Linyao calmly bowed and then signaled to the maidservants behind her with her eyes. The 2 maids immediately walked forward and pulled up the beautiful woman who was sitting on the stool. Without any explanation, they gave her 2 slaps on the face. "Ah!" that woman screamed. Because she was restrained by the 2 maidservants, she didn't fall to the ground. She only felt a burning pain on her cheeks, and she opened her mouth to scream. The 2 maids did not hesitate and slapped her twice more, blocking the woman's screams in her mouth. Impudent! Madame Jing was so angry that she was trembling all over. She jumped out of the armchair and pointed at Jing Linyao with a trembling finger, panting heavily. "Jing! Lin! Yao!" Her voice sounded like it was coming out from between her teeth. Her face was full of anger. "Mother, my little sister is not sensible. If you don't discipline her, I can only discipline her on your behalf," Jing Linyao said faintly. "I've already warned her not to do anything." Jing Linyao coldly looked at the woman whose cheeks were swollen as if she was looking at a dirty bug. Her eyes were full of disdain. What did this idiot do? Did she think that no one would be able to find out about the stupid things she did? To walk out of the Aurora Sand and the boundless desert, the Panga clan had to bow to the divine land. Jing Linyao's voice was cold. "I can give the engagement to my younger sister." She had sworn that she would dedicate her life to the Panga clan instead of getting married. Therefore, marriage would probably have nothing to do with her in this life. But can't you guys be a little smarter? Doing so is already deceiving the great emperor of the divine prefecture. Now you still want to make it known to the whole city? If she continues to be so stupid. Jing Linyao's eyes suddenly turned cold. "I don't mind killing her." Jing Linyao slammed the door and walked out of the room, leaving behind Madame Jing who was trembling with anger and whose lips were somewhat pale, Jing Minyao who was sobbing, and Jing Qiao who had nothing to do with this matter. Jing Minyao burst into tears and threw herself into her mother's arms. "Bitch! Bitch! Mother, look at that bitch, how dare she humiliate me like this?" That domineering and arrogant attitude was really disgusting. "Minmin, don't cry." Madame Jing hugged her daughter and comforted her in a low voice. "The most important thing now is to find a way to marry into the Mo family as soon as possible. When the time comes, you will be the crown princess. Even if your elder sister is respected in front of your father, her status will not be comparable to yours." Jing Qiao, who was like air, glanced at the mother and daughter with disgust and then smiled. "Mother is right. Little sister, you must not be too sad. Hurry up and get up and let the maids help you reduce the swelling. Don't hurt your face later." "Yes, yes." Madame Jing nodded. "Your second sister is right. Hurry up and get up." Jing Linyao walked out of the sky room of the inn, her cold face slightly gloomy. how many people did that idiot send? Third Mrs. Dog went to gather them. He ordered Sir Chiu to take 200 to 300 people to chase and intercept them. Our people were not able to stop them. It's our fault. Nonsense. Jing Linyao was so angry that she slapped the railing on the second floor. The maids all hung their heads low, not daring to say anything. Xinlan, take some people with you and go there immediately. Remember to make sure that everything is clean. Don't get involved with the Panga clan. Yes, princess. In the entire Panga clan, Jing Linyao was the only one who could make all the clansmen bow their heads and willingly call her princess. As for the second and third daughters of the clan leader, they were all beautiful but useless embroidered pillows. Usually, everyone called them Second Miss and Third Mississippi. Jing Linyao returned to her room and sat on a chair. She pinched her eyebrows tiredly. The speed of the sand sinking was very fast. In the first half of this year alone, their clan had lost a lot of clansmen and animals because of the sinking of the sand. Many people fell down with the sand in their sleep and did not struggle at all. If this continued, the entire Panga clan would be wiped out by the harsh living environment of the Aurora Desert. They could not stay silent like this. They had to walk out of the desert and go to the Divine Land. The Panga clan had nearly 200,000 clansmen. If so many people wanted to go to the Divine Land at once, it would be impossible without first negotiating with the emperor. However, the result of the negotiation was that the Panga clan had to hand over 20,000 elite soldiers and leave the only son of the clan leader behind as a hostage in the imperial capital of the Divine Land. The emperor of the Divine Land promised that Qingyue, the closest city to the desert, would be allocated to the members of the Panga clan. However, the amount of offerings that had to be made every year was also a huge headache for them. The Panga clan wanted to migrate, but the Panga clan did not want to die. According to the plan of the Emperor of the Divine Land, in a few years, the Panga clan's temperament would be smoothed out, and the entire clan would probably become a vassal of the Divine Land. Jing Linyao put her hand on her aching forehead and sighed. Princess, a maid said in a low voice. Can we really do this? Won't it anger the emperor? The edict only says that the daughter of the leader of the Panga clan is marrying the crown prince of the Divine Land. It doesn't mention me by name, so it's not a violation of the edict. Jing Linyao said calmly. The maids looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. In fact, they all knew that the Emperor of the Divine Land valued Princess Jing's talent, cultivation, and means. Although the edict didn't specify which daughter of the leader it was, but Princess Jing was the eldest daughter of the first wife. Her eldest daughter was unmarried, but her youngest sister was marrying the crown prince of the Divine Land. It didn't make sense. If the emperor knew that he was tricked, he might be angry. Jing Linyao sneered, didn't the crown prince burn the emperor's edict? I've long known that the crown prince is not an easy person to get along with. I just wanted to do business with him, but he... The maidservant sighed. That's right. That willful crown prince didn't even have the mood to look at the edict. He directly set it on fire. Such an unexpected method is really amazing. Princess Jing picked up a cup of tea and drank it all. Then she threw the cup on the table and smiled happily. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Help me make an appointment with Prince Mo and tell him that I have a business with him. I'm sure he'll be very interested in the business I discussed with him. When the maids saw this, they nodded and respectfully retreated one after another. After closing the door, a slightly older maid sighed softly and said, I don't know if the princess will regret today's decision many years later. Today, they had all seen that His Highness Crown Prince Mo. He was simply a handsome man that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. From the bottom of their hearts, they felt that such a man was a good match for their Princess Jing. If they could really work together, they would be invincible when the strong worked together. Unfortunately, that wasn't Princess Jing's goal. Although Jing Linyao didn't know what the maids were thinking, she could guess what they were thinking when she saw the slight regret in their eyes. Prince Mo was indeed the second most outstanding man she had seen in her life. The first time she saw such an outstanding man was 3 years ago, during the desert storm. Since then, although she would occasionally remember this man, it was only occasionally. She was a woman who was born to shoulder the fate of the entire Panga clan. She didn't need to rely on men. The military forces she had now were all built up by herself over the past 10 years. She had ambition and desire, but all of this was based on the fact that she had to fight for it. She believed that one day she would be able to achieve her wish. But before that day came, she had to lay low. Whether it was Jing Qiyao or Jing Minyao, those little ants, they were just a cornerstone for her grand plan. She, Jing Linyao, never needed to rely on a man to live. With a mocking smile, Jing Linyao swept away the tent and lay down. After chasing Prince Mo for half a day today, she felt very tired. She had to lie down and think about how she should proceed in the future. Thorns and bumps were just a trial in life. In the end, all of this would turn into a field of flowers that bloomed for her. On the other side of the forest. Although the fire was strong, Arbor didn't feel any discomfort as she was surrounded by a ring of fire. Standing within the wall of fire, he used a pair of cold eyes to stare at the bearded old man whose expression changed slightly through the raging flames. A talisman floated into Arbor's hand on its own. Whoosh! She was instantly lost in the fire. The old man started and quickly turned his head to see the girl standing on a tree branch. The ferrule in her hand turned into a streak of light as she slammed it towards the back of his head. The bearded old man laughed coldly, thinking that the girl in front of him was incomparably naive. She was clearly only at the beginning of the spirit realm, but she dared to be so bold in front of him, a worshipper who was already halfway into the spirit realm. This was simply laughable. Die. The bearded old man's eyebrows furrowed as he reached out to grab the girl's neck. The fierce whistling of the wind came from the sky, but Xiaomu did not even crease her brows. Faster than words could tell, the water spirit in Arbor's hand gurgled out from between her fingers and suddenly condensed into a ball of ice and snow, hurtling towards the old man's heart. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed wantonly, his face full of mockery. Do you think that the ice and snow you condense can hurt this old man's hair? Bam. He didn't dodge at all and simply opened his chest, allowing the ball of ice and snow to explode on his chest. He didn't even furrow his brow as his hand reached out to Arbor's neck, only an inch away. He was about to grab Arbor's slender neck in his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stone landed on the bearded old man's head, causing him to feel pain at the back of his head. His eyes widened slightly. At the same time, Arbor flung a talisman at the bearded old man's chest. As soon as the talisman came close to his chest, it suddenly exploded with a cold light. Ah! A sudden chill seemed to have seeped into his internal organs, causing the bearded old man's entire body to stiffen. His entire body suddenly shivered. How could this be? He didn't know that the ice and snow in Arbor was just a test. The water talisman was the main point. The water spirit talisman exploded when it got close to the bearded old man, and all the cold air it contained seeped into his body. This person had comprehended the fire spiritual energy. Once the chill entered his body, it would naturally cause damage to his body. Just as this old man froze, a trace of redness faintly surfaced in Xiaomu's eyes. Several large trees behind her were abruptly uprooted and swept up, smashing into the old man with a boom. Following that, the startled swan dagger slashed through the air. It was incomparably fast and pierced through the old man's shoulder in an instant, causing him to howl in anger. Great! A clap came from the top of the tree. Arbor looked up and saw an old man with a brandy nose sitting on the treetop with his legs crossed and gulping down a mouthful of wine. Grandpa? Arbor was slightly stunned. Haha. The brandy-nosed old man chuckled and lifted the bearded old man who fell to the ground with one hand. He waved at Arbor and said, "Little girl, I'll take care of this old man for you. Today's matter, let's turn it into a small matter and turn it into nothing, okay?" Arbor was expressionless, but a hint of displeasure appeared on his paralyzed face. Oh? You know who they are? The old man raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. He laughed and said, "How would this old man know who they are?" "All right, I won't hinder you two from meeting. This old man will leave first." HM? A confinement glyph array suddenly landed around the rose-nosed old man. Arbor said coldly, "Put him down and leave." The old man carried the bearded old man with his right hand and turned to look pitifully at Arbor. He lifted the wine gourd with his left hand and gulped down 2 more mouthfuls. "Little girl, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them." 5 or 6 confinement glyph arrays landed around the rose-nosed old man one after another. Arbor's face was as cold as ice. he said expressionlessly, put him down and leave. The old man was at his wit's end. He sighed and looked at her with a serious expression. Actually, this old man just doesn't want you to get involved in this mess. You're still young. The road ahead is long. At this time, you're still very insignificant in the eyes of some people. Those people are not people you can afford to offend. The divine lands? Arbor said coldly. So what? The rose-nosed old man was startled. He looked her up and down. Little girl, don't be too stubborn. This old man is doing this for your own good. No need. Arbor refused coldly. There was no room for negotiation in his tone. Put him down. Otherwise, I won't rest until I'm dead. The old man, this damned child's temper was really unlikable. The bearded old man took 2 steps back. He looked up at the sky behind Arbor and said to Arbor helplessly, little girl, I'm sorry. Today, I must take this person away. Then, he punched at the confinement glyph set up by Arbor. With this punch, the first confinement glyph immediately collapsed. But what made the old man depressed and speechless was that with a wave of Arbor's hand, more than 10 confinement glyph arrays reinforced his surroundings. In addition to the previous 5 or 6 confinement glyph arrays, F***CK, where did you get so many glyph arrays? I have all the time in the world, Arbor said coldly. At most, he would just drag it out. The rose-nosed old man's glyph arrays were not as easy to break as he appeared to be. Let's see how many glyph arrays he could break in one go. Arbor took out the gold-beaded talisman pen from his conscience and drew a confinement talisman in the air. Today, he must leave his life behind. You want to help me? Then don't leave either. Arbor's face darkened as he coldly shouted. His voice was so cold that even the old man with rosacea couldn't help but tremble slightly. This child was really a stubborn person. A few minutes after Duan Muqing and Jin Ren arrived, they saw Zhou Danjin rushing over with an anxious expression. Seeing that the two of them were fine, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The old man with rosacea couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself that today's matter was really not going to end well. Arbor's speed of drawing talismans was really fast. Just as the old man smashed 2 more talisman arrays, Arbor had finished drawing 2 more sets of talisman arrays and directly threw them to the old man's side. While the old man with rosacea was cursing in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. If such a talisman genius were to go to the Divine Prefecture's Mu clan, he would definitely be worshipped, right? Arbor concentrated on drawing talismans and entered a state of complete selflessness in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he only felt that there were talismans in front of him, and he could draw as he pleased. In the eyes of others, the speed at which he drew talismans could no longer be called abnormal, but, crazy, the old man with rosacea's expression became slightly serious. F***CK. At this rate, not only would he not be able to break the glyph arrays around him, but he would also be heavily confined within them. Those who wanted to take her life would have to be one step ahead of her and leave their lives for her. No one knew how much she valued her life and her body. This level could be called abnormal. After he had lost everything, he had seen his own limbs wither away, and then he had regained all of this. Apart from herself, no one could understand her feelings of regaining what she had lost. She cherished and loved her body very much. She didn't even want to have the slightest scar on her body. No one could try to take her life. No one could. When Xianxia, the little fatty, and Mata arrived, they vaguely saw a burst of bright light erupting from the little fellow's body. It was as if something in her body had broken through the shackles and reached the sky. The red-nosed old man, who was trying his best to break through the confinement glyph array, looked in the direction of Arbor with a dumbfounded expression. This girl, in the depths of her consciousness that no one could see, the golden talisman jade tome opened the 8th jade slip and introduced Arbor to a wider world, learning the art of talisman drawing. The advancement of her talisman master level caused her spiritual sense to rise to the 7th level. She didn't have time to look at the several new talismans she had just learned. She only glanced at the doppelganger talisman. Her heart moved slightly, and she saw a demonstration talisman floating out from the hidden jade slip, Ghost Summoning Talisman. Ghost Summoning Talisman, could it be that it could summon a powerful ghost spirit into the world? But she had always been a person who couldn't see ghost spirits. If she summoned a powerful ghost spirit, how would she restrain it? After all, it was a ghost spirit. Once it went out of control, it would become a crisis and affect the world. That wouldn't be good. She had never been a good person, but she had never thought of harming others. After putting away the ghost summoning talisman, she discovered that the Spirit Division Record's Soul Chapter had made great progress. After entering the 6th level of the Soul Chapter, while forging the 6th branch meridian, the biggest benefit should be that she could control her spiritual sense to draw talismans for her in her consciousness. However, she calculated that with her current spiritual sense, she could control her spiritual sense for about 4 hours at most. After all, she couldn't let her spiritual sense dry up just to urge her spiritual sense to draw talismans. Although her spiritual sense recovery process was many times faster than others, she still had to pay attention to prevent her spiritual sense from being damaged. When Wei Wei, Instructor Hu, and the other 3 who had rushed over saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. Even though they knew the little girl was an extremely outstanding Grand Talisman Master, the scene they witnessed with their own eyes had practically overturned their understanding of Grand Talisman Masters. They thought that when great Talisman Masters drew talismans, they would burn incense in seclusion and concentrate wholeheartedly. But now, they saw this young woman standing there and drawing numerous wooden talismans in midair. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare believe it even if they were beaten to death. After a set of talisman arrays were completed, they were quickly placed on the body of the old man with rosacea. Before long, they began to sympathize with the old man. Arbor opened her eyes and waved her hand. A doppelganger talisman fell on her body. Subsequently, it was an eye-opener. 2 afterimages rustled out beside the little girl. Each afterimage held the same gold-beaded talisman brush, and their movements were exactly the same as the little girl's. They were both drawing talismans. Everyone was speechless. Why did they feel so sorry for the old man with the rosacea? Why was he so insistent on taking the bearded old man away? The old man with the rosacea started to regret his decision. He shouldn't have gotten himself involved in this mess. Looking up, he saw a streak of light appear in the distant horizon. He cursed in his heart. That ancestor had really rushed over. However, it made sense. With such a huge commotion here, as long as one wasn't deaf, they would probably come over to take a look. The red-nosed old man threw out a few punches in a desperate struggle, landing on the confinement array glyphs. His face darkened as he threatened, "Little girl, if you don't stop now, this old man will use his full strength." Arbor's gaze turned cold. With a wave of his hand, the ghost spirit talisman suddenly appeared beside her. Just now, she had already asked the little water baby. As long as she took out the black ghost spirit pearl, even if she couldn't see the strong ghost spirit, she only needed to inject a trace of spiritual power into it. With a thought, she could make the ghost spirit pearl absorb the strong ghost spirit. Even if the ghost spirit was comparable to an immortal supremacy, it wouldn't be able to escape. "I'm going to use all my strength too." Arbor shouted coldly, "If you don't let her go, don't blame me for being heartless to you." Everyone held their breaths. Xianxia only felt a heavy pressure on her body. She felt so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. The old man with the rosacea was at his wit's end. Who told him to receive the order, keep, collect, cripple, trap? Sigh, he really hated that bunch of women from the Jing clan. He didn't know what they were up to. Could it be that Jing Linyao thought that by casually tossing her retarded stepsister to the crown prince, the emperor could be fooled? The emperor valued Jing Linyao, this woman, and the contributions she had made over the years. The emperor felt that with Jing Linyao's ruthless methods and ability to deal with people, she was worthy of his son. If the Jing clan really dared to toss a retarded stepsister to his son, with the emperor's temperament, the entire Jing clan would probably be exterminated. Thinking about that imperial edict gave him a headache. He had already received news that His Highness had indeed burned his own father's imperial edict without mercy. This father and son pair were like natural enemies. They didn't have good expressions when they met, making things difficult for these old officials. Boom! A thunderous rumble came from the horizon. Along with the dark clouds, the dusk scenery was completely covered by the gloomy and dark clouds. Rosacea Nose's heart trembled slightly. He looked up at the sky and had a bad premonition. This little child wouldn't really want to fight him to the death, right? Why was this girl so stubborn? Rosacea Nose had a headache. In just a few seconds, he saw a huge black shadow appear in the thick black clouds, accompanied by a cold chill, attacking his heart. Holy shit, this dense baleful energy, could it be what he was thinking? Jojo. Arbor's face was cold. After hearing the familiar voice, he was slightly stunned. All of a sudden, they looked up and saw a golden light gliding past their eyes. A golden dragon descended from the sky and transformed into a human. Crown Prince Mo, who was dressed in black, abruptly flitted across the sky like a soaring dragon before landing beside Xiao Mu. Arbor's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was he dreaming? Jojo. Seeing that she was in a daze, Prince Mo rushed forward and pulled her into his arms. He raised his hand and patted her fluffy head, letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, he didn't miss it. He was dressed in a handsome and elegant black robe, and his black hair was casually tied into a ponytail. The man in front of her had a pair of phoenix eyes and a smile on his lips as he stared fixedly at her. It was as if time and years had stopped at this moment. At the same time, it was as if all her thoughts were drowned in his gentle phoenix eyes. She stared at it deeply, and at that moment, she discovered that her breathing was about to stop. Arbor blinked and suddenly reached out two little fingers to pinch Prince Mo's handsome face. She snorted and muttered to herself, "Divine sense. Go away, go away." Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his phoenix eyes and looked at the little fellow in front of him with a smile. Didn't disappear? Xiao Mu was taken aback, and she reached out to rub his face. The more she touched it, the more she felt that it was very nice to the touch. Her small face that was as white as snow also slowly relaxed from its original taut and serious state, blossoming into a gorgeous smile. Mo Lian. So it wasn't an illusion, it wasn't a daydream or even a blur. It was, the crown prince had really returned to her side. Arbor reached out and hugged him, her little head rubbing against his chest. Prince Mo's heart almost melted from her rubbing. Of course, he was also overjoyed by her sudden smile. He reached out and rubbed her head, saying softly, "Did you miss me?" Arbor nodded her little head vigorously. Yes. Hugs, hugs, she could finally hug her lotus. I also think of my Jojo all the time. Mo Lian sighed softly and hugged his little body tightly. Jojo, look, I didn't go back on our May promise, right? Xiao Mu counted with her fingers. Indeed, there was still a little less than half a month before the 5-month deadline. Is there a reward? Prince Mo blinked and asked. Arbor raised her head and cupped his cheek. She thought for a moment. This person's proud expression showed that he wanted to ask for a kiss. That would fulfill his wish, it had been so long, and she also wanted to kiss him. The little guy leaned his head forward and was about to kiss the satisfied Prince Mo's lips. Cough. Cough cough. A burst of light coughing suddenly interrupted the charming atmosphere between the two of them. Arbor quickly turned his little head and looked at a person not far away. He was still dressed in red and had long hair. There was a trace of laziness on his handsome face. The only difference was that this guy didn't have an umbrella today, and even tied up his hair. Compared to his previous lazy appearance, his whole body now had a bit more of a sword-like aura. That pair of charming and enchanting eyes looked at her with a smile that was filled with a trace of ridicule. Rotten peach blossom? Arbor's eyes lit up. He turned around and wanted to run to that person's side. When the venerable peach blossom immortal saw the little fellow's enthusiasm, he happily extended his hands. On the other hand, Dao Wuji almost burst out laughing. Rotten peach blossoms, did he hear wrongly? Before Arbor could run 2 steps, she was caught by Prince Mo and pulled back to his side. Prince Mo glanced at Xianxia in annoyance. He raised Jojo's little hand and shook it at Xianxia. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Hey, you can just greet him like this. You don't have to run over." The venerable peach blossom immortal harumphed and walked over to Arbor. He reached out and patted her head. "Jojo, are you in trouble?" Arbor immediately thought of the old man with rosacea. She immediately thought of the old man with the rosacea nose. Just now, she had activated the ghost-subduing talisman and summoned a ghost spirit. Arbor hurriedly turned around and saw the old man in the middle of dozens of confinement talisman arrays. He was waving his hands and struggling with something with all his might. Mo Lian, He Chen, little Taisui, and the others all had traces of astonishment in their eyes. Arbor, how baffling. She only saw that the old man with the rosacea nose was tugging at something like a madman. The bearded old man's body was already floating horizontally. Half of his body was grabbed by the old man with the rosacea nose, while the other half seemed to be tightly clamped down by a force. The bearded old man's face was already showing a pained and horrified expression. He kept feeling that if this continued, he would be directly torn apart by the two forces. Amazing. Ma Ta couldn't help but click his tongue. Duan Muqing, Qi Xianxian, and little Fatty's gazes also moved from the old man with the rosacea nose to Mo Lian, He Chen, and the other outstanding men and women. They were all Jojo's friends. Duan Muqing didn't understand where the disappointment in his heart came from. He kept feeling that after interacting with Jojo for a while, he didn't treat any of the team members the way he treated himself. Every time their eyes met, the little fellow would be like a frightened rabbit and immediately look away. When they interacted, she always seemed to have a faint sense of alienation towards him. Why? Duan Muqing really didn't understand. He looked at the scene in front of him again. The little girl was leaning against the man who was extremely outstanding in both appearance and temperament. Her eyes flashed with the light of joy. Duan Muqing's heart couldn't help but sink inch by inch. It wasn't the same, it was completely different. Ah! The bearded old man's ear-piercing screams caused Duan Muqing's emotions to settle down slightly. He raised his eyes and looked forward. He saw that the bearded old man's left hand had already been torn off by that powerful ghost spirit. Everyone used their spiritual senses to look. Naturally, they could see a ghost spirit wrapped in a thick black fog. This ghost spirit was much more powerful than any small ghost spirit he had seen in the past. After all, he had held on for so long in the hands of a 7th-level God Realm expert and had yet to be defeated. In fact, he even faintly had the upper hand. Of course, it was also because the red-nosed old man's spiritual energy attacks had all missed. When fighting with ghosts, Talisman Master's attacks could turn into substantial effects. Most people would be at a disadvantage. Rumble. In the dark night, the thunderclouds rolled, and it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Xiao Xiao, put away that ghost spirit. I'll talk to Second Elder. Mo Lian hugged the little fellow and helplessly lowered his head to glance at her. If this continued, the old man with rosacea would suffer a huge loss. Stinking girl, stinking girl. The old man was also stomping his feet and cursing angrily. You're turning your back on us just like that, damned girl. Arbor glared at him, took a few steps forward, took out the ghost spirit pearl, and waved his hand in the direction of the old man. Come back. Everyone, Hu Shichen couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face. Mo Lian hurriedly took a few steps forward and turned her little hand that was aiming in one direction so that she faced the right. She pointed forward, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He's here. Dao Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. He crossed his arms over his chest and laughed heartily. Boss, is this your wife? She clearly can't see the ghost spirit at all. Dao Wuji teased and turned to look at Fairy Ginkgo. He originally thought he would see an angry face, but who knew? Fairy Ginkgo cupped her face in her hands like a love-struck fool. Her eyes shone brightly as she stared at the little girl with a stoic face. So pretty. If Fairy Peony hadn't been holding her back, Fairy Ginkgo would have pounced on the little girl and made a scene, begging for a hug. Dao Wuji stared at Fairy Ginkgo like he was looking at a lunatic. It seemed that Fairy Ginkgo liked both men and women. She was interested in any beautiful creature. Fairy Peony wanted nothing more than to knock her sister out with a punch. What a disgrace. On the other side, Arbor calmly put the ghost spirit back into the ghost spirit pearl and looked up to meet Mo Lian and Yuan Shurchen's puzzled gazes. You really can't see it? Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but ask. That was impossible. Looking at Jojo's current realm, he should have entered the spiritual realm. Logically speaking, as long as he spread out his spiritual awareness, he would definitely be able to see the ghost spirit. I can't see it, Arbor answered expressionlessly. Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but laugh. Those who understood this little girl knew that the more indifferent and calm she appeared on the surface, the more tangled her heart was. Looking at the strange gazes of the people around him, Jojo was a bit displeased. Humph, so what if she couldn't see the ghost spirit? Even if she couldn't see it, there was nothing she could do. Emolian smiled and looked down at him. When she looked up again, her sharp gaze shot toward the rose-nosed old man in front of her. Second Elder. The rose-nosed old man looked deflated. He dragged the dying bearded old man and coughed lightly before gloomily walking to Emolian and Arbor. Your Highness. Emolian stared at him coldly. Did you fight with my Jojo just now? No, no, no. The rose-nosed old man hurriedly waved his hands and laughed apologetically. What a joke. He wasn't tired of living, so why would he lay his hands on a little girl? He did it. Arbor immediately exposed the old man. Just now, he continuously shattered 8 of my array glyphs. Emolian's face darkened. The old man with rosacea wanted to cry. He had only broken 8 of her confinement talisman arrays, but he hadn't even touched her with a single finger. He even threatened me. Arbor complained about the old man's evil deeds. He said that if I didn't let them go, he would use his ultimate move on me. Otherwise, how could I have summoned the ghost spirits to deal with him first? The little fellow looked like the guilty party complaining first. That's right, it was because the old man wanted to protect those killers. Otherwise, Jojo wouldn't be so angry. It's all the old man's fault. The old man was speechless. No, Your Highness, please listen to me. So. The rose-nosed old man felt 2 suction forces coming from his hand. He couldn't resist it for a while and the bearded old man in his hand flew out, being sucked in front of Emolian and Xianxia. Who is this fellow? Xianxia smiled and looked up at the old man covered in sweat. This. If you don't say it, I'll know with a soul search. Emolian coldly looked at the rose-nosed old man with a hint of warning in her eyes. If this prince finds any problems, you will be responsible for covering them up. They continued at around 3:30. The old man glanced at the little guy bitterly, then hurriedly cupped his hands at Prince Mo. Your Highness, this old man is here on His Majesty's orders to clean up the mess. The old man was very skilled at selling out his teammates at critical moments. There was no other way. His Highness the Crown Prince was still angry, and the old man had to do this strenuous and unrewarding thing. It was completely the Emperor who forced him. He could only reveal everything about the Emperor. Sure enough, as soon as His Highness heard his father's name, his entire handsome face immediately darkened. He sent people to kill my Jojo? The old man hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum. No. Your Highness, this is a complete misunderstanding. How could it be a misunderstanding? Arbor turned and waved at the little white snake and the other beasts. Move those corpses over. The old man's mouth twitched, and he weakly stretched out a hand. Wait. Very quickly, the little white snake ran over from the empty space at the side and slithered to its master's side. It raised its little snake head and its big watery eyes were filled with anger as it said, Master Silver, those corpses have been taken away by someone. They had all gathered at Arbor's side after killing the enemy, but who knew that the corpses had all been secretly moved away? Arbor was furious when he heard that, and he ruthlessly smacked the bearded old man's head with his ferrule. He turned and roared angrily at the old man with rosacea. These people brought more than 200 black-clothed death warriors and many archers to surround me. If I let them go today, my name, Arbor, will be read upside down by you. With that, he raised his hand, and thousands of black poison-tailed butterflies emerged from his body and flew in all directions. Get those corpses back. Whoever dares to obstruct, kill. Arbor shouted coldly, then turned to look at the little fat squirrel and the other beasts. The other beasts understood and hurriedly chased after the poison-tailed butterflies. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're dead. Arbor's cold gaze swept over the old man. The old man with rosacea shrank back pitifully and looked at Prince Mo for help. Prince Mo sneered at him. He opened his hand and sucked the bearded old man to his side. With a cold expression, he reached out and pressed the back of the old man's head. No, don't search my soul. The bearded old man shuddered and hurriedly shouted, I'll talk. I am the Aurora Sandlands Jing clan, Chiao, Consecrator Chiao. Are they Princess Jing's men? Emolian's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Her pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of thousand-year-old frost. She reached out and grabbed Consecrator Chio's neck, only to hear the other party's throat-cracking sounds. High Official Chio stared at the young man in front of him in fear. He was clearly about to step into the deity realm, but why did he actually feel the terrifying aura of death in the hands of this young man? Boom, 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 boom. Outside the forest came the sound of the footsteps of the beasts. Soon, the little fat squirrel, snow leopard, giant ape and the others ran back with a few four-wheeled carts. In the giant ape's palms, there were even 10 living people with drooping heads. When Mo Lian saw so many corpses, her face turned black with anger. The Jing clan actually sent so many death warriors to kill her Jojo, they were simply tired of living, Aurora Sandland? Jing clan? Princess Jing, every name was unfamiliar to Arbor. Turning his head to look at Mo Lian, Jojo asked with a taut face, what the hell is he talking about? Did he just make up a name to fool her? As expected, her suspicions were correct. These people weren't Clear Sky Faction's disciples. Instead, you can't kill me. I am Princess Jing's subordinate. You can't kill. Pundit Chio probably thought that no one would dare to do anything to him after he said Princess Jing's name. However, with a crack sound, his neck immediately bent down. He probably didn't understand how a youngster could so easily kill him even in death. After throwing Pundit Chio's corpse to the side, Mo Lian flicked her finger in disdain, and a cluster of flames landed on Pundit Chio's body, burning him to a crisp. The rosacea old man didn't dare to speak anymore and silently retreated a few steps with his head lowered. After the emperor received the news, he wanted him to come clean up the mess and not make things too ugly. In the end, things still continued to develop in an extremely ugly direction. Now, there was no need for the little girl to say anything. His Highness the Crown Prince was the first to feel extremely repulsed by the Jing family. Fairy Ginkgo involuntarily chuckled and cast a provocative glance at Dao Wuji. Look, so many loyalists. They were all sent by your Princess Jing. Dao Wuji rubbed his nose. Princess Jing rose to fame more than a decade ago and has always been known for her cool-headedness and wisdom. How could she do such a brainless thing? Oh, that dead old man already admitted it himself. What, you still want to quibble on her behalf? Dao Wuji looked up at the displeased Mo Lian and coughed lightly. Boss, I still want to say something. Princess Jing isn't an idiot. This was the first time he met Boss Mo's wife, right? Due to an animal's instinct for danger, he could immediately tell that the little stoic wasn't someone to be trifled with. Princess Jing was such an intelligent woman. How could she not know the opponent's background before she made a move to kill him? Arbor's icy gaze shifted to Dao Wuji's face. Who are you? It was only now that she realized there were several unfamiliar faces standing behind Mo Lian. Fairy Ginkgo's eyes brightened, and she immediately took 2 steps forward. Twisting her slender waist, she said with a smile, little sister, you can call me Sister Xing. It's our first time meeting, so I don't have anything to give you. Take this ball of divine power and play with it. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and a round transparent ball fell into Arbor's hand. Inside the ball, energy ripples slowly flowed. Blurg, Fairy Ginkgo turned her head and glared fiercely at Dao Wuji and the Luo brothers who were retching. F***ck, you're already so old, yet you still have the face to call a 14 or 15-year-old girl little sister. How can you even say that? The peony fairy's mouth twitched. She cupped her fists towards Arbor in a somewhat normal manner. I'm the peony fairy. My sister's brain isn't working very well. Please forgive her. Fairy Ginkgo angrily glared at her sister. Whose brain isn't working well? Peony simply took a step forward and used her sleeve to block Fairy Ginkgo's mouth. She dragged her back to her original place, completely ignoring her glaring eyes. Arbor silently put the divine power ball back into his inner world. His movements were so smooth that Hu Shichen couldn't help but want to laugh. No matter how much Jojo disliked him, he would accept the gift. Who are you? Arbor expressionlessly looked at Dao Wuji and continued to ask. Jojo, ignore them. Mo Lian pulled the little fellow to her side and swept a glance at Dao Wuji and the others. They're just a few idlers in the Tower of Punishment. Don't worry about them. Realization dawned on Xiao Mu, and she expressionlessly nodded. Oh, it's your cellmate, is it? Cellmates, everyone's lips twitched. Who the hell was his cellmates? Endless Blade smiled obsequiously at the little girl. No, no, we recognize Boss Missouri as our boss. Oh. What's going on? Why does this kid look even more despicable than little Tai Sui? Why does it feel so tiring to chat with her? It's like if you don't pay attention, you'll have nothing to say. Endless Blade's eyes widened slightly. He turned to look at little Tai Sui and suddenly snickered. Little Tai Sui, didn't you say that you're going to kill Boss Mo's wife when you see her? What he meant was, do it, do it. Hurry up and kill her. Ah, Mo Lian tilted her head to look at little Tai Sui with a "do you want to die" expression on her face. Little Tai Sui silently looked up at Endless Blade, then glanced at Arbor. It suddenly reached out and pulled out a transparent earth-type cage from its sleeve. It flicked its finger and tossed it to Arbor. Take it and play with it. Everyone, Endless Blade, didn't you say you were going to kill her? Why are you giving her a gift now? Arbor reached out and caught the earth-type cage. He looked over curiously. Inside the cage, there was a transparent little person hugging her arms like a quail in the corner. Suddenly, she jumped up and grabbed the 2 earth pillars of the dungeon. She screamed pitifully, Shurchin, Shurchin, Shurchin. You heartless guy, why didn't you save me? Ah. Ah. Shurchin, is there something wrong with little Tai Sui? Why did it give Shurchin to Jojo as a pet? Could it be because Mo Lian wanted to give Jojo a man-eating flower? So, did little Tai Sui think Shurchin could make the little girl happy as a pet? Xiaomu shook the dungeon in her hand as she curiously gazed at the small figure wailing to the heavens. Who is he? He is the original guardian of the Tower of Punishment, Dunju. Hichin could not bear to look at Dunju's current appearance. Arbor understood and nodded. Isn't he the head of the prison? Why are you locked up in prison? Everyone was speechless. When Mo Lian saw that everyone was giving gifts to his wife, he immediately thought of the man-eating flower. Prince Mo immediately took out the trumpet flower and handed it to Arbor. He patted her head and said, Jojo, this is for you. Demonic plant. Xiaomu stretched out her small hand and immediately grasped that man-eating flower in her hand. The sudden force nearly crushed the small morning glory to death. It opened its petals, revealing 2 rows of sharp and thin fangs. Arbor looked amiably at the flower in his hand and asked softly, Can I borrow some of your poison? No one would believe that this little thing, which was covered in poison and had fangs, was an ordinary plant-type spirit beast. This should be a very powerful demonic plant. For some reason, the little morning glory's petals actually trembled a little. Don't worry, I won't kill you. 3 shining silver needles appeared in Arbor's hand and he suddenly pierced them towards the flower. Guji. The pitiful man-eating flower spewed out a mouthful of green poison. A certain Xiao, who had already prepared it, opened a small jade jar and caught it. It immediately fell into the jade jar. If crying was of any use, the little morning glory would have been bawling by now. Why did she feel that her future was full of hardships? The little morning glory slumped listlessly on Xiaomu's shoulder, feeling like she had no strength left in her body. Arbor glanced sideways at it and reluctantly took out a small bottle of medicinal liquid from his inner world. Here, supplement for you. Look at this useless fellow. Didn't I just take 1/10 of its poison essence? Why does it look like it's on the brink of death, useless little thing? Miss Xiao secretly despised it, but she still fed the entire bottle of nutrient liquid to the morning glory very naturally. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The faint sound of butterflies flapping their wings could be heard. Several hundred poison-tailed butterflies flew back and circled Arbor a few times. Arbor's expression froze. He glanced indifferently at the old man with rosacea and waved his hand. Take these corpses and follow me. Wanlu Town, Shunlai Inn. When Arbor's group arrived, it was already nighttime. The Shun Lion's door was wide open. Jing Linyao sat at the entrance with a cup of tea in her hand. When she saw the corpses neatly arranged at the entrance, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jing Linyao nodded slightly at the couple who walked in hand. When her gaze fell on Arbor, her eyes flashed slightly. Like lightning, a vine whip suddenly darted towards Jing Linyao's body. If it were anyone else, their expression would naturally change. However, Jing Linyao was accustomed to great winds and waves, so she calmly leaned back slightly. The vine whip swept up a gust of wind, blowing the hair by her ear. Miss Chow leaped to Jing Linyao's side, and the wind from her fists whistled as she threw wood spirit towards Jing Linyao. Dao Wuji opened his mouth, but just as he was about to say something, Crown Prince Mo shot him a cold glance, causing him to shut his mouth with a mumble. The two figures fought fiercely in the lobby of the inn. The tables and chairs in the lobby were instantly smashed into pieces by the spiritual power of the two people. The innkeeper and waiters who had already received the news were all hiding on the second floor, not daring to come down. The entire lobby of the inn was filled with a suffocating murderous aura. Bang! The chair under Jing Linyao was smashed into pieces by Miss Chiao's fierce punch. Seeing that she only dodged and didn't fight back, Arbor's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. She raised her slender hand slightly, and hundreds of ebony blue talismans slowly rose around her. Jing Linyao's expression changed. His expression was no longer as indifferent as before, and he hurriedly reached out to stop her. "Miss, please show mercy." She threw hundreds of attack talismans at Jing Linyao, which would obviously make Jing Linyao suffer, but at the same time, this unlucky inn would be in danger. A mocking sneer flitted across Qiao Mu's lips. "Didn't this shop's owner already know? You'll have to pay for everything that's broken. So it didn't matter if it was destroyed." Wait. A wry smile involuntarily surfaced on Jing Linyao's lips. She cupped her hands and said, "Miss, please forgive me. How about we stop and talk?" There were still many other residents living on the second floor of the inn. If the inn was destroyed, then what's there to talk about? Arbor sneered. "You don't look like a fool to me. Hand over the main culprit." "Miss." Jing Linyao reached out to stop her, but she was caught off guard by the little stoic's next move, and her complexion turned green from fright. Not only did Miss Chiao not put away the several hundred ebony blue talismans, she even threw out several hundred more to form several dozen defensive talisman arrays to encircle herself. She clearly wasn't willing to give up. Jing Linyao hurriedly said, "Miss, let's talk things out. I've been waiting for you here to settle this matter. My sister was foolish and muddle-headed and offended Mississippi. The Jing family will definitely teach her a lesson. I want her dead." Arbor coldly shouted. When her icy gaze landed on Jing Linyao, even though Jing Linyao had been on the battlefield many times and was used to seeing corpses and corpses, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. What a cold gaze, that's not it. Did this little girl mean that she had to force third sister Jing Linyao to come out and accept her punishment? "Are you going to hand her over or not?" Arbor coldly asked. Thump, thump, thump. The innkeeper felt that the commotion downstairs was too big and couldn't bear the pressure. He struggled and stumbled down the stairs while repeatedly bowing, I'm sorry. Would it be possible for all of you to go outside?" The innkeeper trembled, worried that the inn wouldn't be safe. With such a big commotion, the residents on the second floor had long been awakened. They opened their windows and doors one by one and secretly poked their heads out to look. Arbor swept a glance at the innkeeper and tilted her head at Jing Linyao. Jing Linyao bitterly smiled and slowly walked out of the Shun Lion's front door through a path that everyone had opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several hundred ebony blue talismans flew out and unceremoniously lined up in front of Jing Linyao. "Give them to her," Arbor coldly said. The giant ape walked out of the crowd with a bang. With a swing of its arm, a dozen people who were on their last breaths were unceremoniously thrown in front of Jing Linyao. The mask covering the face of the first black-clothed man fell to the ground, revealing a palm-sized pale face. "PR Princess, please forgive me. It's Xinlan's fault." The black-clothed woman kowtowed with a bang. Arbor's small face was expressionless and cold. Jing Linyao was just about to reach out to support Xinlan when she saw the little girl spit out a vine whip and suddenly roll Xinlan to her side. She grabbed Xinlan's neck with one hand. "Send people to clean up the mess? Trying your hardest to erase what your Jing clan has done." Qiao Mu's lips turned up in a mocking smile. "So this is Princess Jing's way of conducting herself? Do you think that you can just forget about your mistakes and pretend that they never happened? What did she think Arbor was? A piece of trash that doesn't know how to fight back? Hand him over and let me deal with him as I see fit. Today's matter will be over." Otherwise. Arbor glanced at her coldly. Up to the heavens and down to the underworld, I'll make sure your Jing family is in chaos. Everyone silently looked at Prince Mo, who had a calm expression and a faint smile on his lips. The indulgent expression on your face is really an eyesore. For this child to have such a willful temper, it was most likely because of the Crown Prince's indulgence. Oh, hee. Fairy Ginkgo could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. She nodded and said, that's right. You have to have a proper attitude when dealing with things. This fairy feels that what the little girl said is right. Your Jing family sent several hundred people to kill the little girl, yet you don't allow her to be angry and resist? Jing Linyao was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the Crown Prince. What did His Highness say? Do you not understand the Crown Princess's meaning? Prince Mo coldly glanced at Princess Jing, or does the Jing family wholeheartedly want to protect a criminal? Jing Linyao. Crown Prince Mo gazed at her meaningfully before saying dryly, you'd better think carefully about the consequences of offending this Crown Prince. Jing Linyao was silent for a moment. She raised her hand and turned to the two maids who were walking out of the inn, go invite third miss and the rest down. The first to walk out of the inn was an indifferent Jing Qiao. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with her. It was all third sister's fault. Why not let her solve it herself? Then, Madame Jing and Jing Minyao walked out of the inn while supporting each other. Their eyes fell on Jing Linyao with a murderous glint. Jing Linyao, why are you calling us down in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? What are you up to this time? Jing Minyao loudly cursed. When she saw the group of people standing at the door, her expression changed slightly. Who are they? Madame Jing looked at Jing Linyao with vigilance. She turned to look at Arbor and the rest. Yet at this time, Jing Minyao's gaze had already landed on Mo Lian. Her eyes seemed to have been ignited by fireworks, brightening at once. Your Highness? She had seen the Crown Prince's portrait. Such a handsome and outstanding man, naturally, she could recognize him from the crowd at first glance. However, the few men and women beside the Crown Prince were also very outstanding. Jing Minyao's eyes rolled and turned to look at He Jichen's face. He Jichen's lips had a faint smile as he leisurely stood at the side and looked at the front. Sigh, Jing family, if I don't let the little girl vent her anger today, it won't be good. After all, there was no fool in the world. Someone sent so many people to kill them, and they could still smile and not pursue the matter. Moreover, the little girl's character was unmoved by force or persuasion. TSK, of all the people in the Jing family to provoke, why did they have to provoke this little fiend? Madame Jing also looked at the Crown Prince and recognized him at first glance. She quickly smiled and bowed, greetings to your Highness. I am Wang Liming, the wife of the Panga clan's patriarch in the Aurora Sandland. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a vine whip flying through the air towards him. Madam. The guards on both sides turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed forward to block the attack. Unexpectedly, the vine whip was very crafty. It swept past their feet and fiercely raised up, whipping Madame Jing's graceful and noble body. Dao Wuji's eyelids twitched. TSK, this little girl is really ruthless. As soon as they met, she immediately whipped him with a vine whip without saying a word. It seemed like she was really angry. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Madame Jing cried out in shock and retreated a few steps. She held on to her aching waist. That place had been whipped by someone through her clothes, and she still felt a burning pain. Mo Lian naturally wouldn't lower herself to talk to this stupid woman. She coldly glanced at Jing Linyao and said, Jing Linyao, who did it? Third sister, I can't protect you anymore. Princess Jing sighed. You've seen what happened. You did such a thing, and now that others are looking for trouble, you can't blame them. As the third miss of the Panga clan, you have to take responsibility for your mistakes. Don't implicate your parents and clansmen. Mother, do you think I'm right? Princess Jing said faintly and turned to look at Madame Jing. The meeting continued at 7:30 p.m. Madame Jing's face contorted slightly, and she hurriedly shielded her youngest daughter, Jing Minyao, behind her. She looked at Arbor's group with vigilance. What do you want to do? More than 200 corpses were tossed in front of Jing Minyao like trash, forming a small mountain of corpses. The terrifying scene before her caused Jing Minyao to turn pale with fright. She shrunk into her mother's embrace and didn't dare to make a sound. Madame Jing's face was also a bit pale, but as her mother, she had to stand firm and uphold justice for her daughter. Everyone, let's talk things out. Clang. A half-new dagger was tossed to the side of Jing Minyao's feet, making a crisp sound. Madame Jing's hands trembled as she hugged her daughter. She looked up at the little stoic nearby in disbelief. There wasn't the slightest bit of expression on that cold face. Commit suicide as an apology, Arbor said icily. If you need me to do it for you, the ending might not be so beautiful. Jing Minyao, who was huddled in her mother's embrace, glared resentfully at Arbor. You. What right do you have to order me to die? You be *tch, do you think you can monopolize His Highness by executing me? You're too naive. His Majesty has already decreed. Ah. Prince Mo glanced at her coldly. He didn't need to do anything as one of his subordinates slapped Jing Minyao across the air, successfully shutting her up. This woman talks too much. Mo Lian's cold gaze swept across Madame Jing and her daughter, and he instructed indifferently, since she doesn't have the courage to die, then why don't you take her as your wife? Luo Yang, go help her. Luo Yang, one of the Luo brothers, nodded and walked up to Madame Jing and her daughter. Madame Jing hugged her daughter and retreated several steps. She said in a fluster, Your Highness, you can't do this. This is His Majesty's decree. Betroth the Jing family's daughter to His Highness. In other words, Your Highness shouldn't vent your anger on them. You should vent it on the main culprit, His Majesty. Do you think that guy's decree is useful to this prince? Even if it was useful, he wouldn't burn it like this. Madame Jing's heart sank when she saw the man's disdainful attitude. Luo Yang, the crown prince called out impatiently. Luo Yang stomped his foot on the ground. The guards who were protecting Madame Jing and her daughter were thrown off their feet and coughed violently. Min. Madame Jing stretched out her hand to grab her daughter, but she caught nothing but air. She could only watch as her daughter fell into the hands of the tall man in front of her. Min is still young and her divine meridians have not been activated yet. These people, how could these people have the face to bully a 20-year-old girl like this? Madame Jing gritted her teeth. Let go of my daughter. Your Highness. Even if my family's Min has wronged this young lady, Min is still young after all. There will always be areas where she doesn't handle things properly. Why should Your Highness be so calculated with a little girl? Madame Jing said with conviction, moreover, this young lady beside you doesn't look like she's injured. Arbor coldly interrupted Madame Jing's rambling. What does my injury have to do with her appearance? So she deserved to die? Could any random Tom, Dick, or Harry send hundreds of people to kill her just because they didn't like her? If she died, then she deserved it. She was lucky to be alive, so shouldn't she pursue everything that happened before? Young lady, you can't say that. Our Min is only 20 this year. How can you lower yourself to her level when she doesn't know any better? In the Divine Land, under the general longevity, a 20-year-old girl was really a very young girl. Madame Jing's words weren't wrong, but, I'm sorry, I'm 15 this year. Arbor coldly interrupted Madame Jing and glanced at the mother and daughter. If your daughter is still a child, then I'm still a child. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao's cold and expressionless face was inexplicably comical and adorable. Looking at Madame Jing's shocked expression, Xianxia felt that it was extremely funny. Was this Madame a retard? She actually said that her 20-year-old daughter was immature in front of Jojo and hoped that he would let her off because of her daughter's immaturity. What kind of mother would bring up what kind of daughter? Madame Jing's jaw almost dropped to the ground. That whip just now was filled with spiritual energy. She couldn't guarantee that her daughter's strength would reach such a level after she unlocked her divine meridians. This girl was only 15 years old. Madame Jing took a deep breath and looked at her daughter in Luo Yang's hand. She hurriedly turned to Mo Lian and pleaded, Your Highness. Please be merciful. Our Jing family will definitely remember Your Highness' kindness in the future. Mo Lian curled his lips, but when Madame Jing saw the icy chill at the corner of his mouth, she couldn't help but shudder. Luo Yang didn't need Mo Lian's order. He kicked the dagger that Arbor had tossed to the ground and pressed it against Jing Minyao's neck. Jing Minyao's face turned pale. She hadn't unlocked her divine meridians. She was just an ordinary person and couldn't resist Luo Yang. Of course, she didn't know that with Luo Yang's cultivation, even if she unlocked her divine meridians, she wouldn't be his match. Your Highness. Jing Mingyao looked in Mo Lian's direction with tearful eyes, her pair of charming eyes full of pitiful pleading. So ugly. Ginkgo Fairy turned her face away and snorted. Meanwhile, little Tai Sui was looking on with great interest. He felt that it was fortunate that he had followed Mo when out of the Tower of Punishment, that godforsaken place. Otherwise, he would not have been able to experience the wonders of the world. Sure enough, the Tower of Punishment was too boring. Mo Lian pretended not to see and turned his face away. His smiling gaze followed his wife's slender figure. No, you can't kill her. My daughter. My daughter is the genius of the Jing clan. During the test, her divine power had reached level 10. This meant that within 20 years, she would definitely become a level 10 great divine master. If you dare to kill her, the Jing family will not rest until you are dead. Madame Jing's terrified gaze fell on Jing Minyao's neck. Shut up. Jing Linyao frowned. Don't talk about the Jing family. Jing Minyao was at fault in this matter. She should bear the responsibility herself. The Jing family has no obligation to pay for her stupidity. Madame Jing viciously glared at Jing Linyao. She pointed a trembling finger at her and screamed, it's you. You schemed to kill my Minyao. It's just her own stupidity, Jing Linyao said indifferently. Second Miss Jing Qiao leaned on the side and coldly watched the farce. She was an invisible existence in the Jing family. She had an elder sister who was good at martial arts and literature, and a younger sister who was tested to have 10th level divine power. She was just a little trash who was tested to have a 7th level spiritual power. So what if she opened her spiritual meridians? She would only be a 7th level spiritual master for the rest of her life. Unlike her elder sister, who would probably break through to the divine realm in 2 years' time. As for her younger sister, her situation was even more special. Jing Minyao hadn't opened her spiritual meridians at the age of 20. This was a special way for the aristocratic families to cultivate talents. The aristocratic families of the divine continent would select 10 or so talented people and directly use special methods to cultivate their spiritual meridians to accumulate power. When they reached a certain stage, they would help them open their spiritual meridians. They would skip the spirit realm and directly enter the divine realm after opening their spiritual meridians. Jing Qiao's heart was bitter. Behind her back, the servants secretly spread the word that Jing Qiao was most likely brought back. Otherwise, why was her talent so different from her elder sister and younger sister? Since she was young, she didn't get the love of her parents. All the benefits were given to her younger sister, Jing Minyao. Just like this time, the emperor clearly decreed that the crown prince would marry the daughter of the Jing family. Anyone with a discerning eye would know who he was referring to. But her parents tried to push this marriage to her younger sister. Jing Qiao crossed her arms and looked at the clown-like mother and daughter in front of her with a face full of ridicule. Do you feel better now? Min. Madame Jing's heart-wrenching scream pulled Jing Qiao's thoughts back. She leaned against a tree at the side, a cold sneer on her lips as she looked at Jing Minyao, who was thrown back into Madame Jing's arms with her head drooping. Her talented younger sister had a bloody mark on her throat and blood spurted out. No matter how hard Madame Jing pressed it, it was useless. Jing Linyao's eyes flashed and she turned to Prince Mo. She said indifferently, Your Highness, Linyao wants to talk to you alone. What is it that can't be said here? Crown Prince Mo flatly rejected Jing Linyao's words and walked up to pull back the fuming little fellow. What the hell is that marriage contract she mentioned just now? Don't think that Jojo is stupid. Jojo is smart. Mo Lian blinked at his wife and said innocently, How would I know? It's probably because my father wants to marry a concubine. Arbor opened his small mouth and looked at him in shock. Is that so? What else? Crown Prince Mo grasped her small, soft hand and squeezed it lightly. I have been inside the Tower of Punishment the entire time. If you don't believe me, you can ask Luo Yang and the others. I'm the same as you. I don't know anything about this arranged marriage. Arbor thought about it and agreed. Mo Lian had always been locked up in prison. Naturally, he wouldn't get involved in these trivial matters. That was, Xiao Mu turned her head to look at the brandy-nosed old man who had shrunk his neck back, and a vicious glint flashed in her eyes. Go back and tell your master that if he doesn't find it troublesome, then feel free to come and find me. Just let him consider it carefully. It's up to him if he wants to break his arms, legs, or even head. Everyone, this savage little girl. Then, she reached out and tugged on Mo Lian's sleeve, forcing him to bend down. The man looked at his wife in confusion. Then, the little fellow's mouth suddenly covered his mouth. He was stunned. Mine. Who dares to snatch it? Who will I kill? The end of the night. Prince Mo was dazed for a moment. His phoenix eyes followed his little wifey back and forth. His emotions were fluctuating, and he felt as if he was floating in the sky. How could he break it? Ah. This was the feeling. The feeling of being in the sky, the feeling of flying. Arbor stared at the dazed crown prince and reached out to pinch his cheek. A faint trace of worry filled her heart. What should she do? Her husband couldn't withstand her flirting at all, the petrified crowd around them. How could they have never known that this little fellow had such a bold and rash action? Miss Qiao released her hand that was pinching the crown prince's cheek. When she turned her head, she happened to meet the petrified expressions of Hu Jingchen, Duan Muqing, and the rest. She was stunned for a moment. Her short-circuited nerves were suddenly reconnected, and her cold, charming face was suddenly smeared with two bright red blotches. Oh my God, how could she have forgotten that there were so many people around? The action of kissing the man just now, tsk, too bold and unrestrained, too exaggerated. It was too irrational. Rationality, come back quickly. Everyone had different expressions. Did this mean that they all saw it? The timid little fellow retreated back into the crown prince's embrace and buried his little face in it. It would be best if they couldn't see her. The crown prince didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he stroked the back of her little head and whispered in her ear, Jojo, are you sleepy? Arbor nodded her little head vigorously and chanted in her heart, calm down. Strictly speaking, this wasn't strange, right? So what if she kissed her own man? This person was hers from top to bottom, from inside to outside. So what if she kissed him? Thinking of this, the little fellow caught her breath and simply pulled her head out of his embrace. She turned her head and glared warningly at the red-nosed old man. Before today, she had quite a favorable impression of this old man. What a pity, today, her favorable impression of the old man had dropped to the negatives. The red-nosed old man, woo-woo, how could he resolve this injustice? Being sandwiched between this young couple and the emperor really made him feel hopeless. When the crown prince carried his little wife and walked past Jing Linyao suddenly turned her head and gazed deeply at him. Your Highness, please wait. The great emperor's decree of marriage had already spread throughout the upper three prefectures. Perhaps you still don't know, but this marriage is imperative. However, I can cooperate with you and help you cancel this marriage within 3 years, but you have to promise me. There's no chance. Mo Lian interrupted Jing Linyao coldly. Princess Jing was taken aback. She couldn't help but stare at the handsome man in front of her. The man raised his phoenix eyes, and an extremely cold smile appeared on his lips. I'll give you 3 months. Before I return to the Divine Land, find the great emperor to break off the engagement and clear up the rumors. Otherwise, I don't mind annihilating the Panga clan. Jing Linyao's expression changed. She secretly clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. This man did not listen to her suggestion at all and actually made such a decision on his own? No chance. Did he mean that he didn't even bother to put on an act? She just wanted him to put on a show in front of others? It wasn't like he was really going to marry her. You're not even willing to do that. Just how much did he not want the little girl in his arms to be wronged? God knows, she had no interest in marrying him at all. 3 months to find the great emperor to break off the engagement. She was just a princess of the Panga clan. How could she say such words to the great emperor? If she dared to speak such nonsense to the emperor, her entire clan would be annihilated by the emperor before the crown prince could even return to the Divine Lands. Being caught in such a dilemma made her heart wrench in pain. She was caught in a dilemma, but the man in front of her was so calm as if nothing had happened. It was as if he didn't care about anything at all. At this moment, Madame Jing was holding her daughter who had already breathed her last. She glared at Prince Mo and Arbor with hatred. The Jing family won't let this go. Madame Jing said with a twisted expression. Mother. Jing Linyao's face darkened. You can't speak for the Jing family. Madame Jing was stunned. She glared at the princess with resentment and buried her head. Hugging her daughter, she wailed, Min Min, my poor Min Min. Min Min. Prince Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. He swept a glance at Madame Jing and said softly, since you don't want to settle this peacefully, then you can all die here. Jing Linyao's expression changed slightly. She suddenly stepped in front of the crown prince and said coldly, Your Highness is wise. Jing Mingyao has already paid the price for her foolish actions. If she implicates others because of this, it's a bit inexcusable. Prince Mo stared coldly at Jing Lingyao for a long time. Seeing that she had no intention of backing down, he sneered, You are indeed very bold. Your Highness is too kind. Jing Lingyao bowed slightly. While the two were exchanging a few words, Madame Jing had already left with Jing Mingyao in her arms. Qiaomu couldn't resist giving them a few more curious glances when she saw their hurried departing figure. Jing Lingyao seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes flickered and she bowed to the crown prince. Lingyao will take her leave first. Princess Jing. The little girl's crisp voice entered Jing Linyao's ears, causing her to stop in her tracks. Turning to look at Miss Qiao's cold and lonely eyes, Jing Linyao's heart skipped a beat. The little girl's eyes were so clear that they seemed to be able to see the deepest part of a person's heart. Jing Lingyao couldn't help but wonder if she had nowhere to hide in front of this little girl. What orders do you have for me? Are you blind? Mo Lian glanced at Jing Lingyao. This is my crown princess. Jing Lingyao silently lowered her neck and bowed solemnly. Greetings, crown princess. What instructions do you have for me, crown princess? Arbor's cold eyes fell on Jing Lingyao for a long time before he said indifferently, Remember, you owe me a favor. Jing Lingyao raised her eyebrows slightly, and her heart inexplicably thumped. This little girl was so intelligent. Not only was her cultivation base more courageous than others, but even her scheming was something she had never expected. Prince Mo didn't look at Jing Lingyao anymore and walked into the inn with his wife in his arms. Little Taisui, Dao Wuji, Duan Muqing, Qi Xianxian, and the others naturally filed in. They had been stirring up the middle of the night. Shouldn't they be resting now? The innkeeper gloomily watched this group of fiends walk in. How could he dare to tarry? He hastily opened up all the empty rooms in the inn and called over a few frightened servants to wait on them. Standing alone at the inn's entrance, the sorrowful old man with rosacea felt his heart turn cold under the cold wind of early December. Go back and tell your emperor that there is no engagement. We won't admit it. Tell him to scram. These were the last words the little girl left for him. He felt that something bad would happen if this continued. The great emperor and the young couple were already in such a deadlock before they even met. Would he be any better off when they met? Boo-hoo, she seemed powerless from beginning to end. The seed of hatred had probably been planted in the little girl's heart. Tap, 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 tap. A group of people walked through the corridor on the second floor. After a long time, everyone returned to their rooms. There was no more sound. The noisy corridor instantly quieted down. However, the guests who had been woken up were not sleepy at all. They merely closed their doors tightly and did not dare to look around. In the first room on the left on the second floor, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He walked to the table and said to the other 5 senior and junior sisters, It's fine now. Senior sister Yugui nodded and said, Everyone, be careful. It's not good to cause trouble outside. Sleep for another 4 hours. We'll leave immediately at daybreak. Yes. Everyone responded in a low voice. They did not return to their rooms. Instead, they each found a place to sleep with their clothes on. How could they not have heard such a huge commotion earlier? However, it was not appropriate for them to go out when the experts were fighting outside. Now that it was finally quiet, everyone just wanted to rest quickly and rush to Mount Daizong as soon as possible. However, they did not know what they had missed in that room. Mo Lian kicked the door open, hugged the little fellow, and kissed her. Miss Qiao was very reluctant to part with Mo Lian after not seeing him for so long. She reached out and hugged him, rolling in his arms. What should I do? I can't see him. But when I see him, it feels so unreal. This feeling of worrying about personal gains and losses, what exactly is going on? Prince Mo realized that his little wife was daydreaming. He simply cupped her face and rubbed her cold little nose twice. Jojo, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about you. Arbor answered honestly. She was silently sorting out a strange emotion in her heart. Mo Lian was taken aback, but he soon revealed a hearty smile. He cupped her small face and planted a heavy kiss on her small, pouty lips. Good girl. He raised his hand to rub her little face and led her to the table. He reached out and placed her on his lap. He rubbed his head against her slender neck and said softly, Baby, you definitely didn't think as much as I did. Even when I went through the Tower of Punishment and passed through the illusions, you were the one I saw. You saw me in the Tower of Punishment? Arbor was stunned. What am I doing? The little fellow turned his little face and looked at him curiously. Did I fight with you? Do you think I can beat you? Is there only fighting in your mind? Defeat me? Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he reached out and rubbed her little head. With a straight face, he said, No. You didn't fight with me. You were really busy. Mo Lian looked at her solemnly, but when he saw the curiosity written all over her face, he couldn't help but stifle his laughter. He kissed her tender little face. You're transporting gold. You were working hard. Arbor turned her head away and faced a certain someone with the back of her head. She said expressionlessly, You saw wrong. Prince Mo burst into laughter. Arbor hurriedly turned her face back. Looking at the crown prince's handsome face under the faint candlelight, her eyes lit up. This person was really good-looking. Mo Tai's phoenix eyes curved slightly. He lifted her up. How about a couple's bath? Thump, Arbor took a hit on the head and jumped to the ground. Without turning her head, she waved her hand. Wait. They continued at 7:30. Here. Go on. The little fellow stuffed a basin into his hands and turned to trot away. The crown prince looked down at the basin that had been stuffed into his hands. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked innocently at his wifey's back. Speechless, he carried the basin out the door and called for someone to bring his wifey's bath water. That's not it. Wifey, don't you have water spirit? Can't you just fill it with water and hubby will warm it up for you? Hubby can also give you a bath while he's at it, right? Why did he have to find a waiter to bring basin after basin of water? Don't waste your spiritual energy. His wifey expressionlessly urged a certain someone to fill the bathtub with water. Then, she asked this free labor to help her carry the bathtub into the inner hall. She directly chased a certain crown prince out and happily bathed. Poor crown prince, what happened to the lovey-dovey bath we agreed on earlier? You gave me a basin and let me fill it with so much water. Does that count as bathing together? After Miss Chow finished bathing and ran out, she saw Prince Mo sitting lazily at the table under the candlelight, wearing a white inner robe. It looked like he had already tidied himself up. Miss Chow happily ran over and hugged him to give him a kiss. Prince Mo, wifey, don't flirt. It's very easy for something to happen in the middle of the night. Hubby isn't as strong as you think. He wasn't someone who could sit still. Especially in front of his wifey, he didn't have any self-control to speak of. Seeing his strange expression, Arbor nonchalantly pinched his face and snuggled into his arms. Sleepy? Mo Lian sighed. His slender fingers brushed the hair by her cheeks and he lowered his head to kiss her furry head. Sleep. I still want to talk to you. Arbor shook her head. Mo Lian chuckled and carried her to the bed. We'll talk after you wake up. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here with you. Big liar. How am I a big liar? Mo Lian looked at his wife speechlessly. Look, I kept my promise and came back within 5 months, didn't I? Arbor leaned against the pillow and looked at him for a while. He nodded and said, Why aren't you asleep yet? I'll fall asleep soon. I'll watch you fall asleep. You're so weird, don't tell me you're trying to trick me into falling asleep so you can slip away. Prince Mo looked at the undisguised suspicion in the little fellow's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and rubbed her little face. Don't worry, your husband won't run away. Are you really going to come out of the Tower of Punishment? Arbor was still worried. He quickly got up from his bed. Could it be that he had broken out of prison or something? Then, he came out to take a breather and still had to go back in. Mo Lian, however, looking at this little fellow's restless appearance, his heart was filled with joy and gratitude. He reached out to embrace this fair and tender little girl, and simply hugged her as they lay down together. I'm not lying to you, it's really out. Arbor put her arms around his neck and buried her little head in his chest. How did you come out? Was it dangerous? How could it be dangerous? Prince Mo immediately bragged awkwardly. From entering the tower to leaving, he talked about how he had smoothly passed all the obstacles and so on. He was simply bragging about his skills. It wasn't until the little fellow couldn't bear the sleepiness anymore. She opened her little mouth and fell asleep in his arms that his voice eased. After a long while, he heard the little fellow's steady breathing. Mo Lian lowered his head to kiss her ear before gently laying her down on the bed. He pulled up the blanket and gently covered her with it. It was only after stroking her small hand that he got up to put on his coat and dashed out the door like a bolt of lightning. Outside the inn, a cold crescent moon hung high in the sky. Mo Lian's figure had just appeared in the night when a black shadow landed beside him. Master, Madame Jing took her 2 daughters and used a special passage to return to the Divine Continent overnight. Oh? Mo Lian asked coldly, where's Jing Linyao? Jing Linyao is still in Wanlu town. How dare she scheme against my Jojo? Teach her a lesson. Don't think that you can scheme against anyone in this world. When does Master plan on returning to the Divine Continent? What? Even you want to meddle in my business? This subordinate doesn't dare. The black shadow lowered his head in fear and trepidation before hastily saying, this subordinate was only thinking that if Master still plans on staying in the 6 prefectures for a while, this subordinate should make arrangements. We can't let His Highness suffer by staying in such a small, run-down inn. No need. We'll leave tomorrow. Mo Lian waved her hand. Oh, has Huifeng found his way here? Not yet. When he arrives, have him lead a group of people back to the Divine Continent first. The black shadow was taken aback before nodding. Yes, Master. My father seems to be very idle. Why don't you have Huifeng and the others find something for him to do? That way, he won't have to worry about things that he doesn't need to. The subordinate's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily lowered his head. He was the one who sent you to my side. Of course, you can also go back and inform on him first. Master, ever since Tong followed Master, I've never been disloyal. The man in black named Tong hastily knelt and thumped his chest to show his loyalty. Mo Lian's icy gaze swept over him before she nodded. Then I'll leave this matter to you? Yes. This subordinate will spare no effort to contact Huifeng and relay Master's words to him without missing a word. Very good. Mo Lian withdrew her murderous aura and nodded. Now, you know what to do. Yes. Don't worry, Master, I'll do it right away. Watching the black-cloaked person's figure disappear into the night with the wind, Mo Lian's lips curled up in a sneer. Jing Linyao, you are smart, but you are still not smart enough, at the same time. In a very ordinary house in Wanlu town, Jing Linyao sat at the table by the window, flipping through the information in her hand. Princess. Since Madame had rushed back to the Divine Land in such a hurry, she must have gone to tell the clan leader about this. Is it really okay if we don't hurry back? What's wrong with that? Jing Linyao said lightly. Madame will definitely add fuel to the fire in front of the clan leader and push all the blame to you, Princess. Jing Linyao curled her thin lips sarcastically. Even if she doesn't push everything to me, will father believe me? It's not the first time he's wronged me. You'll get used to it. Jing Linyao set down the teacup in her hand and burned the information into ashes in the candlelight. Do you think Wang Liming is in such a hurry to go back just to complain to father? Jing Linyao gently flicked the wick of the candle and turned to look at the maidservant beside her. She said with a faint smile, she's going to ask father to save her life. Save her life? Whose life was to be saved? That went without saying. The maid's eyes widened. Princess? What do you mean? Can third miss be saved? It can't be. That dagger, she saw it clearly. It was right at the neck. Blood spurted out like this, how could she be saved? Even the best doctor wouldn't be able to do that. Princess Jing didn't say much. She just glanced at her indifferently. You can leave. Of course, she wouldn't tell this maid that her Jing family had a divine weapon called the Soul Congregation Bell. Not to mention a person who had died a few hours ago, it could gather the soul and reverse the yin and yang of heaven and earth to save the person. Even if a person had died 10 or 20 years ago, it might still be able to save them. This Soul Congregation Bell could only be used 3 times. It was said that it had been used once. If it was used to save her third sister, then it would be the second time. Princess Jing's lips curled into a mocking smile. She squeezed the cup in her hand and crushed it into pieces. If third miss died again, perhaps even the Soul Congregation Bell wouldn't be able to save her. All her previous efforts would be wasted, but it wasn't all wasted. Before she took action, she already knew it. Xiaosan might not really die this time, but Xiaosan's death would definitely disrupt their plans and buy her some precious time. But, the crown princess, that little girl, was too smart. She could see through her plan with one glance. She didn't even tell her closest maid, Xianxia, about this plan. From the moment she received the marriage decree from the emperor, she had been plotting against Jing Minyao's life. She knew that with her father's love for her, he would definitely make her hand over this good marriage to her younger sister. Sure enough, everything was going according to her plan. This idiot, as long as she leaked a bit of information to her, she would send someone to assassinate the little crown princess. Did she really send someone to stop this idiot from assassinating her? Did she really want to clean up this idiot's mess? Of course not, everything was a show. But everyone was in the show and only a few people could see it clearly. In the Divine Land, it was too easy to investigate a mere mortal from the lower realm. Of course, Jing Linyao had investigated Xiao Mu and knew that she was out of the ordinary. However, all the rumors were merely stiff words on a piece of paper before she truly faced her. Only today, when she truly faced Arbor, she truly felt the chilling pressure. Only then did she realize that the little crown princess in front of her might not be as useful as she had imagined. Using the crown princess as a tool to get rid of the favored stepsister would make him owe her a favor. Jing Linyao felt that she somewhat admired this little girl. For a little girl from the lower realm to be able to reach such a level of cultivation at such a young age, it was definitely not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Bang! While he was thinking, the door of the residence was broken into. A group of more than 30 men in black appeared at the door and stared at Jing Linyao with murderous eyes. You seem to be late. Jing Linyao was not flustered at all. She only raised her hand to stroke the hair on her temples. Under the flickering gaze of the leader of the black-cloaked men, she suddenly pulled out a short blade from her waist and forcefully made 3 cuts on her wrist. Take this as Linyao's apology. Linyao will remember that I owe the crown princess a favor. Princess. Xianlan and the others heard the news and exclaimed. Princess Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. She sat calmly under the flickering candlelight, looking at them with indifferent eyes. The 6th watch ended. The men in black probably didn't expect Princess Jing to be so decisive. They were stunned for a moment. Princess Jing put down the sharp blade in her hand and smiled at the uninvited guests. The leader of the men in black glanced at the 3 deep wounds on her arm and nodded. He waved his hand and led his men away. Your Highness? Your Highness. Xianlan and the others quickly surrounded her and hurriedly treated her wounds. Your Highness. The maids couldn't help but shed tears. Don't cry. Princess Jing said faintly, as if she didn't care at all. This is how the world works. It's the law of the jungle. If she hadn't made a prompt decision today, her injuries might have been worse. She wouldn't resent anyone. She could only blame herself for being useless and not smart enough to be guessed by others. In the future, she would be more careful and work harder to strengthen herself, until no one could easily hurt her. The next morning, Yugui led her junior sisters and left the town before dawn. They hurried to Mount Daizong, planning to meet up with the other 6 from the school. This time, the Heavenly Bestow School sent out 12 people. They were supposed to set off together. Yugui and the other 5 had to rush to Wanlu town to meet up with Yang Shirong and the others. Therefore, they were separated from the other 6 for a while and found a reason to make do with it. Yugui and the others had told Yang Shiron that the people in the school were nice and the students got along well. But in fact, most of it was just words of comfort. They didn't have a good time in the school. After all, Yugui and the others had very ordinary backgrounds. They were almost invisible in the school where there were many influential people. This time, the other team that entered the mountain with Yugui's team was actually not in sync with Yugui's team. Usually, there would be some friction between them, but it was just a small conflict. Therefore, when Yugui and the others left the school first and hurried to Mount Daizong, the leading teacher didn't say much, although he didn't look worried. The two teams didn't get along well. It would be troublesome if they forced themselves to stay together. It was better to go separately and meet up at Mount Daizong. There would be less friction on the way. After Yugui and the others left, it took a while before the inn's lobby began to bustle with activity. Guests came down from the second floor one after another. Some were eating, some were drinking, and some were drinking tea. It was as if the big commotion last night had happened in a dream. Miss Chiao slept all the way until noon. Only then did she roll around a few times and open her sleepy eyes. When he raised his head, he saw Prince Mo's helpless gaze. Arbor blinked and stretched out her arms. The crown prince picked her up. "My Jojo is really good at sleeping," Prince said with a smile. "How long has it been since you had a good sleep?" She didn't know why she slept so deeply last night. Arbor looked at him suspiciously. "Did you use the drug on me?" Mo Lian shook her head. "No. That was probably, because he was back, she could sleep peacefully." Arbor washed up and looked up at Crown Prince. He reached out and pressed his little belly, saying crisply, "I'm hungry." Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh. He led her to the door. "What do you want to eat?" Compared to Arbor and Prince Mo's late arrival, He Chen, the Peony Fairy, Dao Wuji, Qi Xianxian, Duan Muqing, and the others had already gotten up. They had eaten breakfast and waited for a long time. The hall, which had been beaten into a mess last night, looked tidy after the waiter's overnight rescue. The group sat at 3 or 4 tables, occupying the center of the hall. Seeing Arbor come down, Qi Xianxian hurriedly waved at her with a smile. "Jojo." Arbor glanced at everyone's gazes, and her gaze drifted everywhere. She expressionlessly walked to Qi Xuanxuan's side and pulled Mo Lian to sit down with her. Every time Jojo felt that she did not handle things well and refused to admit it, she would deliberately put on a poker face and her gaze drifted. Qi Xianxian was secretly happy and poured a cup of tea for her. "Drink some water first. Let's set off after lunch." Xiaomu nodded and took a sip of water from her cup. "Speaking of which, we came to Polan Manor in a hurry and didn't have much time to play along the way," Mata muttered. "Once we enter Mount Daizong, we definitely won't have time to play." "Play what?" Zhou Danjin blew his beard and glared. "You have to remember that this trip carries the honor of the entire academy. Be careful and don't cause trouble." Who was causing trouble? The students curled their lips disapprovingly. They had always behaved themselves, and it was always trouble that came knocking on their door. Instructor Wei Wei looked at Miss Chiao with a serious expression. Everyone felt that this instructor's gaze was simply looking at a troublemaker. Miss Chiao calmly drank her tea and did not speak for a long time. Ahem. Instructor Hu saw that the atmosphere was not good, so he quickly coughed and said, "Xiao Chiao, we are about to set off for Mount Daizong." "Ahem, what about this young master's group?" "Husband," Arbor said crisply. "Wife." The two corrected the instructor's address at the same time. Instructor Hu's mouth twitched. "Ahem, what about your husband's group?" "They? Let's go together," Prince Mo said faintly, interrupting Instructor Hu's question. "No way." Instructor Wei Wei and Zhou Danjin rejected at the same time. Their faces were tense. "Aya, this is my first time visiting Polan Manor." Ginkgo Fairy covered her mouth and laughed. "I heard that the scenery on Mount Daizong is pretty good." "Not bad my ass." The corners of Instructor Wei Wei and the others' eyes twitched as they tried their best not to collapse. "Everyone, that place has already been occupied by the zombies." "Where's the Boule Shastra's tea scenery?" This time, they were going there to participate in the Academy ranking competition and the preliminary elimination competition. They weren't going sightseeing, Instructor Wei Wei's face darkened as he stared at Arbor. What do you say? Sure. The little girl took a sip of tea and looked up at the waiter serving the dishes. Although it was called a dish, it was actually very unsightly. There was a plate of white steamed buns and some pickled vegetables that had been pickled for an unknown period of time. Miss Chow looked at the plate of pickled vegetables in disdain and silently reached for a steamed bun. The veins on Wei Wei's forehead twitched. What do you mean? Okay, your sister. Her speech was unclear. When he asked her what she should say, she would say something along the lines of okay my ass. Jojo means that we can all go together. Xianxia saw that Instructor Wei Wei was about to explode, so she quickly took a steamed bun and explained to him. Wei Wei's face darkened. No. Arbor was expressionless. Since it's not okay, why are you asking me? She said it was okay, but he rejected it. What was the point of asking? Mo Lian looked at the plate of white steamed buns with disdain. He reached out to take the steamed bun from Arbor's little hand and threw it back on the table. Jojo, let's go back to the room and cook porridge for you. Tutor Wei Wei was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. He shouted at the two of them as they walked away, we're leaving soon. Cooking porridge? Your tutor is so hot-tempered. I'm scared. Mo Lian hugged the little fellow's waist and whispered in her ear. Don't be scared. If he dares to yell at you, I'll beat him to death. Arbor also comforted her in a low voice. However, everyone present had excellent hearing, so they could naturally hear the conversation between the two of them. Tutor Wei Wei's face darkened even more. Xianxia looked at Prince Mo's back with disdain. Shameless. Looks like we have to go back to the room to pack up and get ready to leave. Ginkgo Fairy giggled. Everyone, I'm just asking you, what the hell is there to pack up? Who here didn't have an inner world? Who would carry a bag with them? The two of them went back to the room. Mo Lian patted Arbor's little head and said with heartache, Jojo, you haven't been eating well and sleeping well lately. Look at you, you've lost a lot of weight. Arbor touched his little face. Strange, he didn't feel that he had lost weight. The food in this inn is terrible. As Mo Lian spoke, he took out 2 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes from his inner world. He also took out a pot of sparkling, fragrant and delicious rice and a pot of pork rib soup. Just as he finished setting out the dishes, the door was pushed open. Xianxia slipped in and rolled his eyes at the two of them. Can you bear to leave me alone downstairs to eat coarse steamed buns? He knew that this guy was busy cooking for Jojo in the backyard early in the morning. He even pretended to be serious and pulled Jojo upstairs. How petty. She had just cooked a meal for Jojo and himself. Mo Lian rolled her eyes. Arbor moved to the side and looked at Xianxia with a rare amiable expression. Peach Blossom. How are you doing in the Tower of Punishment? Of course it's not good at all. Ma Shurchen said angrily. There's no wine or food. I don't know how I've survived. After saying that, her beautiful eyes glanced pitifully at Arbor. Then do you want to go to Paradise Planet and play with little water for a while? Arbor asked softly. Good, good, good. Chen's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Not good. Mo Lian glanced at him in annoyance. She scooped a big bowl of rice and stuffed it into his hand. Finish eating and get lost. Don't disturb them. You sneaked up with us and suddenly disappeared. How are you going to tell the others? Chen pursed his lips and glanced at Arbor. Jojo, if I'm tired after going to Mount Daizong, you can take me in. Prince Mo's handsome face darkened. You should get back to the holy region as soon as possible. This shameless guy dared to act coquettishly in front of his Jojo. As expected, he couldn't be at ease without looking at him. Chen shook his head hard. No. His voice was very resolute. He had already passed through the Tower of Punishment. Why should he continue to suffer in that broken place with no wine and no meat? Jojo, summon him back. Arbor blinked his big eyes. Summon him back? Could a summoning talisman summon an immortal supremacy expert back? Arbor held a small bowl of rice and watched helplessly as the two men fought back and forth. He couldn't help but sigh. 7:30 p.m. . Looking up at the roof, Arbor thought to himself, where there are men, there will be men. These two men, their words were like knives and swords, it was really worrying. Jojo is the best. Jojo never quarrels with others. During the meal, Arbor ate calmly as the two men attacked each other with their chopsticks. More than an hour later. Dong, 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 dong. Looking at the three people coming down from upstairs, Instructor Wei Wei's eyes were filled with anger. More than half a day had already been wasted. Can't these naughty kids participate in the competition properly? Okay, everyone is ready. Let's go now. Seeing Instructor Wei Wei's angry face, Xianxia hurried to smooth things over. Everyone agreed. Instructor Wei's face softened a little. He glanced at Arbor, who was standing with Prince Mo and He Chen, and shouted, "Come here." Miss Chow obediently trotted to the instructor's side with the blue and white cloth bag in her arms. Endless Blade couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, why are you holding a bag?" "She's the wife of the big family. Nowadays, there are still people who bring bags into the mountain." Xiao Mu cast him a glance and harumphed. She simply couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him with the back of her head facing him. Seeing this, the corners of little Tai Sui's mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly glanced at Dao Wuji. "You're not popular anywhere you go." Endless Blade, "Master, master, little master. Actually, I don't dislike the body of the girl yesterday." Dun Zhu, who was locked in the dungeon, lay on Arbor's shoulder with her eyes shining. "Why don't we use that body?" "You don't dislike it because it's a woman, but I dislike it because it's disgusting to my eyes," Arbor said coldly. Dun Zhu pursed her lips and firmly grasped the dungeon with her two thin little hands. "Master, when will you find me a beautiful body? It's best if it's not missing an arm or a leg. It's best if it's beautiful. It's best if it's not dead for too long. What if it rots or turns into a corpse?" He was just a soul floating all the way, which was very inconvenient for him to move around. Xiao Mu cast him a sidelong glance before directly yanking that dungeon off her shoulder and tossing it towards Paradise Planet. "Naggy. Naggy people don't have a good ending. Everyone, you don't know Jojo well. How can she listen to you talk so much in front of Jojo?" Everyone got on Instructor Wei's flying centipede again and left the town for Mount Daizong. "Will these people be going in with us later?" Zhou Danjin cast a glance at Mo Lian and the others behind him. "What identities will they be using to go in?" "Teacher." Everlasting Blade crossed his arms and smiled nonchalantly. Zhou Danjin was about to go crazy. "Our academy only has 8 students. Originally, there were 5 instructors, and now there are 9 of you. Do you think it's believable for a student team to send 14 teachers to follow them?" "Why not?" "It's because the students are precious that we have so many instructors." Endless Blade curled his lips. Mo Lian nodded in agreement with Endless Blade, which was rare. "It's impossible for there to be no supervisors during the assessment. We're just there to serve as a foil." Wei Wei, he didn't want to talk to these people. "When we get to Mount Daizong, don't talk so much," Zhou Danjin said angrily. Wei Wei snorted and turned around, only to find Mo Lian floating to Miss Chow again. Wei Wei's eyes twitched at the sight of the two of them holding each other's hands intimately. He patted the flying centipede's head. The centipede hissed and suddenly sped up. The sudden acceleration caused everyone's bodies to lean forward and backward. Endless Blade, who was still looking at the scenery below, was almost thrown off by the flying centipede. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, hey, fly better, fly better." The flying centipede swung its body and flew over the long town. Everyone looked back and saw that Wanlu town had become a small black dot in their eyes. As night approached, Arbor and the others finally saw the majestic Mount Daizong. The mountain ranges rose and fell continuously. The Heavenly Academy had its back to Mount Daizong. Looking down from above, one could see the buildings in the academy rising steeply from the ground. The entire academy was shrouded in a layer of night fog. As the top academy in Poland Prefecture, the Heavenly Academy was not just a boast. The academy could accommodate at least 30 to 50,000 people, which was comparable to a medium-sized town. Everyone stopped at a distance from Mount Daizong and jumped off the flying centipedes one after another. "So this is Mount Daizong. It looks quite majestic." The little fatty looked up at the boundless Mount Daizong and shrank his neck. Such a large mountain range is indeed a good base for raising zombies. Arbor's eyes flashed slightly. He nodded and said, "Let's go." The group quickly moved toward Mount Daizong. The gathering point should be near the entrance. We can see the instructors of the Heavenly Academy when we get there. Zhou Danjin led the group to quicken their pace. After a quarter of an hour, they saw a table on the path into the mountain. 2 middle-aged instructors in black academy uniforms were sitting at the table. Zhou Danjin hurriedly stepped forward and exchanged greetings with the 2 instructors. The top academy of Shuntian Prefecture? One of the middle-aged instructors frowned. He raised his hand and took out a crystal shining with green light. He handed it to Zhou Danjin. "Why are you so late?" "Almost all the teams have entered the mountain. We were delayed by something on the way," Zhou Danjin explained with a smile. The middle-aged instructor did not say anything. He nodded and said, "This green crystal must not be lost. This is used to record the area you are in. The top academies above the 6 prefectures have formed a supervisory team. After you enter the mountain, there will be a supervising instructor following you in the dark. The data used to eliminate the zombies." After saying that, the instructor looked up at the group of more than 20 people. "How many students do you have?" "The number of students in an academy cannot exceed 12. Oh, we didn't surpass them." Teacher Zhou proudly patted his chest and promised, "We only have 8 students." The middle-aged instructor from Poland Mansion's Heavenly Bestowing Academy looked at Arbor and the others. He thought to himself, "They're all a bunch of kids." Then, he looked suspiciously at Mo Lian and the others. "They're all instructors? Why was there a child with a slightly pale face that was also a teacher?" Right. The middle-aged instructor from the Heavenly Bestowing Academy secretly twitched his mouth and looked at them suspiciously. Why was this extremely unfamiliar top-notch academy so hilarious? Out of the 8 students in the team, there were actually more than a dozen instructors. What a weirdo. Just how worried was he about these students? Could it be that these students were still breastfeeding? That tutor mocked inwardly and waved his hand. "You can go in now. Oh, remember that the deadline is within 15 days. Calculate your own time and start counting from this moment. You can come out early, but if you come out late, Shuntian Prefecture Sunlight Academy is here to report." A voice suddenly interrupted that middle-aged tutor's words. Everyone turned their heads and looked back, only to see a group of neatly dressed people with the Sunlight Academy badge on their chests walking in front of them. Arbor couldn't bear to look at them and turned her head away. "Did you see that? This was a proper team that had come to participate in the competition, all right?" They were wearing brand new Silver Academy uniforms, so neat and energetic. Unlike this group of people, each of them wore their own clothes. Fatty and Mada's cheap school uniforms were wrinkled, making them look like beggars. Compared to the others, it was obvious that their team was a proper army while theirs was a salted fish team. Hee hee. Suddenly, a familiar yet piercing laugh came from the crowd. "What did I see? Aren't you the 2 girls who shamelessly rejected our Sunlight Academy's Elder Sue? TSK, I didn't expect to meet you here. How is it? Looks like the 2 of you aren't doing very well." Arbor looked down at her clothes. It was a pale pink dress. Although it didn't have much decoration, it looked very clean. She didn't know how this person in front of her could tell that her life wasn't going well. "It's you." Xianxia jumped up and pointed at the girl who mocked her and rolled her eyes. This person was the daughter of the Sunlight Academy's principal, Xianxia. When they went to register at Sunlight Academy, this woman and another woman called Wei stood beside her and made things difficult for them. How could Xianxia forget their despicable faces? Wei also smiled and walked up slowly. "Senior Xianxia, don't tease them anymore." Following this, his gaze swept over the faces of the people behind Xiaomu. He originally wanted to say something sarcastic, but when he saw Mo Lian and He Chen, he was clearly taken aback. His eyes seemed to have been sucked in by something, unable to shift away. "What are you looking at?" The peony fairy held a cluster of lightning in her hand and threw it in her palm. "Be careful that I'll blow up your eyeballs." Wei's face darkened. He subconsciously clenched his fists and pursed his lips, but he didn't say anything. Xian abhorred Xiaomu and Xianxia to the extreme. Last time at Sunlight Academy's registration point, Xiaomu ruthlessly humiliated her. After returning, Elder Sue actually complained about her in front of her father, and she was reprimanded by her father in addition to being grounded for 3 months. It truly infuriated this pampered eldest miss. Now that he saw Xianxia in Arbor again, it was truly a gathering of enemies. He couldn't wait to beat them up first. The instructor from Poland Mansion's Heaven-bestowing Academy hurriedly took out a green crystal and gave it to the instructor from Sunlight Academy. Keep this well. You can go in now. As the organizers of this elimination round, they naturally didn't want anyone to cause trouble in front of them. If you want to cause trouble, you can fight to the death when you enter the mountain. They can't do anything about it. But if you cause trouble in front of them, should they do something about it or not? Hey, do you dare to make a bet? And Xian looked at Arbor from the corner of her eye. The words that came out of her mouth were full of provocation. Arbor glanced at her from the corner of her eyes. She had a strange expression on her face. You? You want to bet with me? Heh, these days, there were still people who wanted to be abused. It was a strange feeling. What? You don't dare? Xian looked at Arbor coldly. She looked like she would laugh at Arbor if she dared to reject her. Arbor shook her head. What's in it for me? You look like you can't afford to lose. After saying this, Xiaomu examined Xian from head to toe with suspicion in her eyes. To be honest, she wasn't interested in a bet without a prize. If the prize wasn't to her liking, she couldn't be bothered to bet. Xian shouldn't even think about doing something for free. She had always been a person who wouldn't act unless she saw an incentive. Xian's face twisted slightly. She suddenly sneered. Just say if you dare or not. Arbor looked at her as if she was looking at a retard. After a while, she said slowly, deal with you? I'm not interested. The disdain in his words made Xian's hair stand up in anger. Xian was very dissatisfied with such a contemptuous attitude. Xian felt that she was being despised from the inside out. Arbor didn't care. She didn't have much interest in playing house with Xian in the first place. Arbor looked at Xian coldly and didn't say anything. A silent and awkward atmosphere gradually spread among the crowd. Seeing this, Zhou Danjin hurriedly called out to everyone. Alright, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and enter the mountain. If they continued like this, it would be late at night. Wait. Xian took a step forward and blocked Arbor's path. Her originally elegant and beautiful face had changed. His face was distorted by anger, making him look somewhat ferocious. Tell me. What kind of prize do you want? Arbor looked at her coldly and sized her up. I either don't play or I like to play big. Are you sure you can afford to gamble? Such a cold gaze made Xian feel a chill in her heart and a chill run down her spine. She originally thought that the prize this young lady was talking about was just some rare treasures. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. Go ahead. Xian braced herself and spoke. Being stared at by that pair of icy eyes, Xian felt as if half of her life was about to be pierced through by that cold gaze. Arbor was cold and expressionless. I don't think you have the courage to do that. Even if you promise me now, I don't think you're the kind of person who will keep his promise. So forget it. Xian was so angry that her blood rushed to her head. She shouted angrily, cut the crap. Tell me your prize. All of Sunlight Academy's properties in Xianxia Prefecture. You're crazy. Xian's eyes widened. She felt as if she had heard a fairy tale. I knew you couldn't afford it. Arbor rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Sorry, I never bet with poor people. Everyone was speechless. Why did he feel that this child's current appearance made him feel like he needed a beating? I don't have the right to make this decision. Xian said angrily. Besides, I'm the one who wants to bet with you. Why are you dragging the entire Sunlight Academy down with you? Then what do you have? Arbor said impatiently. I have a casino in Xianxia Prefecture, 3 farms, Sunlight Academy's herb plantation. Xian's face flushed bright red. The little girl's words from time to time simply made people want to suffocate. She spoke so casually that it didn't take her any effort at all. Sunlight Academy's medicinal herb cultivation base. To think that she dared to make such a big bet. Seeing her blushing and not speaking, the little girl involuntarily swept her a disdainful glance. This won't do, that won't do. Who would bet with a pauper? Scram. Everyone, Dao Wuji even looked at the grinning Prince Mo with an odd gaze. The daughter-in-law of the eldest son's family was too scary. The little stoic glanced at Yu Xian impatiently before turning around and walking toward Mo Lian's group. Zhou Dongjin's mouth also twitched, and he quickly said, "Let's go. Let's go." The crowd followed the mentors noisily and headed for Daizong Mountain. Yu Xian still wanted to roar but was stopped by the Sunlight Academy's team mentor. Yu Xian, stop fooling around. Their team came very late, and the teams ahead of them had probably already reached the vicinity of the zombie base. Although they arrived at the same time, it was still beneficial for the operation to converge with the main group earlier. Otherwise, if they were to fight alone, they might even suffer a great loss when they encountered a gathering place of corpse puppets. Yu Xian's team entered the mountain forest one after another with Arbor's group and advanced on the mountain path. The night was dark, and the wind was strong in the mountains. Mo Lian took out a cloak from her inner world and wrapped it around Arbor. Wei Wei and the others turned a blind eye. Perhaps they were used to the two's closeness, but they felt like they were already immune to it. Zhou Danjing took out a map and pointed ahead. If we go up from here and turn around the mountain path, we should reach the gathering place. I wonder if there's still anyone there. After all, they came very late, and the first few teams might have already gone deep into Mount Daizong. Sure enough, when Xiaomu and company arrived at this area's gathering place, there was no one else besides the dozen or so people from the two teams sleeping peacefully next to a bonfire. There were at least a few hundred teams entering the mountain this time. All the academies of the 6 prefectures, big and small, had gathered here. The elimination round of the preliminaries would eliminate a large number of people. Hearing the footsteps, the 2 night watchmen looked in the direction they came from. Both sides were unfamiliar with each other, so there was naturally no need for them to exchange pleasantries. After looking at each other for a moment, Zhou Danjing nodded to the other party. The people on duty looked at them curiously. They thought that their team was the last to arrive, but they didn't expect there to be someone even later. Just like their mentors, they were very ambitious. Rest for 4 hours. We'll set off at dawn. Zhou Danjing said. It was quite dangerous to travel at night, and they were on Mount Daizong of Polan Prefecture which they were not familiar with. It was difficult to tell the direction, and their future was unknown, so there was no need to rush. Everyone hastily sat down and looked back. Prince Mo took out a thick cushion from his inner world for the little stoic to sit on. He even wrapped her in a blanket. Mentor Wei Wei knew that he would definitely have a toothache if he saw this, so he simply stopped looking at the young couple and lay down on the ground. He heard Zhou Danjing say, "Little fatty, you keep watch." Little fatty Ko Hongwen nodded. Yes, mentor. Zhou Danjing was satisfied. Although these students weren't very reliable, they were still quite obedient. A cluster of flames lit up a pile of tree branches. The faint light from the fire made the little girl's delicate face appear bright red. Mo Lian raised his hand to caress her and gently tucked the blanket around her neck. He looked up at the dark night deep in the mountain. Mount Daizong looked ordinary from the outside, but who knew what was hidden in the dark places of the mountain? The next morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Arbor vaguely heard Instructor Zhou's shouts. He opened his eyes and vaguely saw Mo Lian's handsome face swaying in front of him. A low chuckle sounded beside his ear. "Jojo, do you want to sleep a little longer?" Xiaomu tried her best to open her eyes, which were filled with a misty mist. He woke up immediately. Arbor sat up and coughed lightly. "Morning." Mo Lian smiled and raised his hand to touch her little face. "Do you want your husband to carry you? You can sleep a little longer on the way." Everyone, Instructor Wei Wei's face had completely darkened. This kid was too doting. He thought that he had completely adapted to the two's closeness, but he didn't expect that his heart was still not strong enough. "Humph." Yu Xian snorted coldly. "Why did you come up the mountain when you're so weak?" Arbor turned to look at her with an expression that said, "None of your business." Yu Xian gritted her teeth and angrily turned her head away. "All right, we're all packed. We can set off now," Zhou Danjing ordered, and everyone stood up with him. "Instructor Zhou, Are we going directly to the zombie base now? Zhou Danjin frowned. The map doesn't indicate where the zombie base is. You have to find it yourselves. The instructors can't interfere. The instructors were only sent to protect the students when they were in danger. The entire process of cleaning up the zombie base had to be completed by the students themselves. Zhou Danjin turned to look at Duanmu Qing. Duanmu, you lead the team. Duanmu Qing didn't say anything and only nodded silently. Arbor and the others turned around and saw Xianxia's group following them. However, there was only one mountain path here, so Xian and the others were not really following them. After all, everyone was walking in the same direction. Coo-coo. Occasionally, the chirping of birds could be heard from the mountains. Everyone looked ahead warily. Suddenly, he heard an ear-piercing scream. Duanmu Qing, who was leading the group, remained unmoved. However, the other two groups in front of them started to stir. Coming! Little Fatty roared. Everyone looked up and saw more than 100 strange-looking corpse puppets chasing after 4 or 5 people. They were running toward them. Back off. Step back. The leader of Xian's team protected Xian and the other students as if they were little chicks. Zhou Danjin, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. He roared, "Remember to use your defensive barrier to protect yourself. Go." Little Fatty wielded his double-headed hammer and was the first to rush forward. With a clang, he smashed a corpse puppet into 2 at the waist. The 4 or 5 people who were being chased by the corpse puppets quickly turned around. One of them crouched down and rummaged through the corpse puppet's head. Seeing that there were no crystal cores, he couldn't help but pout in disappointment. He casually took out a corpse puppet's bone and stored it in his inner world. Little Fatty, Xianxia, and the others cut down the corpse puppets as if they were in a no-man's land. The others picked up scraps behind them. 7:30 p.m. The Little Fatty, Xianxia, Lu Yu, and Jiang Shaoxin ran at the very front and chased after the zombies that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as if they were chopping vegetables and melons. Xiaomu and Mo Lian exasperatedly followed behind and exchanged exasperated glances. Arbor immediately understood Mo Lian's gaze. These idiotic people are your teammates these days? Arbor was speechless. To be honest, Little Fatty and the others were so naive that Arbor couldn't bear to look at them. A group of idiots chased after the zombies in front. The team that was chased by the zombies just now was happily picking up scraps behind them. Instructor, are we counting points based on collecting a part of the zombie's sternum? Zhou Danjin nodded. Does a mutated animal count? Yes. There should be a supervisor nearby. It's fine. The zombies that Little Fatty and the others killed won't be taken advantage of by others. Usually, the supervisors wouldn't appear. However, if someone cheated or stole someone else's spoils, then it was time for them to show up. Like now. The 4 or 5 students from unknown schools were happily picking up the bones. In the blink of an eye, they saw 2 old men in black tights appear beside them. Arbor looked at the 2 old men curiously. The 2 of them waved at the 4 or 5 students and led them to the side. Since they were quite far away, Xiaomu was not in the mood to listen to what they were saying. After a while, those students walked over with drooping heads and pulled out all the bones they had just collected, throwing them all on the ground. Arbor saw this and frowned. He immediately walked over and took out a small pouch from his pocket. He shouted at them, "Hey, there are still 8 crystal cores. Hand them all over." The students' faces froze. One of them looked at Arbor with an ugly expression and said angrily, "Which school are you from?" What? When Fatty heard someone yelling at Jojo, he immediately turned around and yelled at the man who was yelling, "Just hand it over." "What are you talking about?" "We are from Shuntian Prefecture's Hippopotamus Academy. I am their leader, Shagua," the man said in a deep voice. "Which academy are you from?" "Shut up." Arbor poked the bag in front of them impatiently and turned to look at the 2 black-clothed supervisors standing at the side. "Instructors? They stole from us. Don't we need to do something about it?" The corners of the 2 old men's mouths twitched imperceptibly. One of them coughed lightly and said, "The corpse puppet was indeed killed by you, so the spoils of war should indeed belong to you. Did you hear that?" Arbor stepped forward with a small bag. Hurry up and put the 8 crystal nuclei inside. I won't argue with you about what happened just now. The little girl's eyes revealed such a meaning, which made the people from Hippo Academy a little angry. Where are the 8 crystal cores? Hippopotamus Academy's leader, Xianxia, was about to vomit blood. From just now until now, we have only picked up 3 crystal cores. Hey, there's no point in doing that, huh? Xianxia came over and looked at them coldly. You dare to take responsibility for your actions and return them. This is what a gentleman should do. You all look like talented people. Don't do such despicable things. Arbor nodded and turned to look at the 2 supervisors. Instructors. Let them return it. Everyone, the 2 black-clothed old men looked at each other helplessly. To be honest, they were only responsible for ensuring that no one cheated in the preliminaries. Of course, they didn't want to care too much about the disputes between the other students. Damn it, they weren't stewards, they had to care about everything. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, they heard Arbor shout again, Teachers. You guys aren't thinking of running away, right? Is that okay? The 2 old men in black slipped and turned their heads to look at the little fellow who had a serious expression on his face. They're thieves. If everyone was like them, taking other people's spoils of war as they please, then this competition shouldn't be held. There's no fairness at all. Xianxia pointed at the people from Hippo Academy, causing their faces to darken and their expressions to become flustered and exasperated. That's right, that's right. The little fatty nodded repeatedly, and his hammer landed on a corpse puppet's head. Arbor hurriedly shouted, Don't break the crystal cores, pick them up. Oh. The little fatty hurriedly went to pick up the corpse puppet's rotten head, and sure enough, he saw a small crystal core. Arbor turned to look at the people from Hippo Academy, and used his eyes to signal them to quickly hand over the items. The faces of the Hippo Academy students were very ugly, and one of them even shouted indignantly, We really didn't pick up 8 crystal cores, only 3. Big liar. Arbor angrily rebuked. He raised his hand, and a stream of water twined around his hand. His cold eyes looked at them without a trace of warmth, Don't force me to make a move. Seeing this, the 2 supervisors hurriedly scolded the Hippo Academy students, What are you still dawdling for? Hand over the other person's things. They hadn't even entered the gathering place of the large number of corpse puppets, and this group of students was already making a ruckus. If they didn't abide by the rules, who knew how they would fight among themselves? The shouts of the supervisors made the people from Hippo Academy feel especially sullen. They dared to swear on their 18 generations of ancestors that this fair and tender expressionless face in front of them was a big liar through and through. She clearly knew that they took 3 crystal cores, but she complained to the teachers, saying that they stole 8. This time, he really went for wool and came home shorn. With sullen faces, they could only reluctantly gather the 8 crystal cores and throw them into Qiao Mu's open pouch. Arbor nodded and put the bag back on his waist. He hugged his small bundle and turned to leave. The team leader of Hippo Academy, Xianxia, became angrier the more he looked at her back. He couldn't help but roar, Stop right there. Is there anything else? Arbor turned to look at Xianxia, his small face expressionless. Deadpan face, let me tell you, we lost this time. Just you wait. Xianxia said angrily, unconvinced. It's a small world. There will always be a chance. Arbor glanced at him and trotted to Mo Lian's side. He looked up at him and asked monotonously, Why do losers always like to say something superfluous at the end? Mo Lian held her small hand with a grin. Because they're stupid. That's right. They're stupid, the little fellow nodded. She hugged her bundle with one hand and followed Mo Lian to the teachers. Wei Wei felt a toothache just looking at her. What did this child come here for? It was like she was here for King's sightseeing tour. Why did they let her come here to train and kill corpse puppets? Why didn't she do it? Wait for me. Arbor suddenly patted Mo Lian's hand. Zhou Danjin looked at the student with gratification in her eyes. She then exchanged a glance with Wei Wei. This kid finally wants to improve himself? Arbor jogged behind Duan Muqing and the others. She took out a small pouch from her waist and picked up the crystal cores on the ground. The corners of the 2 supervisors' eyes twitched, and they immediately turned around and disappeared from where they were, as if what they didn't see couldn't hurt them. Arbor picked up the spoils on the ground and looked down on them. The quality of this batch of zombies is not high. There are only about 10 crystal cores among the hundreds of zombies. TSK, low quality. Zhou Danjin did not know what to say about her. She thought that this girl finally understood and wanted to join her teammates in the battle. But in the end, she was a professional at picking up scraps. Half an hour later, the battle ended. Besides Arbor's team, the teams from the other 2 assembly sites also joined the battle. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others were protected by their leader and did not go forward to fight. Xianxia looked at them curiously and laughed. Yo, you're so spoiled and you're still hiding behind your mentor. What's the point of coming here to train? Hurry up and go home to drink milk. Everyone, Xianxia, this girl. She had already shut up, but she still had to provoke her. Xianxia couldn't stand being provoked. She jumped up and said, "What did you say? There are so many people and they need so much time to kill 100 zombies. You guys are not any better. It's better than being a coward." Little Fatty turned around and snorted. Xianxia flew into a rage. She pointed at Arbor and said, "She didn't do anything either, right? You didn't do anything." Miss Chow immediately retorted. She raised the small pouch in her hand. "If I didn't do anything, would these crystal cores run into my pocket? An idiot would be an idiot." It was so tiring to say one more sentence. Everyone, Xianxia laughed and ran to Arbor's side. She hugged her shoulder. Yes. Let's not talk to idiots." Just as Xianxia was about to lose her temper, she heard an earth-shaking sound coming from the depths of the forest. Everyone felt as if their ears were about to explode, and their bodies swayed left and right along with the tremors of the earth. F***ck, what the hell are those idiots doing inside? Mata didn't pay attention for a moment and was shaken into a tree. He quickly hugged the tree with one hand. Rumble. The loud sound lasted for a long time. It was as if a flat ground had exploded in the depths of the mountain forest. The shockwaves spread to their side, making everyone feel that the situation was not good. If it had been a normal spiritual energy ball, the explosion would not have caused such a huge commotion. Ah! Xianxia suddenly screamed, the ground. Everyone looked down and cursed in their hearts. What the F***ck, the ground is actually cracking from the tremors. Run! Someone shouted, and the group of people immediately unleashed their abilities to the limit, flying towards the sky above the mountain forest. Arbor quickly swallowed a flying pill and stuffed one into Lian's mouth. When the 2 of them flew into the sky, they saw Instructor Wei Wei summoning the flying centipede and calling the students up. However, this was a mountain forest after all, and the trees were lush. The flying centipede barely managed to get out, but it was almost smashed down by a few broken branches. Hover, everyone hover. End of night. Everyone floated up into the air. Less than 2 seconds after they jumped onto the trees, they felt the trees shaking and falling down one by one. Arbor and Lian held hands and jumped to a relatively empty and safe area. Shurchen, Little Taisui, the Luo brothers, and the others had also jumped up and gathered around Arbor and Lian. Everyone frowned slightly and looked down at the turbulent mountain range. Mata said in confusion, "How could this be? Mount Daizong didn't look so fragile. Could a random tremor flatten the entire mountain? Everyone, be careful. The situation is not good." The leader of Xianxia's team looked at the constantly shaking earth with a solemn expression. After leading the students into the air, he quickly said, "Let's go down the mountain to avoid the tremors first. Maybe this really wasn't caused by humans. Maybe the earth dragon turned over? Their luck was really bad." Woof. 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 3 small white hounds with pure white fur suddenly rushed out of the forest. Each of them was only the length of a forearm. They were very small and lively as they scurried among the crooked trees. One of the hounds suddenly pounced at Xianxia's feet, who was suspended in the air. "Go away." Xianxia wouldn't let them pounce on her. She directly kicked the hound away. Woof. The hound whimpered and rolled on the ground after being kicked by Xianxia. Coincidentally, a towering tree tilted down and was about to smash through the hound's intestines. The other two hounds pounced over and desperately pushed the previous one away. The three hounds rolled on the ground for several meters. They whimpered and kicked their legs to get up. They nimbly avoided the fallen tree and pounced in the direction of the people. Woof! Woof, woof. Woof. The three hounds cleverly dodged Xianxia, who was a tough nut to crack, and rushed toward Arbor's group. Woof. 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 Miss Chow was speechless. Could it be that some owner brought three hounds up the mountain to hunt and suddenly encountered an earthquake and were forced to separate? Woof woof woof. The puppy raised its head and circled around the fallen tree. It looked up at the people of Arbor who were hanging above with pleading eyes. Xianxia's heart immediately burst with love. She stretched out her hands and shouted, "Come, come, come into Big Sister's arms." Woof, woof, woof. The puppy jumped under Arbor and Mo Lian and barked at Arbor. Xianxia, F***ck, was she being completely ignored? Little Fatty could not help but laugh out loud. He turned to look at Xianxia sympathetically and said, "Even the dogs know that you're a glutton. You only like them because they look delicious." Xianxia was speechless. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. The three puppies gathered around Arbor's feet and started barking pitifully again. Arbor was speechless as he looked down at them. His gaze met everyone's gaze. Xianxia nodded her chin at her. Arbor, what did she need three puppies for? Not only did they not know how to work, but she also had to take care of them. Woof, the three puppies circled around below. From time to time, they would raise their little heads and jump around, barking pitifully at Arbor. Arbor looked at Xianxia's eager gaze and reluctantly raised his hand. A wooden vine shot out from his hand and wrapped around the three puppies. Woof 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 woof. The three puppies leaped into Arbor's arms and shoulders. One of them even tried to pounce on her face, but she caught it with a wave of her hand. Everyone's lips twitched upon seeing this. Ma Ta was just about to tease her when they suddenly heard a massive boom in the distance. This time, everyone stood in the air and looked into the distance. Immediately, they saw a huge tail covered in armor appear on the top of a mountain in the distance. It rolled and swept across a mountain peak. Holy F***ck, what's that? Ma Ta exclaimed. It can't really be some kind of mutant dragon, right? Xian and the other Sunlight Academy students looked at each other and saw a hint of panic in each other's eyes. Instructor, what do we do now? He Wei asked anxiously. Let's get down the mountain first. But how could they make it in time? Everyone hovering in the air felt a burst of gravel beneath their feet. A fissure opened up in the mountain, and a powerful suction force erupted from deep underground. Ah! Instructor! Xian lost her footing and was immediately dragged down by the suction force with a pale face. Only then did everyone realize that there was a massive hole in the mountain path beneath their feet. Xian had been sucked into that hole. Mo Lian reached out and hurriedly hugged Arbor. She was just about to rise into the air. Arbor suddenly patted Mo Lian's arm. Little water told me that it sensed a profound spirit jade mine down there. Mo Lian faltered. At this moment, the suction force was already sweeping toward them. Little Tai Sui's expression darkened. It was just about to reach out to control the suction force when Mo Lian's indifferent voice sounded in its ears. Go down. Xianxia, be careful, everyone. Xiaomu exhorted, but Crown Prince Mo had already jumped into the hole with her in his arms. Without Mo Lian, He Chen, and little Tai Sui to control the suction force, no one else was able to withstand it. They were all dragged down by the suction force. As soon as they entered that hole, the sounds of other people wailing and groaning could be heard everywhere. Other than Mo Lian, little Tai Sui, and the others who jumped into this hole of their own accord, the others were all pulled in by the suction force. All of them were terribly flustered and felt like they were rolling down, as if they were going to roll into the depths of the Earth's core. Holy **T. Were they going to die? Why did it feel like they couldn't get up even with their spiritual power? That suction force was simply too strong, everything was pitch black. No one knew where they had rolled to, they just struggled there, trying harder, trying to keep themselves afloat. However, it was to no avail, following the uneven tunnel in the dark cave, the group tumbled all the way down. It wasn't until they heard Xianxia scream from afar that everyone's heart tightened slightly. They silently chanted Ba several times, guessing that they were about to reach the bottom. Bang! 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 Everyone rolled all the way down, eventually forming a pile of human pyramid. Mo Lian held onto Arbor and steadied herself. She, He Chen, little Tai Sui, and the others moved to the side of the tunnel. Miss Chow heard Xuanxuan's cries coming from afar. She hurriedly stretched out her small hand and pulled Xianxia along. Io, Io. Little Fatty, who had rolled over from behind, bumped into Xuanxuan's back. The two of them lost their balance and rolled on the ground, hugging each other. Duan Muqing then flew down and stood firmly next to Mo Lian. Ma Ta, Lu Yu, and the others stopped in their tracks and didn't get into a fight with Xianxia's group. Holy shit, this place is too dark. The little fatty couldn't help but cry out. Tutor, stop playing. Hurry up and unseal our spiritual senses. We can't use our inner worlds here, I can't even take out a torch. The little fatty paused for a moment, then started shouting again. That's right. Tutor, although training is very important, if you kill us, you won't be able to find a group of naive and simple students like us. Ma Ta also started shouting. There was no other reason. After falling down, almost everyone's first reaction was to take out some lighting tools from their inner worlds. The result could be imagined. Little fatty Ma Ta thought of the tutor's bad natures and naturally suspected Tutor Zhou and the others. However, in the darkness, Zhou Dongjin's expression was very ugly. All of you try and see if anyone can open their inner worlds. Zhou Danjin said in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank and they hurriedly used their spiritual senses or divine senses to open the door to their inner worlds. The result was obvious. No one was able to open their inner worlds. Holy shit, it can't be, right? Tutor Zhou, stop playing, hurry up and unseal us. The little fatty cried out. F***ck off. Zhou Dongjin's face turned even darker from anger. He wasn't an idiot. He clearly knew that the current situation was disadvantageous to his side, so why would he seal the student's spiritual senses? Tutor, you really didn't do anything? Xianxia cried out. No way. Then what about you? Tutor Weiwei laughed bitterly. Our spiritual senses are like clay oxen thrown into the sea, there's no trace at all. A faint light shone in the crowd. The little girl was holding a luminous pearl in her hand and was leaning against Prince Mo's chest. Her expression was unclear as she scanned the tutors. Zhou Danjin looked at the little girl and couldn't help but feel a headache. The look in his eyes clearly showed that he was suspicious. Students. Zhou Danjin sighed. You've really misunderstood me. If it was the teacher who sealed your spiritual sense, how could he seal himself as well? Lotus? Arbor looked up at Prince Mo. Prince Mo nodded. As soon as I entered this place, I discovered that there should be something here that blocks spiritual sense and divine sense. Arbor looked at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the others. Little Tai Sui and the others all shook their heads with dark expressions. My divine sense has been blocked. What should we do? What should we do? Will we die of hunger and thirst in this place? A student from the Sunlight Academy couldn't help but scream. With her shout, everyone's emotions fluctuated. They all asked their mentors what they should do now. Arbor was rather bored. He took out a carrot from his small bag and took a bite. Crack! Everyone's eyes focused on the carrot in her hand. Arbor looked at them in shock. Continue the discussion. Don't mind me. She was just having lunch, and it was almost time for dinner. Woof. 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 The three little white hounds lying on her head and shoulders barked twice. Arbor took out a basin and a bottle of goat's milk from his bag. He poured half of it into the basin, pulled the three little hounds down, and urged them to drink it. It's useless. It's a waste of food, Arbor muttered. Xian scowled. Then why are you giving it to them? He knew it was a waste, yet he continued to waste it. This was unforgivable. In such an environment, no one knew when they would be able to get out. Everyone's inner worlds could not be opened. Food was naturally very important. Yet Xiao Mu, this D*MN lass, actually casually poured out so much goat's milk to feed 3 useless puppies. Xian was not the only one complaining in her heart. Most of the people from the Sunlight Academy were also very angry. They all looked at Arbor strangely. Crunch. The crispy carrots from Paradise Planet were delicious and could replenish one's energy. It was refreshing and relieving one's boredom. Jojo. Xianxia, the foodie, could not stand it. She looked at Arbor anxiously. Arbor hurriedly took out 2 carrots from his bag and gave them to Xianxia. The 2 of them ignored everything else and went to the side to eat. Jojo, how long will our food last? Xianxia could not bear hunger. She had to confirm one thing. She would not run out of food in the next few days. If she ran out of food, she would endure it and hide these 2 carrots first. Arbor looked at her speechlessly for a while. Xianxia was very nervous. Her little face was slightly serious. Is it not enough at all? Arbor, did you forget that I gave you storage talismans? Not to mention that her Paradise Planet was completely unaffected by spiritual sense, and she could enter and leave as she pleased, even if everyone's spiritual sense and divine sense were blocked. Didn't she give them storage talismans before? How could storage talismans be affected? Xuanxuan's eyes lit up as if they were lit up by flames. She jumped up and laughed loudly. That's right. I'm so stupid. How could I forget about that? Then I'll eat. Xianxia, who realized that she had a lot of food and did not have to worry about food, happily picked up 2 carrots and took a bite, eating happily. Xian and the other students from the Sunlight Academy looked at the 2 of them with gloomy expressions. He bit his lips and turned to look at the pitch-black tunnel. Senior sister Xian, what do we do now? If only Xian knew what to do. Other than Xian's Sunlight Academy's team, the unlucky Hippo team was also among the teams that had fallen. The other 2 teams that they had encountered at the assembly point were Hades Prefecture's Honghu Academy and Yunchuan Prefecture's Frostgale Academy. These 2 academies were not much weaker than the Sunlight Academy. They could be said to be the signature academies of the Nether River Prefecture and Yunchuan Prefecture. The leaders of the 2 teams were much stronger than the leader of the Hippo team, Xiaogua. While the 5 members of the Hippo team were running around in circles, the 2 teams from Yunchuan Prefecture and Nether River Prefecture were already looking for a way out. The place where we came down is blocked by sand and rocks. The suction force in this place is so strong that it's impossible to jump out. The few of them analyzed the situation in front of them and looked at each other with a solemn expression. The 2 mentors, Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei, walked to Mo Lian and the others and said in a low voice, "It seems that we can only continue forward." Mada's jaw almost dropped. Walk forward? But don't you feel that the further we go, the deeper we go? Shouldn't they be going up now? Do you have a way to go up? Lu Yu looked at him exasperatedly. Listen to the mentors. Maybe we can find a way out faster if we continue forward. He had been forced to work overtime at the last minute. The rest of the day would be 9:30. Mada shrugged. His expression was not optimistic. To be honest, walking in such a place required a lot of courage. It was all dark in front of them and behind them. Fortunately, there were many of them, so they could walk in a group. At least they had company. After Arbor and Xianxia finished the carrots in their hands, everyone had finished their discussion. The 2 young ladies went up and asked in unison, "Where are we going?" The young ladies were holding luminous pearls in their hands. They could clearly see the teacher's toothache expressions. Arbor did not care. There were teachers and husbands here, and so many people who were more powerful than her. She could just follow them and pick up the leftovers. There was no need for her to use her brain. Xianxia was indeed Arbor's best friend. The 2 of them had the same thoughts. Anyway, even if the sky fell, there were people with higher cultivation levels to hold it up. Jojo, you have a luminous pearl. Why don't you lead the team? Arbor immediately refused. She threw the luminous pearl in her hands to Teacher Zhou. Teacher, lead the team. Everyone, Teacher Wei Wei, do you want a luminous pearl? It seemed that she had more than one luminous pearl in her bag. The teachers all turned their heads away. They did not want to bother with this little girl. How many luminous pearls did she need? Arbor casually grabbed a handful from the mountains of golden jewels. She might have more than 10. Although her inner world was sealed, Arbor had taken out many luminous pearls and jewels. It's mainly for fun. You say it's useful, but it's really not that useful. Teacher Wei Wei, here you go. Teacher Hu, here you go. Arbor really gave each of the teachers a luminous pearl. Then, she said to them, this is the legendary luminous pearl of the Southern Sea. It has good lighting. Remember to return it to me after you use it. Everyone, ha 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 ha. Looking at the 5 teachers' dumbfounded faces, the little fatty actually laughed out loud. His loud laughter spread through the dark tunnel, causing people's spirits to rise slightly. His laughter made the others laugh as well. In return, the 5 teachers glared at them sternly. A bunch of bastards. They were always cheating their teachers. No, cheating their teachers. Under Wei Wei and Zhou Dongjin's lead, Duan Muqing, Lu Yu, and the others quickly followed. Arbor and Mo Lian walked in the middle of the group. Behind them were Little Taisui, Everlasting Blade, and the others. Little Fatty and Xianxia were at the back of the group. When they started walking, the Sunlight Academy's leader followed them with the 12 students. What kind of top-notch academy would send so many instructors to protect the students? What a joke. This was the first time he had seen an academy with more instructors than students. While this person was muttering in his heart, he didn't know that from top to bottom, there were only these 8 student treasures. There wasn't any more. Xianxia, I'm thirsty. If I ask Jojo for some water, will her husband hit me? Why would her husband hit you? Xianxia looked at the submissive little fatty in amusement. Don't be a coward. Go. Forget it. I'll go find Ma Ta and ask him to get me some water. Xianxia looked at the terrified little fatty and grinned. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Fatty, let me tell you something that will make you happy. Go ahead. Actually, the storage talismans Jojo gave us can be used here. There should be a lot of peaches in there. Little fatty Ko Hongwen's eyes lit up as if his short-circuited nerves had been reconnected. Damn, how could I have forgotten about the storage talisman? Usually, everyone used their inner worlds, so they did not really need the storage talisman. Most importantly, Jojo had already reminded them not to put all the storage talismans in their inner worlds. They had to keep at least 1 or 2 of them on their person. Now, it was finally put to good use. The little fatty happily took out the storage talisman from his waist pocket and happily took out 2 peaches. He stuffed one into Xianxia's hand and held the other for himself. He chuckled and said, Here you go. Of course, Xianxia would not stand on ceremony with little fatty. She took 1 peach each and munched on it as she walked. Dao Wuji, who was walking in front of them, turned around to take a look. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Eh? Where did you get the peaches? Little fatty looked at Dao Wuji sincerely. When we left the academy, we brought a few with us. Sigh, now it's our lifesaver. Dao Wuji looked fatty up and down suspiciously. Just now, he had seen this kid drooping his head and looking listless. But now, he was in good spirits. Fairy Ginkgo turned around and winked at little fatty. Little fatty bro, do you still have any more peaches? If you do, give big sister one. That wink was really, Xianxia immediately pulled little fatty behind her and looked at Fairy Ginkgo warily. She stretched out her little finger and pointed in Fairy Ginkgo's direction. Hey, I'm telling you. Look at people properly. Don't blink like you're having a cramp. Dao Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fairy Ginkgo's lips trembled and she rolled her eyes at Xianxia. Little brat, what do you know? This is called flirting. Do you know? Do you have any peaches? Big sister is thirsty too. Really, it felt like she was playing the lute to a cow. She actually said that her eyes were having a cramp. You're the one having a cramp. Your whole family has a cramp. Xianxia took out 2 peaches from her storage talisman and gave one to Fairy Ginkgo and Fairy Peony. Dao Wuji was stunned. Storage talisman. Hey, little brat, you have a storage talisman. You haven't seen the world. Don't make a fuss. Xianxia kept the storage talisman with a smug look on her face. Facing Dao Wuji's incredulous gaze, Xianxia raised her head and lifted her chin. That's all? Dao Wuji's eyes widened. You only gave it to the two of them. What about me? You're a man with a high cultivation. He had only left for a short while and he was already asking for food and drinks like a woman. Don't you feel ashamed? Xianxia roared. Her voice was so loud that everyone could hear her. Little Taisui sneered speechlessly. Dao Wuji, you're really disliked wherever you go. Attention, everyone. Instructor Zhou, who was right in front of them, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Everyone in the dark tunnel also stopped in their tracks. For a moment, most of their nerves tensed up. It's a steep slope below. Do you want to go down? And it's a damn steep slope? If this continued, he would really slide into the depths of the Earth's core. Down. Don't be a coward. If you're afraid, let me lead the way for you. As he spoke, his figure flashed and dashed forward. Then, with a cry of surprise, a human figure disappeared in front of everyone just like that. I already told you it's a steep slope. He actually flew over and fell down. Wasn't he courting death? See you tomorrow at 12:30. Dao Wuji felt like his balls were hurting. How could he have known that Instructor Zhou's speech was so vague? Was this even King steep slope? This was basically a vertical cliff, okay? Saber Wuji gathered strength in his dantian, his left foot bouncing on his right foot as he raised his chi. He thought that he would be able to fly into the sky, but to his surprise, he fell deeper into the ground at an even faster speed. Wah! Wah wah wah! A series of shouts came from behind him, accompanied by the rustling sound of people tumbling down. Everyone was rolling deeper into the ground at a strange speed. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Everyone was shocked to find that their bodies seemed to be wrapped in invisible air currents, and they were being dragged down by a powerful force. F*ck, a crack appeared in the depths of Dao Wuji's eyes. Am I going to die here today? Ah! Splash! Dao Wuji was the first to fall into the ice-cold water. Immediately afterward, little Taisui fell into the water, and its toes touched the surface of the water, barely managing to stabilize itself. He saw a strange fish with jagged teeth jump out of the water, and with a whistling sound, it tried to bite the back of his foot. Bam! Little Taisui made a prompt decision and kicked the strange fish's head. With a loud thump, the strange fish was kicked into the icy water by little Taisui. Ah! Ah! In the following period of time, all of the team members fell into the water in a single file. One after another, the water splashed into their eyes, making them unable to open their eyes. Holy F*ck. Ma Ta pulled out a spear and jabbed it into the mouth of the strange fish that was swimming over to bite him. After a shriek, the strange fish fell into the water, and a thick stench of blood spread out. The water in the distance rippled, and it seemed that even more strange fish were gathering toward the team. Ah! Senior brother Su Liang, senior brother Su Liang! Xian screamed in horror. Everyone struggled in the pool with all their might and began to fight with the strange fish that were gathering toward them. Little Taisui's eyes were cold. He raised his hand, and an incomparably powerful earth spirit barrier fell, covering everyone around him. Xianxia raised her head, but before she could even make a sound, she saw a strange fish with its mouth wide open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. With a loud boom, it crashed into the earth spirit barrier in front of her. Through the thick earth spiritual barrier, Xianxia could see that the strange fish's eyes were bulging. Its fangs bit down on the exterior of the earth spirit shield with a gotcha sound. Then, it fell into the water with a blood-curdling screech. Oh my god! Xianxia exclaimed in a low voice. This strange fish is too ugly. Everyone, be careful. Zhou Danjin had a fierce expression on his face as he controlled a water ball in his hand and smashed it on the head of a strange fish that was slithering over at a high speed. Tutor, what should we do now? He Wei cried out in alarm. She looked left and right, and all she could see was boundless black water. This underground pool seemed to have no end in sight. Soaking in the cold water, one's senses were exceptionally cold. At this moment, Arbor was lying on Mo Lian's back. She hugged his neck and shouted, "Forward, forward." He-Chin turned around and glanced at her. What's ahead? Hurry, hurry. Arbor couldn't be bothered to care about how others were screaming. She just kept ordering her husband around. Lien, baby, can you not pull your husband's hair when you're agitated? Arbor hurriedly smoothed her husband's wet hair. She lowered her head and whispered in his ear, little Shui said that the black spirit jade mine is right in front. Let's hurry over. Her little tree was still waiting for the black spirit jade to prolong his life, this was not a joke. Got it. Lien nodded helplessly. He carried his wife and quickly moved forward. The venerable peach blossom immortal followed beside them. He also slid forward for a while. He asked curiously in a low voice, what's in front? Arbor turned to look at the group of people they had left far behind. She waved at Chen and said, just now, I calculated with my fingers that there's a black spirit jade mine here. The venerable peach blossom immortal's eyes twitched. He looked at her helplessly and said, little thing, do you think I'll believe you just because you say that? Humph, Arbor turned her head and faced him with the back of her head. Lien glared at him and said, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Where is it? Chen was helpless. Under the water? The three of them moved forward quietly. What was strange was that those strange fish, who knew if they bullied the weak and feared the strong, actually didn't approach the three of them. Instead, they all gathered around Xianxia and the others. Chen looked back and saw that the people from the Sunlight Academy were frantically dealing with those strange fish. He could not help but feel curious. Jojo, did you do something? Why did those strange fish like the people from the Sunlight Academy so much? Look at Frost Wind Academy and Honghu Academy. They were not as loved by the strange fish as they were. Even the extremely poor Hippo Academy was slightly better off than the Sunlight Academy. Arbor snorted. He subconsciously grabbed Lien's long hair. Do I look like someone who would do such a silly thing? Yes, Chen nodded inwardly, but shook his head outwardly. You don't look like someone like that. What the heck, he did not mean what he said. If he said that he looked like someone, he was sure that the little thing would not even show him the back of her head. Arbor looked back at him expressionlessly and nodded in satisfaction. That's right. At least you have good taste. Ma Shurchen silently turned to look at Lien. Do you know that your wife is so narcissistic? Lien, although the three of them were talking, it did not affect their movements. Paddling to the front of a row of walls, Lien reached out and touched the cold and protruding relief wall. Her eyes flashed slightly. It seems that this is an underground mausoleum. Because of the earthquake, they actually slid all the way into the earth mausoleum. He didn't know whose mausoleum it was, but the mausoleum had the entire dissect mountain as its mausoleum. Arbor nodded. Let's see if there's an entrance. The three of them wandered along the relief wall for a while. Arbor's little hand suddenly touched a cold tab. He reached out and pulled it expressionlessly. It didn't budge. Girl, don't talk nonsense. Ma Shurchen hurriedly said. Unfortunately, it was too late, because the tab didn't budge. Miss Chow channeled a wave of wood spirit onto the tab and pulled with all her might. Kaji, a huge circular hole suddenly appeared in the wall beside the tab. A strange fish leaped out of it. Ma Shurchen decisively flung it out with a vine whip. Pu. One after another, strange fish leaped out of the circular hole in the wall. Without even looking at Arbor and the others, they quickly swam in the direction of Xianxia and the others. Miss Chow, who had done something bad, she silently raised her eyes to look at the speechless expressions of the two men beside her. Cough. Miss Chow retracted her fair and tender hand and said seriously to the two of them, I didn't do it on purpose. Lien and Shurchen looked at each other and decided to treat Jojo's words as a joke and laugh it off. After all the strange fish jumped into the water from the round hole, Arbor stuck her head out to take a look and then beckoned to the two of them. Go in. She jumped into the round hole. Lien hurriedly followed and pulled her to his side, touching her slightly cold little hand. The red flame flickered in his palm and he used his fire spiritual energy to wipe away the moisture on the little fellow's legs before drying his clothes. The three of them walked along a path paved with limestone. Not long after, they vaguely saw a ray of light. Arbor held Lien's hand and hurriedly walked in. This place seemed to be a side chamber of an underground palace. Candlelight flickered all around and there was nothing inside. Arbor communicated mentally with the little water child and quickly walked forward. After passing through this side chamber of the underground palace, they walked into a stone room carved with countless murals. Arbor stood in the middle of this chamber and lightly stepped on the ground. Is there a way to dig up this ground quietly? She didn't want to make too much noise and attract Xianxia and the rest. When that time came, although she could still take the black spirit jade mine for herself, she would still have to do something. It would be troublesome. Mo Lian nodded and a cluster of black fire landed on the ground, burning fiercely. The sacred fire that could burn everything was naturally a piece of cake for it to deal with this limestone ground. In just a few seconds, the ground had already sunken from the heat, revealing a deep pit. Xiaomu stretched out her hand, and the transparent water child circled around her finger. It jumped like a sprite before leaping into the deep pit and turning into a drop of water that slowly seeped into the depths of the ground. Soon, the little water child's joyful voice filled her conscious. Master Silver, I see it. Mystic Spirit Jade Mine. Very good. Take them all to Paradise Planet. But Master, these profound spirit jade ores are buried underground. If I were to take them all away at once, the entire ground would collapse. Then this half of the underground palace will probably be lost. Arbor nodded. Collect. For the sake of Little Tree's recovery, she was not afraid of any danger. Besides, this underground palace was so big that it would take a while for it to collapse. There was plenty of time for them to escape. Yes, Master. Get ready. The little water baby nodded and began to collect the black spirit jade mine. His little heart was also very excited. With such a mineral vein below, it should be enough for the small tree to squander and absorb. As time passed, the entire mineral vein was finally absorbed into Paradise Planet by the little water child. Arbor did not have time to take a closer look and directly dragged the little water baby into Paradise Planet. He then pulled Mo Lian and said to Ching-Chen, let's go. When the three of them came out of the anteroom, they happened to see Teacher Zhou leading the others in. Behind him was a group of battered and exhausted students from the Sunlight Academy. When the two clashed, everyone felt the ground shake and shake. They tried their best to stabilize themselves. What's going on? Zhou Dongjin's expression changed. Let's go. Arbor did not say anything else and turned to lead the others out. 7:30 p.m. It was obviously impossible to go back the way they came. At this moment, the water from the pool outside was surging into the round hole in the relief wall. In the blink of an eye, the cold water covered everyone's feet. Everyone looked outside in a daze. A strange fish with jagged teeth jumped in from the round hole and swam towards them at a high speed. Dao Wuji's eyes widened and he cursed in exasperation, these damn fish are here again. Go 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 go. Everyone pushed each other and rushed forward. They jostled and staggered through the side hall of the underground palace. They didn't know what was going on in the underground palace. Everyone rushed forward in the corridor, their figures swaying back and forth with the shaking of the underground palace. Their faces were full of solemnity. The craftsmen who built this underground palace were most likely novices, right? Otherwise, how could such a large underground palace begin to shake as soon as they entered the side hall? Arbor, Mo Lian, and Yuan Shurchen ran at the front. They turned up the corridor and ran for a while before stopping. Holy shit, this isn't a dead end, is it? Dao Wuji squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of the three. He glanced at the thick stone block blocking the way. Let me try. Dao Wuji gathered his spiritual energy and was about to send it out. His palm was suddenly stopped by Yuan Shurchen. Don't act rashly. At this time, they were all in the corridor. The underground palace behind them was constantly collapsing. If Dao Wuji sent a palm flying down, it would cause the entire corridor to collapse. In this way, everyone could be buried alive in this corridor. Then what do we do now? Dao Wuji glared at Yuan Shurchen, if we continue to fight, we will die. If we don't walk and wait for death, we will also die. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and go. Xianxia screamed in panic. Everyone could only see an ice-cold stream of water sweeping towards them. As the water flow spread, the strange fish also swam over. From time to time, they would jump half a zhang high and bite their calves. King Hell. Little Fatty bent down and tied his trousers tightly. He swung his double-headed hammer and killed a strange fish that pounced at him, sending it flying. Rise to the sky, rise to the sky. Zhou Danjin shouted in a low voice as he leaped into the air. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly floated into the air one after another. No matter how the strange fish jumped, it still couldn't bite their legs. However, if this continued, it would probably only save them for a while. This was because the tunnel would soon be filled with the ice-cold water. At that time, they would sink into the water, which would greatly affect their movements. Xianxia wielded a purple treasured sword. She drew a sword flower and swept it horizontally, slashing apart 2 or 3 strange fishes that were darting towards her. Her pretty face sank slightly as she said, "Quickly think of a way to leave this tunnel." According to the current speed of the water flow, the entire tunnel would be filled to the brim with water in about 7 to 8 minutes. At that time, those strange fishes would be the rulers of the water. If they were surrounded by them, their lives would be in danger. At this time, Arbor didn't make a move. Several of the Sunlight Academy students pushed them aside and pounced on the stone block blocking the way. They searched back and forth as if they were looking for a mechanism. Xian and Wei squeezed to the left and right of the stone block. The two of them squatted on the stone block and touched the cracks in the stone block inch by inch. They then touched the green stones on the walls. After searching for a while, they didn't find anything useful. The water in the tunnel had almost gathered to the bottom of everyone's feet. One had to know that everyone was floating in the air right now. Therefore, in less than a few minutes, the water had almost reached the top of their feet, which was quite frightening. When the entire tunnel was covered by the cold water, everyone could only use their own protective shields to protect themselves and fight the strange fish in the water. The price to pay for this would be huge. The protective shields couldn't last forever. If the strange fish tore open a crack, the entire mystic weapon would be useless. Look. Xian squatted on the stone block and looked at the water that had already reached her feet. Her eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, a student from the Sunlight Academy climbed onto the green stone wall and shouted in surprise, "Look, there's a tab here." People couldn't see it when they were standing on the ground. The student only saw the tab on the blue stone wall when he was close to the top of the tunnel. Mo Lian and Ma Shurchen's eyelids twitched. Before Qiaomu could blurt out, "Wait," she saw that idiot pull on the tab and tug hard. Boom boom boom. In the depths of the underground palace, there was the sound of mechanisms clashing. A circular hole suddenly appeared on the bluestone wall beside the student. A strange fish suddenly jumped out and bit the student's neck. Ah! Cough, ugh. Ugh ugh. The student struggled to escape, but he didn't have the strength to fight back. With a cautious sound, the strange fish bit off half of the student's head. Blood flowed down the green stone wall and mixed with the cold water. Stimulated by the blood, the strange fish jumped out of the water and bit everyone's legs. Xianxia, Little Fatty, and the rest quickly stabilized themselves and tried their best to float close to the limestone ceiling above them. One of their hands groped around the ceiling, as if they had grabbed onto something. They quickly tugged at it. "Don't move." Arbor saw that Xianxia was also pulling on a tab. The tab was made of brass and there was a layer of stone on the outside. It was completely stuck to the green stone wall. When it wasn't pulled, one couldn't tell that there was a tab. When one touched it, it would be because of all kinds of bad hands. Or perhaps it was because of their survival instincts, they would inexplicably pull at it. Xuanxuan's hand froze on the spot. She didn't know if she should pull or not. Xiao Mu, Mo Lian, and Jichen hastily floated over and stared fixedly at this tab on the ceiling. At this moment, the strange fish that had swallowed the student from the Sunlight Academy and chewed on the remaining corpse of the student. Then, it quickly swam towards Xian and Wei, who were on the stone block. Xian's expression changed as she clenched her teeth and exerted all her strength as she blasted a wisp of profound energy towards the strange fish. Bam! The strange fish didn't slow down its speed at all. Instead, it opened its mouth and bit towards Xian at an even faster speed. At the critical moment, the Sunlight Academy tutor threw out a wooden vine. After the wooden vines were flung away, they immediately wrapped around the waists of the two students and lifted them up in an instant. At the same time, the giant strange fish opened its mouth and bit down on the stone block with a loud bang. In an instant, it bit off a large chunk of stone from the stone block. The sharpness of its teeth made everyone's expression change abruptly. Holy shit, why is this mutated fish so big? Dao Wuji's eyes darkened. With a flip of his hand, he hit the fish and sank it. Ever since that student foolishly pulled the ring and opened up another round cave, many more strange fish jumped out. Limitless Blade took the lead and floated over to take a look. It was pitch black inside, without any light at all. It was probably a dead end. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and enter the cave! Xianxia shouted. She floated over and wanted to enter the new cave. The Sunlight Academy's teacher hurriedly pulled her back. Wait. Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei were already behind Xianxia. Seeing her touch the ring, their expressions darkened. It's very likely that it'll be another hole if you pull it. If I let go, I might not be able to. Xianxia muttered softly. She obviously didn't use much strength when she pulled the ring, but now she had a bad feeling. It was as if something bad would happen if she let go. It's fine. Arbor patted her shoulder. You'll have to let go no matter what. Let go. Let go and see what's going to happen. Xianxia quickly retracted her hand. Just as she retracted her hand, another round cave appeared on the stone wall opposite her. It was perfectly symmetrical with the cave on the other side. This time, everyone was on guard. Seeing a huge monster fish jump out, everyone swung their spiritual power together and smashed it fiercely. In less than 2 seconds, this arrogant sawtooth monster fish was killed. Cold sweat appeared on Xianxia's head. Let's go. Which cave do we go to? Everyone hurriedly looked up at their respective teachers. Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei pondered for a moment. In the end, they couldn't help but look at Mo Lian and He Chen. Where do you think we should go? Mo Lian raised her hand and pointed at the cave that Xianxia had opened. Let's go there. All right. Zhou Danjin nodded and led the group towards the hole in the bluestone wall. The instructor from the Sunlight Academy hurriedly called them from behind. Instructor, do you want to reconsider? Although the water hadn't reached the surface yet, it wouldn't take long for the water to cover the entire tunnel. At that time, the excess water would definitely pour into the round hole in the bluestone wall, and they would still be unable to escape the fate of being chased by the strange fish. Zhou Danjin's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. He decisively led the group of students into the bluestone cave. A huge tremor came from the tunnel behind him. The instructors from Honghu Academy and Frostgale Academy also gritted their teeth and made up their minds. Let's go. Since Hippo Academy did not have an instructor to lead them, the group of poor students could only follow the crowd. As for the Sunlight Academy's leader, he didn't hesitate for long. Soon, they saw the waterfall like water rushing towards them. Following it, huge strange fish jumped back and forth in the water. They didn't have time to think. They hurriedly followed the group and jumped into the cave in the bluestone wall. The end of the 6th night watch. When the last person from the Sunlight Academy stepped into the circular cave on the limestone wall, a loud sound came from behind them. Everyone turned around and saw that the path they came from was blocked by a huge rock that fell from the sky. Everyone's heart sank slightly. This underground palace was very strange. The interlocking mechanism seemed to be guiding the group forward step by step. They didn't know if it was a dead end or a way to escape. If there was no way out in the end, then perhaps everyone would be suffocated to death in this small passageway. This place would become their burial ground. Everyone sucked in a breath and followed Zhou Danjin's group forward. After the huge rock blocked the cave, although it cut off their path, it also cut off the water flow and the strange fish. The people from the Sunlight Academy, who were walking at the back, turned back to look at the dark tunnel. They couldn't describe the nervousness and melancholy in their hearts. The advantage of those strange fish was that there were many of them, and the combined attack power was enough to make them suffer a lot. Also, the mutated fish that appeared later were at least 3 to 5 times bigger than the original fish. It was even more difficult to deal with them. Mystic energy and spirit energy would dry up if they used too much. No one could hold on for 4 to 6 hours under this kind of siege without feeling tired. Xianxia and He Wei followed closely behind the leading instructor, walking forward quickly. Every student's face revealed traces of anxiety. If people walked in the dark for a long time, they would feel a certain amount of psychological pressure. Also, everyone was uncertain about the road ahead. Naturally, the psychological pressure would be even greater. Feng Tong, do you think we can get out of here safely? A student from the Sunlight Academy asked his classmate in a low voice. Because the tunnel was narrow, only one person could pass through at a time. Therefore, everyone lined up in a long snake-like line, following the snaking line in front of them. After a long time, Wang Haiji didn't get a reply from his classmate. He looked back in confusion and saw his good friend Feng Tong following behind him with his head lowered. There was no one else behind them. Wang Haiji looked at Feng Tong and sighed. He turned around and patted Feng Tong's shoulder. Don't worry, we'll definitely get out. Wang Haiji didn't know if he was comforting himself or others. He sighed, turned around, and walked a few steps faster. He called out to Feng Tong, hurry up. Haiji, what do you think we should do if there's no road ahead? A female student in front of Wang Haiji couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Wang Haiji felt a chill run down his spine. He shrugged his shoulders. Even if we have to crawl, we'll have to crawl out. The female student nodded listlessly. Her eyes casually glanced behind him, and her footsteps suddenly stopped. Haiji, where's Feng Tong? Wang Haiji turned around to take a look and felt a chill run down his spine. Feng Tong? Feng Tong? Wang Haiji turned his head abruptly. Feng Tong? Feng Tong? The female student shuddered and hurriedly gathered in the direction of the group. She ran a few steps and shouted, Instructor, Feng Tong is missing. How could Feng Tong disappear? The leader of the Sunlight Academy turned around. Wasn't this path already blocked by the huge boulder at the back? Feng Tong disappeared without a sound. Everyone looked at the dark tunnel they had passed through when they came, their bodies emitting cold air. Everyone, be careful. The leading teacher said in a low voice. He had a very sullen feeling in his heart. They didn't encounter many corpse puppets in the mountain, they didn't even touch the edge of a large corpse puppet base. In the end, his school lost 2 students, it was really a headache. Teacher, what do we do now? Wang Haiji felt goosebumps all over his body. Such a big living person, who was following behind him just now, disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Continue forward. The teacher from the Sunlight School looked back and saw the luminous pearls getting further and further away from them. He hurriedly said, now is not the time to think about this. We have to catch up as soon as possible. Let's go. Wang Haiji swallowed his saliva and looked behind him again. The dark path was silent and there was no movement. He couldn't see the end of it. It was as if there was a huge black beast in the darkness, opening its mouth, waiting for its delicious meal to arrive. Wang Haiji shivered and hurriedly followed the group. This narrow passageway seemed to be especially long. They had been walking for almost 2 hours, but they still hadn't reached the end. After another quarter of an hour, Wang Haiji vaguely heard a faint breathing sound coming from behind him. The breathing sound was very heavy, mixed with a few wheezing sounds, like a lazy donkey dragging a broken cart. The footsteps were heavy. Wang Haiji quickened his pace, his face almost turning green. Previously, Feng Tong had disappeared behind him, so he was the last person in the team. But now, who was the one who was breathing heavily behind him? Wang Haiji only felt that his neck was as stiff as a car wheel that had not been repaired for a long time. He could even hear the sound of his neck bones moving. Wang Haiji carefully looked at the people behind him and let out a tragic scream. The group stopped. This long line of people added up to 60 to 70 people. Arbor and the others were walking in front of the group, they didn't know what was going on with the scream behind them. What happened? Instructor Zhou frowned and turned to look at the back of the team. The instructor from Honghu Academy, who was following closely behind the top academies, quickly stepped forward and said, "You are Instructor Zhou, right? Should we stop and rest for a while? Should we send someone to check the rear?" After walking in this dark and long corridor for so long, the students were not in good condition. Teacher Zhou heard this and turned around to look at the group of students behind him. Under the illumination of the night illumination pearls, Lu Yu and the others didn't look too good, but at least they weren't as pale as the other students. Alright, let's rest here for a quarter of an hour. Instructor Zhou nodded. After all, from the moment the strange fish attacked, they had been fleeing all the way. They barely had time to catch their breath. The leading instructor from Honghu Academy nodded gratefully at Instructor Zhou. Then, he turned around and said, "Pass the message down one by one. Rest here for half a quarter of an hour. Everyone, use this time to recover your strength and mystic energy. Don't let your imagination run wild." Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads one after another. As soon as the instructors finished speaking, some of the students immediately collapsed onto the ground, looking both mentally and physically exhausted, panting heavily. It was mainly because they were too mentally exhausted. They had been stretched taut the entire journey. Now that they could rest for a quarter of an hour, it was as if they had extended half of their lives. After everyone sat down against the wall, the few people from Sunlight Academy standing at the back of the group were especially eye-catching. "Everyone, sit down and don't move." The Honghu Academy instructor instructed and walked towards the back of the group. Due to the fact that everyone was leaning against the wall with their legs tucked in, there was some space in the narrow passageway for the instructors of Honghu Academy to pass through. Xiaomu was sitting next to Mo Lian. It was unknown what she was pondering, but her eyes were half-lidded and she didn't say a word. At the end of the team, Feng Tong, the student from the Sunlight Academy who had disappeared and then reappeared, strangled his classmate Wang Haiji's neck as if he had gone mad. With dim lights flashing in his eyes, he stared at Wang Haiji coldly and emotionlessly as if he hated Wang Haiji so much that he wanted to strangle him on the spot. No matter how the other students gathered their strength and bombarded his back, he remained unmoved. Although blood was dripping from the corner of Feng Tong's mouth, and it was obvious that his body was also injured, he was especially strong at this moment. His hands that were strangling Wang Haiji were like two steel pliers, firmly fixed there. Wang Haiji's eyes rolled back, and he was gasping for air. Seeing this, the Honghu Academy instructor's eyes darkened. He hurriedly threw out a yellow talisman and slapped it onto Feng Tong's body. "Gee!" A short and sharp cry sounded in the air. In the dark and long tunnel, it was extremely frightening. Xiaomu returned to her senses from her thoughts, and she suddenly pulled out a spiritual dagger from her waist. She then carved a Xianxia character on the wall behind her with a creak. His face darkened as he turned towards the direction of Sunlight Academy. From a distance, he looked at Feng Tong, who was being dragged to the ground by the instructors. They were stepping on him, but he was still writhing. The group of students looked at Feng Tong, who was still writhing and screaming under the feet of the Honghu Academy instructors. They all swallowed their saliva silently. At this time, Wang Haiji, who was finally able to exhale a long breath, covered his chest with a pale face and coughed loudly. "Haiji, how are you?" A few students from the Sunlight Academy gathered around and asked with concern. Wang Haiji could not help but smile bitterly. The taste of taking a trip to the gates of hell was really unpleasant. When Feng Tong grabbed him by the neck just now, he thought he was going to die. Because even though he had accumulated all the strength in his body and smashed his profound energy onto Feng Tong's body, he was still unable to push him away. Feng Tong's strength was simply astonishing, and there was a feeling that he could not be defied. The Sunlight Academy's instructor looked at the Honghu Academy instructor who was stepping on Feng Tong with a shocked expression. "Instructor, what's wrong with my student? What happened? He's probably possessed by a ghost spirit," the instructor from Honghu Academy said in a deep voice. He exerted force with his feet and firmly stepped on Feng Tong, who was twisting his body and howling madly. "However, the protective talisman in my hand is not enough to repel this ghost spirit. We need to think of another way." The instructor frowned slightly. "If only we had a rope to tie him up first. Didn't someone bring a bundle?" Xian turned her head to look in Arbor's direction. Everyone's voices weren't low, so Arbor naturally heard them. She hugged her small blue and white cloth bag and walked over. Mo Lian followed behind her, frowning as she looked at Feng Tong, who was being stepped on by the Honghu instructor. When Feng Tong saw that more people were surrounding him, he glared fiercely and bared his teeth at Arbor and Mo Lian as he roared. Mo Lian curled her lips into a smile that wasn't a smile. A purple flame rose from her fingertip, and she was about to throw it at Feng Tong. "Gee!" A sharp cry came from Feng Tong's body, as if he was afraid of the flame. His entire body trembled as he hugged himself, and he lay on the ground without moving. Do you want to come out yourself, or do you want me to beat you up until you come out? Arbor said coldly. A dozen blue safety talismans appeared from her sleeves, each one emitting a faint blue light. Gee. This ghost spirit probably didn't expect that it would encounter a young couple, one more savage than the other. If he still had a shred of consciousness left, he would definitely cry tears of sympathy for his own experience. Still not coming out? The little fellow shouted impatiently. She raised her hand, and the dozen blue safety talismans flew towards Feng Tong's body. Feng Tong, however, suddenly started coughing violently. Prince Mo hurriedly grabbed the little fellow's finger, and helplessly pointed at a place in front of her. It's coming out. Miss Zhao raised her head to look at the crown prince. The crown prince immediately understood and hurriedly moved her small body in a certain direction. He pointed at a corner. It's there. In a place that the little fellow couldn't see, the black shadow had curled itself into a ball. It shrank into a corner against the wall, and it hated that it couldn't squeeze itself into a crack in the wall. It wasn't that it couldn't, but it was afraid that if it acted rashly, before it could escape, the purple flame and talismans of the savage couple would hit its body. At that time, its soul would definitely scatter. The little fellow took out the ghost spirit pearl and waved in the direction that Prince Mo pointed. Come. The ghost spirit's face was probably twisted as it shrank back, not daring to approach. Although Arbor couldn't see it, seeing that the ghost spirit pearl didn't light up, he knew that the ghost spirit didn't enter the pearl. Her little face immediately darkened and the talisman in her hand jumped slightly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It looked like it was about to flare up in the next second. Screech. The ghost spirit let out a mournful cry and rushed towards the bead in Arbor's hand in the blink of an eye. After a burst of dazzling light, Arbor turned his head and glanced at Prince Mo. He went in? The crown prince nodded helplessly. Arbor replied with an "oh" and put away the ghost spirit pearl. He coldly glanced at Feng Tong, who was coughing and spitting on the ground. She frowned in disgust, and her little mouth was extremely venomous. Useless fellow, just a mere ghost spirit and you're already like this. Take it. He took out an ordinary water gourd from his bag and tossed it to Feng Tong. Feng Tong held the gourd and hurriedly opened it. He gulped down 5 or 6 mouthfuls of water. He only felt that the water was sweet and pure, and after drinking it, his whole body felt warm and comfortable. He wiped his mouth and raised his head to look in the direction that Arbor left. With a face full of gratitude, he called out loudly, "Many thanks to Miss for saving me." Arbor snorted and muttered in a low voice, "A fellow who's dragging me down." Prince Mo couldn't help but smile. No matter how venomous this little fellow's mouth was, the thing she did couldn't help but make one's heart warm. Raising his hand to rub the little fellow's head, the crown prince chuckled and said, "My Jojo is so good." Miss Zhao turned her head with a proud expression, then couldn't help but tilt her head and sneak a glance at Prince Mo. Coincidentally, she met the crown prince's smiling gaze. This guy's gaze had been on her from the beginning until now, never moving away. The Sunlight Academy students hurriedly seized the time to rest for a while. When 7 minutes were up, Zhou Danjin called out, "Let's go." The group of people got up again and walked toward the front of the tunnel. After walking for nearly 2 hours, Arbor stopped and said with a heavy expression, "Everyone, stop." "What's wrong?" Zhou Danjin stilled. Arbor squatted down with a heavy expression and pointed at a clear Jin character on the limestone wall. "I carved this here when we were resting just now." Both Zhou Danjin and Wei Wei's expressions changed. Everyone's expressions also became extremely unsightly. "No wonder." Little Fatty said with a pale face, "Why is it that this tunnel doesn't look long, but we can't seem to finish walking?" "I've always felt that it was a bit strange too." Xianxia said, "So we've been going back and forth on this path?" Arbor nodded. "Everyone, let's look around. There's probably a teleportation glyph formation on this path. Every time we walk to that glyph formation, the glyph formation will silently teleport us back to the starting point." "What?" Xianxia exclaimed in shock. "How is that possible?" "We walked into the glyph formation, didn't anyone feel it?" "If you felt it, you wouldn't have been unable to walk out of this tunnel." Mata shouted at Xianxia exasperatedly. "Senior sister Xianxia. Wei reached out and pulled Xianxia's sleeve, giving her a look that said, a wise person submits to circumstances. Right now, they still had to rely on Arbor and the others to walk out. It wouldn't be too late to settle the score with Arbor after they got out. Xian had obviously thought of this as well, so she lowered her gaze and didn't say anything else. Everyone spread out on the road, looking for the teleportation array that Arbor had mentioned. After everyone had left, Arbor turned to Zhou Danjin and said, "Professor, come here for a moment. This teleportation array is embedded in this tunnel. If we don't dig it out, we won't be able to find it," Arbor said coldly. Zhou Danjin and Wei looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean?" So, just now, the little fellow had asked them to look for the teleportation glyph array everywhere in order to distract those people so that he could talk to them? "I have a way to get us out of here. However, I'll have to trouble you all to hide in the storage talisman first. Are you willing?" What are you going to do?" "The teleportation glyph array formed by the profound level blue glyph I made can teleport no more than 20 kilometers away, and the maximum number of people it can teleport is 10. It can't be teleported more than 6 times in a row," Arbor said indifferently. "I need Professor Zhou, Senior Brother Duanmu and the others to enter the teleportation glyph. Are you all willing?" Zhou Danjin nodded blankly. "Yes, if we can get out of here, of course we're willing." "What's Kiki?" "That teleportation glyph array." Professor Zhou felt as if he was listening to a fairy tale. Something like a teleportation glyph array, was it something that could be made by just anyone? The little girl, however, had an indifferent expression, as if making a teleportation glyph array was not a big deal. There might be a deviation in the teleportation process. The little girl said expressionlessly, "Maybe it will appear in the corpse puppet camp, or maybe it will appear in the pool we just passed. It will land randomly, and it will depend on your face." That's right, teleportation glyph arrays and teleportation glyph arrays were basically the same thing. But at least a teleportation glyph array could transport 10 people at once, and her mystic level teleportation glyph array could transport people 6 times in a row. As long as their faces were not extremely dark, Arbor felt that they would be able to get out of this crappy tunnel. As long as they could get out of this tunnel where the teleportation glyph array was hidden, there would still be some hope. Then what about them?" Zhou Danjin asked in a low voice, pointing at the students and instructors of the other academies behind them. Arbor frowned slightly. They could bring them, but there were 2 particularly annoying ones that Jojo really did not want to bring. Zhou Danjin hurriedly said, "How about this, instructor, go talk to them. Let them bleed a bit, and we will bring them out. For the funds of our academy." "Ah, right. I can buy you 2 sets of academy uniforms, the quality of the materials will definitely be beautiful. I guarantee that you will be many times more beautiful than those bastards from Sunlight Academy." Arbor expressionlessly looked at his stingy instructor, then turned around and faced him with the back of his head. She did not know what to say to this person. He was using her as a means to make money, and insisted on getting some from the other academies before he was willing to give them 2 sets of academy uniforms. It could not be helped, the instructors were poor. Poor people have low ambitions, this was not nonsense. Zhou Danjin chuckled and ran to the instructors of Honghu Academy and Frostwind Academy, whispering to them for a while. The eyes of the instructors of the 2 academies lit up, and they nodded, saying, of course, if you can bring us out of here unharmed, we will definitely reward you." After that, Instructor Zhou took advantage of his seniority and squeezed the students of Hippo Academy dry. Finally, he came to the instructor of Sunlight Academy. It had to be said that Instructor Zhou's eloquence was exceptional. When Mr. Zhou returned to Arbor with a big smile on his face, Arbor felt that the faces of those naughty kids and mentors of Sunlight Academy had become worse than before. Just now, the teachers of the Sunlight Academy begged us to take Xian and Wei away. Because of this, the teacher has ruthlessly squeezed them dry. Jojo, don't worry, the teacher will definitely share with you what we get. 1/5. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but vomit blood. Can you be any more stingy? The storage talisman was Jojo's, and the teleportation array was Jojo's as well. Jojo brought a group of people out of this damned place, and in the end, you were the one who collected the money. Arbor looked at Zhou Danjin, speechless, and gave him a "as long as you're happy" look. Then, he suddenly threw out an empty blue storage talisman and put everyone inside. Regardless of how surprised they were at the storage talisman, Arbor turned to Mo Lian, He Chan, and little Taisui, who were still standing outside, and said, "Let's go." 60 ebony blue talismans slowly rose around her, the end of the sixth watch. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in a palace with a high ceiling. This main hall seemed to be much larger than the side hall they had entered before. The structure was much more luxurious than the side palace. In addition, there were 16 huge golden pillars with coiled dragons. Silk floated in the air and bells rang out. At first glance, it seemed to be the residence of some aristocrat. After coming out of the teleportation rune array, Dao Wuji let out a sigh of relief. Good, good. We didn't get sent back. If they were sent back to a collapsed place, it would be really depressing. In any case, he had completely left the tunnel where the teleportation rune array was hidden, and he had been successfully teleported in one go. Arbor waved the storage rune and let Instructor Zhou and the others out. Look around. This hall looks so luxurious, but it's completely empty inside. The Sunlight Academy's leading instructor muttered softly, and his gaze seemed to shift back and forth between Xiaomu's body. Other than some golden pillars, there was really nothing else in the hall. After the instructor's careless reminder, everyone from the Sunlight Academy looked at Arbor and the others strangely. Seeing this, Zhou Dongjin's face darkened and he scolded angrily, "You don't know what's good for you." "What do you mean? Did they empty the hall before they let you out?" Xian snorted. "With such a big storage rune, it's not impossible to move some things." Xiaomu coldly swept a glance at Xian, her gaze as sharp as a blade, causing Xian to inexplicably shudder. Arbor said coldly, "There's nothing in the palace. Even if there was, even if I emptied it, what can you do?" Xian was rendered speechless. Arbor's words weren't pleasant to hear, but he was right. Even if she emptied the palace, what could they do? Fight? Could they win? Turn hostile? Now that they had yet to leave this unknown underground palace, if something were to happen after they fell out, there would be no one to help them. He coughed lightly and tugged at Xian, whose expression was unsightly. He then turned to look at Arbor with a smile and said, "Miss Chiao, this is all a misunderstanding. I hope you won't be angry. Oh right, I see that you have quite a few storage talismans on you. Hey, are you willing to sell it?" "Sell my ass." Zhou Danjin waved her hand angrily. She took a few steps forward and took out a bag from her waist. Okay. Pay the money. You can continue after you pay." The leader of the Sunlight College stared at Zhou Danjin with a dark face. He reluctantly took out a spirit coin card from his waist and threw it to Zhou Danjin. The guy surnamed Zhou was quite angry. They were in the same team, but the cost of the teleportation rune arrays of the Sunlight Academy was 5 times higher than that of the Honghu Academy and the Hippo Academy. Zhou Danjin rolled his eyes and snorted, "Alright, let's look around and see if there's a way out." Wait. He almost couldn't maintain the kind smile that he pretended to have. "Miss Chiao, I wonder if my suggestion just now, in your dreams." He even gave them storage talismans. Did he really think that his face was as big as the sun? Arbor turned and pulled Mo Lian to the side. Wei's expression became extremely ugly. She was so angry that she almost broke her teeth from clenching them. Wei's expression was extremely malicious as he coldly watched Xiaomu and Mo Lian's departing figures, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Despicable brat, she didn't know what was good for her, he was willing to pay for it and she dared to say that it was a dream, despicable. Zhou Danjin was also in a bad mood. Originally, since they were all from the 6 Prefectures Academy, he acted as a mediator and brought the Sunlight Academy people along. But he didn't expect that the Sunlight Academy people, from the teachers to the students, were all troublemakers. The Sunlight Academy teachers even dared to slander their students and say that they took the treasures in the hall. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Without Xiaomu to bring them out of the tunnel, how could they still be alive to fight for the treasures? Zhou Danjin regretted it. If he knew that this group of people would be so troublesome, he would have charged them 100 times the price. Soon, everyone gathered in the center of the hall. The Honghu Academy teacher said, "I took a look. There are a total of 4 tunnels around the hall and we don't know where each tunnel leads to." I think the best way is for our 4 academies to go through the 4 tunnels. Teacher Wei Wei pondered for a moment and said, if we can't get through, we'll turn back and gather in the hall. Everyone looked at each other. The Honghu Academy teacher shook his head, if we split up, our strength will be dispersed too. If that's the case, we'll be in trouble if we encounter any danger. Teacher Wei Wei glanced at him indifferently, oh? Then teacher, do you think it's better for everyone to go through the same tunnel? That's right. The Sunlight Academy teacher quickly nodded, let's go together. Teacher Wei glanced at them noncommittally. Let's go. Zhou Danjin led his students to a tunnel on the left. The Sunlight Academy teacher was still yelling behind them, hey, don't you want to think about it carefully? Zhou Danjin and the others ignored him and walked into the tunnel. The Sunlight Academy teacher's face was dark. Xian suggested, why don't we go by ourselves? There's no need to look at the faces of those people from top academies. What kind of top-notch academy is this? They're turning their backs on us just like that, a student said angrily. Feng Tong frowned. Can everyone stop complaining for now? They're being polite by bringing us along. If they don't bring us along, we can't say anything. After all, they were not related to each other, and no one had the obligation to protect the people of the Sunlight Academy. Feng Tong's words immediately attracted the angry glares of a few Sunlight Academy students. He Wei scolded him, you're such a traitor. You only know how to put in a good word for others. Wang Haiji glanced at He Wei. Miss Chiao saved us just now, you shut up. He Wei shrieked. That's just a small matter for her. If she hadn't been so hesitant, she would have brought us along to use the teleportation rune array. Su Liang's face darkened as he scolded, are you done yet? Who do you think you are? Why don't you think about what happened between you and those 2 girls from the top academies? You still have the face to ask others to do this and that? He Wei was furious. Su Liang sneered as he looked at the 2 of them and said, in your dreams. Looking at Su Liang's merciless eyes, He Wei's heart was filled with anger and grievance. She pouted and shouted, Senior brother Su Liang, we are your junior sisters. Humph. Su Liang didn't want to talk to them anymore. Along the way, he had had enough of the stupidity and ignorance of these 2 women. They really thought that the sun was shining on them. It was ridiculous. Why should other people give them face? Just look at those 2 stupid women. Are they qualified? Let's go. The entire Sunlight Academy was divided into 2 teams. Su Liang led Wang Haiji, Feng Tong, and a few other young men and walked toward Arbor's team without looking back. The instructor from the Sunlight Academy had a gloomy face. His drooping mouth could almost hang an oil bottle, his anger was obvious. He also wanted to refuse to follow the people from the top academy and take the other students to another path. But now wasn't the time to be angry. With his ability, if something happened, he might not be able to protect so many students with the other 2 instructors. If the students were injured or killed, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. On top of that, he himself also coveted the transfer talisman matrix on Xiaomu. Following Arbor would definitely bring him a lot of benefits. Even if they encountered a place they couldn't get out of, they could just use the teleportation array and get out of there, right? But the price was 2F** king expensive. As his mind raced, the Sunlight Academy's instructor signaled his 2 colleagues with his eyes and quickly chased after Xiaomu's group with the rest of the students. As soon as they stepped into the spacious path, they saw Instructor Zhou from the top academy quickly retreating with a group of people. The instructor from the Sunlight Academy was about to mock them when he saw a bunch of black things following behind them. His expression changed drastically. What's wrong with you guys? Why did you attract all the ghosts? The instructor from the Sunlight Academy wanted to curse. This bunch of bastards, he had told them to consider carefully and choose a path to take. In the end, they didn't listen to him and randomly chose a path, luring out a swarm of ghost spirits. At this time, Zhou Danjin, Wei Wei, and the other instructors all had a gloomy face. They tried their best to protect the students and retreated to the hall. They were too lazy to care about that idiot from the Sunlight Academy. Feng Tong couldn't help but say, Instructor Chao Yan, you've misunderstood. It's not the path we took that has ghosts. You'll know when you turn around. The Sunlight Academy's teacher's expression changed slightly. Together with the other students, they all looked back and saw dark shadows emerging from the 4 tunnels. It turned out that it wasn't just one tunnel that was filled with ghost spirits, but all 4 of them. From the moment they entered, the ghost spirits had been gathering. It was just that they had coincidentally gathered and exploded at the same time. Xiao Yan's expression changed a few times, and he quickly said, "Quick, quick, who has a protective talisman? Quickly take it out and give it to everyone." Although he said you all, Xiao Dan's eyes were fixated on Xiaomu from beginning to end. Although he didn't know that Arbor was a great talisman master, it was an undeniable fact that Arbor had many talismans. Xiaomu could not help but be amused by this matter-of-fact attitude. She expressionlessly glanced at instructor Xiao Yan before lowering her eyes and sneering. Huh. They were truly a group of people who were naive to the extreme. Why did they think that Arbor had the obligation to provide them with the safety talisman for free? Zhou Danjin couldn't help but rage. Scram. This place is filled with ghost spirits. Didn't you say that you would organize everyone to fight against the ghost spirits? Why are you staring at our Xiao? Qi Xianxian glanced at Xiao Dan unhappily. She did not like the way he looked at Xiao. Where did that feeling of determination come from? Did Jojo owe their school something? Prince Mo glanced at Xiao Dan and the others with a half-smile. He didn't say anything and just pulled Arbor to the back of the crowd. His attitude was clearly saying, "Go ahead if you're so good." "Jojo, you must be hungry after all this." Mo Lian patted her head and chuckled. "What do you want to eat?" Xiaomu wore "I'm full of anger from those people" expression as she said dispiritedly, "Eating dragon meat is tasteless when I'm with these people." In Mo Lian's spiritual consciousness, Little Seven flew into a rage. "Master! Listen, listen, listen. She just wants to eat dragon meat. She just wants to eat me. No wonder she always beat him up whenever she saw him. She wanted to beat Little Seven to death and roast him. What a violent woman. Master must be crazy to like her so much." Alright, alright, alright. Mo Lian helplessly consoled our dear 7th Yen who had gone berserk. Arbor looked up at Mo Lian and wrinkled his little nose. "What are you doing?" After saying one sentence, he suddenly fell silent. Could it be that 7th Yen was bad-mouthing Xiao Xiao to him again? Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. She pulled Arbor and waved her hand to take out a small stool and a small square table from the storage talisman. "Jojo, have some porridge first, okay?" As he spoke, he took out the porridge that he had cooked in advance from the storage talisman and filled a bowl for Arbor. "You only ate a carrot today. How can you continue like this? You'll lose weight. Come, eat something to fill your stomach. When we get out, I'll cook a big meal for you." Arbor thought about it and agreed. He sat down, picked up the small bowl, and ate the porridge with a spoon. Occasionally, he would eat some side dishes. Seeing that she was eating, Mo Lian couldn't help but smile and wave her hand. She took out a stool from the storage talisman and looked at her. "If you don't eat, how can you have the energy to fight, right?" "Right, right." Arbor nodded in agreement. He reached for a snack and took 2 bites. He didn't even look up as he ate happily. She didn't even need to raise her head to know that Xiao Dan, Uxin, and the others from the Sunlight Academy were staring at her like poisonous arrows. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal appeared beside them in a flash. "I'm hungry too. Get lost." Mo Lian waved her hand. As an immortal supremacy, this guy couldn't possibly be hungry. Even if he had to drink wind and eat dirt for half a year, he couldn't possibly be hungry. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't be bothered with Mo Lian. He asked Jojo for a fully equipped storage talisman. Beaming, he took the bowl and chopsticks and scooped the porridge himself. Mo Lian snorted. A immortal supremacy guy was actually a foodie. No one would believe it. "Lian, why aren't you eating?" Arbor scooped another bowl of porridge. "It's quite good." Mo Lian reached out and patted her head. "Eat more." He didn't feel hungry at all. Naturally, he couldn't be like that foodie rotten Peach Blossom who wanted a bite of whatever Jojo ate. Arbor finished 2 bowls of porridge and 3 pieces of pastries. She rubbed her round tummy, wiped her mouth, and stopped eating. She stood up and took out some fruits and pastries from her storage talisman. She waved at Xianxia and the others and said, "Xianxia, little fatty, come and eat something if you're tired." In front of her, everyone was fighting with a bunch of ghosts. It was chaotic and fiery, and all kinds of spiritual power were flying around. Compared to that mess, Arbor looked like it was just sitting there and watching the clouds rise. The scene was very funny. Zhou Danjin and the others turned around and looked at the little girl with their mouths twitching. They didn't know if it was their imagination, but they felt that there wasn't a single ghost around the little girl. What was going on? Xianxian and the little fatty were already dead tired, so they quickly ran towards Qiao Mu when they heard this. The 4 to 5 ghost spirits that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws abruptly stopped when they were 8 feet away from Qiao Mu. They abruptly shrieked and dashed toward Instructor Chao Yan from the Sunlight Academy on the side. Chao Yan was shocked. He was already having a hard time dealing with 4 or 5 ghosts. At this moment, the spirits that were chasing after Qi Xianxian and Little Fatty were all attacking him. For a moment, his back was wide open. Qi La, one of the spirit's sharp claws tore through his defensive barrier. Chao Xian shuddered when he felt the gloomy cold air enter his body. It was very unfair to fight ghosts. Other than fire spiritual masters, who had an innate advantage against ghosts, no one else could hurt them at all. A large amount of spiritual energy had been consumed, but the ghost spirit was completely unscathed. This was a very worrying matter. As Qi Xianxian was running, she suddenly stopped and looked at Qiao Mu with a strange expression. Arbor beckoned her with its little finger. "Come. I have your favorite hibiscus pastries." However, Qi Xianxian ignored Qiao Qiao and abruptly turned around to run in the opposite direction of Qiao Mu. When the ghosts in all directions saw her, they all swarmed towards her. Qi Xianxian hurriedly took 2 steps back, and those ghost spirits turned around and left. Qi Xianxian took a few more steps forward, and the ghostly spirits rushed over. Yes. No wonder it looked so strange. Little Fatty could also tell what Qi Xianxian was doing. He walked to her side and as if he was experimenting, he took 3 steps forward and 2 steps backward. Then, the two of them looked at each other with strange expressions before turning to look at Miss Qiao, who had a confused look on her face. "What are you two doing?" It felt like they were crazy. "Duanmu. Senior brother Luyu, stop fighting. We're almost at Jojo." Qi Xianxian shouted at the top of her lungs. Duanmu Qing turned around to glance at them. With a leap, he broke free from the encirclement of ghosts and arrived beside Arbor. Then, he slightly raised his slender eyebrows and looked at Arbor with some surprise. Arbor saw that Luyu and the others were looking at her strangely. She wrinkled her nose and asked expressionlessly, "What are you looking at?" "Jojo, did you not notice?" What did I notice? Arbor could not help but want to throw her little hand, but on the surface, she still had a serious expression. "What's the matter?" Qi Xianxian pursed her lips. She turned around and shouted at Arbor, "Jojo, pay attention. Look at me, look at me." Qi Xianxian ran forward a few steps. She was 8 feet away. As the swarm of ghosts surrounded her, she hurriedly took 2 steps back. Then, she turned to look at Arbor. Qi Xianxian blinked at her and asked, "Jojo, can you tell?" Mo Lian wanted to laugh, but when she noticed the little fellow's dazed expression, she could not help but burst out laughing. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal ate the side dishes slowly and raised his chopsticks. "Don't waste your energy. It's not like you don't know that this little fellow can't see any ghosts at all. So your ridiculous experiment, sorry, this little fellow can't see it at all. Can't you see her dazed expression? She doesn't know what's going on at all." Qi Xianxian was speechless. She had run here and there to show Jojo her experiment, but it was like playing the lute to a cow. She quickly ran to Arbor's side and stopped messing around. She took a piece of hibiscus pastry and ate it. Arbor looked at her curiously and asked, "What did you want me to see just now?" Ghost spirits? Jojo, who couldn't see ghosts, was also very distressed. Why couldn't she see the things that everyone else could see with their spiritual senses? "It's fine if you can't see them. They're not beautiful things anyway. They're all ugly and ugly. It's good that you can't see them," Ma Shurchen said. Prince Mo nodded in agreement, which was rare. "Jojo, you can't sense any ghost's aura at all, right?" Arbor nodded vigorously. He also found it very strange. Xianxia did an experiment just now, Ko Hongwen said. The little fatty Ko Hongwen said, every time she runs out, when she is 8 feet away from you, the ghost spirits will swarm towards her, and when she returns to your side, those ghost spirits will leave on their own. So Jojo, your body is very strange. Is this the legendary ghost spirit dispersing body? Mata rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ah? There's such a strange body in this world? Xianxia was confused. Of course not. Don't listen to Mata's nonsense. Little Fatty rolled his eyes at Mata and said, I've only heard of innate spiritual water body and innate pure elemental body. I've never heard of ghost spirit dispersal body like he said. Xianxia glared at Mata and nodded. Okay. Don't think too much. This is a good thing. Luyu smiled and said, as long as we stand next to Jojo, the spirits will automatically fade away. Isn't that good? As they spoke, Zhou Danjin, Wei Wei, and the other mentors also ran over while panting. They grabbed the cups on the table and gulped down some water. There are too many ghost spirits. If we continue to fight like this, we will definitely exhaust our spiritual energy. Teacher, please take a rest first. Xianxia hurriedly said. I'm afraid that more and more ghosts will gather. The 5 mentors sat down, and Zhou Danjin looked up at Arbor. Is there a way to teleport again? It's possible, but I'm not sure about the teleportation location. If we return to the starting point, then all our efforts will be in vain, Arbor said expressionlessly. Zhou Danjin clenched his teeth. If this continues, it won't work. The moment everyone's spiritual energy is exhausted, it will be our burial ground. Eh? Zhou Danjin turned his head and looked at Instructor Wei Wei who was tugging at his sleeve. Why are you tugging at me? Wei Wei passed him a piece of pastry and ate it himself. There was no expression on his face. I'm talking about serious matters. Zhou Danjin chewed on the pastry and said angrily. Stupid. Wei Wei glanced at him and was worried about his intelligence. This old fellow has been sitting here for half a day, did he not notice anything unusual? Instructor Wei Wei's disdainful gaze swept over Zhou Danjin. He even signaled Instructor Hu was sitting beside him, to raise Instructor Zhou's intelligence. Instructor Hu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, Instructor Zhou, didn't you notice that we've been sitting here for half a day, and not a single ghost dared to come over? Instructor Zhou was stunned, then nodded in realization. That's right. What's going on? Instructor Zhou quickly asked Instructor Hu, we've been sitting here for a long time, why haven't any ghosts followed us? Mata's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly. It's obvious, Instructor Zhou. We have Jojo, the ghost spirit's body here. None of the ghosts dare to come over. Ghost spirit's body? What kind of strange body was this? Instructor Zhou looked at Wei Wei in confusion. Wei Wei looked up at the sky, not bothering to say anything to this idiot colleague of his. A student casually tricked him, and he believed it. Look at me, look at me. Xianxia ran back and forth, letting Zhou Danjin see the changes in the ghosts. Zhou Danjin's eyes widened, and he looked around him in surprise. He nodded and said, it's really ghost spirit's body? Just now, they were dealing with a large group of ghosts, so who had the time to pay attention to the situation here? They only looked around and felt that something was off. Now that they had been sitting here for half a day, they immediately noticed the difference. Zhou Danjin's eyes brightened, and he quickly stuffed himself with food and drank 2 cups of water. He smiled and said, that's easy. Let's go, that passage is still very wide. We just have to surround Student Xiao, and we can continue moving. Wei Wei looked at Instructor Zhou with gratification. It wasn't easy, his intelligence finally came online. Seeing that everyone was full, Arbor took the rest of the food and water. Suddenly, he heard an angry rebuke. Wait. Xian rushed forward and glared at the empty table. She was so angry that her eyes were vertical. You. Selfish. Yoxin screamed and pointed at Arbor with a trembling finger. Slap. Little Fatty swatted her hand away in annoyance. What are you doing? If you don't know how to speak properly, scram. What are you pointing at? Xian glared at Little Fatty, her face flushed red. You guys are really. Simply, they had gone too far. You brought so much food and water, but you only care about yourself. Look at how tired everyone is. You. Very close to you? Miss Chow interrupted Yu Xian's accusation with a cold face. I think you're probably a retard. Everyone was speechless. Yu Xian's eyes turned red as she clenched her fists. What will it take for you to share your food and water with us? With that attitude of yours, I'm not willing no matter what. Xianxia said unhappily. Who do you think you are? Yelling and shouting at others. She wanted to be the young miss. Go home and be a rich young lady. Don't show off your IQ in front of us. *tch. Yu Xian was so angry that blood rushed to her head. With red eyes, she threw a punch at Xianxia and leaped towards her. Slap. Xianxia didn't hold back. She wasn't an idiot. How could she not retaliate when someone pounced on her and bit her? A huge slap landed on Yu Xian's face. Ah. Yu Xian fell to the ground. How could the exhausted Yu Xian be a match for Xianxia, who was full of energy? She would be asking for trouble if she went up to fight with Xianxia. Yu Xian struggled to get up from the ground and shouted at the group of brothers and sisters behind her, why aren't you attacking her together? Take this bitch down. She had suffered a huge loss and naturally wouldn't let it go. Xianxia, on the other hand, was very nimble. She evaded her with a tricky move and reached out to grab her left wrist. Yu Xian screamed in pain. Xianxia kicked the back of Yu Xian's knee, causing her to fall flat on her face. You overestimate yourself. Xianxia clapped her hands and stepped on Yu Xian's back. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you. Ah. Ah. Teacher. Senior brother Su Liang. Lady, stop it. Teacher Chao Dan from the Sunlight Academy frowned and reprimanded her. If something were to happen to Yu Xian, it would be a disaster. At the same time, a few strong male students from the Sunlight Academy also pounced towards Xianxia. Arbor waved his sleeve impatiently and a few body-securing talismans floated out. They whooshed past the crowd and split open on Yu Xian and a few other Sunlight Academy students. Yu Xian was instantly rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. She lay on the ground and felt that this position was extremely humiliating. The feeling of her body being frozen made her furious. Shut up. After Arbor threw the body-securing talismans, he didn't look at Yu Xian and the rest. When he turned around, Mo Lian had already kept the tables and chairs beside her. Let's go. Mo Lian smiled and rubbed the little fellow's head. Xiaomu nodded, her small, expressionless face carrying a murderous aura. She coldly glanced at Yu Xian before wordlessly following Mo Lian to leave. Yu Xian, Yu Xian. Instructor Chao Dan couldn't help but panic. Yu Xian was Dean Yu's precious child. If anything happened to her, how could a mere instructor like him bear Dean Yu's wrath? Stop right there. Stand. Boom. A cluster of flames suddenly exploded in front of Chao Dan, causing him to immediately shut his mouth and stop yelling. The moment Prince Mo's cold gaze landed on Chao Dan, the old man was so scared that he took a few steps back. Even after Arbor's group left, Chao Dan didn't dare to make a sound. He just looked in the direction of their disappearing figures and muttered to himself, I just want to ask that lady to remove the body-securing talisman on my student. No one paid attention to Chao Dan's mutterings. Most of them were frightened by Prince Mo's cold gaze before he left, and shut their mouths tightly. Hai Ji, run. Su Liang suddenly jumped up. He didn't even have time to explain. His figure flashed in the direction Arbor's group had left in. A large group of ghosts whistled and gathered. Chao Dan's expression froze at first, then turned to joy and shock. Quickly carry Yu Xian and the rest and chase after them. He remembered that when he was talking to Arbor's group just now, there were no ghosts attacking them at all. What did this mean? Perhaps that damned girl had some talisman on her that could effectively ward off ghosts. The group from Arbor and the 5 instructors from the top academies advanced at an extremely fast pace. Su Liang, Chao Dan, and the others ran with all their might. After running for about 15 minutes, they still hadn't seen the people from the top academies. With a large group of ghosts chasing after them, no one dared to relax. They could only run forward with their heads covered. Even when they heard the screams of one or two students, they could only bear the pain and abandon them at a time like this. After running for another 15 minutes, they vaguely saw the people from the top academies. Su Liang, Wang Haiji, and the others hurried over without a word. Once they got close to the top academies, Su Liang and the others abruptly realized that the ghostly wails and howls had lessened by a lot. Even their wildly thumping hearts calmed down a lot. Su Liang and Wang Haiji, who was behind him, exhaled deeply at the same time. They suddenly felt like they had survived a disaster. Chao Dan and the people from Honghu Academy and Hippo Academy also caught up. Lagging behind were the miserable students carrying Xian and the others. After one of the two students carrying Xian was torn apart by the ghosts, the other was so scared that he pissed his pants and ran away, abandoning Xian. If it weren't for one of the instructors from Sunlight Academy who made a prompt decision to grab Xian and leap away, Xian would most likely have become a delicious meal for the ghosts. When the last few people caught up, a large group of ghosts had gathered in the passageway. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws at everyone for a while, then resentfully turned and left. Chao Dan stared in shock in the direction the ghosts left. His brows furrowed, and he abruptly turned back and chased after the ghosts. When the ghosts were enraged and turned to chase after him, he quickly shrank back beside the people from the top academies. So it wasn't an illusion. The stoic-faced little girl from the top academies really did have a Dharma treasure that could effectively avoid ghosts. When Chao Dan understood this, his face instantly turned ashen with anger. However, due to Crown Prince Mo's cold and severe gaze just now, Chao Dan didn't dare to speak too much, let alone complain. He could only follow along with them in silence, his heart heavy and oppressed. When the passageway turned a corner, everyone felt that they were going downhill. Zhou Dan looked back at Arbor worriedly. "Classmate Xiao, we didn't take the same path, did we?" He was about to go crazy from all the traps in the underground palace. It had probably been more than half a day since they entered the underground palace, but now, he felt as if there was no hope in sight. Arbor shook his head, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He frowned and lowered his head slightly, as if he was thinking about something. The further down she went, the more she felt an indescribable emotion roaring at her. It was so irritating that she couldn't help but frown. What kind of strange emotion was this? Xiaomu lowered her eyes and followed Instructor Zhou and the others step by step down the slope. Soon, a rusty old iron door appeared in front of her. Arbor's expression changed greatly. He couldn't help but raise his hand, his body trembling slightly. Her obvious change in mood immediately alerted Mo Lian, He Jiechen, Little Fatty Qi Xianxian and the others. "What is it?" "Qiao Qiao," everyone asked at the same time. Mo Lian quickly reached out and pulled her into her arms. When she touched her forehead, it was covered in cold sweat. Mo Lian panicked. She quickly hugged her and asked in a low voice, "Jojo, what happened?" Arbor looked up, her eyes filled with fear. Bam! Arbor kicked the door. The black, rusty iron door fell to the ground with a loud crash. Clang! A loud sound reverberated through the tunnel for a long time. Chao Dan's expression changed drastically. "You're King crazy. How could she make such a big commotion? Was she afraid that nothing would come to stop them?" Xiao Mu's eyes were instantly filled with viciousness, and she ruthlessly struck Chao Dan's chest with her palm, instantly sending him flying. He crashed heavily into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. "All of you, shut up." The merciless Miss Qiao glared at the people from the Sunlight Academy with a pair of vicious eyes. A water spirit sword formed in her hand with a whoosh. "If you don't want to die, scram." "Qiao Qiao." Just as Crown Prince Mo called out, he saw the little fellow charging through the iron gate with her water spirit sword in hand and murderous aura all over her body. The moment she stepped through the iron door, a thick stench of blood mixed with a foul odor hit them in the face. They didn't expect the two to be separate cells. Mo Lian and the others couldn't help but be startled. Xiaomu was running at the front by herself, and she kicked open the nearest prison door with a bang. The cell door turned to dust. Arbor rushed in and shouted, Fan Xiuha, you scum, come out. Wake up. Hey, are you still alive?" Xiaomu rushed to the side of a single earthen bed in the center of the room and lightly patted the dying young woman on the bed. Looking at her pale and sunken cheeks and her skinny appearance, his eyes instantly became a little blurry. Wake up. Wake up right now. Wake up. Arbor patted the woman's face. She took out 17 to 18 bottles of medicine and poured them into the woman's mouth. You. The people from the Sunlight Academy who rushed into the cell were all shocked by her generosity. This medicine, just by smelling it, smelled fragrant. It must have cost a fortune. In the hearts of the Sunlight Academy students, Miss Chow was an extremely stingy little devil who charged them for bringing her away. Now, she was pouring medicine into the mouth of a dying person. It was a huge visual conflict. Cough, cough, cough. The weak woman on the bed twitched slightly. She coughed a few times and opened her weak eyes. In a trance, she seemed to have seen a fairy from the ninth heaven. It's okay. It's okay. I'll save you, I won't die. It's okay. Arbor wiped away the dirt on her face. She looked at her with a determined gaze. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll save you. Definitely. Cough, cough, cough. The woman was clearly at the end of her rope. She stood up and opened her mouth to speak, but her breath was so weak that she couldn't utter a single syllable. In the end, the woman didn't say anything. She looked at Arbor warmly and closed her eyes. Xiaomu was startled, and she quickly reached out to touch that girl's icy face. She repeatedly called out, Hey, 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 quickly wake up, wake up. Drink medicine, I have a lot of medicine, Jojo. Mo Lian flashed to his wife's side and hugged her. His palm gently patted her back as he said softly, She's already dead. Arbor shivered and hugged him back. After a long silence, she suddenly burst into tears. She's not dead, not dead, not dead. I can save her, I can save her. Arbor struggled to leave. Mo Lian wasn't willing to let go. He hugged her tightly and comforted her in an extremely gentle voice. Jojo, it's okay. Look at me, Jojo. Arbor's eyes were hazy with tears. She looked up at him blankly. It's okay, Jojo. Jojo. He caressed her trembling body and comforted her softly. I'm here. I'll protect you, Jojo. Arbor looked at him and felt that the man's pitch-black eyes were incomparably deep and serene, giving her an inexplicable sense of peace. Save them. Mo Lian turned his head and said to little Taisui and the others in a low voice. Everyone understood and hastily rushed out the door, breaking open the earth cells one by one. The scene inside was simply unbearable to look at. Every person who was moved out was either in tatters or on the verge of death. There were all kinds of torture instruments in the earth cells. Seeing these people's dismembered bodies, even the noisiest Xianxia silently shut her mouth. They were truly too miserable. Who knew what kind of tragic things they had experienced? After everyone moved the people out and lined them up in the passage, they saw the stoic-faced girl give them medicine one by one and insert needles into them one by one. Over and over again, she muttered, I can save them, I can save them. However, those people were all beyond cure and were basically dead. Even if they were given the best medicine, they were only hanging on to their last breaths. The injuries on their bodies were truly too severe. Some of their hands and feet had already festered beyond recognition. Some had their stomachs cut open, and half of their intestines were exposed. Little brother, hang in there. Miss, wake up, miss. Uncle. Xianxia watched as Arbor shuttled back and forth in the crowd like a spinning top, administering medicine and calling out to them one by one. An inexplicable sourness welled up in her heart. Chow really hoped that they could live well. All right. Don't go crazy. We have to keep moving forward. Xian angrily tugged at Arbor's sleeve. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that these people are at the end of their rope and can't be saved. Who says you can't save him? Arbor snapped and pushed Xian's hand away. He took out a cup of spiritual tea and poured it into the mouth of a young man. You will definitely get better. You will definitely get better. Are you stupid? When Xian saw that no one stepped forward to stop her, she couldn't help but say angrily, I don't know what you fed him. But even if you gave her elixirs, what use would it be if her body was completely dead? As a doctor, you should understand this better than anyone else. PFFF. As Xianxia's voice fell, the little brother spat out a mouthful of blood. Arbor rushed over, hugged his dirty head, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Little brother, don't die, little brother. Don't be crazy. He's already dead. Xian angrily shouted. Mo Lian, He Jiachen, Qi Xianxian and the rest glared at her. Xian straightened her neck and screamed, you guys are glaring at me. Even if you kill me, I have to say it. Do you guys think it's a good thing to watch her go crazy and let her vent? Aren't you afraid that she'll go crazy and become a demon? He's dead. Xian didn't back down and glared back. You guys don't dare to tell the truth, but I dare to. Arbor was like an ignited firecracker. She rushed up to Xian and gave her a good beating. He's not dead, he's not dead, he's not dead. He's dead. Xian rebuked angrily. These people are hopeless. You're just wasting your energy. Even if you beat me to death today, these people won't come back to life. You said that I was dreaming. I'll return those words to you now. Xiamu was startled, and then her small fists slowly relaxed. She put down her hands and hugged herself into a ball, burying her small face into her arms in a somewhat sorry state. You're right. I'm useless. It's all my fault. I'm useless. It's my fault. It's all my fault. She cried like a child, curling herself into a shrimp ball. Her voice was choked with sobs. Her shoulders drooped and trembled slightly. Her heart was in a mess. She was indeed useless. It was only now that she realized that this hell on earth was the place where Fan Shouha had imprisoned her. If she had known about this place earlier, would she have been able to save them? Xian was stunned. She stretched out her leg and kicked her lightly. Get up. Where's the smugness you had when you called me a retard? Where's the arrogance you had when you threw Mentor Chow out? Arbor hugged her body and ignored her. She wished she could bury her head in the ground. Seeing her blaming herself, Mo Lian's heart ached. He quickly walked up to her and pulled her into his arms. He glared at Xian angrily. Although this woman's words were reasonable, but, his heart ached. Couldn't she use a gentler method to enlighten his Jojo? Don't be afraid, Jojo. Don't be afraid. Mo Lian patted her body and murmured softly, the dead are gone. Everything will pass. What we need to do is figure out how to ferret out the murderers behind the scenes and make them pay the price they deserve. These bastards had caused his Jojo to break down. No matter what, once he found them, he would tear them into pieces and burn their bones to ashes. There's a child here. Duan Muqing suddenly walked over with quick steps. In his arms was a child who was as thin as a little monkey. Mo Lian loosened her grip slightly. She took the child from Duan Muqing's arms and handed him to Jojo. Arbor hurriedly wiped away his tears and began to treat her wounds. He also gave her 2 or 3 mouthfuls of the nutrient solution to recuperate her body. Only then did he raise his head and say, he can be saved. This child must have been brought in not too long ago. Although he was so skinny that he was almost out of shape, at least his hands and feet were in good condition, and his stomach was not cut open. Alright, after we get out, we'll find a good family for this child. He'll definitely live a healthy and happy life. Prince Mo nodded. Xiamu nodded and reflexively hugged this child who was as thin as firewood tightly. Mo Lian looked up and said, the smell here is not good. Let's go out and rest for a while. No one objected. Because they had witnessed such a tragedy, everyone moved forward quietly. They didn't fight with each other anymore. One of the instructors sighed and said, life is really fragile. In limited time, it was better to do more meaningful things. After the group left, Arbor turned to look at the prison that was emitting a faint purple light. He knew that Mo Lian had burned the corpses. The 6th watch ended. Mobile QQ, News, Reading, My, Activity Center, Creation God 101, Vote for me, Xianxia. Let's do something big. This week's Creation 101 has more than 80 million votes. Everyone, rest here for a while, Zhou Danjin said. Everyone consciously leaned against the walls and sat down. Here. Arbor suddenly tossed a bottle of medicine into Yu Xian's hand. Yu Xian was taken aback. She looked up at the little stoic sitting across from her and snorted, mumbling as she smeared the medicine powder on her arm. She gave that guy a beating just now, so there were finger marks all over her arm and neck. He should give it to her. Arbor also snorted and tossed her another bag of food. Take it and share it. Yu Xian was dumbstruck for a moment. She opened the bag and saw a lot of food and fruit inside. It was about the same as what Arbor and the others ate just now. Yu Xian was happy on the inside, but she didn't show it on the surface. She picked up the food and passed a portion to Yue beside her. For your instructor. Arbor tossed 2 pills to Yu Xian as if he was throwing trash. Then, he turned his head and hid in Mo Lian's embrace, ignoring them. Yu Xian harumphed. Your attitude is bad. Your attitude is bad too. Arbor turned his head to glare at her. When he thought of how he lost control of his emotions and bawled his eyes out in front of so many people, he felt ashamed. He quickly turned his slender little head and buried his face in Mo Lian's embrace. Prince Mo reflexively patted her head, but his gaze seemed to be fixed in the direction of the dungeon flickering with purple flames. Jojo, he asked softly, are you sure that Fan Qiuhe was the one who set up this dungeon? Of course she was sure. She recalled it when she saw that rusty iron door. Back then, when she was carried out of this dungeon by Omega Kotoku, she faintly caught a glimpse of it. Although her memory was a bit hazy, she wouldn't forget that familiar fishy and stinky smell until she died. She had stayed in this place for 2 whole years, from a healthy young girl to a monster with crippled limbs and skin all over. Of course she couldn't forget this place. Arbor was silent for a moment before nodding and saying, I'm sure. Who's there? Suddenly, the peony fairy's clear and melodious voice came from the side. A palm wind passed through the wall. A faint shadow suddenly flashed past the end of the brick path. Arbor was the first to jump up and quickly chased after him. Fan Qiuhe. Everyone immediately forgot about eating and drinking. They hurriedly put away the food and water and hurriedly chased after him. Soon, everyone heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. When he rushed over, he saw that Miss Qiao and Prince Mo were surrounded by over 100 blue-clothed men with short lapels. The 2 of them attacked fiercely as if they were chopping vegetables and melons, aiming for the neck of the green-robed man. Within a short period of time, more than 10 people had fallen around the 2 of them, forcing the encirclement to move back half an inch. Everyone, let's go together. Zhou Danjin whistled and led everyone to surround them. Without saying a word, they began to attack. There was nothing much to say to these enemies who had appeared out of nowhere. Just go up and kill them. Everyone rushed forward and attacked the dozen or so green-robed men on the periphery of the encirclement. Their swords and sabers greeted them without any mercy. Fan Qiuhe, that coward, where is he? Arbor asked coldly as he pressed a dagger against one of the men's necks. I don't know. The green-robed man had just finished speaking when he saw Arbor raise his dagger and cut a line of blood on his neck. Before the man died, he looked at her in astonishment. This vicious and merciless little girl fell to the ground. Arbor was ruthless and didn't waste words with these people. Anyone who said they didn't know Fan Qiuhe was sent to hell by her. Until she grabbed a young man in green with one hand and held a dagger to his neck. She said as usual, where is Fan Qiuhe? That person had long been scared out of his wits by her ruthless methods. He hurriedly said, young master, he's up there, up there. Go. Arbor grabbed that person's collar and dragged him out of the encirclement like a chicken. Take me to Fan Qiuhe. Go, Arbor pushed him hard. That young man didn't dare to say no. He nodded repeatedly and led Arbor to a passage. But when his hand touched the wall, Arbor threw out a thunder spirit talisman, which directly exploded on that young man's body. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck that person, causing him to fall to the ground like a piece of dead wood. That person's entire body was emitting thick smoke. He rolled back and forth on the ground and wailed. He stammered, you, why? You. The little girl looked very young, but he didn't expect her to be so scheming. How did she know that he was lying to her? Arbor raised her hand and stabbed a few needles into that person's acupoints. That unlucky person rolled back and forth, crying out involuntarily. He only felt that a terrible pain in the depths of his nerves was infinitely magnified countless times. From top to bottom, there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't screaming in pain. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He felt like his head was being rapidly stabbed by hundreds of rows of needles. That kind of pain was simply driving him crazy. "You still want to play tricks with me?" Arbor asked coldly. "If you don't answer honestly, I have hundreds of ways to make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. But you'll still be half dead, half alive, and have a clear mind." The man's entire body trembled, and he was in so much pain that he roared back and forth on the ground. On the other side, most of the green-robed men were about to be slaughtered by Zhou Danjin and the others, with the exception of a few who were lying on the ground with heavy injuries and on the verge of death. Xiaomu didn't waste any more words with the man who had been struck by lightning until he was emitting black smoke from his body. She picked him up like she was picking up a chick and dragged him forward like she was dragging a dead dog with large strides. "Where is it? Speak. You won't be able to find young Master Gong." The man finally revealed the truth. "Young Master Gong has already left with Vice Sect Leader. And you can't leave this place at all." After the man finished speaking, a strange twist appeared on his face. Arbor pointed a finger at his neck and sneered, "You want to die? It's not that easy." Roar. Roar. Arbor turned his head to look. He dragged the young man with one hand and pulled out a crow-repeating crossbow with the other. He aimed at the newcomer and fired 5 arrows in quick succession. The 5 black gold arrows pierced through the heads of more than 10 corpse puppets. The 3 little white dogs that had been obediently squatting in the corner suddenly started barking. "Let's go." Wei Wei raised his arm and shouted. Everyone cautiously activated their defensive barriers and rushed forward to fight the corpse puppets at close range. Chao Dan kept reminding the students, "Everyone, be careful. Everyone. Be careful not to get caught by the corpse puppets. Pay attention to your defenses. Pay attention. Enough, old Chao. Don't keep begging us to be careful." Zhou Danjin rolled his eyes and said, "If the students don't gain experience, how can they grow? Let them charge forward and kill." Zhou Danjin kicked a zombie that was pouncing at him, then raised his hand and roared, "Students, charge. There's a large amount of points in front of you, beckoning you." All the students, but with Zhou Danjin's roar, everyone's spirits were roused, and they activated their defensive barriers one by one and charged forward. "Pay attention to your defenses, pay attention to your defenses." Chao Yan roared behind them. "Don't panic. Group up in 2s and 3s, there's no need for you to play hero and fight alone. Old Chao, you can't be so cowardly. Do you still want your points?" Zhou Danjin couldn't help but complain. "Bah." Chao Yan was furious. "Points, points, points. If we lose our lives, what's the point of having points?" The two of them bickered behind them as they slaughtered the zombies around them. Everyone slaughtered their way through the zombie horde, but they didn't even have time to pick up the piles of bones on the ground. Just like that, they slaughtered their way forward, and when they finally exited the passageway, they were immediately enveloped by a glaring light. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, but they didn't dare to relax at all. "Everyone, gather here." After Arbor's cold shout, Zhou Danjin led the group of students and ran to her side. This was probably the main hall of the underground palace. The reason why everyone found it glaring was because there was a large circular crystal in the center of the main hall. The smooth surface of the crystal was currently reflecting rays of dazzling light, dazzling everyone for a moment. "Be careful." Little Fatty flew up and kicked away a zombie, then reached out and pulled Xianxia. "If you can't do it, everyone close your eyes and use your spiritual awareness to look." Although it was more taxing on spiritual awareness, in the current situation, with their eyes open, they couldn't see their surroundings clearly due to the blinding light. "Stinky girl. Let's see how you leave here alive." The green-clothed man, who was on the verge of death from the lightning attack, barely managed to speak, his eyes full of viciousness. Woof, woof, woof. 3 little puppies pounced forward and bit that man's leg. Ah. The green-clothed man felt like he was about to die. Even when the three little puppies bit him, the pain was infinitely magnified, causing him to twitch uncontrollably. What a joke, he was already useless to this extent. Arbor swung his arm and threw him towards the corpse hag with its fangs bared. The corpse puppet probably didn't expect that someone would suddenly feed it. It paused in its steps and suddenly reached out to grab the green-robed man's waist. Ah, no, no. Ah. Crunch. The corpse puppet monarch lowered its head and fiercely bit down on the man's hand, happily eating. When the other corpse puppets saw this, they immediately ran over with envious eyes and gathered around the green-robed man. It didn't take long for them to devour him. With a kick, Xiaomu dragged the other people that everyone had tied up to her side. She then swept her icy gaze over the shivering men. Where is Clear Sky Faction's headquarters? No, no. Ah, my great aunt, this little one really didn't know. Seeing their companion die so miserably, the men in green were about to go crazy. They lay on the ground in fear and raised their heads with bitter expressions. They kowtowed repeatedly and cried, "It's really Grandaunt." Yes, yes. We were blindfolded when we entered and exited the Clear Sky sect. Yes, yes. We only know that it's a canyon. We usually live there, and we call it Clear Sky Canyon. Great Aunt, every word this little one says is true. We usually train in Clear Sky Canyon, and the Vice Sect Master occasionally comes to patrol. Usually, we're not allowed to leave that canyon unless we have a mission. We really don't know where that is. Liar. Arbor kicked one of them in the face, sending him flying. He landed among the zombie horde, and a few zombies immediately grabbed his arm and tore him into pieces. Ah. The remaining people were so scared that their guts were about to burst. They sat on the ground, paralyzed, and almost pissed their pants. Do you really think I'm a child with no common sense? Arbor sneered. It's fine if you don't say it. Wait until I get someone to search your souls. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately turned to look at Mo Lien. Prince Mo nodded. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw one of them slap the top of his head with all his might. You really aren't afraid of death. Yuan Shichen laughed. A streak of wood spirit flew out from her fingertip and pierced through that person's arm, causing him to cry out in pain and drop his hand weakly. I'll talk. In Shuntian Prefecture, no. Wuwang Mountain. Traitor. After one of them confessed, the other three pounced with all their might, wanting to beat him to death. However, before their hands could touch that guy, they were suddenly sent flying by an explosive shell. A Clear Sky sect disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a brilliant smile, "We've all been imprinted in our conscience. If we reveal anything about the sect, we'll be destroyed." Ha ha ha. No, but that's right. This is better than being eaten by zombies. Arbor glanced at them coldly. Looks like none of you are willing to take me to the Clear Sky sect. The remaining three shut their mouths and didn't say anything. Fine, I'll let you die comfortably. Arbor raised his hand, and a vast amount of Earth's spiritual energy converged into a large palm and slapped towards the head of one of the three. Since you dared to attack me, you must have been prepared to die. Arbor said coldly, remember to find your enemies on the road to the underworld. It's that idiot Fangu who killed you. Puff, puff. After a few soft sounds, the three of them suddenly stopped breathing and fell to the ground. Under Arbor's signal, two students immediately flew up and kicked the three into the zombie crowd. While most of the zombies were distracted by the three corpses, the group quickly moved forward. Mo Lien leaped onto the large crystal in the middle and slammed her palm down. The crystal shattered into pieces with a crash. Without the flickering light in front of everyone's eyes, the light in the hall also dimmed a little. Suddenly, he heard an earth-shaking roar coming from above his head. His voice was so loud that it almost shattered everyone's eardrums. Everyone's hearts clenched, and they hastily looked up. With one look, he felt his heart sink. There was also a crystal ceiling above them. However, at this moment, everyone could faintly see a coiling and meandering object with a thick body slowly moving above their heads. Could it be that this was some kind of huge snake? No, it can't be the one we saw before. That. The huge commotion at Mount Daizong shook all of us down. Was it an earth dragon? A student stammered, his face pale and powerless. Everyone stared with wide eyes and looked up. The more they looked, the more they felt, this brother might even know the truth. Woof. 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 The three puppies suddenly barked at the top. Everyone looked down at them helplessly, thinking that the three of them were especially ridiculous. These three little puppies were courting their own deaths. With their bodies, they probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between the teeth of the one above. Woof. 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 After the three corpse puppets had finished eating the corpses, they didn't come forward to attack Arbor and the others. Instead, they quietly retreated to the side, as if they were waiting for some grand arrival. Another terrifying roar came from above the crystal roof, accompanied by the ridiculous barking of the three puppies. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They subconsciously leaned closer and nervously gripped the weapons in their hands. Looks like this will be our last battle. Zhou Danjin laughed bitterly. Just the pressure emitted by the big guy above was enough to make people feel terrified. Not to mention that it was separated by the transparent crystal roof. Woof. 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 The three puppies rushed forward and bared their teeth at the crystal roof. Everyone was speechless. We're ignoring you. You three are really excited to bark. Arbor looked down at them helplessly. Everyone, summon your mystical beasts and prepare for battle. Arbor said calmly. During the chaotic battle with the corpse puppets, everyone had the same idea that they couldn't summon their mystical beasts. Apart from flying mystical beasts, most of the mystical beasts on the ground relied on their physical bodies to fight with humans. They had no advantage over the corpse puppets. But now, they had reached the point where they had no choice but to summon their mystical beasts. Mystical beasts appeared beside everyone. For a moment, their huge bodies almost filled the center of the main hall. Fortunately, the space in the main hall was very large. Even if there were so many corpse puppets eyeing them covetously, it was enough for them to stay. After Xianxia and the others summoned their mythical beasts, they hurriedly summoned their summoned beasts as well. At this moment, the sound of crystal cracking could be heard from the crystal ceiling above them. Dao Wuji laughed. I didn't think that I would be able to meet an adult saint beast in such a small crappy mountain. My luck is really good. When everyone heard Dao Wuji's words, their hearts sank. Saint beast? These students had almost never seen a holy beast in their entire lives. After all, they had only seen holy beasts in books. Who would have thought that he would be able to feast his eyes today? He didn't know if he was unlucky or extremely lucky. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly as they looked at each other with bitter expressions. Prince Mo turned to look at Instructor Wei Wei. Bring everyone back. Pay attention to your surroundings. You guys are in charge of dealing with the corpse puppets. You don't have to worry about the rest. Arbor also had the same idea. Letting a group of little spirit masters go up against a sacred beast was definitely courting death. Moreover, there were many students among them who couldn't even afford to equip themselves with spirit beasts. They were all just Xian beasts. Xianxian, Fatty, pay attention to your defenses. Be careful. The students from the other academies all said. The instructor from Honghu Academy nodded at Arbor and the others. They had been on the same team for a long time. If he still couldn't see the abnormality in Arbor and Mo Lian's group, then he was really blind. Ga. Bang. The crystal ceiling above them finally cracked. Woof 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 woof. To everyone's surprise, it wasn't Mo Lian, Yuan Shurchen, or little Taisui who made the first move. Instead, the three puppies pounced with all their might and opened their mouths to bite the giant tail hanging in the air. The giant tail was covered in dense scales, so thick that it was frightening. Even so, the three puppies, who probably hadn't even grown their teeth yet, bit off several scales and spat out a few mouthfuls. Everyone was stunned. Arbor also raised her eyebrows in surprise. She looked up and down at the puppies who landed on the ground, rolled together, and continued to bark at the giant tail hanging in the air. The curled scaled tail hung down, and it was actually dozens of meters long. It crashed to the ground with a boom, and the crystal fragments were swept away. Defend! Zhou Danjin shouted in a deep voice. Everyone began to circulate the spiritual energy in their bodies, and each of them activated their defensive barriers to the limit. Only to hear a series of fine duck sounds, the crystal shards that were flying towards them were all blocked by the defensive barrier. Even so, the students who were protected by the instructors still felt the blood in their chests surge, and their bodies swayed. Bam! The entire crystal ceiling fell, and the figure of a giant beast appeared completely in front of everyone. It had two ferocious heads that resembled a dragon. Its coiled body was entwined together, and its entire body was covered in thick scales from its head to its tail. In particular, there were rows of barbs growing from the scales on its neck. It looked very frightening. Dao Wuji's face twitched, and he couldn't help but cry out, "A twin-headed dragon." There was actually a twin-headed dragon hidden in the tiny dissect mountain of Polan Prefecture. What kind of logic was this? Woof. Woo. The three puppies bared their teeth and formed a triangular formation. They lay dormant for a moment, and when Arbor's eyelids twitched, they suddenly barked and jumped up, opening their mouths to bite the two-headed dragon's neck. F***ck, this is too fierce. Everlasting Blade suddenly felt that he was inferior to the three little puppies. Go back. Before Arbor could finish his sentence, he saw the three dogs pounce on the two-headed flood dragon's body and bite its neck. The two-headed flood dragon was in pain. It shook its body violently and sent the three puppies flying. Woo! Woo! The puppies bared their teeth and rolled around on the ground. When they stood up and shook off their white fur, everyone was surprised to find that the three puppies were completely fine. They even opened their mouths and spat out a few scales. It must have been bitten off from the two-headed flood dragon's neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Arbor strangely. Arbor was naturally also dumbfounded. He looked suspiciously at the three barking puppies. At this moment, no one would think of them as ordinary puppies, which puppies were so arrogant that they could fight the two-headed flood dragon, and they could even tear off the scales and barbs from the holy beast's neck in one bite. This is God. Dog. Right, the sixth watch ended. The author was very busy in the last 2 days. If he didn't update it this time tomorrow, it would probably be late at night. Saturday will return to normal. This was definitely a divine dog. Otherwise, how could it have the strength to deal with the two-headed flood dragon? At this moment, everyone was ridiculing Xiao Mu in their hearts, and their gazes toward her became increasingly strange. Are you still human? You casually took in 3 little puppies along the way, and they turned out to be just as abnormal as you, compared to the others. Qi Xianxian, Little Fatty, Duan Muqing, and Mata, who had teamed up with Miss Qiao along the way, were clearly much calmer. It was fine, they would get used to it in the future. In any case, they were all used to being provoked by Jojo. Such a small matter couldn't cause any ripples in their hearts. Wasn't it just a divine dog? Jojo even had a Bloodfire Phoenix by his side, so what was a divine dog? Actually, Little Fatty and the others weren't as calm as they appeared on the surface. Each of them was silently cursing in their hearts. Arbor glanced at the 3 little puppies in a daze, then raised his head to look at Mo Lian. What's going on? Even with this old man's eyesight, I can't tell where these 3 came from, Little Taisui said in an old-fashioned manner. Confusion flashed through his cold silver eyes. Arbor immediately turned to look at him. As Prince Mo's mouth twitched, Arbor stepped in front of Little Taisui and looked down at him. He reached out to push Little Taisui's forehead. You're just a child, why are you pretending to be old? Dao Wuji, Little Taisui's slightly pale face immediately flushed red. His little finger trembled as he pointed at Arbor. You. This old man is so angry. Does this little girl think I'm 8 or 9 years old? Arbor ignored him and turned to look at the 3 little puppies. In a flash, the 3 little puppies had already fought with the two-headed flood dragon in the center of the hall no less than several times. Woo! The little white puppy in the middle bared its teeth and glared at the two-headed flood dragon. A strange green light suddenly flashed through the depths of its eyes. Its speed immediately increased by several times, and with a whoosh, it pounced at the two-headed flood dragon. The other 2 naturally did not want to be outdone. Their fur stood on end as they followed the little white dog in front and pounced forward. Like 3 small cannons, they rammed into the body of the two-headed flood dragon. Awoo, it bit its lower abdomen. Hiss, hiss. The two-headed flood dragon's entire body was knocked to the left, and its exposed lower abdomen was bitten by the little puppy. It was in so much pain that it couldn't help but twist its body. The flood dragon's tail suddenly swept towards the little puppy's body. Careful! Arbor's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Yuan Shichen and Mo Lian charged towards the two-headed flood dragon as fast as lightning. The black moon sword turned into a streak of light and flew towards the two-headed flood dragon's head. At the same time, the wooden thorns planted by He Shichen also sprouted out from under the two-headed flood dragon's body, wrapping the twisting body of the two-headed flood dragon. The three little puppies took advantage of the situation and rolled out from the side. Their fur was stained with a bit of black dirt. They turned around and angrily hissed at the two-headed flood dragon. Hiss, hiss. The two-headed flood dragon seemed to be thoroughly enraged, and a faint purple lightning appeared on top of its head. Without waiting for it to fully exert its strength, Arbor threw 10 water spirit talismans on top of the two-headed flood dragon's head. Bang, bang. After several explosions, the two-headed flood dragon's head was attacked by the water spirit talismans. The faint purple lightning didn't even have time to be released before it miserably encountered the water spirit talismans. When the two collided, a sizzling sound came from the top of the two-headed flood dragon's head, and thick smoke billowed out as if it had been electrocuted. The poor two-headed flood dragon was forced to swim backward under everyone's fierce attacks. It let out a violent roar, and its yellow eyes, which were as big as light bulbs, revealed the light of hatred. "We must kill it here," little Taisui shouted in a deep voice. This fellow had already developed spiritual intelligence. If it was allowed to escape with the seed of hatred, it would definitely be troublesome in the future. Kill! Dao Wuji laughed heartily with his large saber on his shoulder, and the wind from his saber pointed directly at the two-headed flood dragon in front of him. With a boom, the wind from the saber hit the two-headed flood dragon. At the same time, Fairy Ginkgo and Fairy Peony also made their moves. With Dao Wuji's cultivation in the spiritual venerable realm, he definitely couldn't defeat this adult holy beast. Even with the help of Fairy Ginkgo and Thintuchuo, he might not be able to defeat it. Fortunately, this two-headed flood dragon seemed to have gone through a great battle before, and it seemed that its vitality had not recovered yet. When faced with a group of shameless guys in the spiritual venerable realm and celestial venerable realm, even an adult holy beast would not be able to withstand it. It had already thought of retreating a long time ago. Unfortunately, everyone was not stupid. How could they allow it to slip away like this? Instead, when they saw that it had the intention to retreat, their attacks became more and more fierce. On the side, Zhou Danjin and the others were slightly relieved when they saw that Mo Lian and the others had controlled the two-headed flood dragon's attack. At this moment, the two-headed flood dragon let out a roar, which was like a signal to the group of corpse puppets, making those corpse puppets, who had been quietly waiting on the side, ready to move. Everyone, be careful. Wei Wei organized everyone to fight with the corpse puppets that were pouncing over. For a moment, only the sounds of swords and sabers were heard, and the roars of tigers and leopards were incessant. Woof, woof, woof. 3 brave and fierce little white dogs quickly rushed forward. One of them, unfortunately, pounced on the giant flood dragon's face, and with a fierce claw, immediately tore off the giant flood dragon's face and a handful of black scales. One of the giant flood dragon's eyes was also injured, and it fell to the ground on the spot, its body rolling back and forth. Dao Wuji was very wretched. He took advantage of this opportunity to step forward with his saber and heavily slash at its tail. The giant flood dragon roared miserably. Its tail, which was almost broken, struggled to free itself and sent Dao Wuji flying away. Suddenly, it shrank its body to the size of a bug and tried to find a way to escape. Green light flashed in the eyes of the 3 little white dogs. Suddenly, they all pounced over and bit little Jiao's body. The Bloodfire Phoenix and the fat squirrel that were fighting the zombies hurriedly abandoned the zombies and ran towards the transformed flood dragon. Soon, Arbor and the others saw a round, translucent Saint Beast core fly out of the flood dragon's body. One of the little white dogs' eyes suddenly lit up, and it jumped up to bite the crystal core in the air. The other 2 were very intelligent. They pounced at the Bloodfire Phoenix and the little fat squirrel that were eyeing them covetously, blocking their path. The crystal core was about to fall into the little white dog's mouth, An ancient vine came out from the side and swept the crystal core away with a swoosh. The crystal core fell into Arbor's hands. Everyone's mouths twitched. The little girl's face was cold as she said expressionlessly, "Stop fighting. Keep this crystal core for Xiaoxia's nourishment. Don't even think about it." When the little white dog saw that the fatty meat in its mouth had actually flown away just like that, it immediately became indignant. It bared its teeth and barked at Arbor, looking like it was about to pounce over and snatch the crystal core in Arbor's hand. Arbor's gaze turned severe, and she coldly said to the three puppies, "Do you really want to fight me?" The three little white dogs simultaneously paused in their steps. At the same time, 10 Thunder Spirit talismans swiftly flicked out from Arbor's fingertips and landed on the three puppies' heads with several whooshes. Everyone looked at her speechlessly. Those Thunder Spirit talismans abruptly took effect above the three puppies' heads. Rumbling lightning exploded from the talismans and enveloped the three puppies, immediately striking those three pitiful little white dogs until their fur turned green and black, and they pitifully whimpered a few times. Dao Wuji couldn't bear to watch this any longer and covered his face with his hands. He didn't expect Boss's wife to have this kind of personality. She turned hostile at a moment's notice and didn't even give the other party any leeway to back out. Facing these three adorable little creatures, he actually had the heart to kill them. Everyone felt like they had no eyes to continue watching. Pitiful little white dogs, didn't they know the story of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Woo! Woo! The little white dog circled around everyone's feet, looking somewhat miserable. She really didn't expect that the sacred beast crystal core she coveted for so long would fall into someone else's hands just like that. Woo woo woo, the little stoic expressionlessly looked down at them. "What exactly are you? Reveal your true forms." The three little puppies angrily barked at her, and their originally pure white fur turned greenish-black and exploded. Arbor had already put away that sacred beast crystal core long ago and indifferently swept her gaze over the three little puppies. She didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. These three little puppies originally ran over to follow her with impure motives. Wasn't it because she fancied their strength and wanted them to deal with the two-headed flood dragon? Perhaps, the two-headed flood dragon's previous injuries were caused by these three puppies. Although Arbor felt that it was a bit inconceivable, it connected after careful consideration. She would be an idiot if she still thought that these were just three normal hounds. Since the cute little puppies were unwilling to revert to their original forms, then so be it. She didn't have the mood to be long-winded with them, so she waved her hand and said, "Since the two-headed WYRM has been taken care of, you can leave now." These words not only infuriated the three puppies, even the crowd felt that Miss Jiao was too much of a bully. Oh, no, she was bullying dogs. Woo! The little white dog scurried to Arbor's side. Seeing this, Prince Mo's face turned cold and he wanted to kick the three dogs away. Unexpectedly, woo-woo. Woo-woo, the three black-furred puppies tugged at Arbor's skirt and started sobbing. Everyone was speechless. Wasn't this too dramatic? The little white dog that had charged at the two-headed flood dragon earlier was now shameless for the sake of the holy beast crystal core. If the little white dog could speak now, it would definitely rebuke the crowd. "We've even lost the holy beast crystal core. Do we still have any face left?" Arbor looked down at the three puppies and expressionlessly took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket. She poured out 3 pills and held them in her palm. "Don't cry. Haven't you heard of not easily shedding tears? This holy beast crystal core is for little ball. The next time I get a holy beast crystal core, I'll give it to you." The little fellow handed the pills to them with a cold face. "Here." Woof. Woof, woof. The 3 dogs immediately roused their spirits and hurriedly ate the pills. They rolled around while hugging Arbor's skirt, feeling a trace of comfort all over their bodies. As soon as the pill entered his body, it immediately emitted a warm steam, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt a trace of warmth. The internal injuries that they had suffered while resisting the two-headed flood dragon, as well as the fur that had been charred on the outside and tender on the inside from the Thunder Spirit Talisman's explosion, were all recovering at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 puppies circled around Arbor's feet. The little stoic said expressionlessly, "You can follow me, but you have to abide by my rules." The 3 puppies raised their heads to look at her. "One bark means you agree, 2 bark means you don't agree. If you don't agree, then you can scram. Arbor continued. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips. The scene before them could truly be immortalized in a painting. 1 stoic face, 3 tormented silly puppies with drooping fur that was almost unrecognizable from their original white fur. First, you have to listen to me in everything. Woof. Everyone. Second, you can't go west if I tell you to go east, and you can't go north if I tell you to go south. Woof. Third, you have to give me all the zombie cores you secretly collected along the way. You have no use for these things. In the future, you have to give anything you pick up to me and let me distribute it. If I don't give it to you, you can't snatch it, much less steal it. Woof, woof. Scram. The stoic face turned merciless. Everyone. Crown Prince Mo instantly had the urge to burst into laughter, but when he looked at his wifey's serious stoic face, he felt that if he laughed out loud, it would definitely make his wifey unhappy. Hence, he held it in from the side, holding it in with great difficulty. Woof. The 3 puppies drooped their heads and crawled to her on all fours. The first puppy shook its entire body, shaking out the crystal cores in the dozen zombie heads. The second and third one also followed up and did the same thing. They shook their small buttocks and heads, shaking all the fur on their bodies as they threw the small pile of crystal cores they had hidden on their bodies in front of Xiao Mu. There's more. Miss Xiao was expressionless. Everyone. Why did they all feel that the puppies in front of them were so miserable? The 3 miserable puppies shook their fur pitifully, shaking with all their strength, and shook out all the treasures they had hidden away. These 3 little fellows might have been the overlords of Daizong Mountain for a long time. Xiao Mu stretched out her hand and collected all the things on the ground into her storage talisman. She planned to sort them out when she was free and toss all the weapon refinement materials to Crown Prince Mo. Dao Wuji's face twitched, and he almost couldn't resist asking, "Why do you have so many rules?" To be supplemented. The little stoic said dryly, "We'll talk about it when we run into trouble in the future. In the face of all conflicts, the first rule must prevail. Understand?" Woof. Miss Xiao finally nodded in satisfaction. "We can go now." Bang 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 bang. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the sound. The palace wall on the left seemed to have been chiseled by a sharp weapon. Finally, it couldn't withstand the force from the outside and collapsed inwards. Cough, cough, cough. Dust filled the air as a group of people walked in from outside the collapsed palace walls. All of them were covered in dust, looking miserable and exhausted. Eh? Aren't these people from Jiaqing Academy and Longjing Academy of Ani Prefecture? And Zhongguang Academy of Yunchuan Prefecture? Why are they all here? Instructor Liao, why did you all come from there? The instructors from Yunchuan Prefecture's Shuangfeng Academy naturally recognized Zhongguang Academy of Yunchuan Prefecture. They hurried forward and greeted Instructor Liao. "Ah, it's Instructor Su. It's great to see you all." Instructor Liao was about to cry when he saw the familiar Instructor Su. Not only was he covered in dust, but he was also not in good spirits. As for the teams formed by the other academies, they were basically in the same unfortunate situation. "Xiao, Miss Xiao?" A surprised voice reached Arbor's ears. Xiaomu looked up and saw the tall and slender Bai Xia striding toward her with a hearty smile. She cupped her hands and asked, "Do you still recognize me?" "Miss Xiao." Arbor saw that her clothes were wrinkled, but she looked fine. She nodded and said, "You're Bai Xia. Where are your companions?" "Ah, they're behind. Baizha, Ji Feng, come here." Bai Xia waved at her younger brother and fiancé. The 2 of them walked over quickly. They looked more haggard than Bai Xia. Their clothes were also tattered, as if they had crawled out of a rat hole. "Sister." Baizha glanced at Bai Xia in embarrassment. It wasn't like he hadn't seen Miss Xiao. It was just that he didn't have the face to see her in his current state. "Brat, what sister? Hurry up and greet Miss Xiao." Bai Xia glared at Baizha. "Greetings, Miss Xiao." Baizha scratched his head, revealing his 2 front teeth. Before he could smile, a cold glare from Miss Xiao froze his smile. F***CK. Where did this fiend come from? Just the look in his eyes was enough to send chills down one's spine. Lotus. Xiaomu turned her small face and pulled up Mo Lian's hand before pointing at Baizhe and the others. These are Baixia, Baizhe, and Ji Feng from Siyuan Star's Baizi Kingdom that I met when I first came to Shuntian Prefecture. Mo Lian nodded slightly, and the three of them hurriedly returned the greeting. Baixia smiled and said, Miss Jiao, you found your companion? Arbor shook his head. Not yet. However, Crown Prince Mo had told her last time that she didn't need to worry about Situi and the others. If she didn't encounter them in this Middle Six Prefectures Academy ranking competition, then it meant that it was very possible that these people had directly gone to the upper three provinces due to some kind of opportunity. The Crown Prince had already sent people to the Divine Prefecture to gather information. There should be news back in a few days. Why are you behind that wall? Don't mention it. Ever since the earth shook 3 days ago and we were jolted down from the ground, we've all been squeezed together. Everyone was squeezed into a long passageway, and it took a Herculean effort to get here. The Sunlight Academy has food and water. Everyone, prepare for battle. An ear-piercing scream suddenly interrupted everyone's conversation. Arbor and Mo Lian turned around to look. They saw a girl with her back facing them, her pink dress stained with mud and dirt. She was speaking passionately to the students beside her. Now is not the time for us to be apprehensive. We won't be able to survive. Since we can't come to an agreement with the people from Sunlight Academy, let's just make a move. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. This scene in front of them felt like a classic. Not long ago, student Xianxia from Sunlight Academy fought with Miss Jiao because she didn't give them food and water. Of course, the ending was abnormally tragic. Who would have thought that the tables would turn and the robbers would change? Because Sunlight Academy had a lot of food and water, they became the target of the 2 great academies of Ani Prefecture. Xian couldn't help but be enraged. Just now, they were fighting with a few zombies when a half-eaten apple fell out of one of the students' arms. In the end, it caused the people from Ani Prefecture's Jiaqing Academy and Longjing Academy to be envious. Not only did they not help them deal with the zombies, they even took advantage of the time when they were fighting with the zombies to steal the food and water hidden in their arms. Shameless! Xian angrily scolded. Do you have any shame? Casually stealing other people's things. How can you have the face to do such a thing? This time, it was the group of stupid students from Sunlight Academy who angrily rebuked the people from Ani Prefecture. The girl in the pink dress who was covered in dirt incessantly instigated the people from Ani Prefecture. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have more people on our side than them. Everyone, let's go and steal the food and water. F*CK, you bunch of robbers. Yunchuan Prefecture's Zhongguang Academy's instructor Liao awkwardly looked at the impassioned girl in the pink dress and couldn't help but say, Fourth Miss Guan. This isn't very good. The girl in the pink dress with red eyebrows and green eyes shouted angrily, Instructor Liao, if you don't want to fight, then take your students and shrink to the side. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be viewed as an enemy. Guan Ying was about to go crazy from anger. From the moment they entered the underground passage until now, they couldn't open their inner worlds. They didn't have any food or water. Along the way, he had fought against the rat horde and the corpse puppets. His body's spiritual energy had been greatly consumed, and he couldn't replenish it with pills. His entire body was mentally exhausted, and he felt extremely sleepy. In addition, after 3 days, due to various reasons, he was so hungry and thirsty that he was about to go crazy. Seeing half an apple fall from the Sunlight Academy student, the hungry and thirsty people's eyes almost turned green. Do it! Guan Ying waved her hand forcefully, commanding the Ani Prefecture's men to step forward. Suddenly, he heard a cold and crisp voice. It's you. Xiaomu had already felt that this woman was a bit familiar the moment she opened her mouth. However, Guan Ying's current disheveled appearance was a bit different from her previous appearance. That was why Arbor didn't say anything at first. He just looked on coldly as they made a ruckus. At this moment, she finally remembered who this familiar-looking woman was. She was Ani Prefecture's 4th Miss, Guan Ying, who had led people from Jiaozhong base to hunt her down and steal her Xuanji core. Where is Fan Chouha? Arbor looked coldly at Guan Ying. The 6th watch ended. Tomorrow was also extremely busy. The update would probably be around this time as well. It wouldn't be too early, Saturday was normal. She remembered that it was Fan Xiaohe who had brought this woman to Jiaozhong base to cause trouble for her. Speaking of which, perhaps the two of them were quite close. What Fan Xiaohe? Guan Ying's expression turned extremely ugly in an instant. She also recalled that she had once hunted down this damned girl Arbor in the lower star field. That hunt had simply turned into the biggest joke in the world. She had brought Honorary Officer Zhao to Jiaozhong base to hunt down this woman, wanting to snatch the Xuanji core from her. However, in the end, none of the people she had brought were spared. They were all killed by this damned girl in front of her. As for her, she had wasted several teleportation talismans and had only managed to escape with great difficulty. Now that she thought about it, she felt that it had been extremely dangerous. Arbor looked coldly at Guan Ying. As expected of a habitual bandit. You want to snatch everything you see. Guan Ying's pretty face reddened as she glared fiercely at Arbor. Suddenly, she pointed at her and turned to the Ani Prefecture people beside her. Everyone, attack together. This woman has the rare treasure Xuanji core on her. As long as we kill her together, we can take out the Xuanji core and share it. We'll be able to recover our spiritual power immediately. What? Fourth young Mistress Guan, are you serious? Of course. Guan Ying nodded resolutely. Guan Ying, you're not making up an excuse to coax us into attacking, are you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. In any case, every word I say is absolutely true. Guan Ying said angrily. Whoosh. A cluster of flames instantly flew in front of Guan Ying. In the nick of time, Guan Ying rolled on the ground and dodged. She turned her head to look at the deep pit that had been burned into the ground, her face faintly pale. When she looked up, she noticed a cold-faced man in black standing beside the damned girl. That man was extremely good-looking. At this moment, his phoenix eyes were slightly raised as he coldly looked at her, as if he was looking at a corpse. It made her feel cold all over for no reason, and she couldn't be bothered to appreciate the beauty in front of her. The Ani Prefecture people were incited by Guan Ying, and their eyes revealed the light of excitement and desire. The Xuanji core, it was an ancient legend passed down from the upper three continents. It was said that this Xuanji core contained Senior Xuanji's entire life's worth of cultivation. Back then, it had attracted the attention of many parties. But it turned out, the Xuanji core was actually taken away by a little girl. Everyone looked at Arbor with greed in their eyes. Arbor wasn't afraid. He coldly glanced at them. One blue attack talisman after another slowly floated up around her body, slowly swaying around her. Guan Ying, today, you will die here with these idiots. Kill them. As soon as Arbor's voice fell, everyone around him moved in unison. They all pounced on the people from Ani Prefecture, raising their swords to slaughter them. How could these Ani Prefecture Academy students, who had stayed in the tunnel for a long time and had been poisoned half to death by the corpse puppets, be a match for Endless Blade and the others? They were like little chicks, and half of them were killed in no time. The remaining people were scared out of their wits and hurriedly fled in all directions. They didn't care about anything else and kept running toward the tunnel they came from. Guan Ying. One of the Ani Prefecture Jiaqing Academy students roared with red eyes. Only then did everyone realize that this woman, Guan Ying, had already slipped to the side of the tunnel where the battle had started. At this moment, she already had one foot in the tunnel and was about to slip away. All of a sudden, a furry tail smashed into her back. With a flick of the tail, Guan Ying was pulled back from the entrance of the tunnel and thrown to the ground. Ah! Guan Ying hurriedly rolled a few times on the ground and escaped from the little fat squirrel's furry tail. She looked over with a rare look of panic. The reason she had instigated everyone to attack together was to buy herself some time to escape. She wasn't stupid. When she was in the lower star field, she had led Consecrated Zhao and the others, but they still couldn't take down the brat in front of her. Not to mention the people standing beside the brat now. She glanced at them and felt that they weren't simple at all. She would be stupid to pick such a time to fight with her. If she wanted to kill her, she would have to secretly find time to gather everyone to find her. Like now, she only had the students from Ani Prefecture by her side. How could she deal with this powerful brat? Unfortunately, although she had a good plan, Arbor wasn't a fool. He had already locked onto Guan Ying with his spiritual sense. When he saw that she was about to slip away, he hurriedly ordered the little fat squirrel to deal with her. Guan Ying had suffered greatly at Chirp's hands in the lower star field, so she didn't dare to face it head-on. A teleportation talisman appeared in her hand, and she was about to leave. She suddenly realized that the fat squirrel, which was the size of a small hill, was grinning at her strangely. She had a bad feeling on the spot, but before she could do anything, she felt a large, thick palm slap her back. At that moment, he uncontrollably rushed forward. Chirp! The fat squirrel danced with joy. Before Guan Ying could react, it squatted down and sat on the Guan family's fourth young Mississippi. Guan Ying almost choked on her breath. After a few seconds, she realized that her bones seemed to have been crushed by something heavy. She was in so much pain that she trembled all over and roared hoarsely. Her body was in so much pain that it didn't feel like it belonged to her anymore. Her bones, were they all broken? It was just a squirrel that was as fat as a small hill that sat on him. Then, he was King fractured all over his body. Guan Ying wanted to reach out and punch the ground, but she felt that the bones in her arms were so soft that she couldn't muster up any strength. Seeing this, the other students from Anyi Prefecture's Jiaqing Academy turned pale with fright, their lips trembling. Someone dropped the weapon in his hand with a clang before falling to his knees in front of little Taisui and begging for mercy. Spare me, spare me. This lowly dog's eyes are blind, unable to recognize the heroes. Please spare my life. Crack. Little Taisui didn't even bat an eyelid. He directly reached out and snapped the man's neck, casually tossing the corpse to the side. With a pair of silver eyes, he coldly said, "Shut up." Mo Lian and the others had taken care of everyone in Jiaqing Academy, including the few instructors with ulterior motives. Everyone turned to look and saw the little stoic squatting in front of the little fat squirrel. Specifically, she was squatting in front of Guan Ying, who was being squatted on by the little fat squirrel. Is the game of hunting me fun? Arbor poked Guan Ying's forehead with a thin sneer. How about we make a deal? Tell me honestly, are you familiar with Xianxia? If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll see if I should let you off. Guan Ying sneered. She wanted to spit on Arbor, but when the saliva reached her mouth, it was slapped by the little fat squirrel, causing the corner of her mouth to twitch. *TCH, don't try to get information out of me. Guan Ying said fiercely, if my father knew how you treated me, he definitely wouldn't let you off. A few streams of water jumped between Arbor's fingers, gradually turning into extremely sharp and long icicles. Is that so? Dozens of sharp icicles pierced into Guan Ying's shoulders and elbows. Each icicle pierced deeply, causing Guan Ying's entire body to convulse. Ah! Guan Ying. Arbor's cold voice fell into her ears, causing Guan Ying to feel as if a cold current had brushed past her from the depths of her heart to her limbs. It was so cold that it penetrated her heart. What's your relationship with Xianxia? No relationship. We have no relationship at all. Guan Ying finally couldn't take it anymore and confessed. She lay on the ground as tears streamed down her face. She kept shouting, I've said it. I've already said it. Hurry up and make it leave. Her body was pressed under a small furry mound. Just the pain alone was indescribable. Guan Ying felt that even if the fat squirrel moved its butt away, her entire body would probably be crippled. I only wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Xuanji Corps and find that kid from the Fan family to lead the way. Arbor frowned slightly and slowly pulled out the icicles pierced into her shoulders and elbows one by one. Aha. Guan Ying continued to let out a few tragic cries. The pain of pulling out the icicles was even more unbearable than when they were pierced in. Guan Ying's entire body trembled as she looked at Arbor with unfocused eyes. Why you kill me? Kill me. You think you're very pitiful right now, don't you? Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. Arbor raised his head slightly and motioned for the fat squirrel to leave. Chirp. The little fat squirrel moved its butt and moved its huge body away from Guan Ying, who was almost squashed by it. Guan Ying's eyes turned cold. Just as she was about to struggle and roll to the side, a vine with barbs suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With a whoosh, she was rolled up and thrown out, heavily smashing into the wall of the underground palace. Ah! 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 Guan Ying rolled on the ground, her head bleeding profusely. The zombies that were originally fighting with Xianxia and the others at the side were very perceptive and retreated a little. I'm so scared. This girl, everyone also turned their heads to look at Miss Chiao, who was emitting a cold aura from head to toe, and tactfully glanced to the side. At Jiaozhong base, if I wasn't skilled enough and ended up in your hands, I'm afraid my fate would be tens of thousands of times worse than now. Arbor looked coldly at Guan Ying on the ground, his eyes cold. He hated these self-righteous people from the middle 6 prefectures and the upper 3 prefectures the most. They always acted high and mighty, thinking that they were naturally superior to others. As long as it was something they wanted, regardless of whether others gave it to them or not, they could just snatch it. In any case, those ants from the lower star regions couldn't do anything to them. Arbor stared coldly at Guan Ying, who was lying on the ground. A vine flew up and landed heavily on her body. You can die now. Ah! Viciousness flashed through Guan Ying's eyes. Using all her strength, she spat out a round bead from her mouth. Be careful. Mo Lian flew forward and hugged his little wife. In the blink of an eye, the divine power bead exploded in front of everyone with a boom. The entire main hall of the underground palace was shaking in this tremor. The palace walls and round pillars all around cracked and collapsed one after another with creaking sounds. This scene happened very quickly. Before anyone could react, everyone felt their vision suddenly turn black. The collapsed bricks, stones, and dust all came crashing down on their heads. With a crackling sound, it covered everyone's figure. It wasn't until a long time later that someone coughed from the pile of dirt. Jojo? Xianxia. Fatty, is everyone okay? Cough cough cough. We're fine. Duan Muqing coughed several times as if he had choked on a mouthful of dust. His throat was a little dry. Don't panic, everyone. Slowly dig a path and gather together, Instructor Wei Wei said in a low voice. Pay attention to the corpse puppets around you. Thump 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 thump. Arbor kicked away a large rock in front of her. She held the night illumination pearl and shone it forward. She immediately saw the dusty little fatty and Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing hurriedly ran forward and anxiously asked, Jojo, are you okay? He looked her up and down. Arbor shook her head. Hearing the commotion coming from the left, everyone made a gesture of waving their hands. Fortunately, it was not the corpse puppet lord that moved the huge rock away. It was little Tai Sui, Endless Blade, and the others. Everyone should be somewhere not far away. Dig away a bit of the soil and rocks above. Let everyone gather together first, then think of a way to dig out, Duan Muqing said. Prince Mo nodded slightly. This place should not be far from the exit. If teleportation array glyphs were used, there would be many uncertainties. If we end up being teleported back to the tunnel we came from, we might as well dig a new one. Little Fatty nodded. All right. Let's do it then. 3 hours later, Sunlight Academy, Frostwind Academy, Honghu Academy, and the others were all dug out by Arbor. Chao Yun's face was covered in dust. He coughed a few times and cupped his hands towards Zhou Danjin and the others. Many thanks. Cough cough cough. What should we do now? I think I've found the way out. Now, I need everyone to work together and dig a tunnel. Mata crossed his arms and glanced at the people from the Sunlight Academy. Is that okay? Of course. Cough, 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 no problem. Chao Yan nodded repeatedly. The other instructors nodded in agreement. At this time, getting out was naturally the most important thing. Everyone followed the path that Mata had found and continued to dig the tunnel. The 3 of them dug together, and when they were tired, they would switch places with the other 3. Fortunately, Miss Chiao provided them with an endless supply of food and water. Everyone was very grateful. The beasts were huge and were naturally not suited for such a narrow tunnel. However, one of the students from the Sunlight Academy had an earth-drilling mouse, which unexpectedly helped them a lot. After digging like this for 4 or 5 days, they finally reached the surface. They could faintly see a ray of sunlight shining in from the outside. That's it for today. tomorrow will be normal. It's time to sleep. Everyone was very happy, and they continued to dig forward at a faster speed. The dawn was right in front of them, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. Under the urging of its master, the burrowing mouse did its best to push the soil and rocks in front of it to the sides of the tunnel. Everyone moved very quickly. They didn't care about the various spiritual tools that they had treasured so much, and they used them as tools for digging. When they heard a dong-dong sound, the last piece of soil and rock in front of them was pushed away. Zhou Danjin bent his waist and crawled out of the hole. He looked up at the light flowing through the leaves and laughed loudly. I'm out, I'm out. He jumped up with a whoosh and landed on a branch. Then Wei Wei, Little Fatty, Xianxia, and the others also jumped out of the hole. Everyone came out of the hole one after another. They exhaled a long breath and looked at each other silently. Oh my God, after so many days in history, I finally came out of that dark hole. Zhou Danjin tried to open his inner world, and he couldn't help but frown. I think we'd better leave this Daizong mountain as soon as possible. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement, but they cursed the bastard who came up with such a preliminary test in their hearts. If it weren't for Poland Prefecture's Heavenly Bestow Academy, who strongly advocated using such a novel method for the preliminary test, they wouldn't have had so much trouble. Among them, there were a few students who had lost their lives in this place. Heavenly Bestow Academy was simply shameless. Now that they thought about it, they just wanted to gather everyone's strength and get rid of the corpse puppets on the mountain behind the academy as soon as possible. Ayo, a hoarse roar came from the side, and a lock of drooping rotten flesh on a face suddenly enlarged in front of Little Fatty's eyes. Mother! Little Fatty casually raised the double-headed hammer in his hand, which was still stained with mud, and hit the corpse puppet's head with a dong-dong sound. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly attacked. Countless amounts of spiritual energy desperately smashed into the unlucky corpse puppet, blasting it into smithereens in a matter of minutes. Everyone looked around vigilantly, but they didn't find another corpse puppet. It seemed that this was just a fish that escaped the net. Zhou Danjin heaved a sigh of relief. This place is lush with foliage and isn't suitable for flying spirit beasts. We'll summon them after we get out of this area. Let's get on our way. He didn't know if there was any danger in this place. It won't be too late for us to rest after we get out of here, another mentor hurriedly said. All right. Everyone nodded in unison and hurried to catch up with the mentors. They hurried out of Daizong Mountain. Whoosh whoosh. However, before they could take a few steps, two black figures suddenly landed in front of them. Zhou Danjin and the others were startled. They quickly prepared for battle. Taking a closer look, they were the two old supervisors that they had seen before. Only then did Zhou Danjin and the others relax slightly. Wei Wei stepped forward and cupped his hands. Are the two of you waiting for us here? One of the black-robed old men nodded and smiled with relief. You're the only ones left. The two of us have been waiting for you here for a long time. Now, please follow us to the nearby Heavenly Academy to rest and adjust. Wei Wei heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked them. Thank you very much. Please. You've worked hard this time. The two old men nodded and turned to lead everyone away. The two elders were naturally familiar with the surroundings of Daizong Mountain. Soon, they led the crowd down a small path behind the mountain, which led directly to the back door of the Heavenly Academy. When the crowd followed the two supervising elders into the Heavenly Academy, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As far as the eye could see, the Heavenly Academy was shaded by trees, and the environment was excellent. Their nostrils were filled with the faint smell of fragrant grass, accompanied by a faint medicinal fragrance from the medicine tower. Now, you can see if you can use your mystic senses to open your inner worlds, the two elders said with a smile. Zhou Danjin and the others hurriedly tried, then nodded happily and said in unison, yes. That's good. The elder nodded and then told the crowd, in fact, in some special areas of Daizong Mountain, there grows a kind of tree that can block everyone's mystic senses and spiritual senses. We call it the shield tree. Previously, the double-headed dragon, the guardian beast of Daizong Mountain, fought with a strange creature, which caused the earth to shake and the mountain to shake, and the whole ground to collapse. Most people were evacuated from the mountain, but a small number of people, including you, were swept into the underground cave at the bottom of the mountain. The dean sent several elders to guard the entrances and exits, intending to bring you out as soon as they saw you. A few days later, the rest of the people also came out in batches. Only your few teams were able to wait until today for the two of us to see. Speaking of which, in 3 days, the semi-finals of the Academy ranking competition will begin. You came out just in time. Everyone suddenly realized why their spiritual sense had been unable to be used after they had entered the underground. Perhaps, in the depths of the ground, there happened to be something like the roots of the shield tree, which happened to be within its range. So, we've all passed the preliminaries? A student from the Sunlight Academy asked excitedly. The elder nodded to them with certainty. Of course. You've already destroyed the entire underground base of undead puppets. You're the only one with such a great contribution. There is no doubt that you all passed the preliminaries. Only then did everyone rejoice. Originally, when they came out, they were still secretly cursing in their hearts. At that time, they were too preoccupied with fighting and did not have time to collect the remains of the corpse puppets. There was no evidence to prove that they had killed so many corpse puppets. Hearing this, Arbor poured out a large pile of bones from the storage talisman with a crash. He said expressionlessly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" She even had to clean up so much useless trash, it was simply polluting her storage talisman. Everyone was speechless. It was unknown who was the first to burst out laughing. Everyone else couldn't resist laughing out loud at once. Now that they came back to their senses and looked at this little stoic, they actually felt that she had lost some of her viciousness. Instead, she was infinitely cute and adorable. It was simply too comical. It turned out that this little stoic hadn't forgotten to clean up the bones of these zombies for them while she was fighting. Although she didn't say anything, she had considered everything for them. He was worried that they would not be able to hand over the bones after spending so much effort to kill the zombie, and their results would be erased. All the students cupped their hands at her and said with a chuckle, "Thank you very much." However, the little stoic abruptly turned her small face away and muttered expressionlessly, "It's not like I picked them up for you. You're flattering yourself." Fine. The little girl's tsundere disease was acting up again. Everyone smiled helplessly and followed the two supervisors to the designated dormitory areas for their respective students. Each academy was allocated a small courtyard. Although it wasn't particularly big, it was slightly cramped. Staying there for 2 or 3 days was no problem at all. Arbor and Xianxia shared a room. The other rooms were randomly allocated by the men. Seeing Prince Mo's aggrieved expression before leaving, Miss Chow couldn't help but secretly laugh in her heart. Xianxia tidied herself up and came out from the inner room. She dragged a stool and sat in front of Arbor. With a serious expression, she said, "Jojo, why don't I stay outside and let your lotus stay here?" Arbor was flipping through the spoils of war he brought back from Mount Daizong. Hearing this, he didn't even raise his head and said, "No need. They should have already arranged the accommodations. They would only stay for 1 or 2 days. The semi-finals wouldn't be held in Heavenly Bestow Academy. Thus, after resting for 1 or 2 nights, they would be leaving for the semi-finals soon." I knew Jojo was the best. He definitely wouldn't choose a lover over a friend. Xianxia was immediately revived and said with a smile. Seeing that Arbor ignored her and focused on picking out the items and putting them into other storage talismans, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Curiously, "What are these materials and the crystal cores of these corpse puppets used for?" "For my lotus," Arbor said calmly. Xianxia instantly felt as if she had been shot in the chest. She raised her hand to cover her chest and pretended to shout, Hey, can't you stop for a moment?" Would it kill him to not show off his love for a day? Arbor raised his little face and winked at her. "He's a divine weapon master." Holy shit, it can't be? To be honest, Xianxia, had never seen a legendary divine weapon master in her life. Xianxia hurriedly turned her small face and dragged a stool to Arbor's side. "Look, if you're free, why don't you ask your lotus to modify this low-level spiritual sword of mine?" Arbor glanced at her and nodded reluctantly. "Let's rest for a couple of days. He's been pretty tired lately." Xianxia chuckled and nodded, Of course. "Jojo, what's the use of the crystal cores in these corpse puppets?" "It's useful for people with special abilities. People with special abilities can absorb these cores to improve their abilities. Arbor's hand paused as he picked up the cores. Come to think of it, she should be able to use this to improve her psychokinesis, right? Thinking of this, he kept a few small pieces of crystal nuclei, intending to absorb them himself. Most of them were stored in a storage talisman together with the refining materials. He jumped up and said, I'm going to find my lotus. Xianxia, so what if you have a husband? Arbor ran to the door and did not forget to turn around and stab Xianxia in the back. Xianxia, if you take a fancy to any good man, remember to tell me. The little fellow said to her in an experienced tone, I'll keep an eye out for you. Xianxia felt very angry. She silently watched as the little fellow flew away like a little butterfly, flying far away. Stinky girl. Xianxia puffed up her cheeks and glanced at the little fellow's departing figure in annoyance. She thought to herself, stinky girl, if only you were this happy every day. Previously, when she found those corpses in the underground prison, her frantic look was really heart-wrenching. Arbor walked out of his room and happened to come face to face with Prince Mo. Here you go. Arbor stuffed the storage talisman into Mo Lian's hands and expressionlessly said, Lotus for me. Mo Lian looked down at the storage talisman in her hand. When she saw that it was filled to the brim with corpse puppet cores and all kinds of refining materials, she couldn't help but be moved and pull the little guy into her arms. His little thing was always thinking about him. The corpse puppet cores she collected weren't for her own use at all. They were all collected for him. Standing off to the side, Limitless Blade, who was comparable to 1,000 candles, curled his lips and said, I used to have a dozen wives, and they also revolved around me every day. They gave me this and that to please me. Little Taisui, who was sitting at a small stone table and sipping tea, sneered, then what about now? Humph. Dao Wuji snorted, don't worry. With my appearance, it's not difficult for me to find 8 or 10 more wives for her. Hee hee. Little Taisui snorted disdainfully. For someone like you, no matter how many wives you have, it's useless. When your wives see you like this, don't say anything. Sooner or later, none of them will be left. What did you say? Limitless Blade blew his beard and glared. What do you mean by I like this? How could I not have a single wife left? As the two bickered, Miss Chiao turned to glare at Limitless Blade. Shut up. You talkative king. Long-winded. Little Taisui laughed and glanced at Limitless Blade. Did you hear that? Talkative king, long-winded. Sigh, you two should stop bickering. Come, Limitless Blade, have a cup of tea and cool down. Ma Yingchen sat at the stone table and pushed a cup of tea toward Limitless Blade. Seriously, little Taisui is right. What's the point of having so many wives? You might as well find a wife and get along well with her. Isn't that better? What do people like you who have never had a wife know? Limitless Blade huffed and picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp. A wife is also a part of a man's strength. Do you understand? Just like him. Dao Wuji secretly pointed in Prince Mo's direction. My boss is a man of striking appearance. He should be an elegant and romantic person. It's not a problem for him to have 2 beauties in his arms. Sigh, but now. How are things now? A faint voice entered Endless Blade's ears. Dao Wuji did not know that he was courting death. With his back to the young couple, he kept talking, now. He was simply a pitiful henpecked husband. This is too embarrassing for us men. Oh. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked from behind and fell onto the stone table in front of Ma Shichen. Miss Chow did not say another word and gave Dao Wuji a violent beating. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal passed him a feather duster. Use this. Jojo, don't hurt your hand. Prince Mo shook his head helplessly. You asked for it. Little Taisui coughed lightly and picked up the teapot and teacup. He dodged to the side and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he said, as the saying goes, you can survive a heavenly disaster, but you can't survive a self-inflicted disaster. Oh. Don't hit me anymore. Hey, if you hit me again, I will retaliate. Return it. Prince Mo threatened coldly from the side. Dao Wuji immediately fell silent. He hugged his head and scurried around, crying pitifully. Ah. Hey, hey, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Stop it. I was wrong. Dao Wuji immediately surrendered. What a joke. If he dared to fight back, he would definitely become the target of Prince Mo and the venerable Xianxia. He would be stupid to fight back. Alright, it's getting late. Don't make a fuss. Go back to your rooms and rest. Instructor Wei Wei's roar came from the room across from them. Arbor resentfully retracted his little hand, snorted, and waved his little paw at Prince Mo. Then I'll go back first. Mo Lian nodded. Only after his phoenix eyes watched his wifey return to her room did he retract his gaze. He turned to look at the bruised and swollen Wuji and asked with a smile, don't worry, after we return to the Divine Province, you can have as many wives as you want. For some reason, Dao Wuji looked at Prince Mo's unfathomable expression and shuddered for no reason. Why did he feel like this kid was secretly plotting against him? Dao Wuji extended a paw. I think so. As a matter of fact, having a good wife was enough. He. Prince Mo patted him on the shoulder, glanced at him indifferently, and then turned to go back to his room. Seeing this, Yuan Shurchen sympathetically gave Dao Wuji a good luck look and followed Prince Mo back to his room to rest. Dao Wuji hurriedly turned to look at little Taisui. Little Taisui, don't you think that boss's gaze is a bit strange? He said that when we return to China, he would arrange a wife for me. What does that mean? Little Taisui looked at Dao Wuji as if he was an idiot. Won't you know when you go to China? Oh. Dao Wuji thought about it. Little Taisui's words did make some sense. It was useless for him to fret here. Not only would it not make any difference, it would seem like he was worrying about nothing. Then, Little Taisui. Little? Dao Wuji watched as the little rascal left him behind and returned to his room without looking back. He couldn't help but look at the empty courtyard. With his head drooping, he pitifully walked away. After a night of rest, everyone felt much more refreshed by the next day. After working hard for so many days, Instructor Wei Wei gave everyone a day off so that they could do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to continue resting in the courtyard, they could stay in their rooms for the rest of the day. If they wanted to go out for a walk, they could go together. How could Xianxia be idle? Once she heard that it was free time, she immediately pulled Arbor and planned to take a stroll around the Heavenly Bestowing Academy. We've destroyed Daizong Mountain and the entire underground base of the corpse puppets. Do you think we'll be rewarded? Xiaomu was currently pondering something, so she didn't say anything when she heard this. She only regained her senses when Xianxia tugged at her. She looked up at Xianxia. Tisk, I've been talking to you for so long, but you've been daydreaming. Xianxia glanced at her speechlessly. What are you thinking about? Arbor was thinking about Fan Xiuhe. What did Fan Xiuhe do to be able to build such a large corpse breeding ground under Daizong Mountain? Could it be that he was also a member of the Heavenly Fate Organization? If Fan Xiuhe was a member of the Heavenly Fate Organization, then everything that happened before seemed to make sense. Tianyun, this evil cult, had always used humans as their research subjects. What Tianyun had been doing was simply to study the human body and create extraordinary experts. Instead of calling the nocturnal caw bird a poison, it would be better to call it a drug that radically changed the human body. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. In the end, after generations of spreading the powder, it would probably only cultivate the strongest person. Those who could adapt would speed up the change. Those who could not adapt would probably only become a foundation like a corpse puppet. From the looks of it, Fan Xiuhe's experiment on a small scale was similar to what Tianyun had done. They were both studying the human body. Fan Xiuhe was probably only studying for himself. He wanted to obtain information from others on how to become stronger, including how to grow his inner world, how to strengthen his spiritual sense, and so on. Therefore, he had been nurturing his puppet dolls in that underground prison all this time. There was no doubt that Fan Xiuhe was Tianyun's man. However, Arbor still did not know who was in charge of Fan Xiuhe. The matter of going to Clear Sky Valley seemed to be imminent. However, the competition concerned Little Tree's life, so she could not relax. Jojo? When Xianxia saw that Qiaomu was keeping her head down and not saying anything, she didn't want to disturb Qiaomu's thoughts. However, there was a group of people blocking their path, so Xianxia had no choice but to call out to her and tug at Qiaomu's sleeve. Arbor turned to look at Xianxia. Are we going back? Xianxia shook her head. No. Jojo, look. Xianxia gently tugged at the corner of her sleeve and pointed at the group of people blocking the spacious road ahead. The road on the campus of Heavenly Bestow Academy was quite spacious. There was no problem for 5 or 6 people to walk side by side. However, at this moment, there were a dozen people in front of them, blocking the road in a row. What do you want? Arbor asked with a frown. A girl in green took the lead and stepped forward. She first sized her up, then asked, you're the great talisman master who can draw storage talismans, right? Arbor frowned slightly. She sized up the girl and asked with a stoic face, what do you want? Sir. Can you draw a storage talisman for me? The woman suddenly knelt in front of her and clasped her hands in front of her chest. She looked at her with a pair of pitiful eyes and shouted anxiously, I am willing to use spirit tools or medicinal herbs to exchange for it. Please give me a storage talisman. Arbor was speechless. The little girl thought that someone had come to look for trouble again. She was puzzled in her heart. How could she have enemies in the Heaven Bestowing Academy? Please give me a storage talisman. The dozen or so people knelt down in unison and cupped their hands in a pleading manner. Xuanxuan's mouth twitched. She thought they were here to cause trouble, but they were just a bunch of idiots. Sir. Please accept our request, Your Excellency. Arbor's face was expressionless. He looked up at the sky and pondered. Storage talismans take the good fortune of the heavens and are very difficult to draw. Understood, understood, understood. Everyone nodded and said, we're willing to wait in line. 1 month, 3 months, half a year, even a year would be good. Please don't reject us. What do you want? Just name your price. Arbor nodded slightly. Then please wait for a moment. I'll draw up a list of items for exchange for you. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Your Excellency. See you tomorrow, Master. Feel free to tell us what you need or what materials you need. We lowly ones will definitely, take care of everything, no matter how big or small. We will definitely help Master properly. MHM, the little stoic gave a deep MHM. She nodded slightly with one hand behind her back. Everyone scrambled to take out the tables, chairs, stools, paper, and pens they had prepared beforehand from their inner worlds and handed them to Arbor so that she could draw up a list of materials to exchange for a storage talisman. Everyone held the list like it was a treasure and had a rough idea after looking through it. They planned to work together to gather a set of materials to exchange for a storage talisman first. The list will be changed once a month. Next month, it might not be the same materials. The little stoic said aloofly, find her to sign up and gather the materials within a month after signing up. Otherwise, we won't wait. Arbor pointed at student Xianxia, whose mouth was agape, and left with a flick of her sleeves. Everyone instantly surrounded Xianxia so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Student Xianxia looked dumbfoundedly at the little stoic who abandoned her and ran off first. Her small face was conflicted as she silently cursed, You brat, are you sure you're not tired of running? As expected, Master has the demeanor of a master. A female student from Heavenly Bestow Academy praised with admiration, We have to gather the materials as soon as possible. At least one set of materials. I heard that the space inside Master's storage talisman is rather large. Too awesome. Everyone surrounded student Xianxia, who wanted to cry but had no tears, and chattered for a long time. At this time, Arbor had already slipped back to the small courtyard. At Prince Mo's door, she encountered Mo Lian and He Shurchen, who happened to be coming out. Miss Chow cheered and bounced forward. Let's go. Didn't you go out with Xianxia? He Shurchen curiously looked behind her. Where did you throw Xianxia? She's very busy. As Master's assistant, she has to take care of some chores. Master? The 2 men glanced at her. Which master? The little stoic patted her chest. Master Chow. Prince Mo and the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but laugh. The two of them, who were familiar with the young lady's temperament, immediately knew that Xianxia, this unlucky child, was most likely tricked by Miss Chow. Amused, Prince Mo reached out and hooked her pinky finger. Let's go. The three of them left the courtyard and walked along a small path towards the Heavenly Academy's garden. Arbor couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for himself as he looked at the others' academy and thought of his own dilapidated top-notch academy. Although the name of this top-tier academy sounded resounding, in terms of facilities, architecture, and reputation, it couldn't even compare to a small third-rate academy in the 6 prefectures continent. At the very least, a third-rate academy would have a signboard, a gate, or something like that. The dormitories of the students were not like the ones in the top-tier academies, where there was only a small lump of dirt and nothing else. Arbor shook his head, only to see 3 or 4 students hurriedly running towards him, their faces full of excitement as they shouted, "Let's go, let's go, let's go to the ring and have a look. I heard that 2 senior sisters from the 3rd years are having a public duel there today." Which 2 from the 3rd years? When an excited girl ran past Arbor, she almost bumped into her shoulder. Prince Mo reacted swiftly and scooped his wifey into his arms to avoid her. The girl was taken aback. She turned to say sorry before her gaze landed on the 3 of them. These 3 people's appearances were simply too outstanding. Prince Mo, who was dressed in black, and the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was dressed in a demonic red robe, were simply heaven-defying, peerless and unparalleled. In front of the 2 of them stood a little girl who looked like a little jade sculpture carved from ice. She was looking at them. The girl hurriedly smiled in embarrassment. "Sorry, I almost bumped into you." Arbor shook her head, indicating that it was fine. The girl smiled. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly turned to them and said, "You are, students from the other academies, right? If you don't have anything to do, you can come with us to the arena area to watch. The 2 senior sisters are having a martial arts competition there today. It should be quite exciting." Arbor nodded. The girls glanced at them again, then hurriedly left. Arbor pursed her lips. "I don't like to watch a show." 15 minutes later, the 3 of them stood in front of the arena area, occupying an advantageous position. Xiao Mu's eyebrows curved slightly as she watched the 2 women's swords crisscrossing each other on the stage. She exclaimed softly, "You're all classmates. What kind of deep-seated hatred do you have for your moves to be so sharp?" Miss Chow, who didn't like to watch a show, quietly took out an orange from her pocket. She peeled it and commented, "Isn't her move too fierce?" Ma Yingchen and Prince Mo were somewhat helpless. It's a life-and-death battle to begin with. It's either you die or I die. What? Miss Chow's eyes widened slightly. You can have a life-and-death battle in the academy? Forgive their academy for only having 8 students. Everyone was quite friendly. She had never heard of a life-and-death battle between students. Look, there's a life-and-death contract over there." Ma Yingchen pointed her chin at a spot not far away. Arbor looked over and realized that there was indeed a large piece of red paper pasted on the stool at the edge of the arena. The 3 words "life and death contract" were written on it. There was also the blood contract imprint of the 2 people. Miss Chow's hand, which was holding the orange, paused. She looked at the 2 young women on the stage and shook her head. What a pity. Ma Shurchen reached out and took half of the orange from her hand. As he ate, he said, "What's there to pity? In the end, it's all about fate. If they want to sign the life and death agreement, then they have to follow the rules of the heavenly Tao. Even if they don't die, one of them has to die." Miss Chow blinked. So it's only when one of them dies that the victor will be decided? Smart. Prince Mo nodded and took the other half of the orange, praising it. Miss Chow looked down and saw that it was empty. The peeled oranges in his hands all fell into the mouths of others. My master said that it's best to have something to eat while watching the competition. That way, one's mood will be better, Miss Chow suddenly said as she took out a banana from her inner world. You mean, Her Excellency Dark Phoenix? Prince Mo was slightly startled as he asked. Yes. You remember now? Mo Lian couldn't help but ask softly. Remember what? Nothing. Arbor shook his head with a distressed expression. It's just that I occasionally remember that Master said this before. You'll remember slowly. Prince Mo raised his hand and patted her head. At this moment, the victor had already been decided on the arena. It should be said that one of the women had fallen to the ground and died. In an instant, the life and death contract hanging in front of the arena automatically burned to ashes. Arbor looked at the girl who died in the arena and shook her head. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Hey, this little sister, can you tell me what kind of deep hatred these two senior sisters have for them to have a life and death battle in the arena? Hey, little fatty bro, you'll find it funny even if I tell you. These two senior sisters liked the same senior brother at the same time, and that senior brother was wavering between the two of them. In the end, these two senior sisters made this agreement in order to fight over that man. Wow, your academy even encourages male and female students to form partners? Little fatty bro, don't talk nonsense, of course the academy doesn't encourage it. Come here, I'll tell you this, you can't pass it on to others. Arbor stretched her little neck to take a look, and saw little Fatty surrounded by 3 or 4 gorgeously dressed little sisters, going to the side to inquire for information. She suddenly understood why that guy Ko Hongjin of the Ko family was so jealous of little Fatty. Needless to say, although the little Fatty was chubby, his round and chubby face was quite cute, and he was very popular with girls. Little Fatty's popularity had always been good among women. Arbor turned to Prince Mo and Ji-chan, saying, "Let's go, we're going back." The excitement was over, and there was no fun in this crowd of people. The 3 of them squeezed out of the crowd, and not long after, another pair of male and female came on stage to spar, and the atmosphere in front of the arena was stirred up again. Senior sister Yugue, what are you looking at? Xianxia walked to Yugue's side and asked in a low voice. When she came over, she saw Yugue standing alone outside the crowd, staring blankly in a direction, not knowing what she was in a daze for. Yugue was slightly startled, and then she recovered and shook her head. I probably saw wrongly. Impossible. Let's go. Anne? What's impossible, what did you see? Yugue laughed bitterly. When I came over just now, I must have seen wrongly, and mistook a figure for little junior sister. Junior sister? Xianxia muttered to himself and sighed. Junior sister should be 15 this year. Yugue replied indifferently, although junior apprentice sister is talented and intelligent, she is in the lower star field. If she wants to come to the 6 prefectures continent, she will have to climb the stairway to heaven. No matter how talented she is, it's only been 3 years. It's impossible. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Senior sister, we also need to go back and prepare. Just now, the instructor came to inform me that we'll be leaving tomorrow morning. All right. Yugue turned around and said, let's go. Let's go back and prepare. This time, we must obtain the qualifications to cultivate in Spirit Realm on Brinset Island. This meant that each and every one of them had to enter the top 100 in the Academy's ranking competition. They had a blood feud on their backs, and they urgently needed to improve themselves. Time waits for no one, only by working hard could they live up to the kindness and nurturing of the sect. Arbor, Mo Lian, and Ichin returned to their small courtyard. The moment they opened the door, they saw the 5 instructors gathered in front of the stone table, waiting for them. Xianxia turned around and looked at her pitifully, with a pitiful look. Duanmu, Mata, and the others also stood in front of the stone table. Other than the little fatty, who was probably still chatting with the big sisters, everyone else had arrived. I received notice that the people from Heavenly Bestow Academy will head to the venue first tomorrow. We from the other academies will head over a bit later and can depart at noon. Wei Wei swept them a glance. So everyone, make your own preparations tonight and have a good night's rest. Everyone nodded. Zhou Danjing glanced at them and asked suspiciously, where's the fatty? Why haven't I seen him the whole day? Everyone silently looked at each other without uttering a word. That's enough. You've been outside for the whole day. Rest early and don't cause trouble. As for the fatty, when you see him come back, tell him that you should all go back and rest. Everyone looked up at the clear sky. Strictly speaking, it was only the afternoon right now. However, Instructor Wei Wei said that they had been outside for the whole day and even told them to go back to their rooms to rest early. Do you want to eat a good meal tonight? Arbor suddenly asked. When Zhou Danjin thought of the dishes that the little fellow brought, he was about to drool. He nodded repeatedly and said, yes, 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 I'll order a dish, beggar's chicken. I'll order braised pork ribs. I want winter melon, I want to eat prawns. Xianxia, this foodie, almost drooled at the thought of fried prawns. The little stoic expressionlessly rolled her eyes at them and harumphed, I'm not a restaurant, before trotting back to her room. Sleep early, you won't be able to digest if you eat too much. You. Everyone bit their handkerchiefs and hatefully watched her departing figure. They really wanted to gang up on this little fellow and beat her up. Why the heck did she suggest adding more dishes but not add more in the end? Wasn't she teasing them? Prince Mo waved his hand in amusement and returned to his room. When night fell, everyone sighed and took out the white steamed buns from their pockets, planning to make do with some pickled vegetables. They didn't expect to hear the little stoic's crisp voice. Aren't you all coming out to eat? Everyone scrambled to get out of the door and saw the rich dishes on the stone table at a glance. Afterwards, they saw that hateful little stoic, dressed in light green casual clothes, was currently sitting in front of the stone table with Prince Mo, looking at them expressionlessly. Xuan's fried prawns, Mata's braised pork ribs, and Senior Brother Lu's winter melon soup. Teacher Zhou's beggar's chicken. Wow, ordering food is really useful, everyone gathered around him, feeling so happy that they were about to fly. Little Fatty slowly returned. The moment he pushed open the courtyard door, he saw everyone eating and fighting around a stone table. The chopsticks were like raindrops as they ate happily. He hurriedly closed the door behind him and rushed forward to yell, oh my god, why didn't you wait for me to eat? Who knows how long you're going to chat with those big sisters? Aya, let's go, let me have a seat. Stop pushing. Everyone has a share. Arbor looked at this group of people reincarnated from starvation and speechlessly raised his hand. Everyone, move aside. Soon after, he took out a washbasin-sized soup bowl from his inner world and placed it in front of everyone. It was filled with spirit bamboo shoots and fresh meat soup. A dense aura of spiritual power spread out in the small courtyard. Heavens! Hurry and move aside, I'll have a bowl first. Little Fatty yelled and rushed to scoop up a bowl full of soup. He held the bowl and drank it while praising it incessantly. Hey, Jojo, what kind of bamboo shoots are these? I feel like my spiritual power is flowing away as soon as I eat them. I'm so full today. Who's going to take a walk with me later? Then why are you still eating? I'll digest after I finish eating. Jojo, I think you're amazing. You can have anything you want. We'll just take you wherever we go in the future. Yes, yes. We don't need to take anything else. Arbor glanced at the little fatty expressionlessly. In your dreams. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Even Instructor Wei Wei, who had always been serious, showed a rare smile. Ani Prefecture. The prefecture master, Guan Zhaotang, looked coldly at his fourth daughter who was lying on the sickbed. Prefecture master. A middle-aged man walked in quickly and saluted. Fourth Miss, why did you suddenly come back? The fourth Miss of the Guan family represented Jiaoqing Academy and went to Daizong Mountain in Poland Prefecture to participate in the preliminaries. She suddenly came back with serious injuries, which surprised everyone. What a piece of trash. Guan Zhaotang snorted. She won't amount to much. The middle-aged man, Qi Lianhai, silently glanced at the young woman on the sickbed. Guan Ying's original appearance could no longer be seen. Half of her face seemed to have exploded, and her skin and flesh were all exposed. His two eyes had long since turned into two holes, and his eyeballs could no longer be seen. It's useless to keep such a piece of trash. Guan Zhaotang said coldly, dispose of her. Yes, prefecture master. Qi Lianhai lowered his head and responded. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The fourth miss risked her life and used her last breath to contact her family, who helped her open a special passage and ran back. In the end, she was inevitably treated as a piece of trash. Guan Zhaotang had 6 daughters and 3 sons. He was in the prime of his life and had many wives and concubines around him. He could have as many children as he wanted. Naturally, he couldn't raise a piece of trash to make things difficult for him. What was the point? If that was the case, he might as well die outside. Qi Lianhai shook his head. After watching Guan Zhaotang leave with a cold expression, he walked forward and cupped his hands in salute to the fourth young miss who was lying on the sickbed. My apologies, fourth young miss. Qi Lianhai reached out and grabbed Guan Ying's neck. He released a bit of spirit power from his hand and held Guan Ying for a moment. Guan Ying struggled fiercely for less than 3 seconds. Her kicking legs gradually slowed down, and finally, she stopped breathing. Qi Lianhai tidied up his clothes, turned around, and walked out of the door. He cupped his hands towards Guan Zhaotang, who was standing in front of the door with his back facing him, and said, Manor Lord, it's been settled. Do you want me to send someone to Poland Manor to investigate the situation? Guan Zhaotang coldly snorted, although little Four is a useless trash, she is still my daughter. Whoever did this to her, I will naturally make them pay the price. Yes. Qi Lianhai turned around and went out, immediately gathering people. Daughter, my daughter. A mournful scream came from outside the door. A beautiful woman wearing a small white flower on her head staggered into the room and grabbed Guan Zhaotang's sleeve. Master, this concubine heard that Ying has just returned with serious injuries. Can this concubine? Guan Zhaotang impatiently pulled back his sleeve. Go take a look at her for the last time. Later, choose a day to burn her. The woman immediately paled and fell to the ground. The semifinals were arranged to be held at the Xianxia Gladiator Arena, which was the closest to the Buran Sea. In the past, the semifinals and finals were generally held at the Xianxia Gladiator Arena. Firstly, it was customary. Secondly, Xianxia was outside of the 6 prefectures, so the referees at the Xianxia Gladiator Arena were more impartial. Thirdly, the Gladiator Arena's geographical location was good. After the competition ended, the winning students could immediately board a ship at the Buran Sea and sail to Brinthad Island. The participating students were all teams that stood out after the first round of auditions. Naturally, everyone's face carried a bit of arrogance. When Zhou Danjin brought the students from the top academies to Xianxia City, it was about noon on the second day. Everyone first made arrangements for their accommodation. The inns they chose were naturally close to the Xianxia Gladiator Arena. This way, it would be more convenient for them to go back and forth every day. There were quite a few inns around the Xianxia Gladiator Arena. During the qualifiers, all the inns would rack their brains to attract customers. Arbor and the others found a relatively large Omping Inn and booked all the rooms on the 3rd floor. This way, everyone could live more comfortably. Omping Inn also provided food, but the prices were obviously very expensive. After eating dinner, everyone unanimously decided that they shouldn't waste spirit coins blindly. It would be better to eat Miss Chiao's food in the future. The next day, everyone was ready to go. Early in the morning, they gathered on the 1st floor of the inn, full of energy. Along with the sound of the stairs, several teams came down from the 2nd floor. Some students curiously sized up Arbor and the others. When they checked in, they had already heard that the 3rd floor was booked by a nouveau riche academy. So it was them? Haha, hey, isn't this Instructor Wei Wei? I really didn't expect that a lousy academy like the top academies would have the guts to book the entire 3rd floor. They must have borrowed money. A slightly ear-piercing voice came from the stairs. Instructor Wei Wei, Zhou Danjin, and a few other instructors just happened to walk down the stairs. When their gazes fell on the young man who mocked them, their faces immediately darkened. Arbor and the others naturally didn't recognize the man who mocked them. He sized him up and saw that the man's appearance could be considered decent, but his eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule when he looked at Instructor Wei Wei. Zhao Li, Instructor Wei Wei said in a deep voice, you have no right to interfere in the matters of the top academies. Scram. Xiaomu and the other students were a bit surprised. In their impression, although Instructor Wei Wei was a serious person and sometimes had a sharp tongue, he would never treat others so rudely. This man called Zhao Li in front of him seemed to have quite a grudge with Instructor Wei Wei. Zhao Li turned a deaf ear to Wei Wei's cursing. He even shrugged nonchalantly. Fortunately, I graduated from your top-notch academy a step earlier. Otherwise, until now, I would still be. Oh, isn't this the Academy's #1 genius, Duan Muqing? TSK, you're still in the Academy. Ah, right. You have to accumulate 3,000 points in a year to graduate. Otherwise, you'll have to study endlessly. How could I forget? Zhao Li laughed loudly as he walked to Duan Muqing's side. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Duanmu, have you ever thought of changing schools? Duan Muqing slapped his hand away. See you tomorrow. I'm not that familiar with you, Duan Muqing said indifferently with a cold expression. Ha ha ha. Zhao Li wasn't angry. He crossed his arms carelessly and cast a sidelong glance at the people from Premier Academy. Yo, the number of students seems to have increased by quite a bit. Eh? These two junior sisters, did you just enter a top-notch academy? You too, don't be fooled by Premier Academy at such a young age. Don't think that just because it's called Premier Academy, it's the best academy in the 6 prefectures continent. Actually, this academy is at the very bottom of all the academies, ha 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 ha. Bam. When Xiamu saw that person walking in front of her and Xianxia while bragging so much that his saliva was about to spray onto their faces, she immediately kicked out in disdain, causing that person to stumble back several steps. Stay away from us. Arbor angrily wiped her face with her sleeve. You're dirty and smelly. You're already an adult, but you can't control your saliva. Scram. Scram scram scram. Everyone, Zhao Li's face instantly flushed red, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although he didn't look very outstanding, his cultivation was very strong. In Flying Flower Academy, he was the target of many female students. When had he ever been treated like this by a girl? Was this person still a girl? Did she have any taste at all? Arbor was someone who even disdained young Master Ding, who was as beautiful as a flower, for being smelly. She even detested the 2 magnificent young masters of the Qin family, not to mention this average-looking man in front of her. In Miss Chia's opinion, this strange blabbermouth was even noisier than Boundless Saber in front of her and Xianxia. He was simply a big idiot. Prince Mo silently twitched his mouth. Everyone lit a row of candles for this Zhao Li in their hearts. How pitiful, courting death by provoking Jojo, what else could it be other than asking for a snub? You. Zhao Li felt pain in his calf from the stoic-faced girl's kick, but he couldn't bend down to rub his calf because of his pride. He could only glare hatefully at Arbor with a stiff face and say angrily, you don't know what's good for you. This young master was just reminding you out of goodwill. I advise you not to take detours. Do you really think that a top-notch academy like this can really become a top-notch existence in the 6 prefectures? It's not up to you to decide whether or not he's a top-notch existence in the 6 prefectures. Let's see after the competition. So long-winded and full of nonsense. Where did this idiot come from? Scram. Arbor roared. Xianxia and Little Fatty picked up their weapons at the same time and were about to rush up and smash Zhao Li. Zhao Li was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps back with a face full of panic. He felt that he simply couldn't get along with this bunch of crazy students from a top academy. Young students nowadays, why the F***ck did they act like they wanted to? I'm too lazy to talk to you. In the future, you will suffer. Zhao Li's face was red with anger. He angrily flicked his sleeves and turned around. Just as he was about to step out of the door, his left leg went soft, and with a paw sound, he knelt in front of the door. His head heavily knocked against the doorframe, leaving a red mark on the spot. The teams that had gathered at the entrance and were about to leave were all shocked by his actions. Following which, they roared with laughter. A female disciple from another academy held her belly in laughter and pointed at Zhao Li, who was kneeling on the ground with a flushed face. Oh my, the little girl was right. He really is a big idiot. Senior brother Zhao. The team leader, Gu Liuli, hurriedly ordered people to help him up and supported the limping Zhao Li out of the door. Before she left, she turned around to glare at Arbor and the others and said, does the top academy dare to accept Soaring Flower Academy's challenge in this competition? You don't have the right. Arbor coldly swept her a glance. What right does a mere level 1 spirit master have to challenge us? Scram. Everyone instantly couldn't laugh anymore. If the stoic-faced little girl could say that, it meant that her own strength was definitely much higher than a level 1 spirit master's. She dared to arrogantly tell a level 1 spirit master to scram. Perhaps, she wouldn't do such a thing if she didn't have some skills. You guys. Gulioli was about to explode in anger. She glared hatefully at the people from the top academy and dejectedly supported Zhao Li out under everyone's gazes. A bunch of baffling people. Xianxia pursed her lips and turned her gaze to Zhou Danjin, whose expression was unclear. Instructor, who exactly are they? Zhou Danjin sighed. Let's talk as we walk. Today was the first day of the semifinals, so it wasn't good to be late. When everyone exited Tranquil Inn, Zhou Danjin glanced at Instructor Wei Wei, who was walking at the back of the group, and then said to Arbor and the others, Student Xiao, you must have thought that Instructor Wei Wei was targeting you from the start, right? Arbor nodded without hesitation. That's right, if it weren't for her good temper, this Instructor Wei Wei would have been beaten up by her 800 years ago. Zhou Danjin speechlessly glanced at this honest child. Actually, your Instructor Wei Wei once accepted a student with pretty good talent. It's just that this student was born in an aristocratic family and had an excellent family background, so he was very arrogant. Later on, because he looked down on our shabby academy, he betrayed the academy during a very important competition. From then on, your Instructor Wei Wei became much more depressed, and he became a man of few words. When we accepted students in the future, what we valued was no longer the student's talent, but their moral character. Student Xiao, your birth is too good. When you first came to our academy peak, you flew over on an ancient phoenix. Zhou Danjin glanced at her and said, everyone knows very well that you must have an extraordinary family background. Wait, let me interrupt. Arbor could not help but interrupt. I don't have any family background. I'm just a poor child from a small family in the lower star field. Alright, you can continue. Everyone was speechless. Why did they want to laugh so badly? This was clearly a very serious topic. Teacher Zhou's mouth twitched speechlessly. Of course, he didn't want to argue with this lousy child about whether she had a strong family background or not. Instead, he continued, when you first came to our school, you had a fight with Hua Tao. Speaking of this, Hua Tao couldn't help but cover his face. Could he stop talking about such an embarrassing thing? That arrogant aura, as well as that thick aura of a young lady from a powerful family, made your Instructor Wei Wei think of the student who betrayed the academy. Of course, now you already know that this person was Zhao Li, who came to provoke us just now. He's from the Shuntian Prefecture's Zhao family. The Zhao family can be considered a first-rate aristocratic family in Shuntian Prefecture. Back then, he came to sign up out of admiration. His goal was to become Sir Lu Yun's last disciple. Wait. Let me interrupt as well. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, are you talking about the famous Sir Lu Yun of the 6 prefectures continent? I seem to have only read some legends about him in storybooks. I've heard about him from a storyteller. The little fatty raised his hand. Zhou Danjin nodded, but after a year and a half, he still hasn't seen Sir Lu Yun, so oh right, you guys still don't know, right? Young Master Lu Yun is actually your elusive principal. Zhou Danjin thought that the group of children might not know who young Master Lu Yun was, so he explained. Everyone's expression was like the sky is going to rain red. What? You're saying that the number 1 expert of the 6 prefectures, Sir Lu Yun, is our principal? The little fatty had a strange expression. So, the student Zhao Li who was looking for trouble just now, because he hadn't seen the principal for a year and a half, he ran away? Sigh, it's because of this student Zhao Li. His talent is quite good. So, the cultivation plan that us instructors came up with for him is a step-by-step method that supports his characteristics. Furthermore, Instructor Wei Wei had spent a lot of effort on Zhao Li's cultivation method. That brat's sudden betrayal really made your Instructor Wei Wei sad. Shut up, Zhou Danjin. Wei Wei's angry voice came from behind. Zhou Danjin hurriedly spoke faster, so, actually, Instructor Wei isn't born with a cold face. You guys should be a little more understanding of him. Student Xiao, Instructor Wei Wei only wants to temper your character and suppress the sharpness you exude. To put it bluntly, it's also for the sake of your future cultivation. Don't think that he's intentionally targeting you. Zhou Danjin. Okay. I won't say any more. Zhou Danjin immediately shut his mouth and walked to the side with a smile, starting another day of nagging. Students, it's up to you to win glory for the academy in the semifinals. Everyone silently glanced at him before turning their heads away in unison. Instructor Zhou's face was filled with helplessness. When he received the looks from Endless Blade and the others, he laughed awkwardly and said, "The dean is right. This batch of students is very energetic." The distance between Ompingyan and Xinhua Martial Arts Arena was only about a quarter of an hour's walk. By the time everyone arrived at the arena, the main people in charge of the tournament were already seated at the entrance. The three of them were all veterans in charge of competitions. Over the years, all the big and small competitions of the 6 prefectures' academy had basically come to their family's arena. Therefore, the people in charge of these battle arenas were quite familiar with the various instructors of the various academies. Instructor Zhou and Instructor Wei from the top academies are here. One of them quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands towards the crowd with a smile. Please come in. The seats have already been arranged. Thank you. Zhou Danjin smiled and cupped his hands at the person in charge. Mr. Hong is the main judge of this competition. There are also some things that you need to pay attention to. Everyone, please take a look at the rules and regulations. The person in charge handed Instructor Zhou a piece of red paper with many rules written on it. Only then did he turn around and call for the servant beside him to lead everyone in. Zhou Danjin nodded his head in thanks. As soon as they entered the ring-shaped arena, their ears were flooded with noise. The servant led them to the seating area and respectfully bowed to Zhou Danjin. Instructor Zhou, you can sit here. Then, after an hour, the first drawing of lots will take place. You can send a student to the arena to draw lots. You should all be clear about the rules of the competition, so I won't repeat them. Oh, okay. I'll take my leave. If you need any snacks or fruits, you can go to the sales area to buy 1 or 2. The servant pointed to the side of the ring-shaped seating area. Everyone turned to look, and couldn't help but feel speechless. It turned out that the big shots of the arena had thought of a way to do business this year. There was a sales area next to the seating area, and at first glance, there were indeed melon seeds, snacks, fruits, and quite a variety of food. As for the price, it was hard to say. They would probably have to use materials to exchange for 1 or 2, so there probably wouldn't be many people buying. Everyone took their seats. Instructor Zhou flipped through the red paper with the rules written on it, and after looking at it for a while, he said to everyone, the rules this time are about the same as the previous years. The semifinals are a competition between the academies. Specifically, before the start of the competition, a student will be sent to the arena to draw lots. If you draw the same number, you'll have a martial arts competition. After that, when there are only 30 academies left, it will officially enter the final round. At that time, the new rules will be followed. With so many academies, the semifinals this time will probably take around 10 days. In the past, it was settled in 7 days. After Zhou Danjin finished speaking, he turned to look at Arbor. Student Xiao, you go up to the arena to draw lots. Arbor glanced at Instructor Zhou with an indescribable expression. Reason. The reason is really too simple. Instructor Zhou's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, and he was overjoyed. Everyone knows, it's 3 words. You're lucky. Everyone, weren't instructors just 3 words? Instructor Zhou looked at Arbor with a smile. Student Xiao, what do you think? Nothing much. Arbor said indifferently. I'll tell you the truth. My luck has always been erratic. With this draw, I might be able to draw the strongest team. Which team is the strongest? Of course it's the top 3 from last year. Heaven Bestow Academy, Auspicious Academy, and Sunlight Academy. Are they very strong? Xianxia was stunned. They didn't know much about Heavenly Bestowing Academy, but Auspicious Academy had been wiped out by Jojo when they were in the underground base. Guan Ying's team isn't the only one in Jiaqing Academy. Instructor Zhou waved his hand. Jiaqing Academy was ranked 2nd in the last academy ranking tournament. Their captain, Li Nanshan, is very strong. The last time we met, she had already broken through to become a level 10 great spiritual master. In the individual rankings, Xianxia is ranked third. Don't you think she's strong? You little shrimps. If you run into Xianxia's team, you'd better surrender obediently. Zhou Danjin curled his lips. Instructor, what are you talking about? Mada's sudden shout almost made Zhou Danjin jump up in fright. What the F***ck, this little bastard, roared into his ear. Instructor, we will definitely work hard to bring glory to our academy. Zhou Danjin gazed at his students with a gratified expression. The dean was right, they were indeed a group of hot-blooded youths. Alright, students, then whether or not the instructors will achieve meteoric success this time and whether or not the academy will be able to raise its status in the 6 prefectures continent will all depend on you. Zhou Danjin said with a smile before turning to look at Qiao Mu. Student Qiao, let's make a deal. You'll go draw the lots right away. Jojo, draw one for us. Everyone grabbed her small hand excitedly. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly, thinking that the students would say something encouraging. In the end, little Fatty said loudly, the weakest team. Xianxia burst out laughing and pushed little Fatty's hand away. She jokingly scolded, go away. Instructor, what you're saying is that after we draw lots, the 2 academies will have a group battle? Arbor blinked and asked. Everyone inexplicably noticed that the little fellow's eyes seemed to be sparkling. At the mention of a group battle, her expression was especially comical. Instructor who waved his hand and smiled, of course it won't be as simple as a group battle. Oh, of course, if the 2 academies agree to a group battle, that's fine too. Usually, the way 2 academies battle is a one-on-one challenge. Of course, it can also be a one-on-one challenge. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison, their gazes shifting to Duan Muqing. Then they'll just have to let Duan Muqing go later. Duan Muqing only felt that the way little Fatty and the others looked at him was a bit off, and he couldn't help but shudder. What are you looking at? Everyone laughed foolishly and shook their heads. At this moment, a few more teams were led by the manservants of the arena and walked towards them. When they passed by, they nodded to each other as a greeting. Those who sat in their area were usually from academies that weren't very famous. Big academies like Sunlight Academy, Moonlight Academy, and Jiaoqing Academy were all seated in the front row. Their small corner was separated from the front row by 40 to 50 academies. Arbor took out a bag of sunflower seeds and snacks, but before he could eat them, the people around him had already grabbed them. Miss Qiao lowered her head to look at the empty bag before turning to meet the smiling Prince Mo's eyes. She angrily put away the empty bag and took out an apple to chew on. Half an hour later, all the seats in the circular area were basically filled. A spirited old man quickly walked up to the middle of the grand tournament stage and said to the people seated around him, all right, can the 677 academies that have passed the preliminaries please send their student representatives up to the stage to draw lots? The old man's voice was not very loud, but his words penetrated everyone's eardrums and were heard very clearly. Student Qiao, it's up to you. Mada and the others said excitedly. Arbor stood up, only to hear a roar coming from the front. Someone from Jiaoqing Academy will definitely win. Who drew the perfect lot in the Sunlight Academy? The roar was earth-shattering. Little Fatty said happily, Jojo, how about we help you shout too? Yes, 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 we'll shout for the top academies, shut up. Qiaomu glared at them while sweating profusely, and her small face was dyed crimson red. His face was so hot and embarrassed. Shout your sister, it's so tacky. Eh? Jojo's blushing. Before Mada could finish his sentence, Prince Mo glared daggers at him, scaring him so much that he swallowed the rest of his words. How preposterous. Only he could see his wife blushing. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal sat beside him, munching on melon seeds. He said in a down-to-earth manner, Sigh, I think there's going to be a good show to watch this time. Arbor ran all the way to the arena area. She followed the crowd up the stairs and onto the martial arts stage. With Crown Prince Mo and the others' outstanding eyesight, they naturally saw the little lady standing at the edge of the martial arts competition stage. She was bored to death as she stared at those people who were desperately trying to squeeze into the center, as if they could draw lots earlier if they squeezed in. The martial arts stage was about 100 feet wide. It didn't seem crowded even if a few hundred people stood on it. However, everyone was eagerly trying to squeeze in, making the few people at the edge stand out. Alright. Line up and draw lots in order. The number of academies participating in the semi-finals this time was beyond the expectations of the martial arts arena manager. With so many people drawing lots one by one, it would take about 15 minutes. Alright, line up and walk through the lot pot in order. Don't hesitate and don't stop. If I find out that any of you are using your spiritual awareness to read the contents of the lot pot, it will be considered cheating and you will be disqualified. The crowd was in an uproar, but after the old man's reprimand, the noise quieted down. They hurriedly lined up one by one and walked to the big table where the lot pot was placed. With one person following another, the drawing of lots was actually quite fast. If anyone deliberately stopped, they would naturally receive a stern warning from the old man. It was only when the people who had drawn lots all lined up on the other side uneasily that the people on Xiaomu's side started moving slightly. One of the young men nodded at Arbor and said, "Miss, please go first." Xiaomu waved her small hand, indicating for him to go first. It was only when most of the people had left that she dragged her feet and nonchalantly lined up at the very end of the line. Didn't Instructor Zhou say that she was lucky? She refused to let him have his way and dragged him to the last one. She resigned herself to fate and let God arrange whatever team for them. Teacher Zhou saw that her attitude was negative, so he would definitely not let her go on stage to draw lots tomorrow. One by one, they drew lots. In the end, the young man also drew a bamboo stick. He turned around and nodded at her before standing to the side. Arbor pursed his small mouth and walked forward proudly. His small hand felt around inside the bamboo tube for a long time. Cough. It wasn't until the old man coughed lightly that she raised her head and glared at the old man. "Where's the signature?" The old man's mouth twitched, and he said with some amusement, "Little girl, you don't have to smoke anymore." Just now, this old man said that there are 667 academies participating in this round of competition. Naturally, one of them will be given a bye. Congratulations, little girl, your academy has a bye. Everyone was speechless. Arbor, the old man, ? This little girl had an indescribable expression on her face. What was going on? Student Yu, what's wrong? At the table, Xianxia, who was also from Tianxi Academy, narrowed her eyes and looked at Yu Guai, who was sitting next to her. She had always felt that Yu Guai's relationship with Xianxia and the others in the team was a little strange. The sixth watch ended. Xianxia looked at Yu Guai and the others suspiciously. She still felt that Yu Guai, Xianxia, and Lu Ling were a little strange. She could say that they didn't have any relationship, but sometimes they would inadvertently reveal that kind of familiar gaze, which made Xianxia believe that it was impossible for them not to have any interactions. If they were familiar with each other, but after interacting for a day, Yu Guai and Xianxia had not spoken more than 5 sentences. If they were familiar with each other, then they were too good at holding back. Xianxia looked at Yu Guai again, looking like she wanted to get to the bottom of it. "What's wrong, Yu Xueo? Your face doesn't look good. Are you okay? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Yu Guai suppressed her excitement. She almost didn't need to look back to know what kind of mood the few junior sisters sitting behind her were in at the moment. A few pairs of eyes flashed with a faint light. Inch by inch, they struggled to leave the stage, suppressing the desire to rush back to the sect and tell everyone that our little junior sister is here. Glancing at Xianxia indifferently, Yu Guai said coldly, "Oh, I'm fine, sorry for troubling student Xin." Xianxia's face sank slightly. Damn it, it was this kind of lukewarm attitude again, making her warm face stick to a cold butt again. She was the daughter of the Xin family, born to be superior. If not for the fact that Yu Guai and the others had good aptitudes, she would be too lazy to rope them in and try every possible way to bring them into her family. A group of cowards from the lower star domain, shameless, she was willing to give them an olive branch, but these guys who didn't know what was good for them, not only did they not give her this olive branch like dogs, they even dared to go against her and hide everything from her, the leader. This was simply outrageous. Xianxia looked at Yu Guai and the others coldly, thinking in her heart, people probably only understand how important opportunities are when they are in a desperate situation. Yu Guai and this group of people were destined to become dogs that she, Xianxia, could order around at her beck and call. Just wait and see. A dark light flashed past Xianxia's eyes. At the same time on the battle stage, the head judge in charge of the students drawing lots, the old man Hongqi, looked at the young lady in front of him with a complicated expression. Could it be that she was not excited and unhappy? This was the first round of the semifinals. At the very least, it would save their entire team 1 to 2 days worth of combat power. The other academies might be exhausted from fighting today and tomorrow, and they would still have to continue the second round of the competition, but wasn't that a good thing? But the little girl's expression was obviously a little off. Little girl, which academy are you from? This old man will help you register. Hongqi coughed lightly. A top academy. Instructor Zhou jumped up and shouted at the old man from afar. The old man was speechless. Zhou Danjin beamed with joy as he waved his paw at the little person in the center of the stage. He nodded with a gratified expression. As expected of our lucky student Xiao. Prince Mo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal wanted to laugh. Based on their understanding of the little fellow, they guessed that this child originally wanted to secretly poke fun at Instructor Zhou. In the end, things didn't go as planned. Miss Xiao expressionlessly watched as the elder finished registering her. She nodded at her and said, "Congratulations again, student. You've helped your academy draw a bye. Everyone, let's give a round of applause. Congratulations to this extremely lucky student from the top academy." Arbor's face was stoic as all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Everyone below the stage clapped with all their might. Instructor Zhou, that idiot, shouted good job. In between, everyone on the stage had an indescribable expression as they looked at this little girl with a stoic face. Why was it like this? If they had known that they would be last and automatically get a bye, why did they have to squeeze in the first place? They spent so much effort, but in the end they couldn't even compare to the girl who was leisurely last. Our dear Xiaomu sighed. Sure enough, everything was fated. It wasn't up to her. Now that her luck had come, there was no way she could stop it. Next, please count off your numbers. Those who have the same number, please line up in pairs. Everyone immediately sighed and lined up according to their numbers. Xiaomu also drooped her head and dejectedly walked down the martial arts stage. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with her. Everyone in the seats looked at this little girl with a stoic face as she walked down and curiously looked at her a few times. Yu Gui's gaze fell on the little girl. When she saw her stomp past her on the stage, her hands on her knees clenched into fists. Then, her breathing gradually calmed down. She couldn't be anxious, but how could she not be anxious? Yu Shuao, are you okay? Shen Xinran heard her breathing become heavier and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Yu Gui silently lowered her head and secretly decided to leave Xinhua Arena before looking for her little junior sister. The little girl returned to the top academy's seating area and was surrounded by a group of people. Everyone was scrambling to give her a head rub, but who would have thought that someone would suddenly raise an arm and carry Miss Xiao over? You're not allowed to touch her. Each and every one of them wanted to touch his wife. How could he let that happen? Sigh. Xiaomu sighed and sat down next to Crown Prince Mo without a word. She then fished out a carrot and bit down on it with a crunch. She was a bit depressed. What should she do? Look at Instructor Zhou's blooming chrysanthemum face and how he was smiling. Just looking at it made him feel a little vexed. Zhou Danjin praised with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaomu cast him a silent glance before silently shifting to sit down next to Crown Prince Mo. Her large eyes darted around as she dryly remarked, occasionally, I get lucky. Don't worry, your luck will run out tomorrow. It's not just occasionally. Instructor Zhou chuckled. You're being modest, aren't you? Let me tell you about Zhou. Zhou Dan moved closer to Arbor, but there was still Prince Mo between them. Noticing the Crown Prince's cold gaze drifting over, Instructor Zhou coughed dryly and stepped back. With a face full of smiles, he said, for this competition, we'll send you to draw lots. I don't think anyone has any objections. No problem, no problem. Everyone shook their heads. In terms of luck, if Zhou claimed second place, no one would dare to claim first place. Arbor's little face was expressionless as she chuckled. Other than the fact that her voice sounded like she was laughing, her delicate eyebrows didn't even twitch. Everyone thought that the little girl's expression was a bit funny. See you later. Arbor's little face was tense as he tugged at Mo Lian beside him. Mo Lian understood and stood up. Since there was no need to fight, what was the point of her staying here? Of course, she was going to do what she was supposed to do. The young couple waved their sleeves and floated away. Shichen, Little Taisui, Infinite Blade, and the others naturally couldn't be bothered to stay here any longer, so they also left. Director Zhou laughed awkwardly and reached out to touch his nose. That's right, everyone. Let's watch how other people play the game and learn some experience from it. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Instructor Zhou speechlessly looked at the back of the students' heads as they turned away. All right, children, as long as you're happy, in the other room. Xianxia frowned and turned her face. There was a dense crowd behind her, so she couldn't see what Yugui was looking at. However, she knew very well that Yugui's mind wasn't on the competition from the beginning. Xianxia said coldly, it's our academy's turn soon. Yugui, Xianxia, you guys better focus. Don't get eliminated in the first round. A crisp laughter came from beside Xianxia. The girl who spoke was in her early 20s, and her apple-like face was glowing with a smile. She deliberately tilted her head and put on an innocent look, as if she was just teasing them and didn't mean any harm. Zhuangmeng, don't worry. We'll be responsible for ourselves and the competition to the end. Yugui replied indifferently, then turned her face away and didn't look at Xianxia and the others anymore. Zhuangmeng shrugged. All right. I'm just worried about you guys. After all, although we belong to two different teams, the total points will be counted together. Yugui ignored her, and Zhuangmeng felt bored. In reality, Xianxia and Zhuangmeng were worried for nothing. With Yugui's strength, the first few rounds before the semifinals were simply a one-sided slaughter. Soon, Yugui led Xianxia and the others down from the arena. They didn't return to their seats, but walked out of the arena together. Where are you guys going? Xianxia and Zhuangmeng's voices suddenly sounded behind them. Two pairs of eyes looked at them with scrutiny. We're done with the competition, so we're going out for a walk. Lu Ling said indifferently. Yeah, it's a bit stuffy here. Seniors, please pay more attention to your team's upcoming match. Xianxia smiled, I feel that you guys are very strange. Could it be that you guys are spies from the other academies? Yugui's face turned cold. What do you think the Heavenly Bestow Academy has that we would covet? Oh? No? The spiritual techniques of the Heavenly Bestow Academy are at least of the earth level. Who's after your spiritual techniques? Little Canon Feng Su laughed mockingly. That's all you have? Feng Su, watch your attitude. Xianxia said angrily. What a joke, a few country bumpkins from the lower star region, after living in the 6 prefectures continent for a few years, did they think that their horizons were higher than the natives of the 6 prefectures? Aya, we're all schoolmates from the same academy, why do you have to make such a fuss? Shut up. You're already so old and you're still pretending to be cute. Do you think that just because you have the word cute in your name, you're really cute? Little Pao opened his mouth and attacked directly. Disgusting. Every time she spoke, she would speak in a coquettish tone. Sorry, I'm a woman. You can't be coquettish with me. You. Zhuangmei was hit by a barrage of verbal attacks. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. What's the fuss about? A middle-aged tutor from Heavenly Bestow Academy walked over with a dark face. Tutor, they left without permission. Yugui said with a cold face, we've already finished competing. It's fine after the competition? That tutor reprimanded without any explanation. You think that you can be proud just because you've successfully advanced to the first round? We didn't say that. Yugui's face darkened. She pursed her lips and looked straight at the middle-aged tutor. This tutor had always been on the side of the Shin family's eldest daughter. Compared to the Shin family, Yugui and the other girls had no background. If it weren't for the fact that they were quite talented, how would they have the chance to stand here and represent the academy in the competition? Arrogant and self-satisfied. No organization. The middle-aged tutor reprimanded with a dark face. Even if you've finished competing, can't you stay and continue watching Xianxia's team compete? Shinran and the others are your teammates. I don't know what's going on in your heads all day. You're so weird. You don't think about things you should think about, and you blindly think about things you shouldn't think about. Go back and sit properly. In the future, pay attention to team unity. Don't act on your own. Little Cannon Fong Su was about to explode in anger. Just as she was about to speak, Xianxia pressed her hand down forcefully. Got it. Yu Guan nodded coldly. She glanced indifferently at the smug Shen Xinran and the others, then led Lu Ling, Fong Su, and the others back to their seats. That middle-aged tutor also followed them back angrily. He glanced at Yu Guan and the others from the corner of his eyes. When he saw the indifferent expressions on their faces, he couldn't help but explode in anger. They really couldn't be taught. 2 days later, the students from the top academies entered energetically, attracting the attention of many other academies. Everyone whispered among themselves. The top academies are really super lucky. That's right. Look at them. They haven't competed in the past 2 days. Unlike us, we're exhausted even after resting for a night. Arbor had just sat down when tutor Zhou's Mithriya Buddha laughter sounded in his ears. Hee hee hee, student Xiao. I'll have to trouble you to go up and draw a lot this time. Arbor glanced at instructor Zhou from the corner of his eyes. He slowly got up and walked towards the stage. When he arrived at the battle stage, he realized that everyone was hiding in the corners of the huge battle stage, leaving an empty area in the middle. The men and women who had been standing in the corner with her yesterday all looked at her helplessly and stood in the middle of the room. Oh, they've all learned their lesson, Arbor's eyes flashed, and he naturally walked to the first place and stood still. Since so many people wanted to snatch the empty slot, he would give it to them. Arbor had just stood still when the old man's angry voice came from the side. What are you all doing? All of you, line up. Line up. What are you all doing in the corner? Those who don't line up within 3 minutes will be disqualified. Today, there are 339 academies participating in the martial arts competition. All of you, line up and draw lots. Don't dawdle and fall behind. Old rules, whoever cheats with spiritual sense will be disqualified. Everyone looked at each other. Everyone wanted someone else to line up first. They were fighting over the last spot. What a joke. Everyone knew the routine. Who didn't want to get a bye? Who didn't want to advance naturally? Miss, how about I draw first? Arbor waved her hand. That guy from the day before had come again, but she didn't need it. First place was first place. It didn't matter. Xiaomu took the lead and pattered to the bamboo pot. She casually picked a stick and pattered to the side to stand. Humph, whoever wanted to be last in line to take advantage of the free draw, let them be. In any case, Jojo didn't want to go on stage to draw lots again tomorrow. Everyone finished drawing lots. Only then did the old man nod his head and look at the stupefied student at the back of the line. This idiot was holding a bamboo stick in his hand. He was probably wondering why he still had a stick in his hand when he was the last in line. Shouldn't it be a free draw? Isn't everyone curious why the last in line also has a stick in his hand? Everyone suddenly had a bad premonition. Hee, the Xinghua martial arts arena was really full of tricks. It was impossible to guard against them. Now, just like yesterday, stand in pairs according to the corresponding numbers. The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, 0, don't look for others. Come out and stand next to this old man. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only then did they realize that the free draw this time was 0. Everyone quickly found their corresponding teams. Some were happy and some were sad. When they saw that their opponents were weaker than them, they were naturally happy. When they saw that their opponents were stronger than them, they immediately hung their heads dejectedly. Miss Chow held the bamboo stick in her hand and stared at it for a long time with a strange expression. Then, she slowly moved to the old man's side with the speed of a turtle. The old man stroked his beard and smiled at the crowd. When he felt that someone had moved to his side, he smiled and turned his head. Lucky little guy, you got the free draw, huh? Why is it you again? Arbor had an indescribable expression and looked at the old man with a strange expression. On the martial arts stage, the student representatives from the other several hundred academies simultaneously looked at her. Those pairs of eyes were like daggers, stabbing at Xiaomu's body with a swish. If it happened once, it would be luck. If it happened twice, then it would be the ancestors burning incense. How could this little girl be so infuriating? Teacher, I suggest that we don't let this girl draw lots on stage next time. That's right, let them change their representatives. At the end of the day, Instructor Zhou's wild laughter rang out again. Old mister. It was time to register. Same old rules, ha ha ha, a top academy. The old man looked at the indignant representative speechlessly. He coughed lightly and waved to Arbor. Little girl, come with me to register. Don't worry, there won't be a bye tomorrow. The old man hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. F***ck, next time I won't bring this girl along to draw lots. Yes, request for a change. Switch. Arbor looked at the crowd innocently, turned around, and jumped off the stage without looking back, returning to his seat. 2 days ago, because there were many teams participating in the first round of the semifinals, the competition lasted for 2 full days. However, as the participating teams were eliminated one by one, the strength of both teams increased. The competition in the next few days would not be too easy. It was estimated that the second round of the semifinals would take at least 2 days of selection. In other words, the teams from the top academies who had hit the jackpot could relax for 4 days in a row. First 5 chapters. Tonight, more chapters. Today, more chapters. Xianxia Martial Arena. In the front row of the Key Academy's seating area. Zhuang Meng pouted and tugged at the corner of Shenxinran's clothes. Shenxinran impatiently turned around to look at her, only to see Zhuang Meng pursing her lips at her. Shenxinran followed her gaze and saw Yugue, Xianxia, and the others sitting in a row. Although they didn't say anything, it could be seen that they were in a pretty good mood. A faint smile hung on the corners of their mouths. Especially Yugue, this girl. She usually had a stern face all day long, and her features were rather heroic. At first glance, she didn't seem easy to get along with. But today's Yugue seemed to be a bit different from usual. Humph. Shenxinran rolled her eyes and slowly turned her head. She asked one of the attendants who was following closely behind her, "Have you arranged everything?" "Yes, Mississippi. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions." Shenxinran nodded, revealing a trace of disdainful mockery. She wanted to see, when a group of arrogant people walked into a hopeless situation, what kind of beast-like wails would they let out. At this time, the middle-aged instructor from Heavenly Bestow Academy slowly walked over with 2 other instructors. "Come and receive today's spirit-returning medicinal liquid." One of the instructors frowned and said, "Shenxinran has 3 bottles. Zhuang Meng has 2 bottles, and everyone else has 1 bottle each." Yugue and the others accepted the bottles indifferently and returned to their seats without a trace of fluctuation in their expressions. Don't ask why Shenxinran could have 3 bottles while Zhuang Meng could have 2 bottles, this kind of injustice was everywhere. Ever since they entered this Heavenly Bestow Academy, this kind of thing had happened frequently. If they were to fuss over everything, then it wouldn't be long before they would be angered to death. In this world, there was no place that treated everyone equally like the Holy Water sect. There was no distinction between the inner and outer sections. Whether it was the direct disciples or ordinary disciples of the 3 peak masters, their cultivation resources were basically the same. A paradise like the Holy Water sect, they would definitely do their best to pursue it for the rest of their lives. "Senior Yugue, do you want to go up the stage together?" Zhuang Meng tilted her head and put on an innocent appearance. Yugue ignored her, causing Miss Zhuang's smile to freeze on her face. Fong Su snorted. Following Yugue, the 6 of them walked towards the arena. Senior sister, little junior sister didn't leave. During the first round, little junior sister finished drawing her lot and left with the crown prince of Mo Kingdom. However, in the second round, little junior sister was still sitting there and had not left. I saw it. Yugue was also very anxious. In the past 2 days, the 3 mentors had strictly forbidden them from leaving the inn and wandering the streets. Shenxinran and Zhuang Meng had been floating in front of them like ghosts all day long, so they had not had a chance to talk to their little junior sister. Little junior sister would definitely see them when they entered the martial arts competition. She wondered if little junior sister would misunderstand. Senior sister, don't think too much. Let's deal with the current situation first. Xianxia whispered beside her. Yes. Yugui nodded and took a deep breath with her 5 senior and junior sisters before stepping onto the arena. The opposite team was already standing in the ring. They had the same number of people as them. They were the students of Shuntian Mansion's Moonlight Academy. Senior sisters, please advise us. The 6 of them bowed courteously. Yugui and the other 5 naturally returned the bow. Subsequently, both sides withdrew their sharp blades at the same time and activated their spirit energy. Although the 101 votes weren't fully cast, I'll add more for you guys, eh? Little fatty, Ma-ta, look over there. Aren't those 2 people from Che Ruman's team? Xianxia suddenly pointed at the stage and shouted. Save them. Ma-ta nodded. Ko Hongwen also said, oh, I really didn't expect that the 2 people who participated in the entrance exam with us actually ran off to Moonlight Academy now. They really are quite good at mingling. I remember that those 2 people are called Pengguang and Zhu Bozong, right? Seems like it. Jojo, do you still remember that Che Ruman? Xianxia asked curiously. I don't think I've seen Che Ruman ever since Tan Fa captured her. Che Ruman had long died and turned into ashes that flew to God knows where. Arbor muttered in her heart. She originally wanted to answer Qi Xuanxuan's question, but when she landed on the stage, she suddenly paused. She sat there in a daze for a moment before abruptly jumping up from her stool and forcefully rubbing her eyes. Her movement of getting up was so big that it immediately affected the attention of everyone around her. Miss Chow forcefully rubbed her large eyes and stared fixedly into the distance. On the stage, those 6 nimble figures flew up and arranged the 6 long swords in their hands into a sword formation. They were filled with exploding spiritual light as they eerily swept towards the opposing team. Arbor's heart was greatly shaken. Impossible. She shook her head as she muttered to herself. Just as her small hand was about to stretch out to wipe her eyes again, Prince Mo had already stood up and grabbed her soft hand. He gazed at the stage with narrowed eyes and said softly, Jojo, it's your senior sister Yugui and the others. Arbor abruptly turned her head and dazedly stared at him for a while before turning back to stare at the stage. She shook her head. Impossible. Big liar, she buried their bodies with her own hands. Wasn't there not a single survivor of the Holy Water Sect's 800 people? Everyone said that the Holy Water Sect had been annihilated, and everyone looked at her alone with sympathetic gazes. Master died, second Amp Master and third Amp Master both died, all of the senior sisters were dead, weren't they? Mo Lian put her arm around her shoulders and said softly, let's just ask and we'll know. Look, your 6 senior sisters are all here. Perhaps the Holy Water Sect still has more than just the 6 of them? Miss Chow's eyes were filled with a layer of mist. She turned her little face to look at him, shook her head vigorously, and said pitifully, when I went up on stage to draw lots in the first round, they already saw me. If it's my senior sister, why didn't she come to find me? Liar. It's definitely not my senior sister. Xianxia and the others did not know what was going on, but they were able to understand a thing or two. Then, he turned his head to look at the 2 teams fighting in the arena. He looked at them thoughtfully for a while. Mo Lian's heart immediately ached when she saw her suffering. She nodded and said, okay. They're not your senior sisters. Let's ignore them. Liar. Arbor immediately retorted. The tears in his eyes were about to fall, and there was a hint of anger on his little face. She clearly looks exactly like senior sister Yugui. Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When his baby decided to be unreasonable, she was even more unreasonable than anyone else. Jojo. He softly whispered into her ear and used a handkerchief to wipe her sweaty palms. Let's ask them clearly later, okay? Perhaps we left early in the last round, so they couldn't find us even if they wanted to? We have the sex messenger talisman. Amused, Prince Mo pulled the little fellow to sit down and nodded. Then why don't you take it out for us to see? Arbor was momentarily dumbstruck. Her sex transmission talisman, Miss Chow scratched the back of her head and secretly used her spiritual sense to push open the door to her inner world. After rummaging through her inner world, she finally found her sex transmission talisman in a nook and cranny. Senior sister sent me a message. The little fellow's eyes brightened as she raised the sex transmission talisman in her hand. There was a small line of words left on the talisman. Jojo, reply quickly when you see this. She left a message, Yugoe. Yes, ever since she buried her martial aunt and senior sister's corpses, she had thrown the sex transmission talisman in a corner of her inner world and never looked through it again. Jojo. Xianxia leaned over and looked at her. You found your companions? Arbor nodded at her. The venerable peach blossom immortal said with a grin, Aya, an old friend from a foreign country is here. Shouldn't you bring out some good wine and let's drink until we're drunk? Foodie, everyone cursed in unison, but when they heard the word food, their dog eyes lit up as they looked at Arbor. Arbor subconsciously pursed her lips, caressing the sex transmission talisman in her hand. Her gaze shifted to the arena again, only to see that the battle between the two sides had already reached its climax. Pengguang released a circle of water spirit, trapping little Canon Fong Su in a water prison. Fong Su's cultivation was about the same as Pengguang's, at the initial stage of level 14. After fighting for so long, she was a little tired. She was a little exhausted and couldn't break free of the water prison. However, senior sister Yugoe and the rest were handling the remaining 5 people with ease. The battle would end soon, and victory should belong to senior sister's side. Little Canon Fong Su was an impatient person. Seeing that her mystic energy was insufficient and she was trapped in the water prison, she took out the spirit-restoring medicinal liquid that the instructor had given her and gulped it down. If the spirit-restoring medicinal liquid could restore 1/10 of one's spirit energy, then it could at least restore 1/5 of one's mystic energy. When the time came, she would definitely be able to break free? Bound, ah. It hurts. Pain? It hurts. Fong Su suddenly clutched his stomach with both hands, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He only felt that when that bottle of spirit-returning medicinal liquid entered his stomach, it was as if a raging fire had ignited in his stomach, boiling and burning. Bam! Fong Su tumbled to the ground. When Yugoe and the others saw this, they couldn't help but call out junior sister in a fluster. How could they still be in the mood to fight? They quickly rushed forward to check on Fong Su's condition. Pengguang. Stop. Seeing that his team member wanted to take advantage of the situation to attack Yugoe and the others, the Moonlight Academy team leader couldn't help but shout to stop him. Pengguang resentfully withdrew his hand and stood behind the captain. Junior sister, what's wrong? Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister. Fong Su clutched her stomach, her entire body emitting hot steam. Yugoe reached out to touch Fong Su's forehead and was immediately shocked. Fong Su's entire body felt as if she had fallen into a furnace. It was terrifyingly hot. There's a doctor in the arena, quickly take junior sister to see him. On the side, Xianxia hurriedly crouched down and carried Fong Su on her back. The 6 people directly left the Moonlight Academy team behind and rushed down the stage without looking back. The moment they rushed down the stage, they saw a slender figure suddenly appear in front of them like lightning. Yugoe and the others raised their heads, and in an instant, their eyes all turned red. 8 watchens, quickly move her over there and lay her flat. Arbor didn't have time to reminisce with them as he pointed to an empty passageway. They naturally couldn't block the entrance to the stage, so as to avoid affecting other people going up to the stage. After moving Fong Su to the side, Arbor immediately opened his spiritual eye. After carefully taking Fong Su's pulse, Arbor used his spiritual eye to carefully inspect Fong Su's body. He saw that nearly 3/4 of her mystic energy had been used up, leaving only a portion. And this portion of mystic energy was strangely wrapped in a layer of black fluid. A type of heat poison. Not only could it make the poisoned person feel as if their internal organs were burning, if the dosage was large enough, it could even damage a person's normal mystic meridians. Once the mystic meridians were damaged, if there was no way to repair or reconstruct them, then the person's mystic cultivation path would be considered to have come to an end. Yugoe and the rest surrounded the little fellow, but they didn't dare to interrupt and disturb her diagnosis and treatment. Arbor had just taken out his needle bag when he saw a middle-aged man with a twisted expression charge forward in a rage. He grabbed Yugoe and the rest and roared furiously, "Yugoe! Is this how you lead the team? You clearly could have won the competition just now. But you all ran off the stage without permission before the competition ended? Where is the Academy's honor? Xianxia picked up an empty bottle of spirit liquid and threw it heavily in front of that instructor. With a pop sound, the bottle exploded at the instructor's feet. What kind of instructor are you? You actually gave poison to a student. Now that you've eaten someone's life, are you happy? Something like this happening in the seating area naturally attracted the gazes of many people from the other academies. Everyone didn't even pay attention to the intense competition as they all looked with interest at the students and instructors quarreling in Heavenly Bestowing Academy. The instructor actually added poison to the medicinal liquid that the students took? What kind of exciting news was this? The middle-aged instructor's face was naturally flushed red, almost unable to maintain his composure. He stared at Xianxia and angrily reprimanded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't vent your anger on your own instructor just because you lost the competition. Whether I'm venting my anger or not, you know better than anyone else." Xianxia, who was at the side, said with a cold expression, "Everyone, take out the potions that the instructor gave us." Other than Feng Su, who drank it all in one gulp, the rest of them didn't touch the liquid on their bodies. At this time, hearing Xianxia's words, the rest of the people took out the medicinal liquid from their pockets and placed it beside Arbor. Arbor swept his eyes over them and casually picked up a bottle. He pulled out the cork and fanned the mouth of the bottle with his hand, sniffing it. His voice was flat as he said, "1 bottle of trash spirit-restoring elixir." He could only recover 1/10 of his spiritual energy each time. The recovery effect was extremely poor. The scarlet fire poison has been added to it. The dosage is moderate and will not destroy the spirit meridians in the body. However, it will make the user feel as if they are in a fiery purgatory, causing unbearable pain. Everyone was speechless. Why did he feel that the little girl's indifferent tone sounded like she was mocking him? Was it an illusion? And a bottle of trashy spirit-restoring potion? Was there anyone who evaluated medicinal liquids like that? It was already extremely difficult for pill refiners to concoct this kind of spirit-restoring elixir. On the market, this kind of spirit-restoring elixir wasn't something that you could buy just because you had money. Most of it was concocted by pill refiners nurtured by various aristocratic families according to precious recipes. The little girl's disdain for this bottle of spirit-restoring elixir made people feel very subtle. It was as if she was saying that the #1 Heavenly Bestow Academy in Poland Prefecture could only produce this kind of trashy medicinal liquid? How embarrassing! The middle-aged tutor's face was instantly covered in a layer of soot. It was so dark that it was difficult to distinguish the color. The little girl's words were definitely infuriating. That evaluation of the spirit-restoring elixir solution made the 3 instructors of the Heavenly Bestow Academy feel like they had lost all face. You. What are you talking about? Although the little girl looked young, she was able to analyze the medicine in a clear and logical manner. The 3 tutors felt guilty for no reason. Be bastard. How could there be such a young alchemist? She must be lying to them. Your method of poisoning is extremely clumsy. The little girl added another evaluation. Little Fatty and the others who were watching the commotion couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. My God, seeing their family's Jojo's small face and expressionless poisonous tongue lecturing people, it really was a kind of visual enjoyment, ha ha ha. The 3 Heavenly Bestow Academy tutors were probably so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Hearing this, one of them said angrily, "Little girl, don't speak nonsense when you can eat whatever you want. How can you prove that your judgment is correct? This poison isn't something you can casually scold people with just your words. I've been practicing medicine for decades, how could I lie to you?" The little fellow opened her mouth and said this. Then, she also felt that something was wrong. The corners of Yugue, Xianxia, and the others' eyes twitched. They maintained a straight face and didn't say anything, but in reality, they were on the verge of breaking down. Little junior sister, even if you were to count the time you practiced medicine in your mother's womb, at most, you could only have practiced for 16 years. This *T of a few decades was really too exaggerated. Arbor was expressionless as she continued to use her spiritual eye to check the condition of Feng Su's body. While she was chatting with the Heavenly Bestow Academy tutors, she didn't forget to insert the needles in her hand. In this short period of time, the poison in Feng Su's body was almost completely removed. Dr. Luo is here. Make way, make way. The crowd opened up a path for a trembling old man who was not very agile to walk forward. There was naturally a big difference between a doctor and an alchemist. Other things aside, refining pills wasn't something any doctor could do. This old doctor was proficient in the art of detoxification, so it was normal for him to be dragged over. Arbor's acupuncture was at a crucial point, so the old doctor did not disturb her. He just watched from the side for a while and nodded repeatedly. Your acupuncture technique is exquisite. I wonder who your teacher is. Arbor put away the needles and looked up at the old doctor. He said expressionlessly, my master is naturally a hidden expert. I can't reveal his name to you. Everyone. They really wanted to hit this lousy child. Usually, they would just say that their master did not allow them to reveal their name. Then, others would naturally understand that their master was an expert and would be too embarrassed to ask further. Who would directly say that their master was an expert? How immodest. The old physician smiled helplessly. He wasn't angry and walked up from the side. He first checked on Feng Su, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He nodded and said, he's fine now. Then, he looked at the medicine bottle on the ground and confirmed that what Arbor said was true. This kind of red fire poison isn't hard to detoxify. It's just that it will cause a lot of damage to the human body in a short period of time, the old doctor explained. It's very painful. However, the young doctor's acupuncture technique is extraordinary. The treatment is very good. I believe that this lady will wake up very soon, the old doctor said with a smile. Yugui thanked him and turned to look at the three teachers with ugly expressions. She asked coldly, Teacher Zhang, did you all hear that? You tell me how to solve this matter. The middle-aged teacher glanced at Yugui guiltily. What are you saying? Would a teacher poison his own student? The truth is right there. I don't know what's there to quibble about. Yugui interrupted his quibbling and looked straight at him. Teacher Zhang flew into a rage out of humiliation and turned to glare at the younger teacher beside him. Teacher Sun, you explain to them. The elixir has always been with you. How could it be poisonous? Teacher Sun said indifferently, how would I know? These elixirs were all distributed by the academy. Whoosh, pa. A dictum talisman flew to Teacher Sun's body and split open. The talisman energy drilled into Instructor Sun's body, causing his entire body to stiffen. In a split second, he poured out everything he knew. It was Miss Shen who instructed me to do this. It was Shen. She gave me 10,000 spirit coins and a mystic-level spirit technique. I was ordered by her. That's why I put the fire-red poison in Yugui's medicine bottle. The truth was revealed in a second. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shenron was so angry that her face was distorted. She stood up from her seat, pointed at Instructor Sun and screamed, Don't you dare slander me. When did I ask you to do such a thing? Ayaya, Teacher Sun, Teacher Zhang was right. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Zhuang Meng covered her mouth and laughed. Shenron's face was filled with anger. She turned to glare at Zhuang Meng. Don't cause trouble. After Instructor Sun finished speaking, it was as if he was stuck. He paused and looked around in confusion for a while. His brain seemed to have short-circuited. What did he say just now? Teacher Sun looked at Shenron's angry gaze and couldn't help but be stunned. Shenron, what else do you have to say? Yugui and the others glared at him and called out spirit swords from their conscious, pointing them in Shenron's direction. What do you want? Teacher Zhang's eyes flashed with anger as he glared at the few of them and said, You are all from the same academy. Now, because of a small misunderstanding, you want to draw your swords against each other? Aren't you worried about being expelled from the academy? Shenron sneered as she looked at them. She pointed at Arbor and said, I don't know what that little witch did to make Instructor Sun lose his composure. Just based on Instructor Sun's one-sided statement, you guys won't be able to identify me as the culprit. Just now, during the competition, you have already caused your own academy to lose because of a single mistake. And now, he was pointing his sword at his companion. Do you really think that your talents are so good that the academy can disregard the past and tolerate you? The little girl suddenly said angrily, She called me a little witch. Peony. Prince Mo calmly ordered. The peony fairy immediately flew forward and chuckled enchantingly. Without any explanation, she slapped Xianxia's cheeks twice. After the 2 crisp slaps, the peony fairy had a pitiful expression and said sweetly, "Aya, why do women have to make things difficult for other women?" Looking at the bright red handprints on Xianxia's left and right cheeks, everyone's gaze fell on the little girl and they all looked at her. In this kind of serious and tense atmosphere, they actually had an inexplicable urge to laugh. Why did the little girl only pay attention to others calling her a witch? Wasn't this point of focus a bit mysterious? Xianxia had never been insulted like this since she was young. She was so angry that every strand of hair on her body was trembling. "Slave eagle!" she screamed. The attendant who was originally following behind her immediately stepped forward and aggressively reached out his claws towards Arbor. "You're looking for death." Prince Mo's eyes turned cold. Yugui and the rest had already blocked Slave Eagle's figure with their swords. They raised their legs and kicked him back a few steps. Slave Eagle wanted to make another move, but Peony Fairy moved her finger and a lightning spirit fell on Slave Eagle's head with a pachi sound, directly striking him and making him fall to the ground with a thud. "Ayaya, I told you not to fight. Why can't you talk nicely?" Peony Fairy stroked the hair on her temples and shook her head. "Bullying you little kids doesn't give me any sense of accomplishment." Xianxia was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She pointed at Yugui and the rest and turned to Teacher Zhang. "Teacher, these people are extremely arrogant. First, they slandered me for instigating Teacher's son to poison, then they protected an outsider against their own classmates. They should be expelled from the academy immediately." Teacher Zhang's mouth turned down slightly. He stared at Yugui with a serious face and said, "Apologize to Miss Shen. Do you really not want to stay in the academy any longer? There's no point in staying in a lousy academy with a degenerate teacher like you." Zhou Danjin mocked from the side. Immediately, many people from other academies agreed and started to jeer. No one was blind. The truth was in front of everyone. This Miss Shen instigated Teacher's son to poison. How could she not be punished? This Teacher Zhang was still protecting her. It was really disgusting. "All of you." Xianxia felt like she was being targeted by the whole world. She stomped her feet in anger. "Teacher, chase them out." Teacher Zhang nodded with a cold face. "Yugui, there's no need for you to chase us away. We'll leave on our own accord." Yugui raised her hand and stopped Instructor Zhang from speaking. Instructor Zhang suddenly felt as if he had punched into soft cotton. His face was livid with anger. All of a sudden, hit him. The little girl threw a rotten egg at Instructor Zhang's face. Xianxia and the rest of the onlookers immediately rushed forward as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They showered Teacher Zhang with punches. Hearing the 3 mentors being beaten up by the crowd, the other students in the seating area who didn't like them also came up to give them a few punches. It wasn't until the person in charge of the arena hurriedly brought people over and separated the 2 sides that they saw the 3 Heavenly Bestow Academy instructors beaten black and blue. Teacher Zhang's finger trembled as he pointed at Arbor. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't use spiritual power to attack in the seating area, would he have been beaten up so badly? Arbor pretended not to see him. He threw those scum to Xianxia and the rest to deal with and ran to Senior Yugui's side. Fangsu had just woken up and saw her at a glance. 3-4-13 Little Pao was taken aback. Then, a rare gentle smile blossomed on her face as she slowly opened her arms. "Little junior sister, aren't you going to give senior sister a hug?" Miss Chow threw herself into her arms and felt herself being tightly hugged. She almost couldn't hold back her tears. She thought that her tears had long dried up on the day the holy water sect was destroyed. But it turned out that they hadn't. "Liar." The little girl grumbled softly, "I thought you were all dead." Only the heavens knew how tragic her emotions were when she transferred everyone's corpses to Peach Garden Slope that day. She thought that everyone in the sect had been sacrificed. Only today did she realize that they weren't. This feeling of having a huge pie dropped down from the sky was a mixture of joy and sorrow. She felt like she was still in a dream even now. "Big liar," Miss Chow muttered. He actually left Jojo alone in the lower star domain while all of them ran over to the middle 6 prefectures? It's a long story. We'll tell you in detail later. Yugui lovingly patted the little fellow's head. You've suffered these past few years. Little junior sister, it's really great to see you. Xianxia and the rest's eyes glistened with tears as they spoke in choked voices. Yugui nodded with reddened eyes. Seeing that the others were sizing them up, she said softly, let's go. We'll talk after we leave this place. The little fellow raised her furry head and nodded. Everyone helped Feng Su up and held Xiao Mu's small hand as they walked towards the door. Shen Xinran's angry roar rang out from the table. Yugui, Lu Ling, Xianxia, you will regret today's decision. In the 6 prefectures continent, itinerant cultivators without an academy or clan's protection would face many problems, especially when these people were all young and beautiful girls. They really wouldn't turn back until they hit a wall. Sooner or later, they would find out that without her Shen clan's protection, they would struggle to advance in the entire Polan prefecture. Shen Xinran coldly watched them leave without looking back. She clenched her fists with a gloomy expression. There will be a time when you'll be begging me. Who's that woman with a contorted face? Miss Chow asked curiously. A strange woman. Xianxia said, she has always thought that she is the eldest young miss of the Shen family of Polan Manor. She thinks that she is superior and wants to take us into her family as her servants. If we don't pay attention to her, she'll twist on her own, Ming Xia said unhappily. Don't pay attention to her. She's so full of herself. Junior sister, when did you come to the 6 prefectures continent? Yugui held the child's hand tightly and pulled her forward. I've been here for a long time. The little girl raised her head and glanced at them. Student Xiao. Arbor looked back and saw her companions not far away, smiling and waving at her. Remember to come back early later. Yes, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. The little fatty chuckled and said, I think what the celestial master said is right. It's worth celebrating. Arbor grinned and waved his little paw at Mo Lien, then turned around and left with his senior sisters. Mata rubbed his eyes. I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but I think I saw Jojo smile just now. Hee, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me as well. That's right. Little fatty shook his head. Just now, Jojo smiled at them, right? For 14 to be precise, Jojo tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing an expression that looked like she wanted to laugh, but didn't. What a novel feeling. Xianxian couldn't resist asking, Jojo calls them senior sisters. In that case, did Jojo run into people from her sect? She previously thought that Jojo had run into the group of companions she wanted to wait for at Shuntian Prefecture's entrance, but it turned out that wasn't the case. I didn't expect the little stoic to have so many beautiful senior sisters. Wu Jidao chuckled mischievously while rubbing his chin. Heh. Little Taisui threw him a cold glance. Looks like someone is done for. Wu Jidao was speechless. How am I done for? Think about it. Little Taisui said airily, Jojo values her senior sister so much. If she knew that you were planning to attack other people, how would she treat you? When Wu Jidao recalled the little fellow's methods, he seemed to catch Bosch shooting him a threatening glance from the corner of his eye. He quickly shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. He was someone who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Between his life and women, he would still choose his life. On the other side, Arbor followed her senior sisters back to their inn. As soon as she closed the door, everyone couldn't resist running up to Arbor and patting her head in passing. Little junior sister, have you been well on Sikong planet these past few years? Have you suffered a lot? Look, you've lost a lot of weight. Arbor didn't have time to interject when she heard them asking her questions at once. Beside her, Yugui couldn't resist laughing and saying, with the crown prince of Mo Kingdom around, I think little junior sister can't endure any grievances. Arbor nodded her small head, indicating that she didn't suffer any grievances. Feng Su sat at the table and looked up at Arbor. She said with a smile, don't talk at once. Pick the main points and tell little junior sister about them first. There's still plenty of time in the future, so we can talk about those trivial matters later. Yugui nodded and said, that's right. Senior sister, let's bring little junior sister back. Mingxia said, if second martial uncle knows that junior sister is here, he will definitely be overjoyed. Arbor's eyes lit up. 2? second martial uncle? Yugua nodded. Master is fine. Master and Auntie E let us and found a house in Poland Mansion to stay for the time being. Little junior sister, you still have to continue competing. It won't take much time. When you're done, we'll. Senior sister. Fong Su didn't quite agree. What kind of competition is that? Why do you still care about it? It's more important for us to return to the sect and see Master. If Master knew that little junior sister is coming, he would definitely go crazy with joy. Arbor nodded. Yugue couldn't help but glare at her with a smile. She grabbed Arbor's little hand and said, "Don't worry about your senior sister, she's impatient. You're representing your academy, so you can't just give up halfway." Furthermore, if he won, he could go to Brinset Island to cultivate in the spirit realm. This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it. Arbor thought for a moment and then nodded. The matter of going to spirit realm was related to whether or not Little Tree could recover. They couldn't give up so easily. We can't escape from that house in Poland Mansion either. When the competition is over, before we go to Brinset Island, I will definitely take you there. Okay. Everyone smiled at each other. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, they still felt that the connection between them was so close. Some words didn't need to be said. They understood everything as they looked at each other. Little junior sister, Master was very worried about you. Yugue held Arbor's small hand and said softly, "When our group safely moved to this unfamiliar place called Poland Manor, Master especially regretted not bringing you along." Master kept muttering that if she knew there was a special talisman matrix in the ancestral hall, she would have brought you back with her. Yugue hugged the little fellow and lightly patted her back. She said softly, "You don't know how much Master blamed herself. That jumpy and dunce Master really changed a lot these few years." Senior sister. I thought you all were dead, Arbor murmured. She thought she was the only one left in the Holy Water sect. It wasn't until she met Doya that she realized she wasn't alone. But now, wasn't this a little too much of a surprise for her? Although Jojo still looked expressionless, she was actually very jubilant in her heart. The little fellow had already learned from her senior sisters that the 200 people the Holy Water sect moved away, including second Aunt Master Xianxia. They were all diligently cultivating in Poland Manor and were living well. She was in a very happy mood right now. This was a feeling of cherishing something she had lost and then regained. She originally thought that she had to take revenge for the sect alone and shoulder the responsibility of reviving the sect, but now, it was still not too late. There were still people in the Holy Water sect. There were still quite a few people, everyone was here. That feeling of finally not fighting alone made her feel too carefree and excited. The 7 people chatted in the room until nightfall. Only then did Arbor pull Yugue's hand and say, "Senior sister, you should check out of this inn and stay at our place. We have a nouveau riche mentor who booked the entire 3rd floor of the inn. There are still quite a few rooms." Yugue laughed in spite of herself. "Won't it be too troublesome for your mentor?" "It won't be." Arbor shook her head with an expression that said, "If Mentor Zhou dares to despise senior sister, I'll beat him to death." Chen Hanzi patted her head and said with a smile, "Okay. We'll go with Jojo. We still have to watch Jojo's competition tomorrow." "That's right." Arbor became even happier. Old Hong had also said that there would be no empty slots tomorrow. This meant that Jojo could finally find someone to fight. Jojo was excited at the thought of being able to beat someone up. After checking out of the inn, they followed Xiao Mu to the inn that the top-notch academy had reserved. As soon as he stepped out of the inn, he saw 3 teachers from the Heavenly Bestow Academy with bruises all over their faces, leading a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals back. The 2 teams just happened to bump into each other. The faces of the 3 instructors, whose swollen faces instantly darkened. They glared at the people from Arbor and scolded angrily, "How dare you come back?" The students of the Heavenly Bestow Academy immediately surrounded Arbor's group as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Pairs of eyes glared at them like tigers eyeing their prey. Zhuang Meng covered her mouth and laughed. "Student Yugue, this is really unfortunate. There were only 7 people at Yugue's side. That powerful woman called Peony wasn't there, and the others weren't there either. Wouldn't it be easy for the Heavenly Bestow Academy to capture them?" Shin Shinran also hooted, "What are you waiting for? Take all these people down. That slut called Peony had dared to slap her, Xianxia, twice. Now, she was going to return everything to that slut in front of her. The car broke down. The author is still on the way. I'll let you know. The update will probably be at 10 o'clock. Without so many powerful helpers, let's see what this little bitch can do now. Xianxia waved her hand and 2 servants appeared behind her. They fiercely pounced in Arbor's direction. However, before they could get close, Arbor leisurely took out a bead from his pocket and smashed it on the ground. Spiritual energy bead. Everyone get out of the way. The 3 teachers with bruised noses and swollen faces screamed at the same time and jumped back like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Bang! The thunderous sound alarmed many of the residents in the surroundings. Everyone rushed out of their houses. The 3 teachers from Heaven Bestowing Academy cursed angrily and waved the dust in front of them. Cough cough, cough cough cough. The group of students from Heaven Bestowing Academy were all covered in dust and coughing violently. This didn't seem to be a spiritual energy bead. With the power of a spiritual energy bead, if it smashed down at such a close distance, they would definitely be injured. And looking at the ground now, it didn't even make a big hole. It was obvious that this was a fake spiritual energy bead specially used to scare people. Cough, cough cough. Xianxia waved the dust in front of her and screamed, idiots, they ran away. Everyone was a bit angry but didn't dare to say anything. This Xianxia always acted high and mighty, scolding this idiot and that idiot. Wasn't she stupid herself? The little girl from the top academy ran away, was it their fault? You, Xianxia, also didn't catch her. A student from Heaven Bestowing Academy scratched his wrist and said angrily, who knew that the little girl from the top academy was so cunning? If that little bitch wasn't cunning, how could she have drawn the empty number twice in a row? Xianxia said angrily, a group of brainless people. What are you still standing here for? Don't you feel like you haven't been laughed at enough? Let's go back. She took the lead and walked towards the inn. As she walked, she subconsciously scratched her back and felt a strange itch. Xianxia, help me take a look. Why does my neck feel itchy? Zhuangmeng quietly pulled Xianxia and said in a low voice. Xianxia immediately became alert, you're itchy too? She also felt an itch on her back. Could it be that there was something wrong with the smoke from the bead that the wretched girl threw down just now? At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly laughed out loud. Eh? Look, there's hair on their faces. Xianxia hurriedly turned around to look. Tufts of green hair grew on the originally swollen faces of the 3 instructors from the Heavenly Bestowing Academy. It was especially strange and eye-catching. Ah! Several students were so frightened that they took a step back. Staring at the faces of the 3 instructors, they cried out involuntarily, Instructors! Your faces! Teacher Zhang, who had been scratching his face, turned his head to take a look. He was so frightened by Teacher Sun's hairy face that he almost fainted. Instructor Sun's face, which was originally considered normal, was now covered with a layer of green hair. A pair of eyes hidden behind the long hair looked at him faintly. It was as if he was looking at someone who would hurt him as much as he wanted to. Instructor Sun! Instructor Zhang screamed. A discordant cry came from the crowd. Don't tell me they have turned into zombies? What? Quickly report to the city lord. Instructor Zhang hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said loudly to the crowd, don't talk nonsense, we are not zombies. No. Ah. The surrounding commoners saw him striding forward with a face full of green hair. His appearance was somewhat terrifying. How would they dare to continue watching? They hurriedly turned around and scattered like birds and beasts. For a moment, not a single person was left on the street. Only the teachers and students of Heaven Bestowing Academy were left. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Itchy, so itchy. Hurry and help me take a look. My neck, the back of my neck. Alright, let's go back to our rooms first. Teacher Zhang scolded angrily and was about to step into the inn with a face full of green hair. That inn owner rushed out with a row of workers and blocked everyone outside. You guys don't come in. Monster. Hurry and report to the city lord. They've turned into zombies. Turned into zombies. I'll beat you up, you brainless fellow. Teacher Zhang and Teacher Sun raised their fists and wanted to beat up that owner. Are you stupid? Their brains were clear and their thoughts were very clear. They were clearly living people. How could they have turned into zombies? How could they have turned into zombies? Zombies my ass. Go go go. Bad luck. The owner shrieked. I won't charge you for the tea for these 2 days. Hurry and scram. Let me tell you, the city lord's guards are about to arrive. If you don't leave, you bunch of monsters will be sent to jail. Who's a monster? Who are you calling a monster? Xianxia was so angry that her entire body trembled. She wanted to pounce forward but was stopped by Zhuang Meng. Shinran, hurry and help me take a look. Look at your dead head. Xianxia forcefully swatted Zhuang Meng's arm away and pointed at her face full of green hair. Can't you look at others? Look at my face? Don't have any wishful thinking. Everyone is the same now. Ah. Zhuang Meng shrieked and held her face full of green hair. She shrieked in disbelief. How could this be? What's going on? Are you a pig? You still don't know what's going on? Xianxia poked Zhuang Meng's head and scolded harshly. This must be the poison from that little bitch just now. What kind of poison is so powerful that it can actually disfigure us? Zhuang Meng couldn't believe it at all. Liar, you're lying. I want to go back to my room and look at the mirror. I want to go back. Go away. A few of the workers blocked Zhuang Meng's path with long sticks. The shopkeeper shrunk behind a few of his employees and only stuck his head out. He screamed at them laughably, Get lost, get lost, get lost. You bunch of green-furred monsters, don't even think about coming to our store to torment the other customers. Get out of here. You. Xianxia and the others were about to explode from anger. In the midst of the dispute, the large number of guards sent by the city lord's mansion had indeed arrived. They surrounded the entire street and sent people to guard the main entrances and exits. A group of people rushed towards the inn. We are from the Heavenly Academy who have come to flourishing magnificent city for the competition. The Heavenly Bestow Academy of the Poland Prefecture. Instructor Zhang shouted loudly, We are not monsters, nor are we zombies. We were just poisoned by a scoundrel, that's why. Do you think I'm stupid? The leader of the guards raised his hand and interrupted Instructor Zhang's words. Do you think I haven't seen people poisoned? I want to ask you, what kind of people would become like you after being poisoned? Green fur growing all over their bodies and their eyes turning red? They're clearly turning into zombies. What? Put on your protective gear, be careful not to get bitten by these zombified monsters. The leader shouted and ordered, surround them and take them all down. We're not zombies. We're not. Our minds are very clear. We're not. What a joke, which zombie would admit that they're about to turn into zombies? The leader sneered and waved his hand. All the city guards charged forward and used their spears and iron spears to form a circle, capturing all the people from Heaven Bestow Academy in one fell swoop. You bunch of idiots. Who would be like us when they turn into zombies? Why would we waste time talking to you? I already told you that we're poisoned. Before Instructor Zhang could finish his sentence, a fist smashed into his furry face. It was so painful that the corner of his mouth twitched. You guys are a bunch of idiots. Other people have black faces and purple lips when they're poisoned, who would have fur growing all over their bodies. Is this what your family's poison looks like? Fong Su, who was hiding in the corner and peeking, couldn't hold back her laughter. Lu Ling also covered her mouth and laughed. Yu Gui pulled at the two of them, indicating for them to keep quiet. Ah! Let go of me, let go of me. Xianxinran's scream made everyone's gaze fall on her. They saw a big green furry person struggling in the hands of two guards wearing protective gear. Her furry face was so distorted that it was impossible to see her original appearance. You, what do you want to do? Let go of me. Let go. I'm the young miss of Poland Manor's Shin family. You dare to treat me like this? My father, Patriarch Shin, won't let you off. Ah. While struggling, she forcefully twisted her two furry arms, causing the clothes on her back to rip apart. Xianxia froze when she heard the sound of the cloth tearing. Then, she let out an earth-shattering scream. Ah! You guys! You actually dare to treat me like this. Ah! Aha! This was like the last wail of a pure and innocent maiden before she was brutally trampled upon. However, the guards all looked at her with disdain. After her earth-shattering screams subsided, the head guard impatiently slapped Xianxia's face. What are you shouting for? What kind of celestial being do you think you are? You're covered in green fur. Just looking at you makes me lose my appetite. Xianxia's entire body froze. This was the first time she had been so despised by men. Moreover, it was a group of lowly guards. Fangsu didn't mind watching the drama unfold. She was about to open her mouth to mock them when Xianxia stopped her. Let's go. The drama is almost over. If they were discovered by the people of the Heavenly Bestowing Academy that they had been hiding on the side and watching the commotion, then it would be a big mess. Arbor nodded. Let's go. Rather than continue tormenting himself with this group of idiots from the Heavenly Bestow Academy, he might as well return to the inn and rest. Speaking of which, the sky was now completely dark. Arbor reached out and rubbed her small belly. She wondered if that group of foodies were still waiting for her to return. Junior sister, how did they become like that? Xianxia asked with a face full of curiosity. Was it the poisonous smoke that floated out when that pearl was smashed open? Arbor nodded, then shook her head. It's not poison, it's just a kind of medicine that accelerates hair growth. I'm a good person. The little fellow patted her chest. We have to clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges when dealing with people. The one who poisoned senior sister was that Xianxia. We can just poison her back. As for the others, they're just small fries. We can just teach them a lesson while we're at it. Yugue silently twitched her mouth. So Xianxia really did hit the jackpot, didn't she? I couldn't tell at all. Fangsu excitedly rubbed her hands. From what I can see, Xianxia's symptoms are pretty much the same as the others. In another hour, she'll be much worse. Little junior sister, what kind of poison did you give Xianxia? Everyone asked curiously. Xianxia gave senior sister fire red poison before. So I modified this fire red poison a bit and gave it to her. Alright, it's giving her a taste of her own medicine. Everyone nodded in understanding and followed little junior sister back to Tranquil Inn. We're staying on the 3rd floor. Arbor led everyone up the stairs. When they turned the corner on the 2nd floor, they happened to see 2 men walking out side by side. When they saw the 7 girls, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Qiaomu looked up and saw that the man on her left was precisely the man who had courteously yielded to her from time to time during the last 2 times they drew lots on the stage. Hence, she expressionlessly nodded at him as a greeting. That man smiled and also nodded at her. He stepped aside to let the 7 of them walk up. Another man's voice came from behind. Senior Brotherly, are those girls the ones who had a falling out with Heavenly Bestow Academy and were chased out by Heavenly Bestow Academy? Amen, don't be nosy. Little junior sister, you even know Li Nanshan. What Li Nanshan? I don't know her. Miss Chiao replied without even thinking. Yu Gue and the others looked at each other. Fangsu couldn't help but want to laugh. But just now, how could Miss Chiao still listen to the words of her senior sisters? At this moment, her eyes were filled with that young Master Emo who was standing at the door of the room. Under the illumination of the candlelight, his phoenix eyes were slightly raised as he looked at her with a smile. Beautiful, such a good-looking man was Jojo's. Miss Chiao ran over happily, and her warm and soft hands were immediately held by the crown prince. Aya, my little girl. Didn't I tell you to come back earlier? What time is it now? The door of the room was opened from the inside, and a group of people walked out. Jojo, I had 2 desserts in the afternoon and have been waiting for you. When are we eating? Sure enough, this group of foodies was waiting for her. Arbor couldn't help but find it a little funny. 2 little fingers supported the corner of his mouth and raised it up. Am I laughing? Everyone was speechless. No. Are you guys going to order today? Wow, I can really order today. I'll order. He ordered the food. I want to eat crystal meat. I'll order arhat prawns. I really want to eat smoked duck today. It would be even more beautiful if there was a pot of peach blossom wine. Heh. Arbor grabbed Prince Mo's hand and walked into the crowd. I was just saying. You took it seriously again. You. The little girl expressionlessly picked and chose the dishes in the food box, occasionally asking, do you want mutton soup? Yes. The meal lasted until almost 10 o'clock in the night. Everyone chatted about wine and food until the middle of the night before leaving. Miss Chow had drunk a few cups of fruit wine and was a little tipsy. When everyone had left the room, Prince Mo carried Miss Chow, who was half sprawled on the table, and quickly walked to the bathtub. Arbor opened her eyes, her little cheeks appearing a little flushed under the candlelight. Did I smile? The little fellow pushed her cheeks and insisted on asking the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Mo couldn't help but chuckle on the inside when he saw that she was a bit drunk and was displaying all sorts of naivety. He turned her small head to face him and kissed her cheek forcefully before replying with a shake of his head, not laughing. The little fellow instantly puffed up her cheeks and reached out to grab his collar. I wanted to smile for you guys. Mo Lian was a little happy and a little sad at the same time. This little fellow had been suppressing her emotions for a long time and was used to putting on an expressionless face in front of others, so it wasn't easy for her to smile. You can smile. He reached out to carry her, slowly unbuttoning her outer clothes and placing her in the bathtub. Today, Jojo found her lost senior sisters, so of course you should smile properly. Arbor nodded her head vigorously and said crisply, I'm happy. Mo Lian reached out to hold her little face and pressed his forehead against hers, softly saying, Jojo, treat yourself a little better in the future, okay? Shouldn't a child of her age be very willful and reckless? Who would suppress their emotions like her, moreover, with her current status, so what if she was unbridled and arrogant? That was something she could do. Arbor reached out to hug Mo Lian's neck and leaned on his shoulder. For some reason, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Lian, second martial uncle didn't die. Second martial uncle didn't die. I thought they were all dead, but they weren't. I'm very happy. I don't know how to tell you. Mo Lian raised his hand to caress the back of her head as he replied softly with a nod, I know, I understand. My Jojo has never been alone. Arbor pulled away slightly and looked at him with his misty eyes. Suddenly, he kissed him on the cheek. How do you know everything? Prince Mo was momentarily stunned. He blinked at her and said, do you still remember the first time we met? At that time, you were still mute. I can read every single one of your eyes. It was fate that brought us together. You're the mute. She bit his ear. Mo Lian stiffened and pulled her away a few inches. He coughed lightly and narrowed his eyes. Jojo, why don't I help you take a bath? He originally thought that he would be punched on the head by the little fellow and then be chased out by her in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Arbor nodded vigorously and raised her hands high with an expression that said, you do it. Student Crown Prince froze from head to toe, including his expression. The expression on his handsome face was completely stiff. What's going on? Why didn't he follow the routine? He just wanted to tease his little wife. He didn't expect that he would be teased by his wife again. I'll go see if there's any hot water left. Prince Mo jumped up from the bathtub and practically ran out of the door. Heavens, he didn't want to do his little wife on the spot in this rundown inn. The sixth watch ended. Arbor's raised hands were still hanging in the air. She looked at the Crown Prince who was running away and shouted angrily, what an unromantic guy. It's rare for me to be so merciful and give you a chance to serve me closely. It's fine if you don't take it, but you actually ran away. Idiot. Arbor jumped into the tub and leaned against the side of the tub. She stared at the closed door and snorted. Can't you just use your fire spirit to heat it up? Why did you look for hot water, hubby? The water is too cold. Are you trying to freeze me to death? Prince Mo ran out of the door to breathe in the fresh air. His mind cleared up a little. When he heard Jojo calling him from inside the room, he became hot-headed and hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in. He closed the door and went behind the screen to take a look. The little fellow was completely submerged in the water, only her little head poking out from the side of the tub. Her beautiful black hair floated on the surface of the water, soft and curly like loose seaweed. "Jojo. Where's the hot water you brought?" The little fellow glanced at him with disdain. "Emolian. Who the hell remembers what hot water is? Heat it up." Arbor propped her little chin on the tub and looked at the man with sparkling eyes. A few round beads of water hung on her tipsy little face. Emolian hastily walked up, and a cluster of fiery red flames flashed past his palm. Arbor immediately felt the temperature of the water in the tub slowly rise. She snorted with satisfaction. "Hubby, didn't you want to bathe me?" A certain someone leaned against the tub and blinked at the man. Emolian felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. How could this little fellow be so lovable? Prince Emo raised his hand to pinch her smooth little face and gritted his teeth. "Baby, don't play with fire, okay?" "I'm not playing with fire." Miss Chow held a handful of water with her fingers and gently flicked it. The water droplets splashed onto Emolian's face. "This is clearly water." Prince Emo gritted his teeth again and reached out to hug her. "If you piss me off, you'll have to bear the consequences." Surprisingly, the little guy stretched out his two little hands in an easygoing manner, with a hug expression on his face. Her adorable little face was stained with tiny droplets of water. Under the dim candlelight, the little fellow's eyes were blurred, causing the crown prince to be in a trance for a moment. He subconsciously reached out to hold her soft and smooth little hand. With this touch, his entire body quivered and his vision became clearer. He quickly let go of his wife's hand and covered her head with a silk handkerchief. His Highness the Crown Prince, who had always been decisive in killing, was unexpectedly unable to speak clearly for the first time. You, wash it yourself. I'm going back to my room to rest." "Don't play with the water. Go to bed early after bathing. I'll see you tomorrow." Swish, bang. The door was slammed shut. Arbor's finger brushed against the surface of the water. He propped up his chin with one hand and huffed, "You have evil intentions but no guts." Not long after, Arbor climbed out of the tub. He wiped himself clean and put on a clean set of clothes. He opened the window and glanced next door, his eyes rolling. Knock, knock, knock. Prince Emo had just tidied himself up and sat at the table to drink some water when he heard someone knocking on his door. It couldn't be his wife, right? Emolian got up and opened the door. A faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. The little fellow took advantage of the situation and threw herself into his arms. Prince Emo was immediately enveloped in a soft and warm embrace. "Jojo, you're drunk." The crown prince finally understood why the little fellow was acting so strangely today. "I'm not drunk." The little fellow waved her little hand with a proud expression. "How could I be drunk? I only drank 3 cups of fruit wine." "That's right, you drank 3 cups of fruit wine and you're drunk, don't deny it." The crown prince hurriedly carried the little fellow into the room and kicked the door shut while he was at it. "Hubby." Miss Chow kept blowing warm air into his ear, her eyes blurred. "Why are you so useless? You were scared just now." "I'm not scared." Hearing his wife say that, as a man, how could Prince Emo admit that he was scared? "Then why aren't you looking at me?" The little fellow reached out to hold his handsome face and leaned over. Her little face rubbed against the side of his face as she breathed softly. "HM? Hubby, look. I'll be 16 after the new year." I'm 16. She kept whispering into his ear as she exhaled, that Ah Hua from our village was already a mother of 2 children at the age of 16. Classmate Emo Lian's mood at this moment changed from extreme suppression to gradually surging, and then to this very moment, she wanted to throw caution to the wind. No, his little wife had already sent out such an invitation, how could he disappoint his wife? "Wife, this husband understands what you mean," although the time and place of the consummation was a bit off. However, since the time had come and his wife had invited him so enthusiastically again and again, if he still didn't go, wouldn't that be recklessly wasting a gift from heaven and not knowing what was good for him? "Baby, wait for me here." Prince Emo excitedly placed his little wife on the bed and kissed her hard. Then he turned around and took out a pair of red candles from his inner world. His Highness, who always carried a pair of red candles with him, quickly lit the wedding candles. "Since we're going to consummate the marriage, then we can't be too casual, right? No matter how simple and crude it is, the wedding candles can't be missing. When the crown prince finished what he was doing, he turned around and ran to the bedside to take a look. He saw the little fellow sprawled out on his bed, hugging a pillow. He had long since fallen into a deep sleep. Crown Prince was speechless. Are you kidding me? The corner of Prince Mo's mouth twitched. He sat down on the edge of the bed, extended a slender finger, and gently poked a certain someone's soft little face. Under the illumination of the red candles, the little fellow was sleeping sweetly. His brows were relaxed, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully and comfortably, Prince Mo's lips curled into a smile. Mo Lian raised a hand to touch her delicate brows and eyes. She turned and lay down beside her. Propping up her chin with one hand, she stared at her for a long time before murmuring softly, "What should I do with you?" The next day, Arbor woke up in a daze and heard the crisp chirping of birds outside the window. Xiaomu reflexively opened her small mouth and yawned. She shifted her body and creased her small brows in confusion. Strange, why doesn't it feel like a bed underneath me? Good morning, Chow Chow. A handsome face that was just inches away from her was reflected in her eyes. Wah. Arbor moved her little body and almost rolled off him. Mo Lian stretched out his long arm and immediately pulled her back. He blinked and smiled. You pressed on top of me the whole night and you want to run away without saying anything? How could it be so easy in this world? Miss Chiao's face inexplicably turned completely red. No, no. It's you? Why are you here? Arbor wanted to get up, but a pair of arms were hooked around his waist, causing him to struggle for a long time. Don't you remember? Mo Lian frowned and pinched her little face. You After you got drunk yesterday, you kept asking your husband to help you bathe. After bathing, you even insisted on hugging your husband to sleep. Nonsense, nonsense. The little fellow immediately stuttered. Her little hand reached over and hit his head hard. Big liar. How could I be so ridiculous? Don't try to deny it, you were acting crazy when you were drunk. Now that you're awake, you won't admit it. Mo Lian looked at her bitterly and pointed at her little body that was lying on top of him. Do you see that? Evidence. For an entire night, your husband almost couldn't breathe under the pressure. Arbor hurriedly tried to get up. How are you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Could it be that her alcohol tolerance was really that bad? It couldn't be, although her character wasn't that great, she still had a bottom line. Her alcohol tolerance shouldn't be that bad. My head is uncomfortable, my limbs are numb. I can't breathe. Mo Lian said faintly with his eyes slightly closed. Then what should we do? Arbor reached out to hold his wrist. I'll take your pulse and then give you acupuncture to unblock your muscles and bones. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Mo Lian flipped over. Miss Chow only felt that the world was spinning. When she raised her head again, she saw Prince Mo pressing down on top of her head. Let's change the direction of your head. Mo Lian said softly as he propped up his chin with one hand beside her cheek. What are you doing? The little fellow suddenly felt that she had lost some of her confidence. She didn't know why, but this position made her feel a little creepy. She felt that the gentle crown prince in front of her could very well turn into a wild wolf in the next second. Feeling guilty, baby? What am I feeling guilty about? Arbor stubbornly defended herself. I'm not feeling guilty at all. What are you feeling guilty about? If you knew what kind of terrible things you did to me last night, you wouldn't have said those words just now. I don't remember anything. The little fellow put on a shameless face. I didn't do anything. Heh. He reached out and rubbed her little face. Do you still remember what you said to me last night? Tell me, when Xiaohua was your age, she was already the mother of 2 children. Arbor instantly felt like she had been struck by lightning. She pulled the thin blanket next to her and covered her face with it. Damn it, how could she say such shameful words? Her brain yesterday. Mo Lian twitched his mouth, and he pretended to be serious as he tugged at the thin blanket covering her face. What cover? I haven't finished speaking yet. That's not the only thing you did to me yesterday. I don't even remember. The little fellow's muffled voice came from under the thin blanket. It's okay, I remember everything. I'll tell you one by one. Hua. The little fellow hurriedly lifted the thin blanket on her face and reached out her little paw to seal the crown prince's mouth. You're not allowed to say it. Prince Mo tugged her little hand down and smiled as he lightly bit the little finger that she had brought to his lips. How are you going to compensate me? I can see that you're quite happy. Don't try to lie to me. The little fellow stuttered as she finished speaking, feeling that her little face was so hot that it was about to boil. Prince Mo giggled. He held her fingers and kissed them one by one before nodding and saying, although I can see that you're quite happy. That doesn't mean that you can always tease this crown prince and run away, right? I didn't run away. Miss Zhao stubbornly cried out, where did I run away? She was still being pressed down by him right now. Prince Mo slightly lowered his body and whispered into her ear with a chuckle, if I wasn't pressing down on you, you would have run away long ago. Do you believe me? Gulp, the little fellow swallowed her saliva and hurriedly reached out to cover his sparkling phoenix eyes. You're not allowed to look. I'm panicking from looking. How can you not look? Prince Mo pulled down her little hand with a serious expression. I didn't know what eyes were used for in the past. Now that I know, it's to look at you. If you don't let me look at you, then what's the use of having eyes? The little fellow shrank herself into the thin blanket and covered her head. Her little face was boiling hot as she cried out in a muffled voice, you're teasing me. What's wrong with this guy today? Whispering sweet nothings so early in the morning, it made her flustered and her heart fluttered like a little deer. Wifey. Prince Mo slightly curled his lips and dug her little face out from the blanket. He looked at her with a grin and his fingers pushed a strand of hair in front of her eyes to the back of her head. You'll be 16 after the new year. Arbor really wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. A while ago, she had indeed been thinking that Jojo would be 16 after the new year. 16 would be a big girl. Recently, her body had been well nourished. Compared to her previous life, she was completely too healthy. Moreover, she had indeed thought of that little flower in Kyoto village. 16 years old and she was already the mother of 2 children, but this was only what she thought in her heart. How would she know that she had blurted out everything to the crown prince when she was drunk? So angry, so angry, so angry. Wife, let's make a deal. When you're 16, we'll... Boom. Miss Zhao punched the back of the crown prince's head, took out a body-securing talisman, and slapped it on the crown prince's forehead. Crown prince was speechless. We're going to draw lots for the competition today. Get up quickly. Arbor pushed his body with all his might. Like a little octopus, he hugged his limbs and rolled around. Then, he quickly slid down from the bed. Want to run away again? Mo Lian sat up and grabbed the little fellow's wrist. This habit of running away after flirting had to be changed. Arbor coughed. He didn't run. You. Why are you in such a hurry? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. After saying that, he quickly put on his clothes and ran out without looking back. Crown Prince was speechless. After one night, his wifey completely refused to admit what she said yesterday. What should he do? The Crown Prince pondered as he got up to put on his coat and tied his belt. His fingers paused on the tassel of the jade pendant on his waist, and his eyes lit up. The 101 votes continued. Hand cue, motion, reading, my, activity center, creation god 101. Vote for me, Xianxia, I'll update 10,000 times in the next 3 days. Throw in all your precious monthly votes. I'll probably update very late today, so you don't have to wait for me. When his wife mentioned the boat, she was probably telling him that when the time came, success would naturally follow naturally. Even if the boat didn't straighten, he could just ask someone to straighten it. Crown Prince Mo intuitively felt that his thoughts were very reasonable, and he walked out of the door neatly dressed with curved eyes. He waved his paw at his wifey, who was exercising her small hands and feet under the porch. Wifey, hubby understands your meaning. Xiao. His wifey immediately ran back to her room and closed the door. She didn't give him a single glance. She's shy again, the Crown Prince thought with a melancholy face. Perhaps he should prepare a few bottles of fruit wine. An hour later, everyone gathered in the hall on the first floor. They casually ate the breakfast provided by the store and planned to head to the Xianxia gladiator arena. Today is the first battle of our elite academy. Everyone must compete well. Bring out 100,000% of your spirit. Ah. Students, today is the day to fight for the glory of our elite academy. Instructor Zhou finished his impassioned speech. When he turned around, black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. He saw that everyone was dragging their feet a dozen meters away from him with an expression that said, "I don't know this person." Just now, Zhou Dongjin's provocative words had caused the surrounding citizens to point and whisper among themselves, covering their mouths and laughing secretly. In this world, there was no teacher more miserable than him, Zhou Dongjin thought. Ahem. Ahem. Zhou Dongjin stretched out his hand, but before he could touch Zhou's shoulder, she turned her head and dodged. After Qiao Mu ran away, Xianxia, Little Fatty, and the others naturally didn't pass on their responsibilities. With a whoosh, they brushed past Instructor Zhou. Instructor Zhou was flustered and exasperated as he raised his finger and pointed at the students who ran away. A group of little brats. A group of little brats. When he talked to them about serious matters, they all ran faster than rabbits. Everyone quickly arrived at the entrance of the Xianxia gladiator arena. As usual, they greeted the stewards and went in. Only this time, the two stewards looked at Yu Gui and the others with a very strange expression. Teacher Zhou stopped in his tracks and turned to look at that person. Does Elder Hong have any instructions? Oh, no. The steward quickly shook his head and smiled. I just feel that these girls are quite lucky. Not long after leaving the Heavenly Bestowing Academy, something had happened to everyone there. Now, they've all contracted a strange disease with green hair growing all over their bodies. They've been completely controlled by our city lord's mansion's guards. Instructor Zhou was stunned for a moment, then he nodded. When he left the door and walked towards the arena. Only then did Zhou Dongjin cast an imperceptible glance at Qiao Mu. He coughed lightly and asked, "Did you do it?" Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. "Do I look like someone who would do something so boring?" "Why doesn't it look like it? It was too similar, wasn't it?" "Nope." Darling Qiao shook her head in all seriousness and snorted. "If I were to make a move, I would naturally want them dead." "That's true." The others nodded in agreement. As they walked to their seating area, they saw people waiting for them from afar. Seeing them come over, Soaring Flower Academy's captain, Gu Liuli, quickly walked towards them. She crossed her arms and said, "I've finally waited for you guys." "Why are you waiting for us?" Little Fatty laughed strangely. "Are we that close to you?" Gu Liuli's face darkened as she said angrily, "Go away. Let your team leader speak." Everyone moved to the side to make way. As the team leader for this competition, it was naturally Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing frowned as he walked out of the crowd, looking at the girl in front of him indifferently. "What's the matter? You're the team leader of the top academy?" Gu Liuli sized up Duan Muqing and nodded. "That's good. This is our Flying Flower Academy's challenge letter." Whoosh! A thin piece of paper flew towards Duan Muqing's hand. Duan Muqing stretched out two fingers and lightly pinched it. With a slight shake of his wrist, that thin piece of paper immediately slid down from his fingertips, shaking it into a silk book. The two words challenge letter entered everyone's eyes. This was Flying Flower Academy's challenge letter to their top academy. If the top academy did not want to be looked down upon, they had to accept it. No matter what, they had to accept it. Duan Muqing coldly glanced at Gu Liuli, nodded, and took down the challenge letter. The top academy will accept the challenge as promised. The crowd of onlookers instantly burst into an uproar. F***ck, this was really surging with excitement. He didn't know what kind of background this top-notch academy had. Why would the Flying Flower Academy target it? Flying Flower Academy was an existence that was second only to the four great academies in Shuntian Prefecture. Their strength was not to be underestimated. This top academy, on the other hand, was unknown and had never been heard of before. Was there even a need to talk about this competition? That would definitely be a complete victory for Soaring Flower Academy, right? Everyone was guessing in their hearts, unable to hide the excitement on their faces. This was too exciting. Gu Liuli. Duan Muqing coldly said this name and kept the challenge letter in his hand. His eyes were vast and misty as he looked at the other party. You will pay the price for your rashness today. After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Liuli clenched her fists and wanted to angrily rebuke, but she saw the group of people from the top academy looking disinterested as they turned and followed Zhou Danjin and the rest back to their seats. Gu Liuli's heart was filled with anger as she clenched her fists tightly, turned and left quickly. Gu Liuli didn't know which match would be arranged and which match she would be fighting against a top academy. However, she was not afraid. Even if she was arranged to fight in the first round, it did not matter. She had already prepared enough means to deal with them. Now, it was time for the student representatives to draw lots on stage. Looking at Arbor's figure on the stage again, even a fool would know that the little guy who drew the bye twice in a row was probably a very lucky person. But this time, because they didn't have a bye, the future of the top academies was uncertain. Everyone looked at Xiao Mu as if they were watching a good show. Arbor had already finished drawing lots and was waiting at the side. At this time, when he saw everyone looking at him, the little guy held the bamboo stick in his hand and stared back at them one by one. What are you looking at? Alright, same old rules. Those who sign the same number, stand together. Number 3. Arbor looked at the bamboo stick in his hand and searched for the number 3 representative in the crowd. Who's number 3? Number 3. What, you drew number 3? Suddenly, there was a mournful cry from the other side. Arbor turned his head and saw Hippopotamus Academy's team leader, Xiaoguo, holding a bamboo stick and staring blankly at him. His eyes were almost condensed into tears. His luck couldn't be this bad, right? Xiaoguo blankly held that number 3. After looking at it carefully for a few seconds, he realized that the number 3 was still the same number 3. It didn't move at all. Xiaoguo was really about to cry. What was going on? Why did the heavens play such a joke on him? He didn't want to draw Miss Jiao's team at all. Such a savage girl. What sin had he committed to meet her? Seeing Xiaoguo look like he was about to faint, everyone couldn't help but feel curious. They sized him up a few more times. Someone familiar with him couldn't help but laugh and call out, "Xiaoguo, what's up? You have this weird expression on your face. Your team is quite lucky." After all, the top academies weren't famous academies, and weren't among the top few academies. For this kind of unknown small academy, Hippo Academy was naturally a piece of cake. Advancing wasn't a problem, who would have guessed? Hippo Academy's team leader, Xiaoguo, looked at the onlookers with an accusing gaze and shouted indignantly, "What do you guys know?" This group of onlookers simply didn't mind watching a show. He was about to die from anxiety. Alright, he didn't expect that they would be eliminated in the third round of the semifinals. It was really too early. Arbor curiously sized up Hippo Academy's team leader, Xiaoguo, before turning around and stomping down the stage. Just as he returned to the seating area, he saw the main referee, Elder Hong, walk up the stage with a smile and announce, "Everyone, the highly anticipated third round of the semifinals is about to begin. Before this, a team has chosen to publicly issue a challenge to battle and learn from each other." The entire audience was in an uproar. Many of the onlookers who didn't know the situation started to howl excitedly. As Elder Hong's voice fell, Gu Liuli led Zhao Li and the others up the stage, receiving everyone's attention. Flying Flower Academy, as the challenger of this competition, will have a fair battle with the top academies. Elder Hong extended his hand and gestured, "Let's invite the students of the top academies up the stage." Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Duan Muqing led the other 7 people from the top academies up the stage with a cold expression. "The competition will begin immediately." Elder Hong turned the hourglass upside down and said with a smile, "The competition will start in 1 hour." Zhao Li from the Flying Flower Academy was the first to fly towards Arbor with his fists raised. The wind from his fists whistled as they swept across. Arbor didn't even look at him as he dodged to the side. At that moment, Duan Muqing and Xianxia surrounded him. Each of them sent out a wave of spiritual energy towards Zhao Li's face. Both sides had used their killing moves. After being hit by Duanmu and Xianxian's attacks, even if the unlucky Zhao Li did not die, he would at least lose half his life. Zhao Li roared angrily. With a stomp of his foot, he immediately summoned his profound beast. That Xian beast looked a little like a cow, but it did not have horns on its head. It looked very ferocious, and it bit towards Qi Xuanxuan's forearm. Qi Xuanxuan's expression did not change and her heart did not skip a beat. With a wave of her hand, she released her golden lion. The golden lion was very ferocious. It opened its mouth and bit Zhao Li's leg, tearing off a piece of his flesh. Zhao Li was in so much pain that he fell to the ground and rolled around, crying out in pain. Gu Liuli's eyes were filled with anger. She raised her sword and fiercely slashed towards Qi Xianxia. You dare to use such a vicious move? What a joke, they had already issued a challenge, so of course they had to treat it seriously. Who would throw the match for no good reason? What do you mean by vicious? Qi Xianxia glanced at Gu Liuli and shook her head with a smile. That was your team member who released the mystical beasts first. Since it's a battle between beasts, then it's easy to handle. Isn't it reasonable to let the beasts fight among themselves? Quibble. Before Gu Liuli could finish her sentence, she felt the wind from a palm strike towards her face. Gu Liuli was furious, and she rolled on the ground to avoid the palm strike. She looked up and saw the little girl's cold face, looking at her with a frosty expression. Gu Liuli held her breath, and a wave of wood spiritual energy appeared in her hand, which she slapped towards the ground. However, brambles and thorns burrowed out from the ground and shot straight for Qiao Mu, enveloping her body. Screech! The cry of an ancient phoenix appeared in the air above the stage. Whoosh! A raging flame shot out, and the entire center of the stage was set ablaze by the flames. Gu Liuli and Zhao Li's two mystical beasts were surrounded in the center of the flames. They clutched their heads in panic, not daring to look up at the ancient bloodfire phoenix. What a joke, that was an ancient sacred beast. Okay, in front of a sacred beast, these two mystical beasts weren't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Wah, wasn't Master too awesome? She actually offended an ancient sacred beast. At this moment, Gu Liuli was probably stunned as well. She was crawling on the ground, not moving at all. Arbor flipped its hand and slapped the ground with a wave of wood spiritual energy. One after another, the man-eating flowers transformed from wood spirits rapidly opened their sawtooth mouths, sweeping towards Gu Liuli and Zhao Li. Roar! A ferocious beast jumped out from behind Zhao Li. It opened its mouth and swallowed the few man-eating flowers transformed from the wood spirits. Then, it threw Gu Liuli and Zhao Li onto its back and jumped up with all its strength. Bang! Qi Xue instantly transformed into his human form. He raised his foot and kicked the back of the ferocious beast from the sky, smashing the unlucky fellow to the ground. The human form of the phoenix was very delicate and beautiful. It looked like a 12 or 13-year-old youth, wrapped in a scarlet robe. It had red lips, white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes. Its eyes looked left and right, and with a whoosh, it landed beside its little master. Master! Do you want to swallow these little shrimps? These things wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Qiao Mu silently glanced at him and didn't say anything, but she was ridiculing him in her heart. Although there might be a few deaths during the competition, there shouldn't be much of a problem. But if you're like you, swallowing all the other team members in one go, that would definitely be a big deal. Master, Qi Xue pointed Zhao Li. Master, Qi Xue, Master. When the latter saw his finger pointing at him, he was so frightened that he wanted to shrink back into a crack in the ground. He was so frightened that his teeth were slightly shaking and chattering. Seeing his frightened appearance, Qi Xue couldn't help but snort disdainfully. Suddenly turning its head, it transformed into its phoenix true form and roared at Zhao Li. Zhao Li was so frightened that he crawled back a few steps, covering his head and shrieking. That ugly appearance really made everyone in the seating area gasp in amazement. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. Zhao Li rolled on the ground and hid behind the Flying Flower Academy's crowd. He screamed, Liuli, Liuli. Gu Liuli hurriedly flew in front of him and shouted angrily at Arbor, using a sacred beast to bully others. Can this still be considered a fair competition? Miss Chao leisurely looked at her and nodded. Wealth is also a part of strength. There was nothing wrong with what she said. Hearing this, Gu Liuli's face darkened, but she couldn't do anything else. The little girl was arrogant, but what she said wasn't wrong at all. This competition didn't forbid mystical beasts from participating. Since it was able to participate in the battle, the strength of the Xian beast would inevitably become the key to whether the master could win or not. Gulioli could only blame herself for being inferior to others. If she relied on her own strength, she might not lose. Blazing blood, I'll leave it to you. The blazing blood fire phoenix cried out proudly. Its wings flapped slightly, and it rushed towards Zhao Li on the ground. Seeing that Zhao Li was about to be seriously injured by the blazing blood fire phoenix's flames, Gulioli shouted angrily and flung out the cloak on her body to meet the flames. Everyone saw that the black cloak flying in the air was burned into charcoal by the blazing blood fire phoenix's flames. The blazing blood fire phoenix was enraged. It screeched at Gulioli and circled in the air before swooping down. A line of fire shot out from its mouth towards Gulioli and Zhao Li. With a whoosh, Gulioli and Zhao Li were trapped in a circle of fire. They stood with their backs against each other, and their faces instantly stiffened. The blazing blood fire phoenix flapped its wings and circled in the air, preparing to kill the two of them in one breath. The Flying Flower Academy's teachers couldn't watch any longer. They jumped up from their seats and screamed, "Everyone, stop! Our Flying Flower Academy admits defeat." The Flying Flower Academy students all looked emaciated. Under the ancient blazing blood fire phoenix's pressure, they almost couldn't breathe. They didn't expect that there would be such a perverted student in a top academy. She even summoned a sacred beast for the competition. This was a battle on a completely different level. Okay, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head and said, "You don't even know the other party's strength, yet you dare to casually issue a challenge. Forgive her for not being able to agree with such behavior." Of the 12 students from the Soaring Flower Academy, more than half of them were being chased by the blazing blood fire phoenix. As for the remaining few, Duan Muqing and the others were more than capable of dealing with them. They didn't even need to summon their Xian beasts, they could just directly attack. In the entire arena, only the miserable cries of the Flying Flower Academy students could be heard. The people in the seating area simply could not bear to look straight at them. Was this the legendary challenge to get beaten up in the arena? When the Soaring Flower Academy's instructor saw that the students from the top academies were not stopping, he couldn't help but turn to glare angrily at Zhou Danjin, Wei Wei, and the others. "Quickly tell your students to stop. It's just a competition. Don't tell me you want to kill someone?" Zhou Danjin rolled his eyes at him. "Stop it. What's the use of you screaming and admitting defeat outside the arena? Your students haven't admitted defeat yet. Liuli, don't force yourself. Quickly admit defeat." Gulioli only felt a trace of suppressed grief and indignation flash past her heart. Just because her background was inferior to the other party, she deserved to be humiliated like this. She was born a commoner, and her family background was far from those large and medium aristocratic families. That lady who could casually summon the ancient blazing blood fire phoenix was definitely a lady from some large family. There was almost no doubt about this. Only the well-known aristocratic families in the upper 3 prefectures could possibly have the existence of a saint beast guarding a house. The little girl's family background was definitely several hundred times better than Zhao Li's. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such wealth to support her, to be able to casually summon a sacred beast. Gulioli resisted the blazing flames as she quickly calculated in her mind. Which aristocratic family in the upper 3 prefectures had an ancient bloodfire phoenix as a guardian? No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with a logical answer. Meanwhile, Zhao Li's leg had already been spat out a mouthful of flames by the bloodfire phoenix. He was rolling back and forth on the ground, wailing in pain. "Stop, stop!" Gulioli screamed. Our Soaring Flower Academy admits defeat." Gulioli heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. At this moment, she even felt as if she had survived a disaster. Thinking back to when she had issued the battle invitation, she hadn't issued a life and death invitation. Her heart couldn't help but pound. Luckily, everything could be salvaged. If she had issued a life and death invitation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Arbor didn't intend to make things difficult for them. Hearing Gulioli's call to stop, he waved his hand at the bloodfire phoenix. The ancient phoenix cried out and swooped down, excitedly flying towards its little master's side. When it rushed in front of Arbor, the enormous pressure of the phoenix had already completely disappeared. A scarlet little bird chirped a few times, cutely landing on Arbor's arm. It stood on its claws and flapped its little wings twice. After taking 2 steps, it jumped onto Arbor's shoulder. Everyone from Soaring Flower Academy was dumbstruck. It was hard to imagine that such a cute little thing was the huge creature that had chased after them and set them on fire, causing them so much pain that they wished they were dead. The little fellow raised its hand and stroked the phoenix's feathers. Only then did it raise its eyes to look at Gulioli. It glanced at her indifferently before turning to Duan Muqing and the others. Let's go. Since the other party had admitted defeat, there was naturally nothing left to say. It was originally a hilarious battle with a great disparity in strength. Arbor didn't really think that he would have to kill these people. It was originally just a few words. Since the other party had issued the battle invitation, they naturally had to accept it. Otherwise, they would be cowards. Now that the matter was settled, Arbor didn't want to stay in the ring any longer. They turned around and were about to jump off the ring. Screams could be heard from the seating area. Instructor Zhou shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Several instructors from top academies had already flown into the arena. Qiamu coldly glanced at him from the corner of her eye, only to see Zhao Li, that guy, release a venomous snake from his sleeve. It abruptly jolted in midair and opened its mouth to bite at her back. Arbor sneered coldly. Her left wrist shook slightly, and the little white snake coiled around her wrist like a bracelet flew out with a whoosh. A pair of watery eyes flashed with anger. She opened her mouth, and the little snake head suddenly turned into a huge shadow. With a bang, it swallowed the poisonous snake that was flying over. Ah! Gulioli and the others screamed. The white snake's huge head was already in front of the panic-stricken Zhao Li. He simply couldn't dodge in time. The upper half of Zhao Li's body was bitten by the huge snake. His two legs struggled outside for a moment before the lower half of his body and the upper half of his body completely disintegrated. Ah! The arena was filled with piercing screams. Everyone's eyes were filled with blood. They were all completely shocked by the bloody scene in front of them, make up for yesterday's 2 chapters. Yesterday's 10,000 chapters ended. Today's 10,000 chapters, around midnight. Ah! Gulioli screamed. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she stared at Zhao Li, who only had half of his body left and was thrown on the stage like trash. Savage, wild, bloodthirsty, her eyes were filled with blood, and she was trembling uncontrollably. Kill, kill. You killed Zhao Li. Ah. Murder, Zhao Li is dead, murder. A few of the Flying Flower Academy students were so scared that they almost lost their minds. The main thing was that the scene in front of them was too terrifying. Half of it had been swallowed alive by a giant snake. This Zhao Li, just how much bad luck did he have in this lifetime to end up in such a state where his corpse was buried? Would the Zhao family people let this matter go? Gulioli and the rest were so frightened that their teeth chattered. Zhao Li's father, the head of the Zhao family, won't let you off. Gulioli trembled all over, almost not daring to look at the half of the body on the ground. The giant snake's head circled around in front of everyone before retracting back with a whoosh. It circled around Arbor's left arm once again, quietly not moving at all. Gulioli and the rest's gazes fell on Arbor's wrist. If they looked at it like this, who would know that the white jade bracelet on the little girl's wrist was actually a vicious beast, too terrifying? Everyone's hearts were shaken to the extreme. The large seating area of over 10,000 spectators was silent at this moment. Arbor coldly swept a glance at Gulioli. Zhou Danjin, Wei Wei, and the other instructors had also rushed to Arbor's side at this moment. When the Flying Flower Academy's instructor hurried to the stage, he fiercely glared at Zhou Danjin and the rest and angrily reprimanded, "You. Your top academy actually dared to kill our students in public on the stage? I demand that you take responsibility for this matter to the end." Take responsibility for what? Zhou Danjin's face darkened as he angrily retorted, "Sneak attacking from the back and assassinating in the dark. Now that your skills are inferior and you're killed, you deserve it. You." The Flying Flower Academy's instructor's face darkened as he defended himself. How can this be considered a sneak attack from the back? It's clearly Zhao Li, he. Lie? Fabricate. Teacher Zhou sneered and said, "The sneak attack from behind was witnessed by everyone, and everyone knew about it. Let's see how you're going to justify yourself. Don't waste your breath on them." Instructor who waved his hand and said to Arbor and the others, "Go and rest first." Since this matter had been resolved by her teacher, there was no need for her to worry about it. Arbor naturally nodded and followed his team members down the stage. When the Flying Flower Academy's instructor saw that they were going to continue like this, how could he be willing to let it go? Just as he shouted, "Stop right there," he was already stopped by Instructor Zhou. "Hey, are you looking for a fight? No wonder the students of your Flying Flower Academy are so despicable. So it's because they have a mentor like you. Who are you calling despicable? I already said that Zhao Li didn't launch a sneak attack from behind. He's just young and hot-headed and doesn't want to admit defeat. Get lost." Instructor Zhou angrily flicked his sleeves. "You only have yourself to blame for being killed in an instant for an attack from the back. I won't take any responsibility. You. All of you. You." The Flying Flower Academy's instructor still wanted to say something, but the main referee, Hong Qi, walked up and cupped his hands towards him. "This instructor from Flying Flower Academy has a personal grudge with the top academy. Please step down and settle it yourself. We still have to continue with the competition." Hong Qi glanced at the Flying Flower Academy's instructor and gestured for him to leave. His meaning was obvious. He wanted this instructor to leave the stage and not interfere with the students' normal competition. The Flying Flower Academy's instructor waved his sleeves and ordered people to carry Zhao Li's corpse. The two students who were carrying the corpse kept turning their heads to the side. How would they dare to look at Zhao Li's horrifying body? Their hands, which were carrying the corpse, couldn't help but tremble slightly. They only felt that they might have nightmares in the middle of the night. Useless things. The Flying Flower Academy's instructor scolded. "Carry it properly. No matter what, this corpse had to be handed over to the Zhao family for them to see. As for the grudges with the top academies, a small instructor like him couldn't do anything about it. He would leave it to the Zhao family to deal with." The Flying Flower Academy's instructor's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. The Zhao family wasn't a small family that could be easily dealt with. That student from the top academy killed Zhao Li and offended the Zhao family. He was afraid that things wouldn't end well. Arbor had already returned to his seat. He took out a small jar of peanuts from his inner world and started eating with his friends. Everyone chatted as they ate. They didn't seem to care about how alluring the scene of the bloody corpse was. They continued to eat happily. Little Fatty looked up and saw that Gu Liuli had turned around and ran to the outside of the seating area. She was hugging a pillar and retching in the corner. What's wrong with her? She was probably disgusted by the corpse just now. Xianxia grabbed a handful of peanuts without any psychological burden. She shook her hand as she ate, her face full of disapproval. Her psychological endurance is too weak. She couldn't take it after looking at such a childish scene. What should she do when she meets a rotten corpse puppet in the future? Mata nodded. That's right. That's why it's useless to be strong. She has to have a strong psychological endurance. That's the way. Otherwise, I'll be like her. She'll faint after looking at the blood. How can she fight? She would be strangled to death in minutes. Arbor was expressionless as he watched the jar in his hand being taken away by the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. He lowered his head and looked at his empty hands. Mo Lian couldn't help but want to laugh. She turned her head to look at the little fellow, raised her hand to pinch her little face and said, "Don't take those idle people to heart. The instructors of your academy seem to be quite free. Let them handle it." Arbor swallowed the last 2 peanuts in his hand and silently looked up at Zhou Danjin and the others who were walking back angrily. That instructor surnamed Pan from Flying Flower Academy is too laughable. Zhou Danjin said angrily, "It's an obvious fact, and he's still trying to quibble. I don't want to say anything to him." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Instructor, what did that guy say after that?" "Bullshit." Teacher Zhou waved his hand and sat down beside them. That guy surnamed Pan was still spouting nonsense. Your teacher Wei Wei went up and gave him 2 punches before he finally shut up. Everyone was speechless. Teacher Zhou patted the armrest of the chair and said to them earnestly, "Is Teacher Wei Wei's approach right? Obviously not. When we can reason with others, we shouldn't casually fight with them. Right? Don't learn from Instructor Wei Wei in the future. His temper is too irritable. Zhou Danjin looked disapproving as he waved his hand and sighed. However, he saw Xianxia and the others looking at Wei Wei with shining eyes, their faces full of adoration. Zhou Danjin couldn't resist twitching his mouth. What's with your expressions? I think Instructor Wei Wei did beautifully this time. The little fatty raised his chubby paw and said, when that pan guy came up to make noise for half a day, I already couldn't resist the urge to beat him up. Right, especially when I saw him licking his face and forcefully trying to clear Zhao Li's name, I especially couldn't control my desire to beat him up. Xianxia also nodded repeatedly. Instructor Zhou! Exclamation point. What you're doing is wrong. We still have to be reasonable when it comes to reasoning, right? If reasoning doesn't make sense, we can resort to other methods. Instructor Zhou persuaded everyone earnestly and then turned to look at Miss Qiao, who was silently eating dried fruit without saying a word. Look. Jojo's attitude is the one that truly solves a problem. Ah. Instructor Zhou pointed at Arbor and nodded approvingly. Sometimes, when the other party sees that you're silent, right, he won't continue to be long-winded. We have to be clear about this. Violence is really the most inferior way to solve a problem, isn't it? Duan Muqing and the others silently glanced at the little stoic. Didn't Instructor Zhou overlook something? Just now, Jojo didn't say anything and just let the little white snake bite Zhao Li to death, okay? Jojo definitely wouldn't make noise for others, right? What was she making noise for? Wasn't her way of solving a problem to directly slap someone to death and then her ears would be especially quiet? You want Jojo to reason with others? Ha 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 ha. Everyone wanted to laugh out loud. Wasn't this a fantasy? Would Jojo blindly argue with you? If she had the time to blindly argue with you, she would have already slapped you to death so that you would never be able to argue. Okay, they really didn't understand Jojo's way of dealing with people. This time, even Crown Prince Mo swept a disapproving glance at mentor Zhou Danjin. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who had snatched Jojo's jar of peanuts, wanted to laugh. However, he held it in and coughed lightly. The little stoic turned a deaf ear to everyone's chatter and calmly ate the dried fruit in her hand. Boom! A loud tremor suddenly came from the distant seating area, startling the two teams competing in the arena. Everyone stood up, and the teams in the competition stopped what they were doing. Their gazes all turned towards the source of the sound. A huge pit had appeared beneath the feet of the instructor from the Flying Flower Academy, surnamed Pan. Teacher Pan was caught off guard. How could he have expected that the soles of his feet would suddenly sink when he was sitting perfectly fine? How big of a pit was this? Instructor Pan fell headfirst into the pit. He was completely stupefied. Not only was Instructor Pan dumbfounded, but even the stewards of Xianxia Martial Arts Arena who were responsible for maintaining order were also dumbfounded. Their Xianxia Martial Arts Arena had experienced so many competitions and basically held all kinds of big and small competitions every year. They had never heard of anyone falling into a pit, okay? Just how heavy was this instructor from the Flying Flower Academy to be able to make the pitiful ground unable to bear his weight and fall into the pit? Pfft! The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal burst out laughing, which then turned into a wild guffaw. Everyone looked at the embarrassed Instructor Zhou with a mocking gaze. Instructor Zhou's face hurts? Ha 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 ha. The laughter of Little Fatty and the others formed a unique band, transforming into Instructor Zhou's awkward backdrop and setting off Zhou Danjin's stupefied face. Cough. Zhou Danjin coughed lightly and turned to look. Even Instructor Wei Wei's stern and inflexible face couldn't conceal his smile. While he was praising Jojo's attitude as a true problem-solving attitude, the miserable Instructor Pan was in big trouble. Although Miss Qiao was silently gnawing on her dried fruit, Zhou Danjin dared to bet his head that this girl definitely had something to do with the large pit that appeared under Instructor Pan's but, needless to say, Zhou Danjin felt that his old face really hurt a bit right now. Xiao, what exactly did you do? Zhou Danjin coughed again and speechlessly glared at his worrisome student. Just as he wanted to elevate her image, who knew, Miss Qiao glanced at Instructor Zhou from the corner of her eye and expressionlessly turned her small face away, continuing to gnaw on her dried fruit. However, Xianxia and the others couldn't stop laughing. It was as if their laughing acupoints had been pressed, and they were rocking back and forth with laughter. Rewind time to 15 minutes ago. Instructor who waved his hand at them and said, "You all can go and rest first." When Arbor turned to leave, her fingers moved slightly, and an explosion talisman enveloped by an invisibility talisman stuck to the butt of the Soaring Flowers Academy instructor who was spouting sophistry like gangrene attached to a bone. Everything that happened afterwards was practically a matter of course. As long as Arbor willed it, that explosion talisman would explode whenever she wanted it to. Just now, she saw that Instructor Pan, who was incessantly snoring, holding a teacup handed to him by a student and pretending to drink water. Miss Chow promptly made the explosion talisman under his but take effect. Right now, this Instructor Pan probably didn't just have a very ugly fall. His but should be the worst hit, right? Who knew if it had split open now? What did you think I did? The little stoic swept Instructor Zhou and the others a glance and silently took out a cup of spiritual tea. Before she could bring it to her lips, it was snatched away by Zhichen, who was sitting on the side. Good tea. Just smelling it makes me feel extraordinary. The little stoic lifted her eyes to glance at him. She could only take out another cup and take a sip before saying dryly, "Do I look like someone who would do such a senseless thing?" Similar, everyone gave her a word of affirmation in their hearts, although they didn't know what she had done, they were very sure that she had done it. At this moment, Instructor Pan had already climbed out of the pit. His face was flushed red as he pointed at the stewards of the Xinhua battle arena who had surrounded him. He anxiously asked, You. Your Xinhua martial arts arena is often used for competitions. Once, twice, and thrice, the ground will be oppressed by the impact of spiritual energy. Don't they know how to repair the ground regularly? Although the corners of the stewards' mouths twitched slightly, they still comforted Instructor Pan kindly and immediately ordered people to take him away to apply medicine and rest. Looking at Instructor Pan's twisted walking posture, everyone's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. This unlucky Instructor Pan, could it be that he had injured himself somewhere he shouldn't have? Wasn't it just an explosion from the explosion talisman? As for his walking posture being so ugly, Arbor secretly ridiculed in her heart. Cough. Jojo, I didn't see you make a move. Instructor Zhou was still curious. He really didn't see when Arbor made a move. However, it was obvious that before that, Arbor had already made a move on Instructor Pan. Looking at Instructor Pan's current state, Miss Chow must have hit him rather hard. Lame. A certain someone defended herself stubbornly. I'm too lazy to make a move on him. What talisman did you use? It's so powerful. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal asked. Everyone then understood that Miss Chow had used a talisman just now. Strange, they didn't see her move at all. When did she stick the talisman on him? Arbor coughed and silently raised his hand to stuff a piece of dried fruit into his mouth. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. She raised her hand to rub the little fellow's head. Naughty. Everyone nodded emotionally, agreeing with the Crown Prince's judgment. This child was naughty indeed. Look at how Instructor Pan had made a fool of himself in front of everyone. The funniest one was Instructor Zhou. He had been praising this child for being silent, but in less than 3 seconds, he had been slapped in the face. This would probably be a shadow in Instructor Zhou's heart for the rest of his life. Let's see if he would still casually praise Jojo in the future. Ha 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 ha, everyone couldn't help but laugh when they thought of this. Arbor turned his little face and shook his sleeves. He took out a fire explosion talisman and slapped it on Instructor Zhou's hand, who was smiling awkwardly. This is? Fire explosion talisman. Miss Chow glanced at Zhou Danjin. Do you want me to demonstrate it? No need. Just from the name alone, one could tell that this talisman wasn't anything good. It was better to use it against the enemy. Instructor Zhou put away the talisman. His mood brightened up a little. Laugh your sister. Although he had been slapped in the face, who else would receive the same treatment as him? Little Chow even gave him a talisman. Xianxia covered her face and laughed. Instructor, when our Jojo can actually make a move, he probably won't blindly argue with others, so please don't tell that joke in the future. Instructor Zhou laughed awkwardly. Suddenly, he pointed at the arena and shouted, Hey, it's your turn to prepare. He was about to enter the arena again. This is the first real match for all of you. Work hard. Bring glory to the academy. Following Instructor Zhou's impassioned cry, the various instructors and students sitting near them all turned their heads to look at them. Instructor who coughed dryly, covered his face, and turned his head. He moved the chair closer to Instructor Wei Wei and muttered, "Why do I not want to know this person so much?" Instructor Wei Wei glanced away expressionlessly. "All right, tutor, let me treat you to a bun." The little fatty stuffed a vegetable bun into Instructor Zhou's mouth with one hand. He also had half a bun in his mouth as he followed Duan Muqing and the others to the arena. This battle was between a top academy and the Hippo Academy. There was one thing that Teacher Zhou was right about. After 2 consecutive rounds, this was their first real battle in the Academy ranking tournament. "I'm so excited, students of Hippo Academy, you can't disappoint us, I'm just waiting to fight with you." The 8 students from the top academies were lined up in a row on the stage. Aside from the stoic face and Captain Duanmu, almost everyone had a motherly smile on their faces as they looked in the direction of the stage, waiting for the students from Hippo Academy. 2 minutes later, everyone was still smiling. 5 minutes later, Xianxia and the others couldn't smile anymore. The main referee, Hong Qi, strode to the center of the arena. He first glanced at Xianxia and the others, whose smiles were a bit stiff, then turned to the seating area and called out, "Students from Hippo Academy, please enter the arena." The seating area was filled with rustling sounds. Everyone looked at each other, and they were all looking around, hoping to see the figures of Hippo Academy students. "Hey, what's going on? Where's Captain Xiaoguo from Hippo Academy? What time is it? Why hasn't he appeared yet? What the hell is Hippo Academy doing? Do they think the Academy ranking tournament is child's play? Exactly. What's going on? Could it be that Xiaoguo and the others feel that they can't beat the people from the top academies, so they simply gave up? That really shouldn't be the case. Even if they can't beat them, they still have to go up. Giving up without even saying a word, that's really too cowardly." Exactly. Everyone's discussion was endless. Xianxia and the other top academy students' expressions also began to turn ugly. Based on their understanding of Xiaoguo, even if he didn't come to participate, he wouldn't just disappear like that. At least he would go up on stage and admit defeat openly. That way, the tournament would end perfectly, right? Everyone turned their heads and subconsciously looked at the expressionless stoic face. "Wait a little longer. Light the incense." Following Hong Qi's shout, someone lit a medium-length incense in the center of the arena. After 15 minutes, if Hippo Academy students don't go up on stage, it'll be considered as forfeiting. The top academies will automatically advance to the 4th round of the semifinals according to the rules. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone didn't know if those guys from the top academies had saved the world in their previous lives. How could their luck be so damn good? What the hell? A senior from Shuntian Prefecture's Dawn Light Academy couldn't help but curse under his breath. Do they have good luck? Are those 2 female members of the top academy's team the ones who rode the land whale with us when we first came to Shuntian Prefecture? In the back row of Dawn Light Academy's preparatory team, a very ordinary-looking girl frowned and asked. That's right. Lu Hao nodded and said to the woman in a low voice, "Princess, let's just wait and see. This luck is way too good." A pretty girl sitting next to the princess couldn't help but pout her lips. Unconvinced, she said, "Hippo Academy actually gave up, we've never had such good luck." In reality, they were all students who had just arrived at Shuntian Hall not too long ago. They were only a few of the more outstanding ones among the new students, so they obtained the qualifications to come and watch the qualifier competition. However, the chances of them actually taking the field were 0. "Shut up, stop nagging me," the princess rebuked. "Big brother Sue." The woman pouted and looked at the square-faced man beside her. The man could not help but say angrily, "Lu Tian, how many times have I told you? Don't act like a princess here. Stop yelling at you." Chen Hanyu pursed her lips and smiled complacently. Her gaze swept across Lu Tiantian's angry face, and then she looked away in disdain. Seeing that the candles on the stage were about to burn to the bottom, the spectators could not help but sigh. Wait, the luck of the top academies was unparalleled. Could it be that they were going to skip the 3rd round? This luck was too enviable. Needless to say, with such good luck, even the big academies were starting to pay attention to the top academies. Especially, in the previous matches, there were students from the top academies who summoned their sacred beasts. Oh, no, that little girl seemed to have two terrifying beasts by her side. The white snake that suddenly appeared was also very oppressive. Although they couldn't tell what level of beast it was, they could feel that the deterrence it gave off was not lower than the blazing blood phoenix. With such people in the top academies, it would be very difficult to win against them. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel discouraged. Even if the people from Hippo Academy came, they would probably be eliminated in minutes. Alright, time's up. Put down the incense. I will now announce that because of Hippo Academy's last-minute withdrawal, the top academies will successfully advance to the, wait a minute. A voice interrupted Hong Qi. Everyone turned to look, and their faces couldn't help but become slightly excited. They saw Xianxia leading a group of Hippo Academy students, his eyes drooping as he strode over. Something happened on the way here, so I'm a little late. Xianxia said faintly, glancing at the extinguishing incense on the ground from the corner of his eye. Fortunately, I made it at the last moment. The atmosphere in the viewing area was instantly ignited. Everyone was clapping their seats and cheering. Hippo Academy dared to participate in the competition without fear of danger. Their courage was commendable, everyone applauded and cheered. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire arena was pushed to the peak of excitement. Good. Everyone applauded, full of anticipation for an exciting battle. Of course, there were more academies who wanted to observe the battle style of the top academies, so that they could come up with the best strategy when they meet them in future battles. Xianxia led the people from Hippo Academy onto the stage. Everyone's head was slightly lowered, not looking directly at Arbor and the others. Xianxia frowned slightly. Because they had made it to the end in the underground base, most of the people from Hippo Academy and Sunlight Academy had buried the hatchet. Their impression of Xianxia and the others had improved a lot. But now that they met again on the stage, Xianxia and the others didn't even greet them. They didn't even look at them from the corner of their eyes. Such a contemptuous attitude made little Fatty and the others feel a little unhappy. Good. Referee Hong Qi's laughter could be heard from the side. Although the people from Hippo Academy are late, at least they managed to arrive at the last minute of the delay. Let's not waste any more words. You two teams to start the competition. After Hong Qi turned around and left, Xianxia suddenly signaled with his eyes, and the 10 team members simultaneously attacked Xiaomu and company. Streams of mystic energy and spiritual energy intertwined to form a gauze net that flew back and forth and rushed toward Xiaomu and company. Arbors the 8 people to their positions to play. The 8 people to their positions to play. Play. Little Fatty opened an earth spirit shield and rushed to the front. Behind him, Xianxia and Duanmuqing rushed to the front. Tips and updates. Duanmuqing activated his wood spirit, and wooden thorns emerged from the ground and wrapped around the legs of Xianxia and the others. Xianxia threw down a few bolts of lightning. However, she hadn't broken through to the spirit realm, so she couldn't use her spiritual power as she wished. However, under the guidance of the Thunder Spirit instructor, Xianxia had already learned how to maximize the effectiveness of her limited spiritual power and maintain it for the best amount of time. Behind the two were Ma Ta, Hua Tao and Jiang Shaoxin. 2 of them controlled the water spirit, while Jiang Shaoxin controlled the fire spirit. They used all their skills to collide with the spiritual power thrown at them by their opponents. In the end, Luyu opened the earth spirit barrier and helped little Fatty to cover everyone inside. Arbor acted as if nothing had happened as he stood beside everyone. With a flick of his finger, he threw out a few fire and water spirit talismans. When the 8 of them worked together, they were practically invulnerable. Normal people couldn't break their formation at all. Instructor Zhou, Wei Wei, and the other instructors couldn't help but nod as they watched, their faces revealing expressions of admiration. The formation that these young children had come up with on their own was pretty good. They were good at both offense and defense. The 8 of them against the 10 of them easily withstood the attacks without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Miss Chow could even wander around the team and reinforce her teammates at any time. This 8-man formation couldn't be any better. Everyone's positions were basically in place, and the strong and the weak were well matched. With their 8-man team, it would be a piece of cake for them to deal with 10 or 20 people. Instructor Zhou had a gratified smile on his face as he nodded. Not bad, not bad. The decision to throw them into the underground arena to participate in the championship was simply brilliant. If they didn't team up and compete together all the time, how could they form such a good rapport? Instructor Wei Wei glanced at Zhou Danjin indifferently. It was my decision to kick them into Qianluo's underground arena. You even objected at that time. Zhou Danjin was speechless. Boom. The two teams collided fiercely. Xiaoguo, who was in the lead, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were blood red, and an extremely strong air current erupted from his body, forming a small storm that swept towards Arbor. Xiaoguo's abnormal behavior immediately aroused the vigilance of Duan Muqing and the rest. Seeing that he had suddenly attacked Arbor, everyone immediately changed their formation and formed a double triangle, surrounding Miss Qiao in the center. Xiaoguo's whirlwind was blocked by Duan Muqing, who pursed his lips in displeasure. Everyone backhanded Xiaoguo a few fireballs and ice attacks. Xianxia angrily shouted, "Xiaoguo, what are you trying to do? Could it be that this brat wanted to completely fall out with them?" One had to know that from the start of the battle until now, they had been holding back. No one had summoned a profound beast. If they really summoned their beasts, then there was no need for this battle to continue. Xiaoguo turned a deaf ear to the cries of the crowd. A bloody light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly roared into the sky. The 9 members of Hippo Academy who were following behind him opened their eyes at the same time. A streak of blood flashed through their eyes, and they madly grabbed the profound artifacts in their hands. Together, they pounced towards Arbor, who was surrounded in the center. It seemed that they wouldn't stop until they killed her. Everyone's eyes were filled with suspicion. Could it be that Xiaoguo and his group were being controlled? Wake up and make up 2 chapters. These 3 days, they had to update 10,000 times a day. They could only do it at night. They couldn't make it in time at all during the day. Oh, someone asked me what 10,000 times a day was. 10,000 times a day, 10,000 words a day. As for someone who said 100 times a day, bah, go play chess with the Duke of Zhou. Arbor didn't panic when he saw this. He raised his hand, and hundreds of defensive talismans formed a circle around him, forming an extremely strong defensive array around him. He had already passed through the group of teammates. With a slight movement of his fingers, a dozen or so immobilization talismans fell down. After the talismans activated, the immobilization talismans fell on the 10 people from Hippo Academy. They only managed to immobilize 3 or 4 of them. The other 5 or 6 people seemed to be enraged. They all drew a line of spiritual energy and pushed it out. In an instant, it was as if they were about to topple mountains and overturn seas, rushing toward Arbor. Instructor Zhou was just about to jump out when Mo Lian pressed his hand down. Prince Mo coldly watched the fight in the arena. He said in a flat voice, "Trust Jojo. She'll be fine." The spiritual energy released by the 6 people from Hippo Academy, Xiaoguo, and the others collided with the defensive array, creating a glaring light. After the explosion, Arbor's figure immediately flashed behind Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo suddenly turned his head. A glimmer of light flashed through his scarlet eyes. Unfortunately, before he could move, he was chopped down by Arbor's hand. With a bang, he crashed into the arena. Duan Muqing used his wood spiritual energy to bind 2 of the Hippo Academy members. Apart from 3 people who were still stubbornly resisting, the rest were all immobilized by Arbor's immobilization talismans. Xianxia and the little fatty naturally had a much easier time dealing with them. Soon, the battle came to an end. All of the Hippo Academy students were restrained by Arbor's group. However, although they were bound by spiritual energy, their entire bodies were still twisting and moving. They wanted to break free of the restraints and counterattack. Arbor didn't hesitate to step forward. He gave each of them a chop, knocking them all unconscious. He then turned around and said expressionlessly, "Take them away." At this moment, if the people present still couldn't see that something was wrong with Xiaoguo and the others, then they would all be idiots. What happened? Everyone whispered to each other, their expressions uncertain. "What are you doing?" The Dawn Academy instructor sitting in the front row stood up and pointed at the people from Arbor with a frown. Arbor didn't seem to care at all. He ordered people to drag the 10 students from Hippo Academy off the stage, and walked towards the open space at the side. Suddenly, Xiaoguo opened his eyes and pounced on the little fatty who was holding his arm like a madman. It was about to bite little fatty's shoulder. Arbor punched the left side of Xiaoguo's face, causing several teeth to fly out. Xiaoguo spat out a mouthful of blood. A silver needle pierced the back of Xiaoguo's neck. Arbor's attack was fast, ruthless, and accurate. Xiaoguo was stunned for less than a second, and then his head drooped again. "You, what are you doing?" When the instructor of the Qinguang Academy saw her extremely cold expression and arrogant behavior, he couldn't help but get angry. Xiaomu turned her head and swept him an incomparably chilly gaze. The Qinguang Academy instructor was frightened by the power in her eyes. He couldn't help but take half a step back. "Move them over there." Arbor was in an extremely bad mood at this time. She pointed to a place and said softly. Little Fatty and the others of course had no objections. They directly moved the 10 people over and placed them on the ground one by one. Arbor moved her finger, and a stream of holy water shot out from her fingertips. Her left hand swiped the air, and a piece of medicinal powder was sprinkled down. It floated straight into everyone's mouths and noses. "You, what kind of powder did you put in?" The Qinguang Academy's instructor cried out in alarm. He quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves to prevent the powder from entering his nostrils. "Wow, it smells so good. What kind of powder is this? After smelling it, my whole body feels comfortable, and I feel like the profound energy in my body is circulating faster. Yeah, it feels better than the profound recovery elixir." Some of the students standing behind Arbor inhaled and exhaled, scrambling to absorb the remaining fragrance of the powder in the air. "Don't smell it. You don't even know what it is, yet you dare to indiscriminately smell it. What if it's poison? What should we do?" The Qinguang Academy's instructor angrily reprimanded the students beside him. "Instructor, I feel that the profound energy that was consumed in the fight just now has been restored by at least a third." Yes, I also feel that way." "Ridiculous." The Qinguang Academy's instructor was still covering his nose and mouth. He angrily glared at the 2 students who were trying to undermine him. "How can there be such an instant powder in this world? Stop daydreaming. Be wary of any trickery, all of you hold your breath." Breathing was naturally not something that the Qinguang Academy's instructor could control. Since they couldn't get through to the instructor, the students could only shut their mouths in resentment. However, they were still secretly absorbing the powder. Arbor was too lazy to pay attention to the self-righteous instructor. With a flip of her palm, 10 shining silver needles appeared between her fingers. Like a fairy scattering flowers, the needles pierced the chests of the 10 people in front of her. The 10 people from Hippo Academy opened their eyes at the same time and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The Qinguang Academy's instructor cried out in alarm and shrieked, You! Quickly stop. Quickly call the arena's administrator over. Don't tell me that they're just going to watch this little witch casually harm other academy students? Who are you calling a little witch?" Xianxia angrily shouted, "If you don't understand what others are doing, can you please shut your mouth?" Mo Lian's group had already arrived at Arbor's side. Their expressions were indifferent as they glanced at the Qinguang Academy's instructor who was making a ruckus. "Get out of the way." Yuan Shurchen flicked her finger and a ray of spirit energy shot at the Qin Optics Institute's instructor's knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. Following that, a gust of wind was sent towards him, and the Qinguang Academy's instructor was swept away like a piece of trash. With a bam, he fell onto the seats and crushed a few chairs. Xiaomu simply didn't look at that Qinguang Academy's instructor in the eye. She took out a porcelain bottle and poured out 10 pills. Her fingers swiftly tapped those 10 people's acupoints from a distance, forcing the 10 people from Hippo Academy to simultaneously open their mouths. 10 pills were tossed into the mouths of the 10 people. They melted in their mouths, leaving only a faint medicinal fragrance in their mouths. This Grandmaster's medical skills are amazing. This old man admires you. A white-haired old man walked out from the Shuntian Starlight Academy. He gave Arbor a friendly smile and even cupped his hands politely. "Ah? Isn't that Starlight Academy's alchemy Grandmaster Zhou? Even Grandmaster Zhou is so respectful towards this young lady. It seems that this young lady's medical skills are really amazing." Arbor turned his head and very politely returned a bow to Grandmaster Zhou. Senior is too kind. I don't deserve to be called a Grandmaster. It's just that I have studied medicine with my master for a few years and know a little about it. Hey, little Grandmaster, you're too modest. Grandmaster Zhou smiled and waved his hand. At this time, the 10 Hippo Academy students on the ground slowly woke up. Catch up on yesterday's 2 chapters. Today's 10,000 chapters would still be around 12 in the morning. Xianxia, who was the leader, looked at the group of people around him blankly. He forced himself to sit up slowly and asked with a puzzled expression, What happened? Arbor moved her fingers, and several talismans glowed with a faint blue light. With a whoosh, they disappeared into the foreheads of the 10 people from Hippo Academy. You were poisoned, and the other party used a type of forbidden curse on you. During the confrontation just now, you completely lost control of your emotions and attacked us mercilessly. Xiaomu explained dryly, Go back and properly recuperate. There's nothing wrong at the moment. Then, she threw a porcelain bottle to Xianxia. Take 1 pill of this medicine every day. You should recover in 3 days. Thank you. The moment Xianxia opened his mouth, he felt his mouth leaking air, so he hastily covered his mouth and forced an awkward smile at Xiaomu and the others. Although he didn't know what had happened, he could tell from everyone's expressions that something bad had happened. Do you remember when you lost consciousness? Emolian suddenly asked. Xianxia frowned and thought hard for a while, then shook his head blankly. No, I don't remember. I only remember that I went out with my friends as usual this morning. When we walked past a carriage with a black awning on the street, we saw the curtain of the carriage lift slightly. Other than that, it seems that nothing out of the ordinary happened. Arbor nodded. This person's method of poisoning is very shrewd. No wonder you were poisoned. Thank you for your help, Miss Zhao. Xianxia led the group of Hippo Academy students who had struggled to get up. They bowed again to Arbor, then left with the students. Arbor looked coldly in the direction they left. With a flick of her sleeve, a row of tiny black poison-tailed butterflies darted out of her sleeve and chased after Xianxia and the others. Maiqiao section break, Song State, southeast of the 3 upper states. Overlooking the entire Song State, it was like a fairyland shrouded in clouds and mist. Celestial mountains rose and hundreds of birds danced. Because it was southeast, separated from China and the underworld by the Great Forest to the north and the Sea of Forgetfulness to the west, it was relatively safe. For over 100 years, Song Prefecture had never experienced war. The people lived and worked in peace and harmony. Recently, in the capital of the Song Prefecture, Phoenix the Arch City, the most talked about thing was that Song Prefecture's great emperor had acknowledged his 4th son and brought the mother and son back to the Imperial Palace. Imperial Palace, South Chao Hall, in a corner of the West Court. A man in a white robe was lazily lying on the stone table in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Using his slender fingertips, he gently stirred a small cup of viburnum wine. A white jade cup rolled back and forth between his fingertips. The man supported his forehead with one hand, bored to death. Fourth Highness, Fourth Highness. Fourth Highness. Ah. The man's voice sounded as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. Your Highness the 4th Prince, His Highness the Crown Prince, 2nd Prince, and 3rd Prince's carriages have arrived at Donggu Gate one after another. Your Highness the 4th Prince, please tidy up your appearance and go to the main hall to welcome the 3 princes. Gulp. The wine cup in the man's hand fell onto the stone table, and a thin and long stream of viburnum wine spilled out, slowly flowing along the cracks of the stone. Extremely boring. Your Highness, Your Highness. The young eunuch near him was almost scared to death. He scrambled to the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Your Highness, the 3 princes are about to enter the main gate. Whoosh. The man lifted the hem of his robe and stood up, striding toward the main hall. Let's go. Your Highness, Your Highness. Looking at his slovenly His Highness with his waist-length hair and lazy appearance, the young eunuch wanted nothing more than to go up and cry. His Highness the 4th Prince was too careless. His pitch-black boots stepped through the door, and with a casual flick of his sleeve, he saw 3 tall and slender youths standing inside the main hall. The man's eyes flickered, and he laughed loudly. Duan Yu was unaware of the 3 elder brothers' arrival. Please forgive Duanyu for not going out to meet you. The three youths turned around. All of them were spirited and handsome, with dashing brows and bright eyes. Only the slightly older man at the front had an abnormally pale complexion. Fourth brother. That man nodded at him with a smile. How could you forget again? You have already returned to the palace with royal father and announced to the world that you are our Xianxia's fourth prince. Your real name is Rongli. Oh? Duanyu interrupted the crown prince's words with a grin and waved his hand. It's only a name, nothing more than a title. It doesn't matter what I'm called. Fourth brother, eldest brother is right. I've been used to people calling me Duanyu for the past 20 years. Hearing someone call me Rongli, I really don't know who they're calling. Duanyu lifted his robe and sat down in front of the table in an indecent manner. He pursed his lips at the three youths and said, Elder brothers came from afar just to talk to younger brother about such a trivial matter? Of course not. Xianxia's crown prince smiled faintly. On his slightly pale face, a pair of pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at this younger brother. To tell the truth, ever since royal father brought this younger brother back several days ago, he had never understood this person. You could say that he didn't care about trifles, but one could see that he was meticulous and reserved in his thoughts. You could say that he was a profound person, but he treated everyone as if he didn't care about anything. He would smile brightly when he saw people, as if he was magnanimous and wasn't afraid of anything being said. Even though the streets and alleys of the imperial city were currently filled with all kinds of legends about this fallen fourth prince, he didn't seem to care at all. Fourth brother. During the trip to the imperial ancestral temple tomorrow, Imperial Father will personally record your and noble consort Duan's names into the imperial family's genealogy. We brothers have come to congratulate you first. Duanyu guffawed and waved his hand as he said, Elder brother is treating me like an outsider. It's just a small matter. There's no need for you to come here personally. You can just send someone to pass on the message. This is a big event for fourth brother. How can we not come to congratulate you? The second prince said with a smile. Then many thanks, elder brothers. Duanyu. Oh, no, Rongli thanks elder brothers for their great kindness. Ali, actually, according to the usual practice. As long as a child of the Xianxia royal family is born, regardless of gender, 3 days after birth, they will be taken to the imperial ancestral temple by someone from the imperial clan's council of elders to undergo an inheritance ceremony. However, Duanyu merely smiled and didn't say anything as he listened to them continue their conversation. At such a time, all he had to do was listen, and there was no need for him to interject or express any other opinion. The royal family of the Xiang prefecture originally inherited the bloodline of the ancient demon emperor. Unfortunately, more than 1,000 years ago, a powerful figure in the clan obtained this inheritance. Since then, no one else obtained this inheritance. This powerful figure who obtained the inheritance of the ancient demon emperor was the founding monarch of our Xiang prefecture. Duanyu creased his brows but didn't say anything. Fourth brother, if you can obtain the inheritance of the demonic blood during this trip to the imperial ancestral temple, your future encounters will definitely be very different from before, the third prince said with a smile. Fourth brother has only returned home for a few days. However, this older brother has heard royal father mention many times that fourth brother is gifted and extraordinarily intelligent. Presumably, only someone like fourth brother can obtain the favor of the ancient inheritance. Duanyu smiled but didn't say anything. He merely swept a mocking gaze over the second and third princes. Aren't these two people acting a little too anxious? He hadn't even gone to the imperial ancestral temple, yet they were already rushing over to pressure him. On the other hand, although his eldest brother the crown prince looked a bit sickly, he was far more scheming and courageous than those two idiots. It was no wonder that no one could shake his position as crown prince even though he had been sick all these years. The crown prince of Xiang prefecture chuckled. Second brother, third brother, the inheritance of the devil emperor also depends on chance. That's true. The second prince pursed his lips into a smile. To think of our Rong clan's most outstanding son, Prince Qing Rongqing, when he was born, it was said that the sky was filled with splendor. In the entire Xianxia, there was only day and no night. Duanyu nodded with a grin. Regarding this Prince of Qing's legend, He had already heard many legends along the way before he even set foot in Phoenix Emperor City's territory. This heir was 2 years older than him, and it was said that he was the youngest person in the entire Tsang prefecture to break through to the god realm before the age of 25. There were various versions of the legends about this heir Rong, and they were extremely vivid. Duanyu had heard no less than 17 to 18 versions. The most outrageous one was that heir Rong was born with 8 heads and 16 arms. Even spiders didn't seem to be that scary. 3 days after the heir of Prince Qing was born, he was carried to the imperial ancestral temple by the council of elders. The second prince smiled slightly, and there was a hint of schadenfreude in his smile. However, he didn't receive any of the demon emperor's inheritance that time. Duanyu tilted his head and nodded vigorously. That's truly regretful. Heh, fourth brother, you don't know. For someone as talented as Crown Prince Qing, he will have another chance to enter the imperial ancestral temple after 18 years. He will have a second chance to obtain the ancient inheritance. Oh. Duanyu nodded. Unfortunately, although Prince Qing's son possesses outstanding talent, he was still unable to obtain the acknowledgement of the devil bloodline. Duanyu nodded vigorously and said with a nod of understanding, elder brother wants to advise me not to have high expectations, right? As long as there was no expectation, there would naturally be no disappointment. Thank you for your reminder, big brother. Little brother is very grateful. You? The third prince was momentarily speechless. He indeed wanted to let this talented fourth brother know that it was not so easy to obtain the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. Of course, he had selfish motives and wanted to first strike this person's self-confidence, but this young man in front of him was too cooperative. He hadn't even said anything yet, but this fourth brother had already spoken such discouraging words. This unconventional guy made him momentarily speechless and didn't know how to continue the conversation. Song Prefecture's crown prince, Rongli, smiled faintly and reached out to pick up the teacup that a servant handed over. He took a sip. Ali, we heard that noble consort Duan's body is slightly unwell due to the fatigue from the journey. We have prepared a meager gift for Her Highness the noble consort to nurse her health. We hope that fourth brother will not decline. Then many thanks, elder brother. After fourth brother visits the imperial ancestral temple tomorrow, royal father will probably appoint a residence for fourth brother. When fourth brother moves in at that time, this older brother will come and disturb you again. Duanyu nodded with a grin. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with his 3 elder brothers, he personally escorted the trio out of South Chao Hall. His gaze instantly chilled as he indifferently swept his gaze over the trio's departing figures. After a long time, he finally turned around and followed the garden path to the study. Your Highness. The junior eunuch followed this master with trepidation. For some reason, this master had clearly just arrived at South Chao Hall not long ago and was usually smiling, but for some reason, he often felt a chilly wind blowing from his heart. In the Phoenix the Arch City, which one of them was a simple character? Bring the gifts they sent to the study first. Yes. Duanyu entered the study and kicked the door closed without any decorum. He slumped onto the low couch in front of the window and half reclined for a while with his legs crossed and head propped up in a sloppy manner. Until a junior eunuch knocked on the door and entered. He led a group of junior royal maids and eunuchs to move everything into the study. Your Highness. Duanyu nodded and waved his hand to dismiss them. Afterwards, he flashed to the pile of gifts. He spent the entire afternoon in the study opening the gifts one by one. After carefully inspecting them for a while, he put them back one by one. After changing some of the things in the gift boxes, he threw a few more. By the time he finished admiring everything, it was almost dusk. Duanyu sat down in front of the desk and stared blankly at the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window. After a while, he opened a secret compartment under the desk. He took out a rolled-up painting from inside. He supported his forehead with one hand and slowly unrolled the painting with the other. Duanyu's gaze landed on the woman's expressionless, jade-like face in the painting. His fingers caressed it lightly as he muttered to himself, "When will you come? Your Highness, do you want to light a lamp and serve a meal?" Duanyu heaved a long sigh of relief before rolling up the painting again and placing it in the secret compartment under the desk. He stood up and strode outside. Let's go to Qingren Hall. A moment later, the head palace maid of Qingren Hall hurriedly came in to report, "Nyang Nyang, His Highness has arrived." Noble consort Duan happily stood up. Just as she was about to go out and welcome him, she saw her son's handsome figure appear at the door and stride towards her. "Mother." Duan Yu bounced to his mother's side, his eyes curving into crescents. Old Nanny Lin, who had taken care of Duan Yu and his mother for many years in Sikong Planet's Duan family, said with a smile, "His Highness the Fourth Prince probably hasn't eaten dinner yet, right? This old servant will ask someone to serve the meal." Noble consort Duan smiled as she took her son's hand and poked his forehead with her finger. "This child, you don't have a proper appearance all day long. Look at your lazy attire. Do you think this is still Sikong Planet's Duan family? Mother, does this son need to dress up like a flower to come to your place?" Noble consort Duan burst into laughter and glared at him in both amusement and annoyance. She raised her hand to accept the fine-toothed comb that the head palace maid handed over and casually combed her son's long hair. She couldn't help but mutter, "Son, you're not young anymore. After you return from the Imperial Ancestral Temple and acknowledge your ancestors, how about mother have your royal father arrange a marriage for you?" Duan Yu nearly jumped up from his stool when he heard this. He hastily grabbed his mother's hand and said, "Mother, don't randomly matchmake son. At son's age, son is still only an infant in Songzhou." Her Highness Noble Consort Duan almost burst out in laughter, and she lightly smacked the back of her son's head. "Nonsense. Mother, son is speaking the truth. Look at eldest brother, he's nearly 40 years old, but he hasn't married and had children yet. Is there a need to rush this matter? But your eldest brother already has a marriage partner. What about you?" Noble consort Duan asked softly, "Ali, tell mother, do you have a girl that you fancy?" "No way." Duan Yu casually tossed a strand of long hair behind his head and pulled his mother's hand as he said, "Mother, if I fancy a girl, why wouldn't I tell you? Your son has grown up and can't be controlled by his mother. Don't keep saying these words to deceive me. I keep feeling that my son already has someone he likes." Duan Yu's smile stiffened, but he immediately broke into a flower-like grin. "Mother, there really isn't. Oh, that's right, I came over to bring gifts for eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. They sent over many tonics." Duan Yu lowered his voice and whispered into his mother's ear, "Son has already inspected them one by one. They are all pretty good medicinal herbs, so mother can just take them. Later, I'll have the royal physician come over and prescribe 2 food therapy prescriptions for mother to eat together." "You mischievous spirit." Noble consort Duan pursed her lips and smiled as she patted her son's forehead. "Hey, you should carefully consider what mother told you just now. Son, you should get married early. Mother can also hold a grandson or something as soon as possible." Duan Yu looked up at the sky speechlessly. "Mother, I already said that the average lifespan in Songzhou is over 200 years old. Your son is only 20 years old. He'll only be 21 after the new year. Is it worth the rush?" "That's right." Noble consort Duan sighed, her voice revealing a faint trace of loneliness. "People like you who embark on the path of cultivation easily have lifespans of over 100 years old. But mother is only a normal person. Mother is worried that in this lifetime—" "Mother, don't worry. In this world, there are countless elixirs that can prolong one's life. Moreover, I have a friend who is a very outstanding alchemist. Don't worry, the next time we meet, I will ask her for more elixirs that can prolong one's life. I guarantee that mother will be able to live healthily until 200 to 300 years old." Seeing his glib tongue, noble consort Duan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and laugh. "Friend? What kind of friend is this? Is it a girl?" Duan Yu twitched his mouth and quickly shook his head. "No, it's a man, a big beard." Noble consort Duan looked at him helplessly. "So useless. Look at you, my son. You're young and talented, and you're so handsome. How come you can't even get a wife after 20 years? Duan Yu simply wanted to flee. Whenever his mother brought up this topic, it was as if she had been scared witless. She repeatedly brought up the matter of his wife, it was so difficult to divert her attention. "Son, you're going to the Imperial Ancestral Temple tomorrow. Have you prepared your luggage?" "Mother, what luggage do I need?" The things I want are all in my inner world. Oh, that's right. My son is a very impressive great mystic cultivator. Duan Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. His mother was only a normal woman. After failing to trigger her mystic meridians, she had never come into contact with cultivation in her entire life. So his mother simply didn't know what cultivation realm he was currently in. In her opinion, great mystic cultivators seemed to be the most powerful cultivators in the end. After accompanying his mother for a meal and listening to her nag for a while, Duan Yu finally returned to South Chao Hall. He cultivated in the inner hall until dawn, when a steward eunuch came to invite him to bathe and change his clothes. This day was destined to be an extremely busy and convoluted day. Duan Yu's section break, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Prince Mo and Miss Chiao's figures both appeared on the side of the empty street. Arbor coldly gazed at the black canopied carriage parked on the side of the street. Just as she was about to walk up, Mo Lian gently grabbed her wrist. "Stay here, I'll go take a look first," Mo Lian said softly as she leaped over. Just as she landed in front of the black canopied carriage, a scarlet flame flew up and burned the carriage's curtains to ashes. There was no one inside the carriage, but there were several poison-tailed butterflies that had fallen inside. Arbor quickly walked to his side and stuck her head out to take a look inside the carriage. Her expression turned even colder. That person shouldn't have escaped too far. "Let's chase," Arbor said coldly. Mo Lian naturally nodded and hooked his wife's waist. With a leap, Little Seven turned into a meandering golden light. The two jumped onto the dragon's back and took advantage of the fact that the sky had yet to brighten to give chase for several kilometers. Finally, they discovered two black flying eagles in the desolate outskirts of the city. They were carrying two panic-stricken men as they fled with all their might. Arbor coldly narrowed her eyes, and her gaze landed on the eagles' backs. Her pupils contracted, and a red light shot out from her eyes. The two men, who were lying on the eagles' backs and urging them to speed up, suddenly felt a gust of wind behind their heads. When they turned back to look, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. They saw two large trees that had sprouted from the ground flying straight at their backs. The two men quickly patted the eagles beneath them and urged them to dodge in fear. But how could they make it in time? Once Arbor's telekinesis was activated, it was absolutely seamless and as fast as lightning. With just a quick thought, she would be able to use any external object within 100 meters at will. Boom! Boom! The two of them were pulled by the trees, and their flying speed immediately slowed down. A line of fire immediately landed on the backs of the two eagles. As soon as their feathers were ignited, two shrill eagle cries came from the sky. How could the two eagles withstand the roasting of the purple flame? Smoke rose from their bodies as they tumbled down from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Mo Lian took a step forward and appeared in front of them with her arms around Arbor's waist. The two of them tried to resist, but were unexpectedly kicked in the chest by Prince Mo's two flying kicks. Their entire bodies rolled backwards, and their backs hit the ground heavily. Arbor raised his finger and tossed two dictum talismans to the two of them without hesitation. "Who are you?" She knew that after the mastermind discovered that the poison and puppet talismans on Xiaogua's group from Hippo Academy had been removed, they would definitely come to investigate. Thus, she had the poison-tailed butterfly follow the students from Hippo Academy and wait for them to come to her door. "We are disciples of the Clear Sky Sect." "Clear Sky Sect? I didn't look for you, but you took every opportunity to cause trouble for me." Arbor's eyes were filled with anger, and her fingers were tightly clenched into fists. "When the competition is over, I'll look for you." Arbor's eyes flashed, and she flicked two explosion talismans at the two of them. In an instant, there were two loud booms. She didn't turn back to look at them again. She pulled Prince Mo and turned to leave. "Jojo." Mo Lian gently pulled her little hand back and hugged her to his side. He lowered his head and gazed deeply at her. "The people from Clear Sky Sect are like a group of rats in the corners, strolling out from time to make things difficult for you. How about you leave them to me to deal with?" Arbor shook her head and gritted her teeth stubbornly. "No, I want to deal with Fangu and Fanchoha personally." She wanted to personally end this nightmare of the past. No one could do it for her. "Alright, since you've already decided." Mo Lian raised his hand to stroke her slightly messy hair. "Then I'll support you." I'll send people to investigate their location first. As long as we have the exact location, we don't have to worry about them escaping. I'll send people to restrain them first. When you get there, you'll deal with them personally. Arbor threw herself into his arms and shifted her head on his chest. She said in a muffled voice, "Am I too willful?" "Nonsense." Mo Lian smiled and patted her head. "My Jojo is so considerate. How can you be willful?" Mo Lian pulled her little hand and headed in the direction of Serenity Inn. When the two returned to the inn, the sky was already bright. Hu Shichen and the others also came downstairs one after another. Looking up, Hu Shichen, who was leaning on the side, happened to see the two walking in hand. "Oh? So early. Did you go out to do something naughty again?" Facing the morning light, Hu Shichen smiled at Arbor. Arbor reached out and picked up 2 boxes of pastries. "I met someone selling crispy meat patties at the street corner. I only bought 3 patties for 1 spirit coin. There aren't many. First come, first served. Yeah, my Jojo is the most considerate." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. He gently floated over to Arbor and lifted his hand to take the 2 boxes of desserts from her hands. "I'm a little hungry. Hey, shopkeeper, give me another bowl of porridge." "Huh. You're Jojo. Who's yours?" Mo Lian rolled her eyes at young Master Foam. She pulled Arbor to the table and took the millet porridge from the owner. "Eat." Arbor took out 2 more hibiscus cakes from the lunchbox and placed them in front of Shichen. "Yes." The little fellow propped up her chin with one hand as she stirred the boiling porridge in the bowl. She harumphed and said, if Duanyu was here, he could finish these 2 plates of hibiscus cakes in one go. Mo Lian's hand that was holding the chopsticks paused for a moment. She picked up a piece of hibiscus cake and put it into her mouth. "Oh." Shichen pursed her lips with a spurious smile and patted Arbor's arm. "Why did you suddenly think of that dunce out of the blue?" "Nope, I just thought of him when I saw this plate of hibiscus cakes." Arbor pointed at Mo Lian and said, "Hubby doesn't like to eat sweets, but Duanyu likes them. Men who like to eat sweets are usually more feminine." Mo Lian took a bite of the hibiscus cake and felt that it wasn't to her taste, so she tossed it to the side. A certain venerable immortal, who had already eaten 2 pieces of hibiscus cake, suddenly felt that he couldn't bring his chopsticks down. "Do you freaking know how to speak? Who are you calling feminine?" "Jojo, don't listen to Mo Lian's nonsense. This is all a matter of taste." Shichen thought about it but still picked up the 3rd piece of hibiscus cake. Arbor propped up her chin and turned to look at Prince Mo Lian. "Do you have something to say?" "No." Mo Lian calmly finished her porridge and put down the bowl. Arbor puffed up her cheeks and looked at him in a huff. "Liar. You clearly paused and wanted to say something just now. Do you think Jojo is a fool?" Prince Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Ji Chen's eyes curved, and she said with a nod, "Jojo, it's good that you think that way. He's a liar. Look, he even hid such a small matter from you, let alone that kind of major matter." "Shut up." Prince Mo directly stuffed half a steamed bun into Ji Chen's mouth and turned to look at Arbor. "It's not a major matter. It's just that I recently received a rather interesting rumor about Duanyu." "What rumor?" Arbor asked curiously. 4th Duan was born in the Xianxia Rong clan. Xianxia Rong clan? What kind of place is that? Arbor expressed her confusion. Xianxia, one of the 3 upper provinces. Jichen explained with a smile, the Divine Province, Xianxia, and Underworld Province are the 3 upper provinces. Don't you know this, my Jojo? Arbor pursed her lips and took a bite of the hibiscus cake. How could I remember so much? When he told her about the 3 prefectures and 6 prefectures, she only thought about it once in her head. Most of it was just a passing thought. The little girl stirred the porridge with a spoon and asked curiously, Xianxia Rong clan? Duanyu? Mo Lian nodded. I received news that Duanyu returned to Xianxia's capital, Phoenix Emperor City, with the Emperor of Xianxia a few days ago. His mother, the youngest daughter of the Duan family head, was promoted to noble consort Duan by the Emperor of Xianxia. Isn't there a concealed weapons patrician family in the Divine Province? Machem Mo Lian nodded. The Divine Province's Duan clan can be said to be fourth Duan's family. However, they probably haven't interacted much for over a century. Arbor pursed her lips. If it were me, I wouldn't acknowledge this kind of father. Oh? My Joe. The venerable peach blossom immortal smiled so widely that his beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. That's the great emperor of Tsang Prefecture, the most honorable of the upper three prefectures. Together with the great emperor of the divine land and the great emperor of the underworld, they were known as the three great emperors of the three upper continents. If it were my Qiao, would you not want such a father? Why him? After tossing Duan Yu and his son on Sikong planet for 20 years, elderly patriarch Duan had finally raised Duan Yu up after much difficulty, yet he brought him back with a single sentence. How could there be such a beautiful thing in this world? I wouldn't want a father like that even if you gave it to me. Not only that, a family like that should be cut off all contact with. Arbor thought of something, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Mo Lian chuckled as he rubbed the little fellow's head. He understood clearly in his heart. His little girl had such a strong temperament. If you wanted her to treat you with sincerity, you had to pay a heavy price first. Otherwise, the little fellow would bury her heart deep and absolutely wouldn't allow you to get close to her. The venerable peach blossom immortal clicked his tongue and nodded repeatedly. Jojo's words are reasonable. In that case, fourth Duan is only someone who covets glory, splendor, and wealth? Arbor pursed his lips tightly and didn't utter a word. Jojo, this matter isn't up to fourth Duan to say that he doesn't want to go back. Prince Mo couldn't resist defending fourth Duan after some thought. When Arbor thought of the great emperor of Tsangzhou's power, he felt relieved. Sleep soundly, wake up to catch up on 2 nights. After all, with Duanxi's current power, it was impossible for him to go against Tsangzhou's emperor. Tsangzhou's emperor could probably wipe out Sikong planet's Duan family 18 times over with a single finger. How could Duanxi win against them? Arbor felt a trace of anger in her heart, probably because she thought of her background and those unreasonable people from the 3 states. If they force me to go back, I'll definitely make their lives worse than death, and their homes will never be at peace. When she spat out this sentence, Crown Prince Mo and young Master Feng could both sense her intense emotional turmoil, and her tone was laced with intense loathing. Prince Feng quickly patted the little fellow's head. Don't worry, with me here, no one can force you to do anything. Mo Lian glared at Prince Feng's hand, and the latter glanced at her. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Duan Muqing and the others coming down from the 3rd floor, so he retracted his hand. Hey, you guys are so early. The little fatty quickly walked down the stairs and dragged a stool to sit in front of them. Speaking of which, we should be able to enter the top 30 in 2 days. Mata took a bun, broke off a piece, and stuffed it into her mouth. I wonder if they'll play any tricks in the finals. Zhou Danjin looked at the students with an indescribable gaze. Instructor Zhou, if you have any concerns, why don't you share them with us? Zhou Danjin looked at the crowd. I think that since everyone knows that Xiaoqiao has a sacred beast by her side, the finals won't be held back. I reckon that the final match won't be carried out in a face-off situation. This was something that everyone understood. They knew that Jojo had sacred beasts, and perhaps more than one, but still wanted to fight with her for first place in the finals. That would be blind. Then, Instructor Zhou, what kind of tricks do you think the old men from the prefecture's first-class academies will play? Zhou Danjin sighed and shook his head. Let's wait and see. If the other party's request was too outrageous, it wouldn't just be the top academies that would be dissatisfied. Don't tell me they want us to clean up some zombie base again? The little fatty cried out with a piece of pastry in his mouth. Wei Wei shook his head. They're not that stupid. They didn't say that we can't use mystic beasts to sweep through the zombie base. That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they wanted to target him, those old fogies of the academy would probably issue a rule that prohibited the use of any profound beasts in the finals. Arbor looked disinterested as he said expressionlessly, if we don't summon Bloodblaze and the others, do we really have no way to deal with those people? If those teachers from prestigious schools had such thoughts in their hearts, they would advise their students to take care of themselves. Instructor Hu smiled and said, Xiaoqiao has shown her medical skills in front of everyone again. If they intend to target our academy, they should have taken this into consideration. Xianxia sneered, isn't that their trump card, the inner world seal? Instructor Zhou smacked his lips and coughed lightly. Perhaps this time, they will make it clear that talismans are not allowed. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Don't worry, mentor. We've already experienced such hardships in Qianluo's underground arena. Lu Yu chuckled. Mata interrupted from the side. That's right. Speaking of which, we have to thank the teachers for their strict training. That's right. Zhou Danji nodded. Didn't the teachers put in so much effort for you? Only those who can survive in the most arduous environment will naturally not fear anything in the future. Everyone silently rolled their eyes. Therefore, everyone should still carry some medicine and the like with them. Otherwise, when the time comes, there will be new rules for the finals and catch you off guard. Understood, instructor. Understood. Alright, since everyone has eaten and drank their fill, let's set off. Everyone stood up and walked towards Xinhua Martial Arts Arena in groups. There won't be any problems with drawing lots after this. The remaining teams are probably about the same in terms of strength. Zhou Danjin said, Xianxia, go up and draw lots today and tomorrow. Miss Chow glanced at Instructor Zhou from the corner of her eyes. She didn't expect this instructor to be so smart. He actually knew that she was tired of drawing lots. Xianxia naturally nodded in agreement and didn't have any other objections. More than half of the teams that were eliminated previously didn't leave the arena. Although they lost the right to continue competing, they all chose to stay and observe the remaining matches. After all, they could learn a lot of actual combat experience from observing. This was a rare opportunity, so no one was willing to give up on it. Moreover, the students that were eliminated from the competition were all stifled and wanted to know who the top 3 would be this year. Arbor sat down and watched Xianxia go up the arena. There were 170 teams participating in this round. The main referee, Elder Hong, announced loudly as soon as he went up the stage, the top 10 academies of the 6 prefectures have been decided at the last minute. The top 30 teams must be determined today. Even if it takes until dawn, the top 30 must be determined. Does everyone have the confidence to continue? Yes, the representatives of the 170 academies answered loudly. Xianxia silently cursed in her mind, Instructor Zhou, and the rest guessed correctly. Look, this troublemaker is probably coming soon. After drawing the number 18 bamboo stick, Xianxia and the academy representative who also held the number 18 bamboo stick looked at each other. They didn't say anything else and directly jumped off the stage to return to their seats. Maiqiao section break, Song Province. Our dear Duanyu, who left before dawn, sat in the imperial carriage and swayed back and forth as he dozed off. The young eunuch who accompanied him knelt by his side. From time to time, he had to stretch out his hands to support his master's head, so as to prevent him from hitting his head against the window. The noon sunlight seeped in through the thick curtains of the carriage and scattered on his jade-like face. Even Prince Qing, who was known as the #1 handsome man in Phoenix Emperor City, couldn't compare to the 4th prince's gorgeous facial features and charming appearance. The little eunuch thought silently in his heart. Then, he heard a low voice coming from outside the carriage. Your Highness, we have arrived at Mount Taiyuan. Your Highness, Your Highness. The eunuch reached out to support his master's drooping head. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Your Highness, it's time to prepare to climb the mountain. Duanyu opened his bewildered eyes, and his watery peach blossom eyes were at a loss. Prince Qing, together with Prince Qing, requests an audience with His Majesty, a shrill voice sounded beside her ear. Duanyu instantly lost his drowsiness. When he recalled the rumored 8-headed heir of Prince Qing, his eyes flickered. Let's go take a look. Your Highness, please slow down. Before the eunuch could pull open the curtains, Duanyu had already jumped off the carriage first. When he looked forward, he saw Congzhou's crown prince, Rongli, slowly alighting from the carriage with the help of 2 eunuchs make up for yesterday's 2 chapters. Tonight's 6 chapters, later. Although Rongli's physique was a bit frail, he looked refined and courteous. He could be considered an elegant young master. Duanyu cupped his hands at him and strode to the carriage. He saw the Prince of Qing, who was wearing a green fur cloak, striding to the Congzhou Emperor's carriage with a grin. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, this subject brother has disturbed you. Duanyu was a bit disappointed when he saw the Prince of Qing's round figure. Rumors were indeed rumors. Just by looking at the Prince of Qing's appearance, how good could the heir of King Qing be? As expected, the rumors were false. They were nothing more than exaggerated rumors passed down from person to person. Duanyu pursed his lips and looked away. When he turned his head, he saw a tall young sir with an outstanding appearance and a very indifferent expression. He was wearing a thin embroidered blue cloak as he walked forward. He was wearing a light green robe with several elegant green bamboos embroidered on the hem. The bright green hairpin in his hair shimmered faintly under the sunlight, setting off his snow-white face to appear aloof and indifferent. When his gaze landed on him, his footsteps paused and he bowed at him. "Your Highness the Fourth Prince." Duanyu gaped as his gaze landed on that person. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Qing? The heir of King Qing?" "Yes." The young sir nodded indifferently. Duanyu instantly silently retracted his internal criticism. The father is the father, and the son is the son. The heir of King Qing's appearance was probably 99% similar to his mother's, however, this father and son pair was too festive. They were both dressed in green, and the heir of King Qing even had a green dot on his head. How much did he want to be green? At this moment, the Xianxia emperor also alighted from the carriage. The emperor had a tall and sturdy figure and an imposing heroic aura. Based on appearance alone, Duanyu naturally took after his beautiful mother. To think that he was still silently criticizing other people, in reality, he and his father were only slightly similar from head to toe in terms of their dashing eyebrows. In reality, even their temperaments were not similar. The Xianxia emperor nodded and said, "Quickly go up the mountain. Don't miss the auspicious hour." Mount Taiyuan was where the ancestral temple of the imperial family was located. Since the founding of the dynasty, every time the imperial family of the Tsang prefecture went up the mountain to pay their respects, no matter how high their status was. Even the emperor himself had to go up the mountain to pay his respects. They were not allowed to use carriages. Fortunately, everyone had some foundation in cultivation. Even if their talent wasn't that outstanding, it wouldn't take much effort for a great mystic cultivator to climb a mountain. Half an hour later, several palace maids and eunuchs without any cultivation base hurriedly followed their master's footsteps and arrived at the Taizong Temple on Mount Taiyuan. Emperor Xianxio's expression was faintly agitated as he turned to Duanyu and said, "Ali, enter the imperial ancestral temple with Qing Er." Duanyu curiously glanced at Prince Qing's heir, Rong Qing. Didn't he say that he could only enter the imperial ancestral temple twice in his lifetime? Whether or not he could obtain the inheritance of the Devil Emperor would depend on his luck. Why now? Rong Qing didn't say anything and didn't even look back at Duanyu. The two of them ascended the long steps of the imperial ancestral temple. After walking for at least half an hour, they finally entered the main hall of the imperial ancestral temple. An elder with white hair and beard had already been waiting for them in the main hall for a long time. When he saw Duanyu and Rong Qing enter the imperial ancestral temple one after the other, he greeted them with a smile. Qing Er also came. "Please wait a moment, Your Highness the Fourth Prince." "Qing Er, come in with me first." Duanyu was very indifferent. In any case, he had never cared about this Devil Emperor's blood. As he watched the elder lead Rong Qing inside, Duanyu's heart did not ripple in the slightest. Prince Qing's heir was probably unwilling to give up and wanted to beat him to the punch and see if he could inherit even a wisp of the Devil Emperor's blood. Inside the inner hall, a gorgeous light suddenly flourished. The elder's excited cry came from inside. "Heir? Is it going to succeed?" Just as the elder finished speaking, that light suddenly vanished without a trace. The white-haired elder shook his head and sighed deeply. It still won't work. Every time, it was so close by, and the elder felt anxious watching from the side. When the two of them came out of the inner hall one after the other, Duanyu specially paid attention to Prince Qing's heir, Rong Qing's expression. Yet when he saw that fellow's unruffled expression without any change, he couldn't help but feel bored. What's up with this emotionless look on his face? Since you have no desires, then why do you keep coming to ask for the inheritance of the Devil Emperor's blood? Hence, it was merely a facade. Your Highness, please. The elder finally walked up to Duanyu and made a respectful gesture. Duanyu nodded and followed the elder to the inner hall. He looked up. This inner hall was merely empty, and there was only a huge stone platform built in the center of the hall. A transparent crystal ball emitting a purple light was suspended high above the stone platform. The round crystal ball appeared very blurry under the illumination of the candlelight. As the crystal flashed, a speck of vermilion seemed to flash across the purple crystal ball. Duanyu quickly walked up at the elder's signal and turned back to smile at him. "Elder, what if I inject spiritual energy into this crystal ball, and it can't bear the burden and explodes? What should I do then?" Duanyu blinked and said, "At that time, where would I go to find another sealing ball that carries the inheritance of the Devil Emperor's blood for you?" The elder couldn't help but chuckle. "Your Highness, do your best. If you want to shatter the sealing ball in one go." "It's impossible with just you," the elder forcefully swallowed his words. This kind of shrewd person naturally wouldn't say anything disobedient in front of Duanyu. Duanyu's hands came out from under his sleeves. Suddenly, a stream of water spirit appeared in his hands and shot straight at the inheritance sealing ball. After the spiritual energy landed on the inheritance seal, the entire sphere exploded with a blinding light. This kind of light was 1,000,000 times more dazzling than the light that burst out when Rongqing went in. The elder was completely stunned. Prince Qing's heir, Rongqing, who was standing in the outer hall, abruptly turned his head. His expressionless face finally revealed a hint of surprise. There was no lack of geniuses in this world, standing outside the imperial ancestral temple, waiting for the result of the inheritance. The Xianxia Emperor and the Crown Prince both looked up at the blinding divine light above the imperial ancestral temple. Rongli secretly suppressed the gloominess in his eyes and thoughtfully raised his head to look at the place where the strong light appeared. Ha 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 ha. Song Prefecture's great Emperor Rong Yuan couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Could it be my son?" "Your Majesty." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The elder ran down the long steps leading to the imperial ancestral temple and reported the good news repeatedly. "His Highness the Fourth Prince is starting to accept the inheritance." "Where's my son?" The emperor was so excited that his hands were shaking. The elder naturally also said excitedly, "His Highness is currently isolated. We can't approach for the time being." According to ancient records, the clan's descendants who obtain the supreme inheritance can take as little as 7 days to as many as several months. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The elder had a fawning smile on his face, but he was a bit alarmed that he had neglected His Highness the Fourth Prince earlier. Once this honorable and magnificent His Highness the Fourth Prince absorbed the Devil Emperor's bloodline inheritance, he would come out. In the future, he would become the most powerful and noblest person in the entire Rong clan. It was simply unimaginable what His Highness the Fourth Prince, who had just returned home, would achieve in the future. Songzhou's great emperor, Rong Yuan, was also very happy. For thousands of years, his fourth son had become the only person in the Rong clan who could obtain the Devil Emperor's bloodline inheritance. How could he not be excited and happy about this? At this very moment, Duanyu, who was inside the inner hall, felt as if his entire body was being burned by a raging inferno. It was indescribably unbearable. His entire body had been sucked into that transparent inheritance sealing ball, and he circulated his qi to resist the heat that was drilling into his body. That scarlet ray of light sank into the depths of his glabella. Duanyu abruptly opened his eyes, and he couldn't resist howling in rage. D*mn. This was 2F** King painful. This D*mn inheritance, was it trying to tear apart his conscience? At this moment, only he was very clear that his conscience seemed to be about to be evaporated by the heat. It was currently emitting waves of heat, causing his entire conscience to sink into an unbearably painful state. Duanyu suddenly reached out his left hand and tightly gripped his right arm. When he looked down, he saw a very distinct red line of blood spreading up inch by inch from his left wrist, as if it was burning and tempering all the meridians in his body. This kind of pain from the reconstruction of his bloodline was truly unforgettable. D*mn. He didn't need this kind of inheritance. Alright, it hurt, it hurt, it hurt. It hurt so much. Duanyu only felt like he was a trapped beast tightly locked in that inheritance sealing ball, passively and dazedly accepting this kind of inheritance. Ah! A shrill howl broke through the summit of Songzhou's imperial ancestral temple. Outside the imperial ancestral temple, Crown Prince Rong Li's handsome face was gloomy. He lowered his eyes slightly to hide the strange look in his eyes. She really didn't expect that the son of her father's mistress would actually have such an opportunity. Not long after entering the palace, he had already obtained the favor of the Devil Emperor's inheritance and easily obtained the inheritance. Rongli closed his eyes. When he turned his head to look at the emperor again, he regained his spring breeze-like smile. Imperial father, the fact that fourth brother has such an opportunity this time is enough to prove that he is a person with great fortune. Rong Yuan was elated. Hearing the crown prince's words, he hurriedly nodded and said, "That's right. According to the rules, fourth brother should move to Taiji Palace in the future." What? Rongli was caught off guard by his father's words. He raised his head in astonishment and asked, "Father, don't you plan to let fourth brother move out and live elsewhere?" Over the years, other than the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, which adult prince could stay in the palace, a faint sense of danger rose in the crown prince's heart. The great emperor shook his head. Fourth brother has obtained the inheritance of the demon emperor's bloodline. Naturally, he is different from others. Someone, pass on our decree. Hearing Father King's excited voice, Rongli silently shut his mouth and lowered his eyes. He secretly clenched his fists and forcefully tightened his palms. Rongli only withdrew his fingers when he felt a slight prickling pain. Rongli only retracted his finger when he felt a slight stab of pain. Everyone said that inheritances were good, but they didn't know that Duan Yu enjoyed an extraordinary amount of pain when he received this inheritance. When he was in extreme pain, Duan Yu's fingers trembled as he wanted to take out a bottle of medicinal liquid from his inner world to replenish his energy. However, he soon discovered that he couldn't do anything else. Right now, even a strand of his hair probably didn't belong to him anymore. Meanwhile, the emperor outside cheerfully said, "Old Fourth has only moved into the palace for a few days, so there shouldn't be too many things in the original South Chao Hall. Come over and move him to Taiji Palace first. Remember, everything must be of the best quality." "Yes." Crown Prince Rongli followed beside his father and said with a smile, if fourth brother knew that father treated him so well, he would definitely be very happy. How could he not be happy? Taiji Palace was second only to the Eastern Palace. Father was starting to value fourth brother. Previously, he didn't see father treating that son of his mistress very well after returning for so many days. Today's trip to the Imperial Ancestral Temple unearthed his potential, so father probably had some expectations for this son of his mistress. The Crown Prince of Xianxia turned his face away and tried his best to calm his emotions. He put on a face as bright as the moon and said, "According to Elder, fourth brother probably still needs to enter closed-door cultivation for many days. How about this son first accompany father back to the palace?" "All right." Xianxia's emperor nodded. Since they were waiting here, they might as well return to the palace first. Moreover, they didn't know how long fourth would be in closed-door cultivation in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, so there was no use in waiting. With this in mind, Xianxia's emperor turned to instruct the elder, "Send people to guard the entrance of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Don't let anyone sneak in and disturb fourth's cultivation." "Yes, Your Majesty." The section break of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The Academy ranking competition to determine the top 30 was in full swing. Arbor was half leaning on Mo Lian's arm, so bored that he was about to fall asleep. Since the end of the battle with number 18, they had been sitting on the bench here for almost a day. "Might as well go back to sleep," Miss Jiao muttered unhappily. Sigh, I wonder how long the competition will last. The instructors of the 6 prefectures' first-rate schools were quite willful. With just one sentence, everyone would accompany them and burn the midnight oil. Mo Lian reached out and stroked her head. "Jojo, if you're tired, you can sleep for a while." It seemed that the competition had nothing to do with them. There probably wasn't any team that didn't have eyes that would point out their top academy to the stage and decide the outcome of the battle. Arbor nodded. He rested his head on Mo Lian's arm and closed his eyes. He really did fall asleep. In the middle of the night, a loud roar woke her up. Arbor opened her eyes in a daze and looked at the brightly lit Xianxia Gladiator Arena. She helplessly rolled her eyes and said, "It's not over yet?" "Actually, it's not impossible to decide the top 30 tomorrow. Why is it so urgent to go to Brinset Island?" Arbor raised her hand and yawned. She leaned her head on Mo Lian's body and adjusted her posture. Shuntian Prefecture Celestial Light Academy challenges the top academy. Suddenly, a shout fell into everyone's ears. This was like eating an iced watermelon on a summer day. Everyone suddenly felt their eyes brighten. Holy shit, someone actually came to challenge us. The little fatty jumped up excitedly. Go 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 go. Let's go to the arena. Sitting here was really not fun at all. It wasn't easy for the Dawn Academy to be so happy to challenge them. Only a fool wouldn't go. Arbor rubbed her eyes, but her small hand was gently pulled down by Emolienne. Then I'm going. The little guy stood up shakily and followed the crowd. Just as he took a step forward, he heard a young referee on the arena call out awkwardly, "Wrong, wrong. The Dawn Academy isn't challenging the top academies. The Dawn Academy just said that they are challenging, Starlight Academy." Xia and the other two hurriedly stood up and walked towards the arena with a few seniors. When they passed by Arbor's group, they looked at them speechlessly. The little fatty was even more speechless. He slumped into his seat and said, "Crazy." They were blindly excited for half a day, but it turned out that the other party wasn't going to challenge them. What's the overall ranking of our academy now? I don't even know how they calculate the points. How can JoJo only be ranked 7th in the individual rankings? Exactly. I'm even suspecting that there's something fishy about the way they calculate the points. Arbor couldn't be bothered to care about how they calculated the points. She only had one goal, which was to go to Brinset Island, go to Chocho, and rob a large amount of spirit energy. At that time, whether or not those 3 pitiful spirit realms could continue to exist for a long time would depend on her mood, after sitting there for another 2 hours. The main referee, Elder Hong, finally personally walked onto the arena and said to everyone with a smile, "After everyone's non-stop efforts, the 30 teams participating in the finals have finally been decided. Elder Hong. Let's take a day off for the finals and continue the day after tomorrow." A Moonlight Academy student couldn't help but shout. He really couldn't take it anymore. After so many consecutive days of competition, today was still the kind of free selection. Their Moonlight Academy was really unlucky. They had been selected for as many as 3 rounds, and no one knew how they managed to survive the last round. Those bastards, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They only knew how to find trouble with their Moonlight Academy. Why didn't they go and compete with the top academies? Elder Hong smiled good-naturedly and said, "Don't worry, the mentors have already considered this point. We'll give everyone a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I'll let all of you participate in the final competition in high spirits," Elder Hong said with a smile. The final competition this time is different from the previous competitions. Elder Hong stretched out his hand and waved, causing a piece of paper that was filled with the rules of the final competition to appear in his hand, and then he lightly shook it before it appeared before everyone. After a discussion among the top 10 academies of the 6 prefectures, we've decided to let everyone participate in a grand final competition. Everyone was speechless. Looks like we still have to thank you. There are 3 stages in this round's final round. First, test his cultivation base. Secondly, we will test your mystic sense or spiritual sense. Thirdly, this is the most important event. The competition will release all kinds of birds in the sky above the arena. You will need to use your mystic sense to control them. The competition is very simple. The person who obtains the most birds will win the final round. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Zhou Danjin slapped his thigh and stood up, howling, "Everyone, isn't this strange competition a bit too much of a joke?" Some of the instructors from the other schools all agreed. "Joke, this is way too much of a joke." In the past, the victor was determined by strength, but this year, Instructor Chao Dan from the Sunlight Academy also shook his head. "I've never heard of or seen such a competition before. What's the point of testing cultivation and consciousness? Isn't this just empty talk? Some people with lower cultivation bases and spiritual senses may not necessarily be unable to defeat others with their own strength, right? We're purely testing cultivation and consciousness this time." An instructor from the Dawn Academy said sternly. "We can't borrow any external power. Isn't this a true demonstration of our own strength?" Arbor turned her head in amusement and glanced at Zhou Danjin. "Instructor, your crow's beak hit the nail on the head." The instructors at the top of the 6 prefectures were indeed starting to feel restless. It was a pity that no one of her age could compare to her in terms of cultivation and consciousness. Arbor shook her head. She didn't know if she was pitying the instructors of the Dawn Academy for being unable to do anything to her in the end, or if she was laughing at their stupidity. The first step of the final round is to test cultivation. Instructor Chowdan said exasperatedly. What's the use of just testing cultivation? There are many people whose cultivation and strength aren't on the same level. Then how can we? Where's the person who killed my son? A sudden roar interrupted Chowdan's ramblings. Everyone looked up in shock and saw a hale and hearty old man leading 40 or so spirit masters of the 7th level of the spirit realm into the air above the arena. The old man's face was slightly twisted as his gaze swept up and down the arena. Where are the people from the top schools? Hurry up and come out to meet your deaths. Arbor was a bit startled and stared blankly for a moment. She couldn't help but ask in a low voice, who is this old man looking for? Xianxia and the others were speechless. It turned out that after this little guy killed Zhao Li, he completely forgot about this person. It should be Zhao Li's father. Mata couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Jojo, don't you remember that Zhao Li from Flying Flower Academy, the one who ambushed us from behind? With such a vivid description, Arbor immediately remembered. He nodded and said, so it's him. What was going on? After killing a young one, the old one actually came knocking on his door. Prince Mo reached out and held her little hand. Arbor turned and winked at him, telling him not to worry. Then, he left his seat and walked towards Zhao Li's father. You must be Zhao Li's father. Zhao Li's father coldly glared at the little girl in front of him. He was so angry that his teeth itched. The little girl's calm and composed expression was really eye-catching. He couldn't wait to pounce on the girl in front of him and tear her to shreds. Then, he would grind her bones and scatter her ashes to dispel the hatred in his heart. Zhao Li was his precious only son. You're here for revenge? Arbor hooked her little finger at Zhao Li's father expressionlessly. Come. Your son will have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. All the teachers and students were speechless. Ignorant child, you've gone too far. The 6th watch ended. Zhao He was enraged. A streak of spirit energy flew out, sweeping towards Arbor like a poisonous snake. Mo Lian's eyes were filled with anger. She leapt up, flying to Arbor's side in an instant. With a flick of her sleeve, Zhao He's spirit energy was sent back the way it came, being repelled by a mighty force. Zhao He was shocked. He never thought that a spirit energy that seemed to be as light as a feather from a young man would be able to completely defeat him. In other words, with his decades of cultivation, he couldn't even last a single move from this young man. Impossible. He must have underestimated his opponent too much. Zhao He raised his hand and roared at the 40 or so 7th level spirit masters behind him, stop them. His subordinates quickly moved forward, stopping the people from the elite academy. Zhao He's palms ignited with raging flames. His body twisted in midair, 2 balls of fire in his hands, fiercely slamming down towards Arbor's head. Ha! A strange look flashed through Prince Mo's eyes. A cluster of black flames floated up from his fingertips, but it was only a wisp. Zhao He suddenly realized that the raging flames in his palms were extinguished bit by bit, until the fire spirit disappeared from his hands. Zhao He didn't know that this was an instinctive fear of the sacred fire that all fire spirits in the world had. Once the sacred fire was released, no one could resist it. A huge force suddenly appeared in front of Zhao He. Before Zhao He could make a sound, he felt a huge force. Zhao He couldn't control himself and flew out at a very strange speed. Miss Zhao didn't have a chance to make a move from beginning to end. She raised her head and silently looked at Mo Lian, thinking, that bastard Zhao Li has his father's support, but she also has her husband's support, who doesn't have relatives and friends. The little girl secretly rolled her eyes. At this time, Zhao He's outer clothes had been burned by Mo Lian's black flames. The black flames were like an evil dragon, suddenly rushing up Zhao He's body and tightly wrapping around him. Zhao He was shocked to find that the fire spirit in his body had actually disappeared. How could he dare to hesitate? He hurriedly tore off his outer robe and threw it on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a brocade robe was burned to ashes by the black flame. Zhao He looked at Mo Lian in bewilderment. If he hadn't activated his defensive barrier before attacking the little girl, he might have been the one to be burned to ashes. Zhao He's body trembled, and his legs involuntarily took half a step back. You? You? Who are you? Impossible. According to his information, the little girl who killed his precious son was simply a little ant who came from the lower star field to the Shuntian prefecture. She had only stayed in the Shuntian prefecture for half a year. But the man beside her? However, it made him instinctively feel a trace of fear. Zhao He was very clear that he couldn't see through this young man's cultivation. How could this man be so strong? Was he really from the lower star field? What made Zhao He collapse the most was that of the 40 or so 7th level spirit masters he had brought, half of them had been killed by the people from the top academy. The remaining 20 or so 7th level spirit masters didn't dare to continue fighting and quickly retreated to Zhao He's side. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao He clutched his chest and stared at the people from Arbor in shock. You guys? It was hard to believe. Not only were these ants from the lower star domain arrogant, but they were also able to beat up so many of his 7th rank spirit masters in one go. What kind of strength was this? Zhao He scanned the people from the top academies with lingering fear. He didn't know that there were several spirit supremacies and immortal supremacies among the people from the top academies. If it weren't for the fact that these great gods were afraid that the heavenly Tao would come looking for trouble, they would have only hesitated to make a move. At this moment, not even half of Zhao He's people would be left. If little Taisui and the others got serious, Zhao He wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being killed even if he brought hundreds or thousands of great spirit masters with him. In the face of absolute strength, Zhao He could only bow his head. If he wanted to live, he had to bow his head as soon as possible. When he thought of his only son, Zhao He's heart felt uneasy again. No way. He couldn't just abandon his son like this. Zhao Li had died an innocent death. He had to take justice back from this indifferent girl. Even if he couldn't take it back, he had to take a bite out of that girl. Zhao Li was about to step forward to pester her when he heard Mo Lian say coldly, "Take care of him." Yes. 4 or 5 shadow guards immediately appeared behind her. Under Tong's lead, they used their spirit power to lock the shocked Zhao He in place. They dragged along a few of Zhao He's disciples and immediately disappeared in front of everyone. Miss Chow blinked, then shook Missouri Lian's wrist. Who is he? How come I've never seen him before? He's called Tong, someone the Emperor sent over. Let's use him first. Currently, he was still lacking manpower. When he returned to the Divine Prefecture, he could slowly replenish them. Arbor nodded. Oh. Jojo, don't worry. Mo Lian raised a hand to touch her cheek. I can take care of these idle people. Arbor couldn't be bothered with Zhao He's matter. Since Prince Mo had taken care of everything for her, Miss Chow was naturally happy to be idle. Lian, that person called Tong was sent over by the Emperor of the Divine Prefecture? Mo Lian nodded. Reliable? I don't know yet. Mo Lian shook her head. But for now, he's obedient and hasn't caused me any trouble. Oh, Arbor said. Okay. After Zhao He's group was dragged away, the interrupted competition finally returned to normal. It was only on the surface that he looked calm. As for the people's hearts, they looked at Mo Lian with eyes full of stormy waves. Arbor was too lazy to care. The first event of the finals will be held in the afternoon. You can go back to the inn and rest for the first half of the day. Everyone was speechless. Isn't this competition of yours a bit too tight? She hated that she couldn't even use the time to eat and sleep. In just a few days, he had to fight so many matches. The intensity was high, and the strength of his opponents was high. Many people couldn't hold on any longer. Now that they heard that they could only rest for half a day, no one grumbled anymore. They immediately pulled their teams and hurried back to the inn. Are you kidding? Zhou Danjin said indignantly. This year's competition is simply a mess. I wonder who's the one who keeps coming up with these lousy ideas. They're just trying to fool people. Little Fatty and the others comforted Instructor Zhou, then returned to Omping Inn with the other instructors. Arbor didn't care. It didn't matter if she rested or not, it was all the same to her anyway. She wasn't tired at all. It didn't matter if she rested or not. Zhou Danjin brought the students back to Omping Inn to rest. They planned to have lunch together. When Arbor returned to the inn, Mo Lian pulled her back to her room to sleep. Miss Chow didn't feel sleepy at all. Although they had been rowdy the entire night last night, she could be considered to have slept for a while as she leaned on Mo Lian's body intermittently. "Hubby is sleepy." Mo Lian pulled her small hand as they trotted upstairs. Leaving behind a bunch of people who were crying piteously for food, he anxiously watched their backs as they left, secretly grinding his teeth. "Waiter! Bring out whatever food you have." Xianxia helplessly watched the couple leave. She could only summon the waiter in the inn. My Chiao section break, 90,000 miles away from the border city of the Divine Land. Inside the Panga clan's camp in the Aurora Sandland. A woman's painful howls could be heard. Princess Jing held the brush in one hand and put the finishing touches on the drawing paper. Then, she raised her head and glanced at the maidservant beside her. "What's wrong? Third miss, you haven't recovered yet?" Xianlan bowed to her respectfully. "Third miss needs some time to be reborn." Princess Jing sneered. She threw her brush onto the washers and said indifferently, "Her? Reborn? Don't joke around, Xianlan. She's just a clown at best." Xianlan lowered her head and didn't say anything. Jing Linyao didn't want to pursue the matter. She lifted the curtain and strode out. "Come with me." Her tent wasn't close to third Miss Jing Minyao's tent. When Jing Linyao slowly walked over, she happened to see Wang Liming carrying a lunchbox and walking towards her step by step. When Wang Liming saw Jing Linyao, she immediately bit her lips and hid the hatred in her eyes. She smiled and nodded at Jing Linyao. "Your Highness, are you here to see Saner?" Jing Linyao nodded with a smile and strode into Jing Minyao's tent. At a glance, she saw Jing Mingyao lying on the bed like a skinny monkey. Her eyes were fixed on Jing Linyao, who had just crossed the threshold. "Are you here to laugh at me?" Jing Mingyao opened her mouth and her voice was unbelievably hoarse. She wanted to slap the bed under her with all her might, but she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand to slap it. Jing Linyao suppressed the smile in her eyes. Looking at her foolish and fearless younger sister, she lightly said, "Third younger sister, big sister advises you not to get angry." It took a lot of effort for the Soul Congregation bell to gather your soul and allow you to open your eyes again. You have to cherish it. You. Jing Mingyao trembled with anger. You. If you hadn't schemed against me, would I have ended up in such a miserable state? Jing Linyao pursed her lips and snickered. "Third younger sister, you're wrong to say that. Big sister came to check on your body out of goodwill. Why did you bite me? Get out of my sight." Jing Mingyao struggled to throw an empty porcelain bowl at the head of the bed. However, she didn't have the strength to do so. Her head tilted and fell heavily on the bed. Jing Linyao's eyes flashed. With a faint smile, Jing Linyao said to Wang Liming, "Madam, if you have time, you should spend more time with my sister and persuade her to control her temper." "What do you mean? Outsiders are not like our family. As her elder sister, I have to give in to her in everything and accommodate her in all aspects." "But what about outsiders? For example, that crown princess, will she let go of my sister?" "Madam, you don't know how to teach your sister." Jing Linyao smiled with a trace of coldness. "After she goes out, there will be outsiders to teach her." "Don't you think so?" Old Mistress Jing was so angry that she fell backwards, her beautiful face flushed red. "Patriarch is here." An announcement interrupted everyone's conversation in the tent. Jing Mingyao angrily punched the bed and shouted to her father, who was walking in, "Father, elder sister is bullying me and my mother again." Panga clan's patriarch, Jing Zhuai, was over 70 years old, but his body was very strong and he walked very fast. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but frown at his eldest daughter, Jing Linyao. "What are you doing here?" Jing Linyao secretly sneered, but her face showed a very gentle smile. "Father, after more than 10 days of soul gathering by the soul gathering bell, my sister finally woke up, but her body is still very weak. As her elder sister, I naturally have to visit her. It's just that my sister has always misunderstood me." Jing Linyao smiled. "I didn't say anything. I just wanted Madam to teach her well." "But she said that I bullied her?" "Father, after all, this is a lesson learned. If Min Min continues to be so arrogant, she will kick a hard iron plate like this time, and there will be no turning back. Shut up. Wang Liming was furious. This woman kept on cursing her daughter. Did she want her Min Min to die again? Jing Linyao innocently looked at Mrs. Jing, Wang Liming. She then turned her head to look at her family head, Xianxia, who was looking at her thoughtfully. She smiled faintly. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Jing Zhui said coldly, looking at Princess Jing without any fatherly warmth. Jing Linyao nodded obediently and bowed to Jing clan head. Daughter will take her leave first. Master. Just as she stepped out of the tent, she heard Madame Jing sobbing. Look at how eldest miss is behaving. She doesn't put me in her eyes. Father. It's Jing Linyao who hurt me, Jing Linyao, that woman. Father, I want to kill her, I want to kill, cough, 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 cough. Jing Minyao's body twitched violently. Her mother, Madame Jing, was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly rushed up to hug her daughter and shouted, Min Min, Min Min. Min, don't get emotional. Didn't you hear what our family's witch doctor? After using the soul-gathering bell to return to your soul, you must maintain a stable state of mind for the next 15 days. Don't get too excited. Otherwise, even if you succeed in the future, there will be repercussions in your brain. I can't control my emotions. Jing Minyao screamed, Father, kill Jing Linyao for me. Kill her. It's her who hurt me, it's her. She must be the one who told me about Prince Mo's consort, it's her who led me to provoke that witch, that bitch. Ah. Jing Minyao screamed on the bed with a twisted face. Old Mistress Jing was so frightened that she quickly pressed down on her daughter's body. Daughter. Don't be so noisy. If you do this, you'll only be harming yourself. Mother. I'm in so much pain, so much pain. Min Min, where does it hurt? Mother, I'm in pain all over, so painful, so painful. Madame Jing held her down, wiping her tears as she said, Min Min, bear with it a little more. The soul congregation bell is like this, after it successfully gathers the soul, you won't fully recover immediately. You'll need time to recuperate. Don't make a fuss anymore. Jing Minyao's body twitched, her face twisted. Clan head Jing glanced at her, sighed, and asked 2 servants to help Madame Jing hold down Jing Minyao's limbs. Jing Linyao stood outside the tent. Hearing this, she couldn't help but smile faintly, turned and left. There was nothing good to hear after this, it was naturally the drama that had been going on all along. Madame Jing was just going to sue Princess Jing. Jing Linyao curled her lips and slowly fiddled with her fingers. She slowly walked towards her own tent. If she was so easily defeated by that woman's pillow talk, then she wouldn't be Jing Linyao, the only Princess Jing in the entire Jing family. Clan head Jing walked out of his daughter's tent with his hands behind his back. His face still didn't look good. His face was calm as he walked silently for a while. Behind him was an old servant who was holding a large brocade box in his hand. Jing Qian. This one is here. You have to keep an eye on the soul congregation bell. It only has 1 use left. It would be a lie if clan head Jing said he didn't feel the pain of using up the soul congregation bell for no reason because of his daughter's matter. Yes, clan head. Also, send some people down to investigate the background of that crown princess of the divine land. How did an ant from the lower star field kill his daughter Min Min? Yes. Clan head Jing sneered, crown princess of the divine land? A woman from the lower star field is destined to not be recognized by the great emperor. The crown prince of the divine land is really a capricious person, he actually got married in the lower star field. If this news were to spread to the divine prefecture, it would definitely shock the entire nation. I saw Ren's section break. The next day, during the morning court session, the Zhongzhou emperor happily announced something to his subjects. Zhongzhou's 4th Majesty entered the imperial ancestral temple and was chosen by the devil monarch's inheritance. He was about to inherit the devil monarch's bloodline and all the martial arts inheritance. Hearing this, all the officials beamed with joy and congratulated His Majesty on his success. The Zhongzhou great emperor laughed loudly. Indeed, for over 1,000 years, ever since the founding emperor inherited the bloodline of the demon emperor, every generation after that had been filled with hope. They hoped that their children would be able to inherit the bloodline of the demon emperor. However, things did not go as they wished. Every time, they ended in failure. How could he not be happy that Xianxia's great emperor had come? I plan to confer the title of Prince Chen and bestow the land of Huaqing to the south of Xianxia to him. Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Although Prince Chen is young, he has inherited the bloodline of the Devil Emperor. His future is limitless. Whether it is for the country or for the people, Your Majesty's decision is a good one. I believe that Prince Chen will definitely be a rare talent who can stabilize the country in the future. Rongli took 2 steps forward and knelt down. Father, Seer is still in seclusion. Please leave the housewarming matter to me. The second prince and the third prince hurriedly took a few steps forward, prostrated themselves on the ground, and said in unison, "We are also willing to help." The Xianxia emperor looked at his 3 sons with a gratified expression and nodded happily. "Since you are so considerate, I will leave the matter of moving to you." "Yes. Yes." His 3 sons answered in succession. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they looked quite normal on the surface. Each of their faces was filled with joy that they were happy for their younger brother and proud of their younger brother. However, no one knew whether the depths of his heart were bleeding or not. After all, the land of Huaqing in the south of Xianxia was a real fertile land. With this piece of land, Xianxia would become one of the wealthiest people in Xianxia for no reason. In the future, he would probably have cramps in his hands even if he counted the taxes he paid, Your Majesty. An imperial censor stepped forward and braced himself to ask, "Your Majesty has already conferred the title of Prince Chen. According to the ancestral rules, even if he doesn't move to the fief immediately, he has to move out of the palace and live elsewhere. If Prince Chen continues to stay in Taiji Palace, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate?" The Xianxia emperor waved his hand and said, "Xiaoxi has just returned. Let him live in the palace for a while." Since he had said so, no one dared to provoke the Xianxia emperor. The emperor was very happy. It was rare for his son to be so promising. He inherited the bloodline of the demon emperor when he came back. This was no joke. All the ministers silently thought in their hearts, Prince Chen is probably going to have a meteoric rise. The second prince and the third prince were both in their early 30s, and neither of them had been conferred the title of prince by the emperor. How old was Xiaoxi? In the upper 3 provinces, where people generally lived for a long time, Xiaoxi was really pitifully young. Today, the emperor was in a good mood. All the ministers felt that even if they reported a few sad political affairs, the emperor would not be too harsh on them because he was in a good mood. Thus, the morning court session ended in a harmonious manner. After the court was dismissed, the second prince and the third prince left the town hall. They hurriedly caught up with Crown Prince Rongli and asked with a smile, "Eldest brother, this matter of moving is an order from father. It's better that we do it as soon as possible." Rongli glanced at them and nodded. "Let's go." The 3 of them called for a carriage and arrived at South Chao Hall. The servants in the hall had already received the news and knew that the great emperor had personally given the order to move their masters. They had already packed their masters' clothes and necessities and had been waiting for a long time. Rongli looked around and nodded. "Is there anything that hasn't been sorted out? Let's move over in the afternoon." The little eunuch had a troubled look on his face. "This servant does not dare to enter the master's study." Rongli nodded and walked slowly towards the study. He said calmly, "Since it's not easy to tidy it up, let's move the things in the study, including the tables and chairs. That way, we won't leave behind anything important." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. With the Crown Prince's guidance, everyone immediately went to the study to move things. When they moved to the big Nanma desk, 4 or 5 people felt that it was not strong enough to carry it, so they went to find some helpers to carry it. When they walked to the door, the big desk scraped against the door, and they quickly stabilized it. Dong! A dark drawer suddenly fell from under the desk, and a painting scroll rolled out from it. Rongli was slightly surprised. His eyes fell on the scroll of the painting. He signaled a young eunuch to come forward and pick it up. The young eunuch understood and stepped forward. He bent down and picked up the painting scroll from the ground. He untied the bright red ribbon tied to the painting scroll and slowly unfolded the painting scroll, presenting it in front of everyone. The water was green, and the mist was vast. A girl with ice skin and jade bones stood expressionlessly under a blossoming peach tree. Her eyes were cold and clear as she stared at you. It was as if she was going to walk out of the painting. Rongli and the two princes behind him were stunned for a moment. They had never seen such a cold and resolute girl. Her eyes were so lifelike that it was as if she was really looking at you. It made you involuntarily want to take a few steps closer. The young eunuch holding the painting was obsessed. He reached out to touch the girl's cheek. But he saw two green stars shoot out from the girl's eyes. They went straight between his eyebrows. Ah! The eunuch screamed. His eyes were wide open in horror. In just a few seconds, his eyes were hit by the green light. The scroll in the eunuch's hand fell to the ground. He immediately covered his face and screamed. He rolled on the ground and hissed. The servants who were carrying the furniture around were all scared silly. They didn't dare to approach the painting that was unfolded on the ground. They all stared at the painting of a beautiful young girl as if they were looking at a demon. Who allowed you to touch the master's painting? A pure white figure suddenly landed beside the young eunuch. With a sweep of his palm, the young eunuch was swept out of the door and thrown outside. Rongli looked carefully. He saw a man in white with a face like a full moon. He was tall and handsome. He had a pair of slightly raised foxy eyes. There was a hint of anger. He reached out and gently sucked the scroll into his hand. He flicked his sleeve to sweep away the non-existent dust on the scroll. The man gently closed the scroll and put it in a brocade box. He coldly glanced at everyone present. Do you want to get out of here, or do you want me to throw you out? The second prince's eyes were angry. He couldn't help but shout, Who are you? Why are you talking to us like this? Do you know who we are? Even if fourth brother was here, he wouldn't use such a tone to talk to us. Boom. Just as he finished shouting, the second prince felt his entire body fly up and fall out of the window. He did not have any strength to retaliate and was slapped to the ground in an instant. A true seven-tailed celestial fox holy beast? The third prince looked in horror at the 7 long tails that had suddenly appeared behind the white-clothed man. He raised his eyes in a daze and looked at him with some fear in his heart. Heavens, just what kind of background did fourth brother have? Why was he able to contract a 7-tailed celestial fox sacred beast even though he had been living in the lower star area for so long? Rong Li's eyes also had a hint of contemplation, hiding a hint of jealousy. He cupped his hands and bowed to the white-robed man. Sorry sir, it was us brothers who acted recklessly. However, we really don't have any ulterior motives. We are just following Imperial Father's orders. The 7-tailed celestial fox raised her hand to stop him from continuing. Leave this place immediately. Don't disturb master. Rongli was extremely frustrated in his heart, but he was also helpless against the 7-tailed heavenly fox. End of chapter 2017. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.